Guaranteed. And zero, as in $0. As in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 in the morning, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I lived alone in this apartment, and I'd had trouble with my landlord. Basically, he was a creep. He kept coming on to me, and I kept saying no. Then one night, I'm sitting on my couch watching TV. My door, of course, is locked. But then I hear, it's my landlord letting himself in. "Hey, get out! You can't keep coming in."
What's wrong? I hear your refrigerator needs fixing, and I figure while I'm here, maybe you can do something for me.
Out! Get out!
I'm offering you a good deal.
Out! And I'm reporting you.
All right. I'm leaving. Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Yes, sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. It's called the Fair Housing Act. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. And if you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Imagine 1 out of 4 children in America is hungry right now. Now imagine helping. Since 1975, Hungerthon and Why Hunger have counted on you to help those in need. Go to hungerthon.org to find out how you can make a difference.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left double, flips up the shot.
Whoa!
Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Happy Thursday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in the capital of Virginia, that's Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It is an open line Thursday. JP has dubbed it an open line Trey Day because it is going to be Trae Young's debut with the Washington Wizards later tonight.
Will he do this today?
Against the Utah Jazz. Will he do the I'm cold because I'm Ice Tray
bit?
Probably. I mean, it's kind of his thing, right?
It's only going to play 15 to 17 minutes. Might be hard.
I heard 17
That's when he catches a heater.
I heard 17 to 20.
Okay.
So let's go with the higher end. So Trae Young debut tonight against the Utah Jazz.
Good.
Here in D.C.
That'll be fun to watch. I know Cakes and I'll be watching.
Certainly.
I'll check it out.
Ben's going to send me a text, 6:45, to remind me.
Yes,
So
you need that.
I'm locked in.
You always need to know when the Wiz are on, when they're playing.
Yeah.
When it's a momentous occasion.
Still need reminders.
Certainly.
There was a girl on Isabella's soccer team who scored a couple times in a scrimmage, and she did this, and a couple of the parents were saying, "What is her elbow hurt? What's going on?" And then a couple dads go, "No, it's," and I've already forgotten the name of the guy, some international soccer player that plays for Chelsea, and I was so unaware of it.
Yeah.
But maybe she was doing the ice tray.
The celly that I need the youngins to help me with. Everybody is doing this cell. I don't even know if I'm doing it right. It's something like you cover your face and then you do this to the crowd. Am I close with that?
What is that?
Which one?
It's something like this.
Yeah.
So this used to be John Cena, like you
Well, I
can't
know
see
that
me.
one. Okay, I know this.
Now,
I'm talking about something different.
Waving to the crowd.
They do
It's
like
like-
this or something. There's something.
That's
I don't
like isn't
understand
that
it. I don't know
like a
where it comes
swimming
from.
scuba thing or?
I doubt that's it. Does anybody have any answers for me?
Well, it is open line trade day. So
Yes.
1-800-636-1067 if you know what that
Like Mark
celebration
looks
is.
like he knows.
Kids are
Explain
doing
it.
Miami football this past season in college, but
Yeah.
it means you're smelly, like you're stinky.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's
That's what-
almost-
Stay away, you're stinky.
Oh, okay. I guess that kind of makes sense.
girls in a volleyball court, they'll do
Oh, they do
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
a bizarre.
It's
So
the
they're-
hot celly of late 2025 into 2026.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, guys score touchdowns in the NFL. They're doing it. Guys dunk or take 8 steps in the NBA and make a layup. They're doing it. Everybody's doing it. Maybe I'll do it if I hit a good shot at Par City next week during our Junks appearance.
Well, I guarantee
Post
the
the pin. I'll just do this bit.
Terps weren't doing much of it last night. I was watching that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bad.
they didn't
bad,
even
bad,
score
bad.
50 points.
I know.
They can't shoot.
They can't.
I haven't been
They
more.
can't.
I've never been more disconnected.
They
with that
scored
program.
45 last night. 78 to 45 to Wisconsin. Now Wisconsin's good, but they're now 11-19.
The Crab Five.
I don't remember the Terps ever
They
being
don't
that
exist
bad.
to me.
They haven't.
I
been
feel
that
like
bad.
even during Bob Wade's year, they won more than 11 games.
They've never lost this many conference games in the 103-year history of the program. What was I going to say?
15 of them.
Well, somebody
remember.
had tweeted, it was just a year ago they were in the Sweet 16 with all those boys.
The Crab Five seems like 100 years ago.
And it seems like it was 10
100
years ago. I've never been more disconnected from the program. They do not exist.
Yeah.
Buzz has got a lot of
It's
work
an
in front of
outlier.
him.
It's an outlier. It's going to get better.
I believe in Buzz,
I hope
but
you're
they
right.
do not exist.
Yeah. It's
How many of these guys will even be on the team next year?
No idea.
Because now you just flip. You just flip everybody, right?
I mean, I would think Mills would be on it because he's been
The guy that got hurt, they want to bring back.
Pharrell! Got to bring Pharrell's got to
Payne.
be back. But yeah, it's been an
I'm not sure.
abysmal year.
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
They were 17 for 56
4 and
from the
15
field.
in the conference.
I follow a bunch of Maryland accounts, and they constantly show me like on the anniversary of like when Maryland beat Duke at Duke or whatever, or Steve Francis highlight when he, and it's just the glory years. It's just the glory years.
I know. I mentioned yesterday the Gravis at home against Duke, I think on senior night, and Xfinity was freaking electric.
Yeah.
It was packed.
Yeah.
Everybody, I don't know if it was a Gold Rush game, but everybody's wearing gold T-shirts in the crowd. Crowd's going crazy. They beat Duke, storm the court. I mean, There's none of that.
Different era.
There are even games, though, in the Turgeon era that were considered, relative to this, a golden era.
Right.
There are memorable moments in the Turgeon era.
Next year could be totally different.
Yep.
It's the way college basketball is now. You pay the right guys, you get the right guys, you're going to be okay.
Did I see overnight that Gottlieb's got him in the tournament?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Nice.
Remember, would they win like 3 games or 5 games or whatever in his first season?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's got him in tournament. Conference tournament.
Maybe. Did they have their conference tournament yet?
No, they're
You getting ahead of yourself?
They haven't won the conference tournament yet.
Well, maybe they won their conference. I don't know what's going on, but he's thanking the crowd, and they're making a big deal about whatever he did. I don't know what's going on.
Well, 4-28 last year, 17-14 this year, 12-8 in the Horizon League. Last year they were 2-18.
Yeah.
I mean,
so from
that's
11th to 3rd.
That's a solid
He
turnaround.
grabbed the mic, was talking to him, and I thought it was...
They beat Purdue Fort Wayne in the first round of the tournament. Let me see if they played last night. I don't think they did, but maybe they did. Hold on.
I think they did.
All right, but
I just saw it viral.
That's just the first round of the tournament.
Well, good for him.
Root for the radio guys.
Good for him.
Although he did have to quit there. Yeah, actually, good for him, 100%. He was always great on the show. Whenever we had him on, we probably had him on a dozen times.
Yeah.
Had him on a bunch.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Your chance to steer the show on an open line Thursday. Yeah, so I was out at a spot near my neighborhood last night, and they had all the big TVs on.
Yeah.
And Maryland was front and center, and I was just looking at it, I was like, this is just sad.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Well, you can root for a couple locals tonight. Dwayne Simpkins and AU, they're playing Boston U in the first round of the Patriot. Now that's up in Boston. That's going to be tough. And then Howard, our boys over there, they play the final regular season game against Norfolk State down in Norfolk. And if they win that game, they win the title. They win the regular season title. So there's a couple locals you can kind of pull for. It's not going to be Maryland or Georgetown.
No. And I was thinking about you last night again because I had my smash burger at 8:45 p.m. with a side of beer.
Dinner.
Jeez.
You were probably already snoozing. Cakes was maybe playing poker at that point. How did you go?
8:45.
How'd you fare?
I was still playing. I finished in like 16th place, and 9 got paid. You know, it's just.
How did Zabe do?
Zabe actually acquitted himself very well. He made it almost through 6 levels. And
That's amazing.
He got knocked out when a dude hit a flush on the river when he had top pair on the board.
Oh, nice.
He played well.
He figured it out pretty quickly,
hung in
huh?
there.
Did he play tight?
I was never at his table,
Yeah.
but I think his strategy was to play relatively tight, but if you got a big hand, just get it in and hope it holds up. I
Yeah.
think that's a solid strategy for like a relatively new player.
Right.
And he had a great time. We hung out a bit after he got knocked out. He was like sweating me on the rail as I continued to play. So it was great to have Zabe out. He had fun. I think he's gotten a little bitten by the poker bug.
Oh, did he get a little
I think
bit?
he might
Very
be
cool.
back. Yeah, he enjoyed it. He had a good time.
Oh,
Very
nice.
cool.
So it was a good time. Had dinner with my moms beforehand, so that was cool.
Awesome.
You didn't take her out to the MGM.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
She's snoozing at MGM right now.
Oh, very nice.
MGM's, my mom liked MGM.
Yeah.
MGM had some nice restaurants. We used to go to Costa and
We went to Ginger for dinner. It was
Oh,
great.
yeah, what's not to like?
Yeah, it was
I just
fantastic.
didn't think he would drive his mom to MGM.
I did.
Yeah.
Wow.
I need to remember in my
You
foggy
got to go
brain
back and pick her up.
to go, not strand her at MGM and realize it at like 1 o'clock when I wake up from a nap. So I got to make sure I go back and pick her up.
very cool.
Bring her home.
Does anybody have like a good charging block?
I do not.
Anybody have a
might
good
have
one?
one at home. Not on me right now.
Because this one is not charging my phone that went dead.
I'm always asking you for your charger.
No, I actually dropped this in the tub yesterday.
Oh.
Can't make the club in the tub.
I was in my little Whirlpool tub upstairs, and I'm just sitting there scrolling, and I dropped it full blown in the tub.
That hurts.
Picked it out, dried it up, no big deal.
No, it doesn't work.
No, then I put the plug in and said, don't do that because it's wet. So I didn't plug it all night. Then I charged it a little bit. It died as I was driving it, and now it's still on 0. But I don't think I have a great block
So your phone's on 0? You got no power.
right now. Yeah.
Dead.
But I think this block is not a great one.
Let me see. That's the one you always give me?
Well, you have to scramble. Hopefully, you get your.
I'm scrambling.
Your charging issues
I might be going
figured out.
to AT&T after this.
All right, coming up on the show today, Mark Roberge, our pal, the lead singer of OAR. He's going to join us coming up at 9:45 to talk about OAR's summer plans and Ocean's Calling, which is coming back to Ocean City. We talked about that lineup yesterday. It's pretty damn good. So Mark
Some
Robert
huge names.
He's going to join us coming up at 9:45 to talk about that. When we come back, we'll get into the Junks sports page. Also, just a heads up for the listeners, we'll be giving you a chance to win Capitals tickets coming up at 6:45 this morning. So keep listening for your chance to win.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When I needed a new HVAC system, a water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. This isn't some big corporate HVAC chain. Dan Foley owns the company. You can tell he cares about the work. His crew is top-notch, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. They did a great job at my place. They will at yours. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
This Saturday, March 7th, Georgetown returns to the Capital One Arena. Be there with a bobblehead special ticket pack for just $24. Club level ticket and mascot bobblehead included. Get tickets at GU.
That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
If you don't build your dream, someone will hire you to build theirs. For over 20 years, Main Street Bank has had the pleasure of helping entrepreneurs from all walks of life start and grow their dreams. From business to personal, let us help you dream big. Main Street Bank. Put our bank in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Cloudy and windy with a chance of rain. Temperature in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Want to hang with the sports junkies?
Join us Tuesday, March 10th from 4 to 6 for happy hour at Bar City Golf in Arlington.
Play indoor golf, grab food and drinks, or just stop by and hang out with the junks.
Plus, compete in our closest to the hole and longest drive contest for Par City Golf gift cards.
Whether you're a golfer or just coming out after work, it's a perfect happy hour with the sports junkie.
Par City Golf, indoor golf, reimagined. Arlington now, Bethesda coming soon.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows, they're measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live.
I mean, you said you had at least 102-degree Wizards fever, so you should be celebrating Trey Day.
102.5, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just it's getting higher because we're getting closer to his debut.
Yep.
I'm excited. By the way, Ben has a theory that with the debut and the excitement, big blowout win tonight. It's just going to be one of those.
And he's shouting it to everybody
Big
that's within
blowout win,
earshot.
just in the spirit of Trey's coming back. Rena's going to be fired up.
Utah
playing a tanking team.
Playing a tanking team.
Utah
A fellow
tanking team, but played Philly tough last night.
Right.
So they're coming on. It's a back-to-backer for Utah.
Back-to-backer. That does lend credence to the fact that they're going to come in with the weary legs, and they don't really have a motivation to win the game anyway.
Right.
So maybe Ben's onto something. Maybe you load up on the Whiz Kids tonight.
Seems dicey.
I am not officially advocating that. I don't know if that's a great financial piece of advice that I'm offering. Probably not.
It's good there, though, because you are playing competing. The only problem is he's only going to play 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But you're still excited.
Yeah. Will it rub off on the other guys? Will it make it's not like he's going to help the defense. You got no AD back there.
No.
You got no Alex Sarr
Maybe
back
you just
there,
play
right?
the over. If you're uncomfortable with the side, just play the over.
Yeah. That might be the move.
It could be the move.
All right, it is Open Line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. Can talk about whatever you want. Look like we have a few P1s on the line here.
P1s are out and about early.
The oldies but goodies.
Yeah.
Of course, all are welcome to chime in. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Peter in Burke. Peter, what's up?
Hey, good morning, junkies. My Bullets fever is at 106.7. Of
Very
course.
nice.
Yep.
But I also have bit season fever. So first of all, happy New Year to Jason.
Okay.
But it's been a little while since we've played one of my little reindeer games. This one is inspired by Mr. Bickle. What does he always like to speculate about with Derek from Logan Circle?
Oh, yeah.
If he's alive.
Yeah, whether he's alive or dead.
I'm pretty sure he's dead. He's a nice guy.
So
it's a shame, but it's sad to hear of his passing. But I'm pretty sure he's dead.
So here's a quick little game for the Junks. I throw out a P1, and we play Dead or Alive. So,
all right, my guess will always be dead. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure Sacktown Mike recently texted JP.
Oh, he's alive. He's so alive.
He's alive and well.
We had him on the show not too long
Unless something took him down within the last 24 hours we don't know about. Alive.
Yeah.
What about Blind Nuki?
Dead.
I'm going to go alive.
No,
Yeah,
dead.
I'm going to side alive.
Dead. Oh, dead. Dead.
Still blind, but alive.
He crossed the street or something, didn't see the car. Boom.
Just walked out in the middle of the street.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Guy the drunkard?
Alive.
Guy the former drunkard.
Yeah,
He
he's
gave
sober
up
now.
the sauce.
I think he's alive.
I'm gonna go alive.
Haven't heard from him in years.
Now this is a grasper because I used to be in a fantasy league with him many moons ago. I think he moved to like South Africa.
Oh, really?
Wow.
What?
I think his job took him like
wow.
overseas somehow.
At some point, he sobered up. I thought he was
a
in
long
Ken
time ago.
Island.
So anybody that knows Guy, the former drunkard, if you know his whereabouts, please let us know. Because I think I just threw a
the Butcher.
Steve the Butcher. Yeah, I don't remember him.
Yeah, he only called a few times. I mean, Drunk
really
Mike,
know
I
him.
hear
But
from
you're
time to
butchering our
time.
ratings right now, but that's fine.
I mean,
It's all good.
Mike is definitely still alive.
And this is one I hadn't heard of until recently. Apparently, there's a guy named Dakota. He is the
That's a great one.
I was a kid.
I'm going to side alive because, I'm going to
I
play
would say
the
on
odds.
the odds,
He's pretty young.
He'd be alive.
Yeah.
But yeah. He
Right.
never really called. He
No,
just would
he
show
was
up
an
to gigs.
He was an in-person guy.
Yeah, he was a big pregame show
Big
fan.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Ralph, the crossword puzzle guy.
Yes. I'm going to go alive with him, too.
All right, Peter's call's dead or alive.
His call is dying.
Dying.
Yeah, dying on the vine.
All right, thank you, Peter. Thank you,
It's
buddy.
always good to reminisce.
Yes, certainly.
Sacktown Mike's last text to me, so he could be dead in the last 2 weeks, but was 2 in a row for MJ because he's a big NASCAR guy.
Yep.
Now 3 in a row.
I was
Should have
gonna
followed
say.
that up.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
He
he's kind of
missed the
turned
win.
over the team to Denny Hamlin, right? Is that kind of the idea? That Denny makes all the decisions?
Maybe that's why they're winning.
By the way,
I thought I read that.
I think Drunk Mike, he survived through so much. I feel like he's just going to outlive all of us. Like he somehow is. He's just made his way through, like drinking 30 beers at every Skins game for who knows how long.
6 or 7 DWIs.
I think he's basically indestructible.
Yeah. Yep. Some of those
Kind of
guys
the way I
just-
view him.
Yeah, he's kind of like a rock star.
Yeah.
Just live forever. All right, let's go to, speaking of rock stars, let's go to our buddy D Woods. D, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up,
Good.
D?
How are you,
What's
buddy?
going on down in Atlanta?
Yeah, I was going to talk about that, but first, I kind of, I'm a little perturbed now. How do I get bumped for Peter for Burt?
It's a great question.
I think he beat you. He just was first.
I was going to say, in what world is PFB more important than me? I don't know.
EB's the one who punches it up.
EB has the
Peter called in first.
EB has the con, as they say.
I will say this. I kid, but do you all know? I know JP knows. Peter came to Atlanta, and we went. I gave him a tour of my house.
Yeah,
I took him to a Braves game. I
P1's
love the guy.
bonding.
He's a good guy.
P1 hang.
Really?
All right, very nice.
Yeah. I took him on the tour of Atlanta and everything. We went to a Braves Nats game, and we made it on the jumbotron and all that good
You
stuff.
guys
I
go to
love
Magic
Peter. He's a
City
good guy.
and get the lemon pepper wings? You do that bit?
No, wait, we didn't get the Lou lemon
You know what?
lemon pepper stuff.
D, I'm going to speak for you. You can't bring a dorky white guy like Peter from Burke to Magic City.
That's the best.
I
I would love it. Yes. If you come down, because I think you fit in the dorky too. If you come down, like I'll take you and Peter to Magic City. I'll get you the finest Latina that you want for like 5 minutes. Lap dances, it'd be amazing.
That's funny.
You said it was you texted me that the whole Magic City thing is a big non-issue down there.
It's a nothing burger.
So
down
no one's
you guys
talking
are the
about
only
it?
people
No one
talking
cares.
about it. Nobody
really?
cares about
No
it
one
here. No one cares. Hey, but no. So not only is today Open Line Thursday and Trade Day, it is also 30 Thursday for the Junks, man. You guys are legends. You guys already know this, right? And so
Thanks, buddy.
I was listening to last week's Throwback Thursday, and have you guys had the opportunity to listen to it?
No, I haven't. I mean, we've had the opportunity. I just haven't.
Ditto.
I've had the opportunity every week.
I could see myself on occasion listening to it. For sure.
I've checked out one
Every
so far.
time you've played a clip, I've enjoyed it.
Oh,
Whatever
yeah,
it's worth.
no doubt.
The great thing about it is that you all had so much energy.
Yeah.
The worst thing about it is that you all had so much energy. So like.
Shows what a downer it is today,
What
right?
about
Yeah.
you put me on tilt last week with the clips that were played. It was
What?
both basketball clips.
Yeah.
And I was on a flight, and you screamed for an hour and a half. Like you didn't talk in a regular tone.
Well, hold
for
on.
an
I was
hour and a
away. I was
half.
out of town. I think I missed the last
I think
two
the
shows.
clip was I played Brett in basketball.
Okay.
And then it was Cakes versus AWOD. It was
basketball
Oh my
week.
God, Bickle, you were on.
I was doing.
Take my headphones off.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you did?
I will say in my
but you
defense,
stuck with it.
That's one of those
Literally
deals, though.
gave me a panic attack.
I'm sorry, but that's one of those deals, though. Well, honestly, when you do something like that, I think I was probably on a phone, and I don't know.
Well, you're rooting for Cakes.
You're rooting. So you bet on each one, and you're cheering for your
But
bet
you know how it is?
vociferously.
It's different when you're out there. You don't really have headphones. You're just talking on a phone or a
Well,
mic.
then, the emotion comes over.
Yeah,
and then you're
also,
just watching the game.
Also, you're not used to play-by-play.
Yeah,
Like it's a
definitely I'm
different
not
skill.
play-by-play. Yeah, I don't have that skill.
Did you say you were on a plane?
I think he bailed.
Oh.
I think he dropped off.
Okay.
He's an expert in knowing when to leave
Yeah,
the conversation.
he's very good at
Most
that.
of our listeners are not adept at that.
Yeah.
Did he say he was on a plane when
got
that
it
was
down?
I think so.
Yeah,
sure. He's
Did I hear
traveling.
you say something to Ben? You got Ben working on this week's Throwback
Oh yeah,
Thursday?
yeah. Because it's TRVS stuff, and so Rick Valdez show.
Oh, right.
I know
Think about it
that.
for a second
Ponder
there.
it. All right.
So I'm having him do it because there's not as much stuff to edit since it's kind of recent.
Yeah.
And I listened to like the first couple segments, and it's just painful to listen to.
Would you need like an objective person to try to pull clips?
No, it's so cringe listening to yourself that long
So you
ago
asked if
when
he
you
could
have
do it?
when you have no voice in radio. It's very cringe.
It's hard for me to listen to.
Yeah.
It really
Nice one.
Well,
So it's the Rick Valdez show.
We should bring
Thursday.
that back for an episode. We should figure out something. Next time.
You requested it yesterday, so I'm just.
Yeah.
Gotta wait for the right
I'm
time.
trying to get you all into it because that way, if you're excited for it, it means more people will listen to it.
I'm excited for every Throwback Thursday clip. I am.
I think they've been excellent. I just haven't
Do you-
necessarily checked them out.
By the
'cause
way, do you?
we lived it.
Yeah, but I would relive it. Do you, Valdez, ever, or does Junks Radio's account or 106.7's account ever isolate it in one tweet and say, if you missed it today, here's the clip?
I've done that a few times.
You have? Okay, 'cause
maybe
that
not
would,
isolated
that would
the
be
clip.
helpful. That would be helpful.
Maybe haven't isolated the clip. I'm not sure, but I usually because whoever does it from New York or wherever the heck our guy's doing it from, Lou. He'll usually post something and then
But it's kind of like
repost it.
tagged on to the end of the Odyssey whatever link or something, right?
Sometimes I think sometimes it has the
If it had
link right to that segment.
Just the simple click right here and listen to it. I'm all in.
Hey, you want to hear what D Woods was talking about?
Yeah.
Sure.
E1 just spit up. He just puked.
Oh, here it is.
Take it from him. Yes. He's throwing up.
He's throwing up during the game.
Oh my God.
It's a long three.
Go! A1!
There it is.
Oh, Cakes misses the left-handed layup.
A1!
Did I bet on it?
You should forfeit a game if you throw up in the middle of it. You should have won via forfeit.
Right, that should
game
be the
over.
end.
Even
Right.
if he's up 10-0,
Right.
game to 11, he vomits during the game,
Yeah.
he loses.
I want to blame that on who's ever running the board, Valdez, for not riding the levels, but maybe that's not a thing. Maybe I just overpowered the mic so much it's not possible.
God, what year was that?
It was here though.
I know, but
That
was it
was
10 years ago.
10 years ago.
10
Was it
years ago.
10? Wow. That's 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Well, then the other clip they play must be 28 years ago when I played Brett in basketball.
That's like
I have
20.
no recollection.
That's
of
literally a
25 years
nighttime
ago.
show.
I have no recollection of that.
I played right off the parking garage. I mean, it was the smallest space.
Yeah, I remember
They
that.
whipped 2-1. Brett beat me after a timeout.
Brett just backed him
just
down.
backed you down
because he had big ass and big thighs back then.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Plus, I couldn't shoot.
Yeah.
I was just trying to take him to the rim, but
The whole thing
limited
was
space.
his dad called a timeout that he didn't have, right?
Yes, and Valdez.
We had his dad involved.
His dad called a timeout.
Well, I remember his dad played like in Indiana or something, right?
Yeah.
Didn't
His
both his
dad's a
brothers
college hoopster.
Weren't they both like D1 hoopers?
I don't
think
know.
So. Both his
They might-
uncles.
I think his-
like his dad and his
maybe his
uncle.
uncle's
dad.
But
yeah.
Valdez pointed out that when they put together the hoop, you know how you had a portable hoop growing up,
Right.
and where you put the weights is in the back of the hoop. They actually flipped it.
The hoop
so
was a
so
real
it was
hoop.
the hoop had the weights and everything in the front.
Yeah.
So it was like this.
Yeah, the base was facing towards the flag
Doesn't
instead
seem
of away from
appropriate. That
that.
doesn't
Right,
seem
so
right.
you can't really go underneath for a reverse layup because
Yeah.
you've got
Yeah.
something jutting out.
It wasn't put together correctly.
Right.
Correct.
Got it.
Bunch of geniuses putting a hoop together.
Yeah, so open line Trey Day, open line 30, whatever the heck you want to call it. 1-800-636-1067.
Trey goes tonight at 7.
I'm gonna. You know
What's
what?
your line?
Let me see what the total
I'm going to
rate
give him
line.
11 and 4.
11.
11
I'm gonna
points.
go less than 11.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna have the super green light.
Is he starting or coming off the bench? He's got to be coming off the bench, right?
I think he might. He might start because he said something. I don't know. He said he's going to handle it however he handles the other guys.
If he's playing only 17 minutes, I'm going to give him an 8. I'll give him 4. 8 and 4.
I'm 11 and 4, 2 threes.
All right.
2 trays.
I got him with 15.
Wow.
I'm on the high end.
Hey, I think when he starts playing a lot, he'll put up 30, 40. He'll put up some big
15
numbers.
and 6 helpers.
What is the? I'm trying to go to it right now. Does anybody have the total?
Yes.
Trying to find the prop,
Yes.
too. Find the prop on Trey.
The Wiz lay 1.5. The total's 243.5.
243 is a lot.
It's a lot of points.
Hey, will you guys commit to next season?
Yes.
If it's a miracle season and the Wizards make the Eastern Conference Final.
Oh my God! The
All right.
biggest miracle
All right.
in history.
I just
that hasn't happened since the 70s, by the way.
Go ahead. All right, what do you got?
I didn't say whatever.
What do we
You can't say anything.
What do we commit to?
Will you guys do the show from like a meat locker for Ice Trey's I'm Cold celebration?
Oh, I can't-
like a freezer?
Like the
Yeah.
locker the guys hanging in Goodfellas when they
Yeah,
just start
that
whacking
one.
everybody.
Or the Shining.
What's the temperature in those things?
I mean,
I don't know. Well, it keeps
I
all
would
the meat
only
frozen.
do it if I could wear like a heated jacket and like
No,
everything.
yeah, you can dress however you want, but
Sure.
Sure, I would do it.
Sure.
Why not?
Sure.
all right.
They get
do
to the
bits.
Eastern Conference Finals.
They get to the Eastern Conference Finals. You guys will broadcast from a walk-in freezer.
Okay.
I'm in.
for
Why
Trey
not?
Day. For
Yeah,
ice
yeah, for
tray.
Ice Tray.
Can we just do it
cold
at the Harris Teeter in their meat department?
Right, just go in the freezer aisle.
Yeah.
Well, this studio feels like a
Yeah, we could
freezer
just-
half the time.
Times it
Exactly.
can. That is true.
Stefan Diggs video of him jumping into the pool.
Yeah,
did,
very
yeah.
gross. What is that?
I did not.
So he jumped in the
I'm
pool.
gonna show you this, Jason.
Did you
and
see
just
that-
try and tell me
You
what
saw that they're
happened.
going to cut him.
Yeah.
Is that why you're bringing them up?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But I
Kind of.
mean,
But this also went viral.
Hold on. Let me
yesterday.
see that.
all right. Hold on a second.
I don't understand that.
Not sure where that cloud of whatever it is that
It's green.
that maybe it's like
Is it
maybe
from his
something in
hair?
his hair? I don't know.
No, it
I
looked
don't-
more than just hair. That
I
was like a
thought so,
full
too.
body. That's almost like he put
All right.
like
Are you
maybe
punching it up?
suntan lotion or something. Some like,
Maybe he put on a bunch of cologne like
Maybe
Mike
put-
Marr did the other day, and just like it all just came off in the wash when he hit the pool. I don't know.
Maybe that's why he gets so many girls pregnant. He's just he emits
He's
stuff.
got an aura. It's got an aura about him.
It's actually one of the grossest things you've ever seen. Now, maybe it's like old school like banana boat,
Yeah, I don't know.
and it just you put some lotion on there, get some sun,
Oh, I just read. This is from a parody account.
so it's fake.
What if it's
AI?
fake?
Oh God. As I saw it too, and my brain was in a pretzel. Everything's fake. Just you know what?
It
Everything's
might
fake.
not be. I don't know.
No, you're probably right. It's probably fake.
But just go.
I can't get to it for some reason.
You can't find it.
Here, I'll show it to you.
It's one of the grossest things you've ever seen. While you're looking, let's go to Justin in Arlington. Justin, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junks.
Hey, I was thinking about with Throwback Thursday. You guys remember when Ewad was going to jump the fence at the White House and the CIA?
Yes.
I don't even know if we could play that again because
you can literally get killed doing that.
But only because somebody's gonna call the White House and Secret Service again, and it's gonna be a whole to do, even though it's an old clip. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It might be
It's a
not
great,
the best time to do that, but
bit. It's a great segment, and I don't think he was kidding.
I can't remember what was his motivation.
No, dude, he was shook.
Because a couple people
really
had.
nervous.
It was a
ADs?
challenge.
Was it something to get ADs?
No. It was a couple people had recently done that, and we're like, well, what if we have one of our guys do that?
That's a horrible idea.
I don't think it was our idea. Wasn't it his idea?
Yeah, he said like there was like a fence jumper, and then he wanted to jump the fence to promote the show. No, promote watchthejunkies.com.
You're kidding.
Man, that's quite an effort.
See, Mar? See what guys are willing to do for the show?
He just ran 8 miles.
I know. Well, it took him, we had to convince him for a month. Valdez smashed his car with a sledgehammer.
Right. Ewad's ready to take a bullet from a Secret Service guy.
Willing to take a bullet for the show, to promote the show.
That's so funny that he did that.
Is that why he wanted to do it, to promote watchthejunkies.com?
Yeah, because his livelihood was all
about the stream.
About the stream.
He needed clicks.
Right.
And I think there was a debate about whether he should be full-time or not because he was working on multiple shows, and he figured if he could get his numbers up.
So the point is, he talked about doing that. We said, dude, you could die or...
Yeah, you talked him out of it.
And then what happened?
The Secret Service showed up at his door at like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night.
That's hilarious.
Because they thought that he might be a threat to the president.
I do remember that.
They had to make sure.
Yeah. Was he
was
there?
Just a goof.
Oh, yeah.
He was there?
Oh, yeah.
And he just told the agent, hey, this is the radio.
He just told him,
don't mess around with
yeah,
that.
he told him, it's just a radio bit.
Yeah.
I do remember
You know
that.
what? I'm betting they didn't smile or laugh about it.
Right.
I bet they were not entertained about it.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, when we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Washington Capitals when they take on the Calgary Flames on March 9th. So keep listening for your chance to win. It's coming up when we come back.
The madness is here.
For the win! He got it!
Keep it locked on 106.7 The Fan for full coverage, expert analysis, the biggest guests,
Throws it up! He throws it down! What a shot!
and whip around coverage of the biggest games on your bracket.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at Quo. A lot of you guys may be running businesses, right? You wear multiple hats, you're busy, you got to be resourceful. But when you're stretched thin, calls get missed and revenue gets lost. Danny, a lot of our listeners are probably coaching their kids or out at their kids' games. If you're running a business, you can't miss a call. That means missed money.
Businesses don't turn off. That means it's time to try Quo. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communication. So Quo works wherever you are, right from an app on your phone or computer, so you can run your growing business without juggling devices or systems.
Quo lets you keep your existing number. That is a big, big deal. You can add new numbers or teammates in minutes, making it easy to scale without disrupting your business. Never lose a customer, a lead, or an opportunity. Everyone matters.
Quo, no missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/fan. That's QUO.com/fan to try Quo for free. Quo.com/fan.
Tune
Tune in weekdays in the 6 o'clock hour before the puck drops that night for Grant and Danny's Power Play. They'll give a preview and analysis of that night's Washington hockey game, presented by American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com.
Opening day just hits different.
And C.J. Abrams has a leadoff home run in the second deck.
There's nothing like it. The thrill, the cheers, the game we love coming to life again. Declare your natitude Friday, April 3rd. The Dodgers come to town and the party's on all weekend at Nationals Park. RSVP now at nationals.com/tickets.
Save on hearty main dishes at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through March 10th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth Podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying.
And I like it. On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Second floor, hardware, children's wear, ladies' lingerie. Oh, good morning, Mr. Tyler. Going down.
All right, we're going to hook up the 10th caller right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Caps Monday, March 9th. The Caps and MedStar Health team up for Hockey Talks, a night dedicated to raising awareness about mental illness and continuing the dialogue around warning signs, treatment, and recovery. So 10th caller right now will win those Capitals tickets to call in to win. This is a very apropos song that Valdez is playing. Okay, Love in an Elevator. Because yesterday, a video just went worldwide on TMZ of a guy in India who had a close call with an elevator that nearly cut him in half as he was trying to exit it at his apartment building.
Yeah, I saw. It's terrible.
And we just talked about...
How did it happen?
We talked last week about the golfer in South Africa who was at a hotel and he tried to get into an elevator on the 3rd floor where he was staying. He stepped into the shaft and there was no car there and he fell like 30-some feet.
Yeah.
This story is a guy is inside, he's inside the elevator, okay, in his apartment complex. It suddenly lurches upwards while he's exiting the elevator, nearly slicing him in half.
Oh.
Now, he got lucky because, like, the force of the car moving upward kind of threw him out.
Pushed him out.
And
he didn't get decapitated.
Didn't get his head cut off or cut right down the middle. And He's just lucky to be alive.
Major malfunction. It terrifying. It gives you thoughts you never have when you step on an elevator. I have to tell you, I have zero fears of being in zero.
Yeah, you
until
never think
I start
about this.
seeing these things.
I'm in an elevator every day.
Elevators all the time. And I mean, who
That's just lazy.
Oh yeah, I don't take the steps.
I mean, we're on the second floor.
I take the elevator up.
I have a buddy, Vinny.
Yeah.
Vinny's scared of elevators.
I'm not scared of no
So
elevator.
what does he do?
He won't go in an elevator by himself. He has to go with
somebody
a friend or with a wife.
It's going to eat up my crock. It's going to swallow my crock right
He's
whole.
scared of elevators. I've never heard of such a thing, but now I kind of understand if this is part of the reason why he's afraid of them.
So when the lift, elevator, whatever, reached this guy's floor, he only managed to get 1 foot out of the narrow doors before it suddenly boosted upwards. He appeared to slam his head against the ceiling, knocking him downwards and safely out of the elevator that nearly cut him in half.
Yeah.
So he got very lucky.
Super
The
lucky.
luckiest
The
guy
luckiest
ever.
guy ever.
Buy
Biggest-
all
What were the
lottery
injuries?
tickets.
Biggest he had
Minor injuries?
It said he suffered internal injuries in his near brush with death.
Yeah, I just don't even know how
that
happens.
That's a Final Destination death scene just waiting to happen.
Now, thanks to seeing that video,
Yeah.
I will somewhat think about that, and it'll be in the back of my mind, I'm sure. I won't get that out of my mind. But I've never really been scared of it. But you know what I am scared of? Big-ass escalators that are very, very, very high, and you could just leave, because I have a height thing.
Yeah, I'm not worried about those.
Like at a stadium or like some massive mall, like in Minnesota or something,
What's
I don't
the
like those.
escalators in the metro that are really steep?
Oh, those are pretty high.
Yeah.
Those are okay though because you're not over the ones. Those at least
Yeah.
have something on the side.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's the ones where it's just air.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my god, you could just fall 50 feet to your death.
For me, it's the horrifying video of the Chinese woman who was eaten up by the gears of one of the escalators.
that's horrible, yeah.
When the money metal plate at the top failed.
Yeah.
And she got swallowed up. She threw her kid out of
I do remember
harm's
that.
way,
Yep.
Yeah.
and then she just.
So I don't
suffered
have a
gruesome
problem
death.
with the escalators.
Yeah,
gruesome
yeah. I mean, you get chewed up.
I
by a
can't
bunch of
remember the last time I
machinery.
was on an escalator, but I don't have a problem with those. But now I'm going to think about this guy every time I get in an elevator.
Yeah,
I will.
I think I'm now going
Now,
to dart across the
Also,
elevator.
you have to take into account he's in a ramshackle, tiny little.
I know, it's
elevator
India.
Where
Where
it
is it?
probably wasn't.
Was
hadn't
it
been-
India?
It was in
Yeah,
India.
yeah.
Probably hasn't
Probably
been
built in
serviced.
1970.
Probably zero regulations.
Right.
You think they have silly Otis elevators over in India? I
Doubt
doubt it. So I
Props
think
to you for knowing the name
it's
of
the
an
only,
elevator
it's the only
company.
elevator company that I could pull.
Might be the only one that
Um,
exists.
But you think they have top of the line, state of the art elevators like we
No.
have here?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Another reason to stay in this country.
I'm gonna doubt it. But that dude,
I'll have to ask my Indian neighbors if they know where that
that
city is.
dude's butt lucky to be alive. Let me see where.
It
where
is
was.
terrifying. It's nightmare fuel. I don't recommend people watch it.
Yeah, you ask your neighbors if they know anything about Valsad, India. VALSAD. See if they have any file on that.
Yeah, I'm going to text my neighbor.
Because I
right now.
personally don't.
It's another country I'll probably never visit in my life. The vast majority of the world.
Oh, I
will
know.
never visit.
I know I barely visited Indiana.
Yeah. I mean,
India with an NA on the end of it. And that's in the United States.
I've been to 3 continents.
Right?
I've been to Europe,
Yeah.
North America, and South America.
Okay.
All right, whatever.
Barely in South America.
I've been to Aruba. It's almost South America. Does that count?
Aruba counts.
I think that might count.
I don't know if it counts for South America, but it's a different country.
I mean, it's pretty
It's
close.
either South or North. I think it might be South.
I think it might be part of South
You gotta throw it
America.
to, I think you'd throw it to the South.
then
I
I've
think
been
I've been to 2 continents. I should have been to 3.
Well, did you go to Costa Rica?
Yeah, but
Costa
that's
Rica-
North America, right?
Is
Or
it?
It's kind of a tweener.
It's kind of a tweener.
Central America.
I think that might be South.
It's closer to South than it is North.
I think it might be South.
You know what? I've definitely.
We need to
been
figure out where
2
Central
continents.
America is. South, most of Central America,
I'm gonna
does
have to
that
look
go
it
to
up.
South or does it go to North?
I don't know. What continent is it a part of? That's a great question.
I think it might-
Costa is central.
I know,
Right, but does it
Yeah,
belong to North or South America? It has to
it
belong
goes
to one
which
of them.
continent gets credit?
It's a good question.
Well, just whenever you're one of those ramshackle countries, just don't go in the elevators.
Right, stay away.
But getting back to the escalators, I can remember even just being in like a Borders You know, like it's like a mall where it's like 3 stories, and I'm like, am I the only guy that's scared going up to the 3rd floor on the escalator?
Probably.
Is no one else scared?
By the way, Dagger, Costa Rica, North America.
Oh, wow. North America claims it.
This is what, I mean, according to Wiki.
Where's the breakdown? Panama, the canal?
Does
Panama go to both?
It's a great question. I don't know. But I still claiming I've been to at least 1.5 continents. 1.5
No,
minimum.
JP, just getting back to your digs.
By the way, I just texted my neighbor. He says Valsad is from the same state as where he's from.
Oh, okay.
So,
And you know what? India's a pretty damn big place. Like,
yeah.
I mean, what are the odds?
There's about 10 billion people there.
Yeah, what are the odds?
What,
He's from the same area.
Same area, right.
But JP, getting back to your digs thing, apparently it's another guy, a bodybuilder or something, and it's spray tan.
It's not even Stefan
So it's a
Diggs.
Diggs
Not even
doppelganger?
Diggs. It's another guy, but it is a real video, allegedly.
I
It's just
mean, it
not
went
Diggs.
viral. I mean, everybody saw it.
Yeah.
Outside of Jason.
Okay,
It's
now
so gross.
Now I've got a question. He's an African American dude, right?
Yeah.
African American guys get spray tans?
Yeah,
Is that a thing?
Well, maybe you want to get sun protection. Maybe it's spray tan / block. I don't know. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have no idea. I think that
P Woods, call back. Tell us if you've ever gotten a spray tan. I'm going to guess no.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a spray tan.
Yeah.
Because my daughter has a spray tan thing. The thing. If you can-
I don't know what the thing is. Like
it's like a gun.
Canister?
It's
or?
like a gun thing
Oh.
or whatever. So
She has a home spray tan?
Yeah, girls
kit?
can come over, you go in the shower, and she'll spray tan you for
Really?
$50 or something. Yeah, my oldest had that, and my youngest uses it, and it is disgusting. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's a trend, I think, for younger girls in the last 5-10 years that spray tanning. I don't know. It seems to be.
Yeah, my
wasn't
daughter's-
something that I did. Our
No,
friends
my
did.
daughters definitely did it.
Yeah. And
I don't think they do it anymore.
no, my daughter will still do it. She'll be like, "Oh, I need to get tan," and
Yeah.
she'll spray tan, and it's so disgusting.
I know, I hate it.
Their hands get so
It's so fake.
splotchy.
You can tell.
It's awful.
Yeah, they don't look tan. They look sprayed.
But they look fake tan. Yeah, they look like someone sprayed you with
Correct.
brown paint. It's awful. Bad trend. Bad trend.
Who knew your daughter had a spray tanning kit just lying around the house?
Meg had it.
I thought you exclusively had to go to like a strip plaza to get a spray tan.
Yeah, but you could probably get one on Amazon for $50 or something.
Yeah.
And then I remember she would have girls come over and she would tan her friends, and then the people who are casual acquaintances, she'd charge them $50 or something.
Nice.
So it's not Stefan Diggs.
It's some other dude, and it's spray tan. The spray tan makes sense.
He not a
because
terp.
it is brown and it is gross. And if you watch a kid, like a teenager, that's just tan, that you put on tanning lotion or whatever, you'll see it all over their hands, and their hands will be like black. It's just.
Oh, yeah. I've seen spray tan. When Jess did all the fitness competitions, she would do it, and then she'd have to go to bed on a towel and try not to roll over.
Kate will go lay in Steven's old bed.
Okay.
She doesn't want to get the tan all in her sheets.
Smart.
Yeah.
Very smart.
She gets
of her,
it in
yeah.
her brother's sheets.
Solid.
Right.
Well
right.
done.
Exactly.
Hey, don't forget, next week, you can join us on Tuesday, March 10th at Par City in Arlington. You can hang out with the Junks from 4 until 6 p.m., compete for prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin with their indoor golf simulators. 3102 Columbia Pike is the address in Arlington, so we hope to see you out and about for Junkies World Tour 2026. It stops next week, next Tuesday, at Par City in Arlington. We're the Junks, coming right back on an Open Line Thursday.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. The New England Patriots are moving on from star wide receiver Stephon Diggs. Despite a 1,000-yard season and a Super Bowl run, the team informed Diggs yesterday he'll be released at the start of the league year on March 11th. The move, largely financial. It saves the Patriots nearly $17 million in cap space. I'm Drake Toll.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC system went down last summer, I needed a team that could handle the cold. I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, that's my guy. This isn't some big corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company, and his crew really knows their stuff, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. These guys are pros. They did a great job at my house, and Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. And they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. When the cold comes at you like a breakaway, you want the right team in net. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies. Get it done.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
College football coaching legend Lou Holtz, who guided Notre Dame to an unbeaten season and national championship in 1988, has died at the age of 89, his family announced yesterday. Holtz finished 249, 132, and 7 in his Hall of Fame coaching career. He is the only coach to lead 6 different teams to bowl games, and he was inducted in the College Football Hall of Fame in 2008. And the New England Patriots informed veteran wide receiver Stephon Diggs that he will be released at the start of the 2026 league year next week. His salary cap change was set to rise from $10.5 million to $26.5 million, which was the catalyst for this move. From the Crop Nightcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
The Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Cakes was celebrating during the break because he found out that Costa Rica is categorized as South America.
No.
You've been to Costa Rica.
No, we just talked about this. Aruba.
Okay.
Costa is North America.
Aruba is located on the continental South American shelf.
All right,
whatever that means.
So you've been to South America.
Been to South America. Been to 2 continents.
Yeah.
2 and counting. 2 and probably holding.
I'm at 3. Should have been to 4.
You're going to
die on 2.
I should have been to 4.
Yeah.
But the trip got pulled.
Yeah, these things happen sometimes.
Stupid client thing.
Yeah. What are you going to
Had
do?
a free safari set up.
Yeah.
God,
South Africa.
I wouldn't go to a safari if you paid me $1 million. Why would I want to go on a
I
safari?
certainly would. For $1 million? Of course I would.
You want to
get
get
chased by
an elephant?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you get chased by
You know
a
how many
lion,
times guys get pummeled by elephants on those safaris?
you're going to go to
I don't know.
You're going to
You
go
know?
Put on YouTube.
Okay,
Yeah,
how
happens.
many?
Thousands.
Right.
But
It does. It
I'm going
happens.
to properly vet the company that I'm going with and make sure I'm in the elevated. I want to be like in a London double-decker
If there is a
bus,
hell, that would be
away
my
from the
version of a hell.
animals.
Ronnie Mervis was going to set me up on the nicest
Ronnie
beaches.
Yeah.
Although the hell
Finest beaches in the world.
The actual safari trip wouldn't be hell. The hell would be the flight.
Yeah,
The flight would be
terrible.
hell. I think it would just be out in the jungle would be hell.
18-hour flight.
All of that would just be hell.
Yeah.
I'd snooze through most of it.
Go do it.
Safari, not a jungle. Last time I checked. Different.
1 to 2 fatalities a year from safari.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
nothing.
like I
You know how
said,
many people go on safaris per year? But
But
probably
thousands get attacked. Maybe 1 or 2 just die.
Just
Thousands
keep
get
making up.
attacked.
At some point.
It's 4
in the spring.
hours.
What is that going to be? A 4-hour flight?
Probably.
That's going to be hell.
Make sure you get your
Maybe 4.5.
Gatorade. Is it in you and your salty snack?
Oh, I need all that. Have to have a salt.
Say what's
Make
up to Ace Bailey.
Make sure you're not rooting for Utah tonight.
Yeah. Definitely not rooting for Utah tonight.
For the boys.
All right, so we wanted to get in some audio here of Kay Adams. Is she still work? I don't know who she's working for.
I think she does her own thing.
She
I don't
has
know.
her own thing now.
I think so.
But she's a respected NFL voice,
Sure.
media person.
Sure.
The first clip, this is her talking with free agent tight end Isaiah Likely.
Do you like the idea of Isaiah Likely to Commanders with Jaden Daniels? I like that. It's another
Well,
NFC
okay.
team.
That's another NFC. That's what I'm saying.
But
So
you'd get the
that's forward to-
looks there. You know, like I want you to just like have all the highlight cut. I just feel like
Yeah.
if I'm just a math girly, and I'm not, but like 60% of snaps on offense, very little targets, always behind somebody, you extrapolate that into like what you were able to do and double that, like
It's gonna get scary.
it's gonna get
I'm
scary.
telling you.
She's hyping him up.
She's
his hype.
She's trying
woman.
to basically steer him to the
To
Commanders.
Washington.
Seemed like he was okay with it, but had she said Jacksonville, he might have been okay with it.
Sounds like he wants to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to get paid.
Well,
Is that the idea that-
Baltimore just paid Mark Andrews, so they're
Right.
not
Yeah.
going to pay both
So
tight ends.
it's a foregone conclusion. He's 100%
He gone.
gone. He's gone.
He gone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's going to get highly compensated by somebody. He's going to get a nice contract.
He would be
Whether
a good
it's-
addition for the Washington Commanders, no doubt.
He'd be a great addition.
Yeah, but are you gonna use some of your assets when you have so many needs on him? Maybe.
I mean,
Why not?
don't they have a screaming need at tight
Got-
end? I feel like they do.
I mean, unless you want Ben Sinnott to be your starter.
It's not as high as the need for an edge rusher or a new middle linebacker.
How much is it
but
going to
it's pretty
cost?
high.
How much is it going to cost to bring in Likely?
I mean,
$15 million a year?
I don't know if he's going to make quite that much, but maybe 12 to 13 million per year. I can
I mean, that's
look
like
at what
bringing in
they're-
a RB.
What they're estimating him to sign for.
I mean, I guess
They got plenty of money.
I guess
Got plenty.
I guess I'd be for it. It's another weapon.
Yeah, you want that.
Yeah.
Did she also say that they're an off season away from the Super Bowl?
I believe we have that clip here as well from Kay
Yeah, I gotta-
Adams,
I gotta-
hyping up the Commanders and what they could turn into.
Washington Commanders, you've got to do something, and I love you. I love you. I love your GM. I love everything. We have forgotten how good this team was like just a year ago. They've got 90 to play with. They just got rid of Marshawn Lattimore yesterday. They're like one great offseason away from being in the Super Bowl. That's what I think. Adam, you've got your work cut out for you. You got to put the bulk of that 90 into fixing this defense that was literally the bottom. It was 32nd last year, but I don't know. We talked about it with the Bengals. No shortage of quality options. There should be opportunities to get some stuff going on the offense. How about like a Kenneth Walker, Tyler Algier? Does that sound sexy? I think so. Like Jaden needs somebody. Whatever happens, they got to make sure they don't waste the window because Jaden's got that rookie deal. They got to bounce back.
She's all
It's
in.
just a big jump. But maybe, I mean, I don't know.
We saw a bunch of jumps this year. So I certainly think it's possible. We'll see what happens here in the next couple of weeks. We are less than a week away from free agency. I mean, we're days away from the legal tampering period starting.
Yeah. I can't wait to see where the assets, where they go. Is it going to be kind of split? I mean, obviously they're going to do the analysis, see what's the strength of the draft, what's the strength of free agency. They'll balance all that out.
How many deals have already been made?
Trades?
Probably a bunch. Behind the scenes. Because they announce them at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
At 12 o'clock, it'll be announced. It's not like they began negotiations at 12 and 20 seconds later they've hammered out a 3-year deal.
No, somebody from the Redskins has spoken to like Ayuk's agent, for example.
Yeah.
Somebody has. Some third party.
They've got
and
framework of deals.
Parameters. Yeah, and they go, hey, you want it or not? Yay or nay? Yeah, I don't know.
And they're
It's
calling
the
around to see-
anticipation. It's anticipation.
Yeah.
Right? It's because they've got so much money to spend, and they're going to spend it.
If you had to choose,
They're going to spend it.
if you're the Commanders, you're the GM.
I don't know what
You're making the final decision. You have to choose between Isaiah Likely for $13 million or Stephon Diggs for $14 million.
I guess likely.
I'm going with the younger,
I'm the younger guy.
The younger ascending talent in Isaiah Likely.
I mean, if you sign Diggs, that's a 1-year rental. Yeah. I mean, at this point, that's what that's going to be. That's just going to be 1-year rental, 1-year rental, 1-year rental.
His stock is down. Isaiah's is pointing up.
Yeah.
I saw a statistic on Stephon Diggs. I don't have it in front of me right now, though, where he was number 2 in percentage of catches caught, thrown his direction.
Mm-hmm. He just didn't get enough targets.
Yeah, he's very productive.
Right. What if he could can you sign Likely, draft Love, but then we still need another receiver.
You could draft a receiver later,
Yeah.
or you could
You could
sign
sign a
another
guy.
one in free
How
agency.
did I have a scenario? Is there a scenario where we
Sign
could draft,
Jennings, sign Dobbs.
There's no scenario where we get Tate and Love. There's really no scenario. With
I wouldn't see that happening. I don't know how you would do that.
I don't know how that would happen
I
either.
mean, here's the thing about Diggs. Since 2018, he's been over 1,000 yards in every season except for 2024 with Houston, where he only played 8 games. Generally, he plays every game. I mean, you look at season by season, 17, 16, 16, 17, 17 last season with the Patriots.
But again,
he produces.
My problem with that is this is an old team trying to get younger, and signing Stephon Diggs does not help you in that regard.
Right, but they are
He's
going to
an older
sign
guy.
veterans. They are going to sign some veterans. Just so you know, they're going to sign some veterans. They're
That's
not, They're
fine.
not all going to be 26 years old.
But he
I understand,
produces.
but I need a younger guy.
Just getting a player younger for the sake of being younger, there aren't many guys who produce like Stephon Diggs who are going to be available in free agency at wide receiver.
Yeah, but you're getting older. I mean, it could be a 1-year rental, okay. But you're not going to give him multi-years.
No. I wouldn't think.
No, he's a 1-year guy for the rest of his career.
But 32 is not ancient for a receiver. It feels ancient for a running back.
It's not young.
No, but some of these guys who are available are Mike Evans, older. DeAndre Hopkins, older.
I have less than zero interest in DeAndre Hopkins.
How old is Tyreek Hill?
What if you do this?
31.
You got me thinking, though. What if we sign Likely, draft Love, and you sign Mike Evans? So 2 of those 3 are longer-term guys. Evans probably going to be in that 1-year rental range.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I mean, you
like Evans over Diggs?
I would take Evans over Diggs.
Maybe.
I probably would too, just for the red zone ability.
I mean, Evans is talking about producing.
I mean, it's just a freak.
Every single year.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you have injury issues, that he's older, etc. But would you hate that if that was part of the offseason?
I wouldn't hate it. I'd just be a little worried about the defense now.
Well, you're gonna, we're gonna have to start. We're gonna have to sign some defensive guys. There's a ton of linebackers apparently. There's some good corners out there they're probably going to sign.
They do have the Commanders listed on CBSSports.com as one of the 5 teams that should be that they feel like should be in the mix for Mike Evans, along with the
he's
Giants,
an older guy.
Chargers, Niners, and Bills.
But if you hold on, let's say I know for a fact Deontay Jones is going to lobby for a DB. I'll be stunned if they don't sign a DB, right?
Or
in free agency. Like one with some decent money. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know what it
Like
is.
maybe the Brisker dude
The
from
decent
Chicago,
money.
yeah.
Okay, they're gonna sign a linebacker.
Yep.
Without question.
Mm-hmm. They have to. They're so thin.
What if they didn't sign Likely, sign Evans, and then you draft Love?
Well, then your offense is loaded.
Now you're cooking.
Now you're cooking.
Now you're cooking.
Because if Mike Evans,
Now you're cooking with
if
some
Mike
grease.
Evans plays in 15+ games, he will score 8 to 10 touchdowns.
All I'd say
Minimum.
about Mike Evans is you better start massaging his hamstring.
You better have a good massage therapist on
Peptides.
staff.
BPC 157.
That does nothing. I'm taking it.
I don't know what that means.
It does
but
something for hamstrings.
Some people.
No, for hamstrings. Have it directly injected into your hamstring. There's a reason why they ban it.
I would have.
It does something.
I would have somebody on the staff. Their only job is to have the Theragun on Mike. Double Theragun Mike Evans' hammies. Just do this all the time to his hammies to keep him on the field.
But if he did
Please.
stay on the field and he was healthy, he would be really good.
Yes.
Imagine.
I mean,
the
he'd be an
offense.
8 to 10 touchdown guy.
Jake
Easily.
Daniels
Easy.
under center. Jeremiah Love in the backfield.
You're in on the love
Terry
train.
McLaurin.
Love train.
Terry McLaurin on your right. Mike Evans on your left.
Yeah.
Isaiah Likely at tight end.
But the only problem there is you're a pretty freaking old receiver. Maybe you draft another guy.
But all right.
Maybe you
That's
draft
true.
a younger one, maybe in the 3rd round. But I don't think they would
of
do
course.
that.
They still have McCaffrey and Lane to groom, and they're depth guys.
Didn't those guys get hurt? Didn't the young guys get hurt for
Yes.
them last year?
Yeah,
Well,
McCaffrey
anybody
got
can get
dinged
hurt.
up.
I know.
Anybody get hurt? It's a
I
violent
think the
game.
age thing was a little overstated.
Everybody got hurt.
Their players weren't good enough, whether they were young or old.
Yeah, but I don't think
a lot of the
it's-
injuries were young guys getting
But I
injured.
think it is a fact that older guys get hurt more than younger guys.
True.
I don't think it's.
But
you get
let's
away
be
from that.
real. Jaden Daniels missed a ton of games. He's young.
Yeah. Well, Jaden had a catastrophic year. There's just no getting around it. It was a catastrophic. second year.
McCaffrey missed a bunch of games young.
I mean,
I'm telling you, Diggs, if I had to choose between Diggs and Evans, I might go Diggs. Now, the problem with Diggs is he seems like he's a short yards. He's not a big play guy.
Right.
He's like a 10 to 12 yard
he's a
catch
possession
guy.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Evans
But
is
McLaurin a season ago was their big play guy, so it might actually fit.
It's going to be interesting to see McLaurin if he gets back to where he was 2 years ago.
I think he will.
I think if he stays healthy, you could get to 90% of that.
Yeah.
I remember the quarterback play he had to deal with last year.
I know.
EB, get
Well,
ready-
he just wasn't.
Get
He
ready
wasn't
for
ready.
Last
Combination of
year
those
of Terry
things.
McLaurin,
I
most
know.
likely.
Most
Just get
likely.
ready for it.
No, I know.
Get ready for the Terry McLaurin appreciation
Then
tour.
he's going to go on the 1-year deal odyssey. Elsewhere. That's what I see.
Most likely, yeah.
I mean, you saw John Allen going to be released in Minnesota.
Yep.
They're
Yeah.
way over the cap. So he's a cap casualty.
We had somebody on a few months ago that said it was a lock that Allen was going to get released.
Yeah.
Because he was the disappointment there.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to keep paying the big money.
Yeah. Well, they're also apparently way over the cap. They have cap issues.
Yeah. They're in salary cap hell.
Yeah, apparently. I've wrapped my brain around that. Now maybe Terry can have an unbelievable season and they can figure out a way to extend him. and it doesn't have to be extraordinary money.
But back to the
But in
Kay
all
Adams.
likelihood, it probably is.
Back to the Kay Adams audio. I could see them turning it around in a season. It happens all the time in the NFL now. So it's all, and by the way, there's pressure on them to turn it around because Dan Quinn and Adam Peters are in year 3. Originally, we kind of gave them 3 years. The whole timeline changed because year 1, they make it all the way to the NFC Championship game. But when they took over, we were like, okay, this year maybe they improve by a couple wins. Second year, they get to 500. Third year, that's the playoff year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they got to. I think they got to at least
go though from
I think
12
they got
wins to 5 wins back to 12 wins.
I don't know. But they don't necessarily have to get to 12. But I think there's pressure on them to get to 9 or 10.
Oh, there's definitely that pressure.
I got them at 9.
9 is a winning season.
9 currently, as they're currently constructed.
I think.
Well, I mean,
there's a lot of construction still left to do.
Yeah.
If they sign Mike Evans and Isaiah Likely and a corner and a linebacker, and they draft Jeremiah Love or Carnell Tate,
yeah.
I mean, they're going to sign guys.
They're going to have different guys on the roster.
Yeah, I know, but they have to be impactful players.
I like that you're exclusively putting an offensive player at that number 7 pick. That gives me great joy.
I think they need to surround their best player with more talent.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they tried to do last season with Debo and Tunsil.
And I thought
and
Debo was okay, but I think he got injured and he wasn't the same guy as the season progressed. But I have no problem with Debo. He's fun to watch. He was good. He just wasn't great.
No, he wasn't great.
It was good.
But he also didn't have his quarterback for most of the year.
Yeah, and he got banged up.
Yeah.
If you want to join us on an open line Thursday, you can chime in on Kay Adams' bullish sentiment on the Commanders. You think Isaiah Likely will be a Commander when free agency starts next week? You can call us at 800-636-1067. Open line Thursday brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. We'll be right back.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Opening day just hits different.
And C.J. Abrams has a leadoff home run in the second deck.
There's nothing like it. The thrill, the cheers, the game we love coming to life again. Declare your natitude Friday, April 3rd. The Dodgers come to town and the party's on all weekend at Nationals Park. RSVP now at nationals.com/tickets.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis. Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct. There is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy one diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
Grab a better breakfast at Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on all Chobani items with Prime through March 10th. Make a fruit-filled yogurt bowl or take a drink on the go. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
This Saturday, March 7th, Georgetown returns to the Capital One Arena. Be there with a bobblehead special ticket pack for just $24. Club level ticket and mascot bobblehead included. Get tickets at GUHoyas.com/bobblehead. That's GUHoyas.com/bobblehead.
The next phase of the Wizards rebuild is here.
Trae Young to DC.
I'm just super excited.
People love it.
So being able to be a vet, I feel like I have more things that I can give these young guys.
You still want to come here, so I love the trade.
On your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Anthony Davis coming to the Wizards.
I like the trade. You like the trade. They're not trying to win games this year. This is about a next year thing.
I'm for it because you didn't give up anything.
They found star player.
They're trying to win games.
Yes. Anthony Davis is a go-to guy. He can score.
106.7 The Fan.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you guys aware of the thing that went viral on Twitter yesterday from Sam Block? Keep 3, cut 9 sporting events. Did you guys see this list yesterday?
I did not.
Possibly, what is it?
Keep 3, get rid of 9 sporting events. And I'm going to give you all of the events. You got to
giving me 12 events.
Yeah, you got to keep 3 and cut 9.
All
Here
right.
are your events list. March Madness.
Mm-hmm.
NBA playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Are you jotting this down?
I have to write all this
You
down.
don't have to write it down.
Oh my god!
You can look at it.
You just got to keep 3.
You
Got to keep 3 of these
You do have
12.
Twitter, and you can find it on Twitter.
It's hard to find.
It's not.
All right. Well,
hard to
March
find.
Madness is number 1.
March
Go ahead.
Madness, NBA playoffs.
All right.
WNBA playoffs.
Okay.
I mean, what are we doing here? Stanley Cup playoffs.
All right.
Right.
College football playoff.
Okay.
NFL playoffs.
Right.
All right.
Major League Baseball postseason,
Right.
College World Series,
Right.
Wimbledon,
Right.
World Cup.
I know what else is coming. Hold on.
Right. You better have the Masters.
Hold on. College World Series, you said, right?
College World Series, Wimbledon.
The Masters is coming.
It has to be.
World Cup.
Right. Whatever.
World Cup. All right.
The Olympics.
Yeah.
Which one? All of them?
It just says the Olympics.
Whatever.
I do like the Olympics.
And
there it is.
The Masters.
Oh.
The Masters.
Well, mine's easy. March Madness, the Masters, NFL playoffs.
Yeah, for me, this is a very easy list. Mine is March Madness, Stanley Cup playoffs, NFL playoffs. Easiest keep 3, cut 9 ever.
All right, hold on. What? Mine's a little different, I think. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, what would be the 3 events you keep? Cakes, rattle them off. March Madness, NBA playoffs, WNBA playoffs, Stanley Cup, college football playoffs, which were great this year with Mendoza and Indiana. NFL playoffs, MLB postseason, that includes the World Series, College World Series, Wimbledon, World Cup, Olympics, and Masters.
We're all going to have NFL playoffs.
NFL playoffs.
What if it excludes the Super Bowl?
That's fine.
That's
I still
okay.
like the NFL playoffs.
That's fine.
I'm okay I don't even care that much about the Super Bowl by the time we get
I
there.
mean, I want to watch the Super Bowl, but if you tell me you can watch all of the NFL playoffs and miss the Super Bowl,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I think I'd be okay.
Unless my team was in it.
All right, I'm going to be
Then it would
different.
hurt. Yeah.
And it's not, it's,
I know
'cause I
what-
prefer it.
And the
I know,
Masters,
I-
I know I'm going to
I
have.
know what you're going to have.
All
in
right,
there.
what am I going to have?
You're gonna have
WNBA
He'll have,
playoffs.
he'll have NBA playoffs.
I have NBA playoffs.
Right.
NBA playoffs better than March Madness, best of 7, and it lasts 2 months. So I'm
Wait,
getting more
that's-
bang for my buck. I do think that the March Madness format, it's more exciting. But NBA playoffs just last
I
longer. I mean,
reserve
an
the-
individual series in the playoffs, let's say the Wizards next year go on this run where
Yeah.
they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I was about to say,
which Valdez alluded to.
I reserve the right to change my mind when the Wiz make deep playoff runs.
That's,
I could bump one of
that,
those.
if they make the Eastern Conference Finals, that's a month and a half.
Yeah.
March Madness is 3 weeks.
I know for NBA playoffs, I usually don't watch the first round. And I often don't watch the second round.
I'm intrigued by matchups.
He's talking about watching a 10 o'clock game tonight because the Lakers are playing the Nuggets. He wants to watch that.
Amazon Prime.
Well, he's
10 p.m.
He's a borderline insane
All right, I'm
person.
going.
And then my third event, which I doubt any of you have, which I think is the best, is World Cup.
Yeah, but
The World Cup is awesome.
World Cup's great.
It's not better
but
than the Masters.
The fact that it's once
Yes, it
every
is.
it's once every 4 years.
Ask the millions of
excludes
people
it.
around the world.
To me, it excludes it. It's once every 4 years.
Look,
I can't take that
I like
seriously.
to watch the World Cup just because we usually have some sort of a pool.
Yeah.
If I didn't have a pool, I probably would only watch the Americans. All right, I'm going to go March. I'm a college sports guy. I'm going March Madness, college football playoff, NFL playoffs. I'm leaving the Masters out.
I'm surprised you leave.
And that's hard.
I'm surprised you leave
That
Major
is-
League Baseball playoffs out.
That's hard.
All right, if you
want
want
the World Series is awesome.
How about
And I
one?
tell you what, I wanted to have the Olympics in there,
Right.
Because I love the Olympics.
If I pick one, the Masters.
Masters would be my 4.
Masters is way
Hold
down
up.
my list.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's have a draft.
Yeah.
You got 12. We each get 3,
Okay.
right?
Right.
So we can have a draft.
All right. Who now? We got to do draft
Because he
order.
says he's going to take the Masters
Hold
one,
on, hold
and then we'll
on.
decide. I'll put it up as our poll today.
Why?
Who has the best 3 events?
Somebody's going to get stuck with WNBA playoffs. Then you're going to lose.
Yeah, but you could have the sillies.
I mean, I don't want to do it based on other people's opinion because I don't care what other people's opinion.
Well, I know, but it's just a bit.
I'm happy to do it for you, but I would not be doing it to try to win the fans' opinion. Like,
So we're drafting
I would
right
do
now?
it based on what I like.
Yeah, hold on. We're doing a random number generator.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Well, because you just said Masters would be
Right,
your number
and I
one
understand
pick.
that you guys don't care about that. But it
Yeah,
would be
but
my
he
number
wants
one.
the Masters, so
Yeah, maybe
I
he's
love the
number
Masters.
5 or something for him. He's not that.
I didn't say 5. I said 4.
Yeah.
He doesn't listen.
So
I heard you.
we came up
It's called
with
exaggeration.
we ran a number generator.
Yes.
Eric gets the number 1 pick.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Cakes gets the number 2 pick.
Slice, because I know who he's taking at number 1.
Right.
My pick's going to be
No.
Jason's number 3.
Oh, perfect.
No, I know what I'm going to do.
Clockwise.
I
Oh,
take
yeah,
NFL
and
playoffs.
JP's
I take
JP's
NFL
number
playoffs.
4.
I'll take NFL playoffs.
Then you might do a spite pick.
No, I take NFL playoffs because
And are we
It's
snaking?
important to me.
Are we
Yeah, we're
snaking?
snaking.
And we're snaking.
Yeah, we're snaking.
Okay.
I'll take NFL playoffs.
All right, NFL. All right, Cakes.
All right, hold up. I got to write this down.
I mean, now
I'll
I'm
put this-
crestfallen
I'll
because you
put this
took my
on.
pick.
Yeah, NFL playoffs, of course.
All right, who's picking
We
third
all
and
want
fourth?
that.
I'm 3.
Okay. I don't know what to do now. Where do I go?
You just got some strategy.
NFL
It's good
playoffs
strategy.
is gone?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think this is easy.
Yeah.
And kind of an upset. But
Stanley Cup
He did
playoffs.
stay true to his board, though.
Stanley Cup playoffs off the board.
No, I just think I
He
can.
did
I
the
can-
opposite of your strategy,
I
by
still
the
think
way.
I can get my stuff because you guys don't
Yeah.
value it.
All right, I'm taking college football playoff.
All right, Jason's got college football, CFP.
Cakes
I'll
has
put this all online.
I mean, JP has back-to-backs.
They have back-to-backs. Hold on, I got to cross this out. Cross out NFL.
What did Cakes take?
I took the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh my god.
It's easy.
All right, I'm going to take March Madness
and NBA playoffs. That's what you're taking.
and I'm actually going to take World Cup here.
Ooh, March Madness and World Cup off the board. Back to Jason.
Well, I'm taking the Masters.
See, your strat blow up in your face, EB.
All right, hold on. You took March Madness and World Cup.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
I mean that was easy.
I don't know if I like any of these other players I have left on the board.
Can I see what's left on the board?
I mean,
left on the
I
board
have to pick
includes
from
College World Series, Major League Baseball postseason, Wimbledon, Olympics, WNBA playoffs, NBA playoffs.
I'll be honest, I don't love any of these picks.
Yeah.
But the best of the remaining, I guess I'm forced to take NBA playoffs.
At number 7,
And
you
I
got NBA
hate that
playoffs.
pick. I hate
Well,
that
don't take something you hate if there's other stuff you like.
Yeah, but the other stuff is.
Can we? So here's the scenario.
I hate more.
By the
I
way,
hate more
here's
of
the
what's
scenario.
left.
Here's the scenario. You're in jail, and this is only when you get rights to your television, right? Okay,
that's fair.
This is how you can envision it. So, in other words, this is what's going to entertain you while you're in jail, prison for your manslaughter charge or whatever. This is the only
I accidentally killed somebody.
Yeah.
I'll say this, Cakes.
Or maybe you got your ninth got a speeding ticket like Myles Garrett.
Cake's got the most bang for his buck in that the Stanley Cup playoffs is 2 months.
Yeah.
And the NBA playoffs is 2 months. The problem is they run around the same time.
That is
He's
true.
going to have to make choices.
Yeah.
Be bored. You've been doing a lot of whistling.
Yeah.
All right, what are you picking? You're in
I
jail.
already
did. He took
NBA
NBA
playoffs.
Let me see
You
your-
got
your
back-to-backers.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to finish it off. So I got NFL
Have
playoffs.
fun with the WNBA playoffs.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Somebody's going to have to pick it.
I will do MLB postseason for sure.
Yep.
And I mean, no chance I would do WNBA playoffs. I don't care about College World Series. It's between Wimbledon and the Olympics. Honestly,
What?
I'm a child of Wimbledon. I'm a Wimbledon
You're a
guy.
Wimbledon guy.
I'm
You
a
love
tennis
grass,
guy. I'm a
grass
tennis guy.
courts.
All right, Cakes.
I have another pick.
Yes, it's your last pick.
Oh my god!
You guys got the poo-poo.
So what's left on the board?
You have College World Series. You have Olympics
Have
or
fun.
WNBA playoffs.
Have fun watching the
Well,
Mystics.
I mean, again, I have a gun to my head. I have to pick the lesser of the three evils, and to me, that's the Olympics.
Oh,
I hate my team. My team sucks.
so I got to take either WNBA or college. I mean, I got to take College World Series.
Caitlin Clark.
No,
JP gets to watch.
I was hoping you weren't going to take the Olympics because I would have had the best list.
Hey,
Right.
when you guys, can we make this the poll of the?
Yes, I'm putting this up as the
I know,
poll
but,
today.
but who?
The only problem is the stupid characters. It's going to be hard to fit it all in.
JP, this is what you do. You say team A, B, or choice A, B, C, or D. Then you list A's choices, B's choices, C's choices, D's choices attached.
Yeah.
So
I'll figure
that
it
way
out.
it's not tainted by people who hate cakes and don't want to vote for cakes.
True.
Okay.
That's very true. That's a big
right.
factor.
I mean, my team is Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, and the Olympics. Blah! I don't think I like my team.
I mean, here's my
You do have a
problem.
lot of time to watch TV.
If I'm in prison,
You got 3 months.
I like
You got
March.
3 months worth.
I like March, and then every 4 years I get the World
I mean,
Cup.
one of my events is every 2 years.
That's true.
And
You're
then,
in jail on like a
and then
murder charge.
WNBA playoffs. I mean,
You wouldn't even know when it was on.
I need Caitlin Clark against
Yeah.
Angel
Yeah,
Reese.
you get to watch the Lynx and the Mercury. Best of luck to you.
All right, there we go.
All right. By
But
the
I
way,
had the fourth pick.
it is open line Thursday. You have a chance to see the show. Let's go to Gary in Upper Marlboro. Gary.
Gurry.
Yeah, I pronounce it garage. But I'm only joking with it. Hey, look.
Garage.
That was less funny
I
than
was-
Ben. I didn't think that was possible.
Go ahead, Gary.
I was going to talk about Kate Adams.
Yes.
but I want to give you my 3 on this real quick.
All right.
It's definitely going to be college basketball, March Madness, NFL playoffs, and I'm going to go with Major League Baseball playoffs because there's so much pressure on every pitch.
Solid.
And the same thing with hockey. I mean, when you a Game 7, every shot means something. So that's
I know. I just don't care about all the other teams. I only care about one team.
Yeah, exactly. If the Caps are in it, got it. But as far as Adams is concerned, and we have our wish list of all these people that we're trying to get, where's the money going to come from? I mean, I know everyone's talking about we have all this cap space, but the reason why we have all this cap space is because we didn't even have half of a roster signed. So if you go out and you re-sign Laramie Tunsil, $30 million a year.
That's going to be a lot.
You sign Isaiah Likely, Isaiah $12 to $15 million.
Yep.
Mike Evans, definitely $15 million.
Yep.
Then you have all of these players, like 30 players you need to sign for with maybe $50, $60 million in cap space.
Yeah, you're bringing up a good point. You're bringing up a good point.
They'll figure it out.
And then, but then you got to worry about Jaden after next year.
I'm not worried about that right now.
I'm not saving money for Jaden right now.
Yeah.
No. I'll cut a bunch of guys.
That's down the road.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Gary. Now, you do bring up a good
what
point.
if Jaden gets hurt again and he misses 9 games?
I wouldn't be able to allocate the money. I wouldn't be able to figure it out.
That's why they got the capologists.
That's why I think they're gonna sign a boring corner and a boring linebacker, a bunch of boring signings.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm not convinced they're going to be the splashes that Lurch is promising me.
I think it will be.
I need some sexy, like under the Christmas tree presents where I'm unwrapping and it's a big. It's like
a bike.
It's like a bike.
It's a bike with a big
or it's
bow
like
on
a
it.
big ass train set.
Sure.
It's a big box.
Yeah.
It's not some little thing with like a shirt.
Right, or a pair of socks.
If we sign a corner, that's like getting a shirt when you're 12. I want a bike. I want a train set.
You still want a train set.
I'm just saying. That's what I want. If I'm a kid on Christmas and I'm opening my gifts and I go downstairs and it's a bunch of shirts, that's a dud Christmas.
So you want offensive guys?
It could be a splash defensive end or edge guy. It could be. I could get excited.
But I don't know
if
there's going to be anybody in free agency that's going to make you that excited.
Well, we could trade for Max Crosby.
Oh well, yeah. They trade.
That would qualify.
That would work.
That would work.
Trey Hendrickson?
Maybe Trey Hendrickson. I'm a little bit worried just because he had such a dud year last year.
You don't have to give up draft capital for that.
But you got to pay a lot. It's going to be a $30+ million
I don't mind
outlay.
future. I don't mind trading the future away.
Yeah. Future picks, it's fine.
Yeah.
Big at kicking the can down the road.
I'm big in that. I don't care about
paying later.
I don't care about
like
the future.
Jason putting stuff on layaway. That sort of deal.
Right. That's what I want to be. I'm gonna be like Jason at Best
monthly
Buy.
installments.
I'm gonna go there and buy a water heater.
Get it
or
now,
something.
pay 5 years later. It's perfect. That's the way we do things.
No interest.
All right, if you want to join us on an Open Line Thursday, you're welcome to do that. 800-636-1067 is the number. Don't forget, later in the show, our pal Mark Roberge, lead singer of OAR, he's going to join us at 9:45 to hype up Ocean's Calling. So that's coming up toward the end of the show here on The Fan.
Tonight, the NBA spotlight is on the nation's capital as Trae Young suits up for the first time for the Wizards. Is this the start of an electrifying new era of DC hoops? Wizards, Bulls, tip off at 7 on your flagship home of the Wizards. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
If you're running for an elected position this year or represent a political PAC, understand winning isn't about being everywhere. It's about reaching the right voters with your message, often enough to matter. Odyssey DC delivers that advantage with the Triad's top-rated radio brands, reaching almost 700,000 voter-aged, engaged listeners, according to Nielsen Research. Odyssey reaches voters where trust is built, during commutes, at work, home, and all points in between. And when you pair radio with Odyssey's digital app and podcast network, your message extends even further with precision targeting and measurable frequency. Eager voters are listening to Odyssey DC right now, and so are you. What would you like to say to them? Get started by calling Odyssey DC 202-971-8007. That's 202-971-8007. 202-971-8007 for Odyssey DC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Earlier in the show, EB was talking about Doug Gottlieb,
yes,
and how he was thanking the crowd,
yes,
after they beat Purdue Fort Wayne. I believe.
I'm not sure who it was.
I think it's Purdue Fort Wayne in the Horizon League tournament.
Yeah.
And he thought that they actually won the tournament.
I thought that they meant they were qualified for postseason.
No, the reason he was thanking them is because that's Green Bay's first conference tournament win in 5 years.
Wow. Okay,
so that's why he was. That's why he was thanking.
Dude, he's had success. He's turned it around.
Yeah, they went 4-23 last year. They won 18 games so far.
I think the year before, when he inherited it, they had one win. I think.
No,
he went from 1 to 4, and then
hopefully we'll see Buzz do the same thing next year. But that's why he was thanking the crowd.
Yeah. Okay.
And I believe they play Northern Kentucky on What's today? The 5th? Saturday or Sunday in the semifinals.
He's got a little Danny Hurley in him.
Yeah, he's feisty.
Feisty. His pressers are wild.
Well, he was like that as a player. He's feisty, no doubt.
Hey, I did put up the Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise. That includes T-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. I actually shook up the order and followed his advice, so you vote on A, B, C, or D.
Okay.
And we'll see who wins. You can vote at Junks Radio in terms of the keeping 3 out of the 12 events.
Yeah, keep 3, cut 9.
Was the
bit on Twitter yesterday. I officially don't like my team, but that's fine. It's just a goofy mock draft.
All right, so
nobody really cares.
It's a mocky mock.
So traditionally, an NBA roster would have 12 players. Now it's like 15, and there's these two-way guys who play both.
Right.
If you had to keep 3 Wizards, cut 9. Who are the 3 you're keeping right now?
Bilal Koulibaly. I'm keeping him.
I'm keeping Bilal.
Sar, Riley, Trey.
Hold on, that's a great question.
Keep 3. Well, Bilal.
You're keeping
I have
Bilal.
to keep Bilal because of the bit.
Okay.
Keeping Sar. I mean, he's the
of
young
course.
cornerstone.
I'm keeping the 3 youngest guys.
Am I keeping Keyshawn?
I think I'm keeping Will
want
Riley.
Keyshawn?
Well, you're not
That's what I said.
keeping. You're not keeping Trey. You're not keeping.
I'm
AD.
keeping Trey, Riley,
I'm keeping
Sar.
the young nucleus. I'm keeping Keyshawn. That's my 3.
So
Trey and AD. Been nice knowing you, but I'm shipping you out.
I think
at some point.
Do we agree? Sar, Keyshawn, and Will?
No, I have Koulibaly. I have to keep Koulibaly.
The cake says Bilal.
I have to keep waving the
All right,
first
hold on.
flag.
I'm gonna write
It'd be
this
like
down.
9 on my list. I keep.
But you got to pick 3.
All right, pick Keyshawn, Will, and Sar.
Key, Sar, and Will Riley. Okay.
Who were you keeping?
I mean, if I was a GM for real right now, simply for the assets, because I would trade them, I would keep AD. I think he has the most value. I would probably keep Trey, and then I would keep Sar.
Trey Young?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I don't think anybody's
bye-bye.
keeping Trey Johnson.
I am.
You're keeping Trey Johnson?
Yeah, I'm keeping the 7th pick in the draft, who's played half a year.
And so you're taking Trey Johnson,
Riley, Sar.
Riley's
getting a lot of love.
So you're
I'm
just
keeping the 3
dumping
youngest
AD. Like AD,
Well,
I
hold on.
think he'll have value.
Your question was you've got to keep 3 and dump the rest.
Yeah.
But for how long? For the next 5 years? For this year?
No. Just
I'm not going to keep AD and Trey Young if it's we're trying to build for
we're
like 5 years.
we're trying to build a team.
Yeah, we're trying to build.
I'm taking those 3 studs.
okay. Well, if I have to eliminate Trey, then I'm going to keep Sar. I think I would keep Keyshawn. And then, I mean, I like Bub, but I don't think I keep him. I would keep Trey. I still like.
Trey Young.
Yeah. I mean, no, not Trey Young.
Trey Johnson.
Trey Johnson.
I'd like to hear Ben's opinion. Ben, who are the 3 you keep locked on the Wizards?
Sar, George, and Trey Johnson.
Over Will
So the
Riley.
same 3 that I have.
Right now, but Riley might win me over eventually.
Yeah.
George, more complete player right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But
I mean,
you
I'd
would keep.
like
I
to
would
keep
assume that your 3rd was Trey Johnson.
He did say Trey Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, who are you keeping over Will? If Will's your 4th,
He's Keyshawn.
Keyshawn.
but Keyshawn's your 3rd then.
Yeah, Sar, Johnson, and George.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my same 3.
Yeah.
I'm the only guy.
All right, let's go. Let's go team to team.
Yeah, all right.
All right, Caps.
Caps is Willie.
I'm kidding. I wouldn't even know.
It is a good exercise, though.
I wouldn't even know for the Caps. I'd have to go to the roster. I don't know.
Well, you keep Leno, you keep Willie, and you probably keep Logan Thompson off the top of your head.
What about Pierre-Luc Dubois?
Yeah, what about Dubois?
Pierre-Luc Dubois is pretty important, too. I'd like to keep 5 or 6 Caps.
Right.
Can I do that? Can I expand?
Well, they have a roster more than 12.
Yes, true.
So you might be able to do that. It is Open Line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. 1-800-636-1067 is the number.
By the way, I don't know what your guys' travel plans are today, but you might want to stay away from Alexandria because
What's going on?
2 people have been attacked by a raccoon in Old Town Alexandria.
Oh, really? You got a rabid
They're
raccoon?
now warning about possible rabies after a dead raccoon was found in the same area. But the one that's bitten the 2 people, still on the loose.
Yeah.
Now, hold on. Do raccoons eat their own? In other words, if there's a dead raccoon,
will they eat the raccoon? Now, raccoons will eat a lot of things.
Will they eat like a fellow dead
I
raccoon?
don't know if they're raccoons or cannibals. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
That's a great question. I'm not sure.
I mean, because you're kind of, the way you're leading the witness, it makes me feel
How
like
did the
maybe
raccoon? Did the raccoon attack the people unprovoked, or was the raccoon cornered and had to defend himself? What happened there?
Not sure. It just says officials say the individuals were bitten near North Henry Street, North Patrick Street, and Cameron Street. It's unclear if it was the same raccoon, but because of the aggressive behavior, rabies is a real concern. Experts are urging people in Old Town to stay alert and avoid wildlife, even if they look, quote, cute and cuddly.
Well, don't they say when they have rabies, that's when they're really friendly? Like their defenses go down, right?
Not sure.
Like they're not
The
necessarily.
only thing I know
they're not
about-
necessarily angry. They might be, but I think they might also sometimes present friendlier than normal.
Maybe
their guard is down.
all I know is foaming at the mouth.
No,
foaming
maybe I
at the
made that
mouth.
up.
Big rabies. Big rabies.
Usually, when they have rabies, they're feisty.
I thought if they approach you when they have rabies, it's because their defenses are down. I don't know.
I don't know. They're like you mean they're like the Wizards in most games? Their defense is down.
Yeah.
And they don't play good defense.
It's most of the NBA.
By the way, Cakes, I'm looking at the roster. I'm keeping Willie,
Okay.
Leno,
Yeah.
and Stromer.
So this is a solid 3.
Solid 3. I like that.
Though they paid a lot for LT, so I'm going to keep him. Though I like Stromer a lot,
Yeah.
but I'm going to keep Leno and Willie. Those are my guys.
Yeah, Leno and Willie, I think, are no-brainers.
Yeah.
Those are no-brainers.
But getting back to what we were just talking about, if you're in Alexandria, watch out for a rabid raccoon on the loose, or what appears to be a rabid raccoon just going around biting people left and right.
Did you see how bad the fog was this morning?
It was bad. I was driving through it like from
on the
MGM. It
on
was
the
bad.
toll road. I'm just driving. I'm on the middle lane or the third lane, and all of a sudden I see, police car lights, and it came up like that. There was a tractor trailer that was completely turned around on the toll road
because of the.
I'm guessing
the fog
because
somehow?
of the fog. But you couldn't see the cop lights or the emergency lights that had the lanes blocked until you were right on top of it. It was scary.
Well, you drive fast.
No, I was driving 60 miles. I was driving 60.
Right.
I don't drive fast in the morning.
60 might be a little fast with pea soup thick fog outside.
Well, maybe. I had it down to 55 at one point.
Yeah.
But I had it on cruise control at 60, and all of a sudden, this tractor trailer's almost flipped over.
I completely snooze on cruise control.
Oh, I use it every day.
Never use it.
Yeah,
I just don't use
because
it.
I feel like I'm always gaining on somebody when I use it, and then you got to hit your brake, and then you got to restart it.
No, my car slows down if it gets within 100 yards of the
It
car.
slows down on its own?
Slows down.
You can choose the distance.
It's 100 yards, I think, for mine.
Mine, you can choose the distance.
Maybe mine does that, but I'm not aware of it.
I don't think
so.
I don't think Beamers do that.
Yeah. So mine is a pain in the ass.
But it is kind of, it can be a pain. Like I'll do one on the ICC because there's always cops there, and it's a weird miles per hour. I think it's 60.
But like
It
in
is
all
60.
those years, I would drive up to Cornell or Poughkeepsie. You have to, it's a pain in the ass. You have to monitor it because you're constantly putting on the brake, and then you have to reset it, put it on the brake, reset it.
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on how many cars are in front of you. But when I would go down to Virginia Tech to see the girls on 81, if I had a long stretch, cruise.
Well, dude, if I had one that slowed down it for me and kept it like chill, dude, I might fall asleep.
That's what it does.
You definitely might
I think a
fall
lot of
asleep.
cars do that.
Yeah. Mine definitely has when you drift, and if you start to go over the center line, it kicks you back over.
Yeah.
That's been a useful feature.
Oh, I'm sure it has.
That's been a useful feature.
Definitely.
I like it, actually.
Definitely useful if you're watching TV while driving.
I mostly listen to TV.
Okay, mostly? That's what concerns me.
But I have the hack is if you're going to go that route, you got to have the phone above. It's got to be at eye level. You can't be down
Above
low.
the dash.
It's got to be above
No.
the dash. If you're looking down below,
It's a good life hack.
yes. If you're looking down below, you're for sure going to die.
All right, if you want to join us on an Open Line Thursday, you can do that. You can call us whenever. 800-636-1067 is the number. Don't forget, later in the show, our pal Mark Roberge, lead singer of OAR, he's going to join us at 9:45 to talk about the Oceans Calling Festival coming back to Ocean City for the Junks. We'll be right back.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Arkansas Razorbacks are rolling in March after a dominant 105-85 blowout over Texas last night. Freshman sensation Darius Acup Jr. made history at Bud Walton Arena, becoming the first player in the program's history to record at least 25 points and 10 assists in a single game. Coach Cal's team is hot. I'm Drake Toll.
We all know someone who would do anything to avoid home repairs. They say, I could probably do that, and you know they probably shouldn't, or they hire a handyman who isn't so handy after all. That's where Crop Metcalf comes in. With certified experts and proactive memberships, they make it easy to keep your home happy and healthy with regular maintenance and worry-free repairs. So do every overconfident DIYer or avoidant homeowner you know a favor this year. Tell them to leave it to the experts. Book with Crop Metcalf and save $90 on an HVAC Precision tune-up.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Capital One Arena on March 7th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
B-Mitch here. Just like on the ice, you got to protect yourself out there. And that's why I ride with Law Tigers in my corner. They've been fighting for injured riders for over 20 years, and knowing they've got my back makes every ride even better. Now here's a power play that you don't want to miss. Law Tigers teamed up with Harley-Davidson of DC to give away a custom Washington Capitals Harley. This one's a beauty. Trust me. Go to CapsFansBike.com to enter today. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Kaffers and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside.
Back to the air, deep left center field, going toward the bullpen.
The sounds of spring training are on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals.
Bang! So back-to-back go the Nationals.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The Steelers are releasing tight end Jonnu Smith per Adam Schefter, who reported the team will save $7 million against the cap in the process. The Steelers acquired him from the Dolphins as part of the Jalen Ramsey trade just last year, and now Jonnu Smith will be a free agent. And Australia took the 2026 WBC opener 3-0 over Chinese Taipei. The action continued this morning. Korea just beat Czechia 11-4 in their first Pool C game. Czechia back on the field to face Australia again tonight. That game at 10 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, though, is when we're going to start seeing a lot of games played, including Team USA, their first game against Brazil. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's an open line Thursday with the Junks, 800-636-1067. That is the phone number. You use your phone. You punch in those numbers. You call the Junks. That's how this works. We have a back and forth, a dialogue, if you will.
All right, you want to bang out a call?
Sure, let's do it.
All right. As Kicks mentioned, it's open line Thursday. Let's go to Robert, 800-636-1067. Robert, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Not much. What's going on? First time caller here.
Thanks, man.
What's up,
I
Robert?
appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Not much. I was just calling. Y'all have to upgrade from cruise control and just get the Tesla go full self-drive. It's
Well, I
so
think
money.
I've heard about it.
I've never been in a Tesla.
You've never?
No.
I have not either.
You go test drive one. They have the full self-drive. You can just hop in. It's point to point. I don't even touch the steering wheel anymore.
Yeah.
I know.
Button on the-
Look, Drabby's
the
got
screen
one. He
and
said,
go.
isn't it a couple $100 extra bucks a month or something? Like, what
It's
is it?
$99
What is it?
a month.
Extra $100 a month?
$99.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Tesla's they don't own that category anymore because I'm pretty sure the new X5s I think have that. I think the new BMWs have that feature maybe starting now, I think.
What do they call it? Oh, self-drive? Is that what they call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, FSD, full self-drive.
I got to tell you, Robert.
I am
understand-
intrigued by it.
Some people are intrigued. I just don't have total control or total faith in leaving my life in the hands of the
All right,
computer.
when you've
I
done
want to
it-
control it.
Essentially, you do on an airplane.
I know.
From
he
all
doesn't
accounts,
like it. He doesn't like it.
It's risky. That's why I only fly once
He
a year.
doesn't have the ability to fly an airplane, so he has to cede that control.
Robert,
I
here's
need
the question.
I need to be able to touch the steering wheel.
I don't know that I need to. I've seen enough videos now that I am intrigued.
The
I'll be
taxis have done well in the cities where they're self-driving.
honest. Robert, how long have you had this now?
I bought it December of 24, and it's gradually gotten to the point where I don't even pay attention anymore, to be honest with you. I just sit here on my phone.
He's almost at a year and a half.
So,
What do you do?
every day you drive it to work. Every day you just punch in or you talk to it and tell it it's your address, and then that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you can just hit like the work button on the screen,
right?
And then it puts in the address, and then there's a start self-driving on
Okay,
the
gotcha.
screen.
I have a
checks the
question.
traffic,
I have
right?
a question. Obviously, my question is, how often, if you are paying attention, are you thinking, well, this is a little like you have the instinct to maybe want to get involved and override it? How often does that happen?
I mean, honestly, I override it once a day on my drive just because there's a point in the drive where it wants to get over into the left lane, but the left lane is a turn lane, and I need to go straight. It does it every day. I don't know.
In other words, you don't like that route. But other than that, there hasn't been a time where you felt like, oh, it's going too fast, or oh, I need to swerve here, or anything of that nature.
No, I mean, honestly, it happened yesterday. There was a car that I wasn't paying attention. It came over and was like getting into my lane. The Tesla kind of pulled over into the side of the road-ish, but it kept on going. There was no hesitation.
What if there was a parked car on the side of the road?
Then it would have a different dilemma.
Well, I hope it would recognize that there's a parked car there.
Right.
But its AI is probably working faster than your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
To figure out the best scenario.
Right. I've seen a video where there's
Remember.
like where the cars in it's a Tesla video, I think, where it's their latest iteration of their self-driving. I think they keep constantly updating this. And there was like an accident on the other side, and like a wheel was bouncing, coming hard, and you wouldn't have normal seen it, and it evaded it.
Yeah.
Like a normal human probably wouldn't have been able to react as quickly and as expertly.
I've been in one before.
Robert,
my buddy was one of the first to get one when they were coming out. I mean, I think he got on the Cybertruck list. Like, he was one of the first. And years ago, 5, 6, maybe 7 years ago, we drove the Tysons. Now, at that time, he still had to touch the wheel like once every minute or once every 2 minutes or something.
I think they've got away with
and
that.
I was sitting in the front seat because we were going out with our wives. So it was like couples dinner, and he was kind of showing off, and it was... I was nervous at first, but that thing was changing lanes. It was doing everything.
Right. Robert, out of curiosity, what'd you pay for the tests?
It was like right around I have the Model Y, so it was like 40,000. And when I got it, there was 0% interest.
Good deal.
Yeah, that's a great deal. All right.
I'm not into the Teslas, to be honest with you. I feel like kind of a wuss.
Well, I'll say this. The Cybertruck is one of the ugly. I see them on the road. I don't understand the attraction.
I do think it's ugly, but at least I wouldn't feel like a wuss in that one.
I just don't see any. I don't see what
I don't see any
I don't see
attraction
what
in
the appeal is to that vehicle.
It looks like it would be kind of awkward to be
maybe
in.
Off-roading. Is there an off-road appeal?
I don't
or
even
something?
know.
I think the appeal, right, is it doesn't get damaged, and it's a Tesla. Some people are just into the brand.
Yeah, I just think it's ugly.
I think they're.
I agree.
I think they're a public eyesore.
Yeah, you haven't gotten used to it though.
What do you mean?
I mean,
like you know how you
I'm
get
used to them,
acclimated
but
to things
every time
over
I see
time.
them,
Yeah,
I see it and I say that's an ugly
I just would
vehicle.
never buy one.
Right.
I mean,
I would probably be more likely to get the Cybertruck than any of the other little wimpy cars. I don't like them.
I would need to be paid to drive. Everybody has a price. You could pay me to drive one, but it would take payment for me to drive around in one of those vehicles.
I get it. I'll tell you now, there's so many different electric vehicles. I see them. I don't even know the brand. I don't even know. I went to the Tysons Mall for the first time ever because I was just killing time when I was in Virginia. My daughter has volleyball till 10 p.m. And I'm just walking. They're selling cars in malls. Mm-hmm. They had like that Rivian or whatever that is. Malls are so desperate now they're selling cars in them.
Yeah, I mean, Montgomery Mall has a Tesla store in the mall, or at least it used to.
Yeah, I will occasionally see cars, and I don't know the manufacturer.
Right.
I don't know how many independent, smaller of those there are, but companies.
I think
they're prevalent.
Timothy Chalamet does a car ad. Is it Lumen? I think it's another.
I thought they make lights.
They do something computer-wise because I know the Seattle Seahawks field is called Lumen Field, and it's not for a vehicle company.
Okay. But getting back to the driverless bit, and we've talked about this before, but I'm pretty sure it's Tesla that puts out cars without steering wheels. There's a line of cars that they're producing that have no steering wheels. And I'm not sure
Jason
if it's
Bishop
just
will not own one of those ever.
Never.
I think it's for like the city to buy for, like a cab system or something.
Yeah.
Or like an Uber or something.
I would just never let the car drive itself. I'm just not that type of person.
You don't think? Well, what if you got? Let's say.
I mean, I kind of do when I press cruise control, but I'm steering it.
Right, but what if you had? Let's say it was a feature in your car now that you currently drive.
Yeah.
And you just tested it out, and after you drove to work 10 times, you saw that it's incredible. You might change your opinion.
Of course.
Right, because you've experienced it. Because you're sitting there and your hands are like 1 inch away from the wheel. You're ready to grab it, but then you realize you don't have to because it's so good.
But
I don't think you could ever get to that point.
I mean, I might mess around with it, let it drive itself for a couple miles, but I'm not going to drive 45 minutes.
He's got trust issues.
Have you seen the videos?
I mean,
and look,
I don't know why it's a big deal to put your hand on the steering wheel.
Well, you just have to pay attention. It's just more paying attention.
Oh, I'm definitely paying attention if I'm in a car.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be on my phone, not looking at the road.
Right.
I think
if
that's
you're
crazy.
so comfortable enough that it's safer than you driving.
It's not. I'm the best driver in the country.
No, it might be safer than you. It might be quicker than you.
I mean, if something darted out.
And being tired. See, for me, the attraction is I'll leave here. I'm going to do it if I'm alive in a year. I'll be driving back up to Cornell every weekend. Right,
Yes,
to
you
watch
will.
games. I'm exhausted on that. I mean, like, it's death. It's a death-defying
Would you
trip.
actually let the car drive itself and you sleep?
I don't know that I would sleep, but I would
You couldn't do that.
I don't think I would sleep, But I would definitely let it dry for me.
I'd consider it if there was enough data that it was safer and that there haven't been problems. It seems to me, now I haven't studied it, seems to me all these cities that have tested the driverless taxis, there hasn't been some sort of like seems like that's gone well, so that it'll probably be a lot more prevalent in a couple of years.
Well, probably in 20 years, nobody will be driving.
Right.
Now, we'll be dead.
Yeah.
But, yeah, for our kids.
Hopefully not.
Let's hope not.
For our kid, I'll be 76. If I'm like it. Yeah, I'll be pretty close to dead. Let's go to Ed in Rockville. Ed, what's up?
Ed.
Hey, what's going on?
You're
guys?
near the end of your run. You don't
on.
realize it, but you're near the end of your race.
I understand that, but how old's your mom?
Okay, she's an outlier.
Cakes' mom, who's at MGM playing roulette right now.
Outlier.
Probably not.
No,
she's
lying,
81.
She's lying in bed.
Like,
is what she's doing.
We're guys too. Guys don't live as long as girls.
I get it. I can name guys too.
What's up, Ed?
Ed, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Hey, look. So, I saw you guys.
Father-in-law's not a spring chicken.
You can pick more than 3 to keep on the Caps, but if I'm keeping like 3 on the Caps, I'm keeping Willie, Logan Thompson. I need Willie because I need Willie to keep running around and legally knocking people in their butts.
Sure.
I need Logan because he's saving more goals this year than he should be, so that means he's pretty good. I need to keep Leno because he's young and I think he's going to take off at some point.
I like
now,
it.
if you guys don't mind, here's what I need you guys to hear me out on too.
What?
Here's my call-ups for next year that must be on the ice. I don't care what.
Oh, look at this guy
Carberry
again.
says.
Somebody from the
I need
farmhand.
Pro to be playing with his brick brother, Alexi Protas. And I need Cole Hudson to play so when we play Montreal, he can knock his other brother on the ice too, and we can start scoring some goals against some young guys up here because I think we do need to get younger. I do like Pierre-Luc Dubois, but like guys like Matt Roy, TVR, and I hate to say this, but John Carson probably needs to kind of go too. I hate to say it because he hasn't been the same since 2018, and we just got to get younger on that end. It seems like
Carly,
slow at times.
we haven't mentioned the trade deadline's tomorrow for the NHL. And Carly's name has come up.
There's been people sniffing, rumors.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, well, you know what? If they're sniffing and sending you a first or early second, you might have to take the bite at it because this year just might be the year that we don't make the playoffs, but next year is probably the year.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Ed, how are you handling these last 20 games or so, knowing that they have to go on a pretty sick run to get there?
Well, let's just say this. I have a trip in 2 weeks that's supposed to be going to St. Louis to watch them play the Blues. So you tell me how you think it's going to go. Look, they have to literally have what I think is a players-only meeting right now, okay, and say, look, guys, the coaches have done everything that they're supposed to. It's all on us. If we want to get in by the skin of our teeth, we need to go on one of the sickest runs we've ever had. Just don't get bounced like they did. What was it, 3 years ago when they played the Rangers? They snuck in but got swept.
Yeah,
and they
Carbs
just,
first year.
Yeah. They weren't good that year.
So, yeah, but I think we can go on a run. It's just they got to really get it going, man. These slow starts are killing me.
Yeah.
Just like I could predict the other team was going to score first.
All right, thanks, Ed. Appreciate the call. So, updating the Carlson rumors, according to the fourth period's David Pagnotta, Carlson, who has a 10-team no-trade list in his contract, is not expecting to be dealt out of D.C. If he stays, the Capitals are expected to resume contract extension talks with the veteran defenseman, quote, at some point well after the deadline. So there may have been rumors, there may have been teams that are interested, but it doesn't sound like Carlson is going to be on the move.
You said he's got a 10-team no trade?
10-team no-trade list in his contract.
That could be our next game. What 10 NHL cities would you not want to go to?
We're just going to do a million lists today. When we come back, women are spending $1,600 a year on beauty products on average. What are our life leaks? What are the junks' life leaks? Like women have life leaks with makeup or beauty products that they're spending a bunch of money on. What are our life leaks? And we'll get some of the listeners' life leaks next when we come back here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. College basketball is nonstop. Big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night. And now FanDuel's giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with a college basketball parlay profit boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like. The early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout. Mix spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read of the slate. Then apply your profit boost and instantly pump up that potential payout. You can go safe, go spicy, go with the team you've been following all season. It's your parlay, your style, now with more upside behind it. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/EB to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable boost builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get Italian staples at Whole Foods Market. Save 25% on Matica Parmigiano Reggiano with Prime from March 6th through 8th. Grate this exquisite cheese over your favorite pasta dish. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
EB here for Par City Golf. If you love golf, or even if you don't, you've got to check out Par City Golf. This isn't just a simulator sport. It's hospitality, golf, and entertainment all in one. Premium indoor golf. Awesome social atmosphere. You could practice, play a full round, or just hang with friends. Serious golf, but without taking yourself too seriously. Par City Golf is community-driven and built for everyone, players and non-players alike. They're in Arlington on Columbia Pike, and a second location is opening soon in Bethesda on Old Georgetown Road. Par City Golf, indoor golf reimagined.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
When you start focusing on what you're grateful for, what you're missing starts to matter less. For over 20 years, we've focused on what truly matters, our customers. We appreciate your trust, your loyalty, and your continued belief in us. It's what drives everything we do. Thank you for being the cornerstone of our legacy. Main Street Bank, put our bank in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Want to hang with the sports junkies?
Join us Tuesday, March 10th from 4 to 6 for happy hour at Bar City Golf in Arlington.
Play indoor golf, grab food and drinks, or just stop by and hang out with the junks.
Plus, compete in our closest to the hole and longest drive contest for Par City Golf gift cards.
Whether you're a golfer or just coming out after work, it's a perfect happy hour with the sports junkie.
Par City Golf, indoor golf reimagined. Arlington now, Bethesda coming soon.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
According to the New York Post, the average woman spends over $1,600 annually on their wellness. A survey of 2,000 women between 20 and 50 found that from vitamins to pads and razors, 61% feel like they can't keep up with all of their hygiene needs, often feeling the need to choose between financial and physical wellness. The average woman surveyed estimates that nearly a quarter of every paycheck is spent on her health and hygiene, 23%. Jesus. So that's a lot.
I mean, honestly, my daughters, and I guess my wife to an extent, with the nails they're constantly doing.
Yeah.
What else do they do?
I've seen it with young kids already. At 7 and 8, my daughter's about to turn 9.
Yeah.
But when they were 7 and 8, Isabel and her friends, they already want to go to Sephora. Like Sephora is like a cool place to go to. Now it was in our neighborhood, in my old neighborhood,
like
they can walk
9 million
to.
different lotions,
and like they're 8-year-old kids. I've heard not just my kid. I've heard other 8-year-old kids talking about skincare. I'm like, at 8, your skin's money.
Yeah, your skin should be amazing at 8.
Yeah,
there's no acne yet. Like, what are you doing?
It's that place smells good. I will say, like when I walk into Sephora, and I'm just going there just with my arms folded, just waiting for it to be over. But it smells good, and that's why like young girls get into it, and then it becomes a way of life. But in terms of life leaks, because you wanted to flip it to us, mine is so simple. Like if I look at my credit card, and generally speaking. We have 2 credit cards, and Jess mostly uses one of them, and then I mostly use the other. And mine,
I already know what it is.
Well, mine is all gas, and going out
fast
to
food.
Right.
Fast food.
Fast food is maybe a once a weeker thing, but fast casual's big.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
that's what I
like,
mean.
Yeah, but it's that is by far my biggest life leak, and I try and rationalize it that it's only $20 a day.
I mean, but
$20 a day adds up for sure.
Mine is relatively minor, but I can't seem to shake it. I can't escape it. If I'm like at a grocery store, I always, like, not always, but 99% of the time, I have to get a cold drink when I leave. And I know that
yours is soda,
I know that
100%.
I know that I'm paying way too much for it because I could get a 2-liter that's warm for less than what I'm paying for the cold Coke Zero or vitamin water, whatever.
You and I are similar, different
But I
things.
just need
but
it.
it's psychological.
I need it.
It's psychological because when EB said the other day about driving to Atlantic City or something, you said, I cannot go without stopping.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a
because it's the psychological. It's
Definitely.
whatever the rush of buying.
There's a psychological
coffee
component
at
to
Wawa.
it. There's no doubt about it.
All right,
100%.
Mine for golf training aids.
Okay,
I have every one.
Yeah.
In fact, I got one being delivered tomorrow.
What is it? What's the latest and probably not the greatest?
This is my most expensive one too.
Ooh,
This was
really?
two bills.
Wow.
the widener. Pro Sender makes it, and it just helps you have a wide arc.
Oh,
and I think it's going to really help my short game.
Cakes can use that.
Yeah.
Where did you
we
find
need the
out-
opposite.
Where did you find out about the widener?
Just I follow guys on my social media, whatever. I have some of their other products,
Ah.
but golf training aids. I just recently bought another one. That was about $125. I got a lot of training aids.
You got a lot of life leak because you're a shopper.
I
You're a
also
consumer.
like to
You
get-
like buying shoes, you like buying clothes.
But let me say this: I am a consumer. I do like to buy nice clothes, nice-ish clothes, not like high end. Like I don't buy like Hugo Boss or anything, but like nice golf clothes, whatever. I only buy discount. I will not pay full retail anywhere on the planet. You won't. It'll never happen. It'll literally never happen. But that's a leak. Also, sweets. I will have a daily urge at some point for a sweet, and if I don't have it in my house, I'm going to go to the grocery store and I'm going to buy like. It could be as simple as like Uncrustables.
Your
or it
dentist
could be,
hates that life leak.
Huh?
Your dentist despises that life leak.
Well, yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. The teeth are brittle.
The teeth are brittle. Teeth are done.
What's Jason's biggest life leak? Gambling, probably.
Well, gambling, 100%. I mean,
but it doesn't really cost him anything. He's like
loses.
500 for the year. Like he did. His career record on FanDuel was like 500.
It's the way it's his career.
But it's just the amount every day. It just adds up. But you're right.
But I mean, generally speaking, he's just pushing around the same amount of money. I don't think he's really costing himself
maybe
money.
recently.
No. But it's definitely
Yeah,
going
the last
out.
10 years, I don't think he's
No,
lost a lot of money.
because I've
lost it before.
I've diminished my bets by a dramatic amount.
I bet you his bookie's up on him.
Oh, I'm sure he's a lifetime loser
Yeah.
betting. I'm not suggesting he's not.
Yeah.
I'm saying in the last 10 years, though, he
You're
bets
right.
so much,
You're
and he
right.
bets to such little amounts.
I get
and
that.
now
It's not like
it's parlays.
it's not like I'm redepositing.
Yeah, he's just pushing around the same.
Yeah, but
couple
if I'm
$1,000.
going to use the gambling umbrella, and if it's the average, I mean, he's gone to casinos and lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a life loser
That's what I'm
gambling.
saying.
but
It's a leak.
but it's also
Almost every gambler is.
But he doesn't even do that anymore.
He's
He doesn't even
limited
go
to
to
leaking.
okay. But if you
it's
add
a
in
leak.
pools,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
right, and fantasy leagues,
But that's a leak. That's your own
all
problem.
right,
yeah.
that's money out of pocket.
I don't even know how you do on those.
Haven't been great.
It's a leak.
It is a leak.
All gamblers
Yeah,
leak.
it's entertainment.
I would agree.
Yeah.
But I
categorize
haven't
it
gone
as
to
entertainment.
I haven't gone to a blackjack table in a long time, years. So I'm staying away from that aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big leak for you.
That was.
But career with your guy, and I know that you do it reasonable. You're not crazy, but career with your guy, I'm going to guess he's up on you.
Of course, 100%.
Oh, by the way, speaking of
It's
blackjack,
the way it is.
Every gambler's a career loser.
That's why sports books exist.
Every gambler's a lifetime loser. Every sports gambler.
after I got knocked out of the Cakes Classic, I went through
Entertainment.
the high limit area, and a guy who had gotten knocked out before me was playing blackjack, and he's like, "Cakes, what's your favorite number?" I was like, "I don't know, 8 because of Ovi, whatever."
Uh-huh.
He's like, 800.
Wow.
That's it, just 800.
That's a real
Bang.
DJ.
Bang, he hits it.
Wow.
And then like two hands, like the next two hands, he lost. Now he's betting a little bit less. And I was like, I'm a mush. I need to get out. I'm messing with this dude's mojo, but he was not messing around. He had a big stack, and he's just like, he put whatever he wanted in there.
Right.
I think
800 like that.
I think
crazy.
another life leak that a lot of us have, and I've tried to address it, is just the amount of streaming content.
TV scripts.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't have Peacock, and I just recently tapped out of HBO Max.
Yeah.
But I've got Apple TV Plus. I paid for Paramount now. I've got Amazon, which everybody has.
I think that's just
got
life, though.
Netflix.
I don't think there's a way
no,
to
but a
avoid
lot
it.
of those is
How
choice.
could you avoid it?
Like I've chosen not to do
You're not going
Peacock.
to watch football when it's on Amazon or whatever? Or, like if it's on
If it's on
Peacock or
Peacock, I'm
something?
out. Yeah,
You're going to miss that game.
I missed the Peacock game. Or there's other ways to
I got
to,
them all.
to get it. Or
Yeah,
I go
you
to
know
a
what?
bar.
It
or
does.
something.
It adds up. All those add up.
Of course.
They do.
So I've tapped out on a few, but it's hard. I mean, HBO Max, I realized I was watching like one show a year.
You know what? Valdez won't chime in here. His life leak for a period of time, and I don't know if it still is, golf shoes. Because he showed me a couple years ago,
Right.
he opened his trunk.
Okay.
There were 20 pairs of different Jordan golf shoes.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
You have a golf
Hey,
shoe
listen, you're
fetish.
allowed to have leaks.
Yeah,
That was his
I
leak.
know.
Yeah.
It's you pick and choose what you're spending your money on.
Yeah, your discretionary income.
I will say when you go into, I understand women because I understand the urge that they get. because anytime I go into a golfdom or anything, I feel like Pretty Woman.
Right.
And I want to get everything off the shelves.
just overcome.
If there's a shaft that gives me 500 less RPM spin, I want it. If there's a new hoodie, I want it. If there's new shoes, I
like
want
hats.
it.
I have a hat.
I
have
need
a hat fetish.
Belts. If you have a new silly belt out there, I want it.
I have probably 7 black belts.
But you have to limit yourself.
Type either.
Huh?
Oh,
Not
your
the
life
karate
leak, by
type
the way.
either.
Your
Yeah.
hats, beanies,
Oh, yeah.
life. That's a life leak.
My
That's a
Washington
life leak.
Capitals beanie game is a life leak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I try to get them like EB. I try to get them on sale if I can.
I literally just threw away about 100 hats. I still have
We did
another
a
100.
broadcast at MedStar and went to the pro shop afterwards, and I think it was, I don't remember what time of the year it was, but they had Caps beanies on sale for $5 a piece.
Did you buy every one?
I went crazy. I almost collapsed. I probably bought 10 right there on the spot.
I probably had 15 pairs of golf shoes.
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah.
I don't even have
I have
15
like
pairs of
4.
shoes.
I probably have 30 different Caps beanies.
No, I haven't
25 to 30.
I haven't
That's
bought.
too
I haven't
many.
bought some in a long time.
And you know what?
But there was a period you were on
You
a
know
run.
what?
Yeah.
I'll buy more. If I see one that I like, I'll say, I don't care that it's $30.
Yeah.
I'll buy it.
Of course.
You know why? Because I don't have it. And I want it.
Right.
That's one thing I don't have to leak. I mean, I think pretty much if you ask my only life leak is going out to eat.
And I
Right.
think I
And
just
streaming services.
just buying whatever food I want.
Yeah.
I will buy literally any food I want because it's fun.
Going out to eat is definitely a leak,
There was a guy I met last night.
especially when I have
But there's a
my
value
daughters.
to it because you don't have to clean up. You
Yeah,
eat
but
what
I mean,
you want.
4 people or 3 people.
Yeah.
You get a glass of wine or 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's $15 right there.
Sure.
It's $30 in just in alcohol.
You know what? I'm saving money on alcohol because I've been drinking as much.
Yeah. I've cut back, believe me, because of the expenses.
Right.
But also, I feel like butt in the morning if I have more than 2
I
drinks.
feel way better.
Yeah.
There was a guy I met last
I feel
night
like ass.
who was a
I just say, you know what? I'm not doing that.
Junkies listener, very complimentary of the show. So he's been listening for 30 years. He said, I've seen you a million times around here and never said hello. And I was like, yeah, because I go to Jersey Mike's, I go to
Right.
Peruvian Chicken Place, I go to like all these different spots that I'm just out and about in town
Right.
and people see me all the time
You're making the
getting
rounds.
grub. That's what I do. I ate lunch at home
your thing.
once this week. That's a terrible life leak.
Yeah, I mean, that's
And by the
probably-
way,
I'm already thinking
that
about
was my wife's leftovers.
Yeah. Leftovers are boring, but I eat them.
like next week. I think in theory I have 4 tea times. I'm not going to be able to make one of them. I have to buy food before it's like at noon. I have to buy food. What am I going to pack a lunch?
Exactly.
bag it.
Am I going to pack a lunch?
got
No,
peanut
I'm
butter, PB&J?
I'm not going to do anything crazy, but an average lunch is $20.
Yeah.
It's $17 to $20 now.
Yep.
It's terrible.
Especially if you get a brownie or cookie to go with
If
it.
you get dessert, it's trending in
Let's go
closer
to-
to 25.
You can't go to Potbelly without getting one of their cookies or a Dream Bar.
Yeah.
The thing that tilts me, hold on, Ben, 1 second. The thing that tilts me is like my daughters. My wife is good about it. She doesn't really buy a lot of clothes. She doesn't really care. She's not really that way. But for whatever reason, I'm raising these daughters that think that they have to have nice clothes all the time, and they don't like to rewear. Like
I know.
they're like a girl. I'd say this is pretty standard for women, including my wife. Like, but if they buy a nice dress, they like to wear it once.
Yeah, they can't wear it to 2 weddings.
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't wear it to
I
2
got a
weddings?
wedding coming up. I gotta get a new dress.
I know.
Oh, I got a meeting. I gotta get a new dress for this. Or I gotta get a new dress. What?
Yeah.
I wear the same golf shirts a million times.
No, but it's like Valdez when he walks in and wants to see, get everything new. Like,
Yeah.
They just want a new dress, like, because it's a new.
Yeah, because
I
it makes you
get
feel
that.
good. The
Yeah.
dopamine
Yeah, you get
of,
that
of
rush.
getting what you
Can
want.
rewear
They don't like to
it.
be seen.
Yeah.
Even my mom, for weddings over the years, they didn't do. It's like that's a female
wear
thing.
the same
of
suit
course,
everywhere.
Wear the same suit for 10 years.
Rotate ties.
Yeah, one funeral suit, one other suit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, will your daughters not wear like Target clothes or no?
No, they will wear anything, honestly. They wear high end, like what I think. I just found out, so I don't know if you guys know, but like with young people, I think, like monochrome sweats are in. I don't know if you've noticed that. So like
the NFL color rush. They're all wearing the same color top and bottom.
like a brown
Yeah.
sweatpant that you think is literally $20, and then a brown sweatshirt. To me, it's equivalent to a champion. Okay, like a Champion sweatpants that you could get at Marshalls for $20.
Yeah.
Okay, and a Champion, that monochrome outfit is like $190.
Because it's a Lululemon.
No, it's like Aloe or whatever these weird brands are.
Aloe's expensive.
Okay, super expensive.
Aloe's
There's some
a rival of Lululemon.
There's some sweatshirts. I don't even know what they say.
It's not Target.
There's some sweatshirts, but they will wear Target. But they also go to consignment shops. It's cool to buy cheap stuff, like old stuff, like they do, like Valdez, buy dead people's clothes. So they do that too.
And dead people aren't wearing them anymore, right?
But it's just always
Florida's a haven.
It's just constant. They just like to have
New stuff.
new wardrobe stuff.
Believe me, I see it all the time. You know what else it is? Purses and bags.
Mm-hmm.
You should see how many freaking purses my daughters have gone through.
Well, dude, it's
And
not
bags.
even close.
Yeah. Just regular
raising
bags.
daughters way more expensive than raising sons.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, it's way more expensive to raise a daughter than a son.
100%.
Must be. I mean, my son's a pig.
So they won't buy that sweatsuit at Target.
No, they have to have the Aloe
$40?
one. No, they will buy. They will listen. My kids will. They have a Target jacket that they wear. They will wear stuff. They're not that snobby, but they also like to have the brand stuff. It's like everything.
I've never seen it, but I bet you raising a daughter on average is
double
80% more expensive than raising a boy.
Well, now here's the boy though. The newest video games, like when they were coming up, the newest video games ought to have that.
Okay, maybe, but girls are going to get their nails done. They're going to get their hair done, which is way more than getting a haircut at a barber shop.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to get the makeup and all the stuff, which Cakes mentioned here at the beginning, which was what, $1,600 a year was the average?
I feel like that's kind of light.
Seems light.
Seems like kind of low, like $1,600 spending on beauty and wellness for a woman in a year. It sounds light.
They're going to be more into clothes. By and large,
What's
most
a mani
boys
pedi
don't care.
cost at an average place, not a high end. but
Mani
an average.
pedi?
$150.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
And, by the way,
plus tip.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank God I've never been.
Hell
I
yeah,
think it can be. And also, by the way, just when they get their hair cut or their hair did.
That's what I said.
That's $120.
I don't even know what that. Yeah, it's not like me when I go and it's $20.
No, it's definitely not
They'll
that.
sometimes get a blowout, which is just blowing your hair dry.
Your kids get the keratin or whatever that is. Ever heard of that?
No, I mean Kelsey's 25. I have no, she's doing her own thing.
Yeah, but I think it's like straightener or what. I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is. But I'm gonna go get a keratin thing.
I don't even know what that is. I have no idea
It's a
what you're talking
straightener
about.
or it's a a curl. I don't know what it is. If you have straight hair, you want curly hair. If you got curly hair, you want straight hair. No
I don't
one's
know.
happy.
I mean, I'm not at that stage yet with Isabella because she's never even cut her hair once.
Yeah. Then you got to get it colored. So you whatever you put some color in it.
Balayage or something like that.
I don't know what that is.
You change the blonde
All right,
hair.
hold on. It's Open Line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show.
We
got a lot
need
coming up.
life leaks.
But you can definitely chime in. I'm going to hear from Ben when we come back because he said he's recently started getting massages and it's a game changer.
Oh, very good. All
We're
right,
gonna update from him.
800-636-1067 is the number. It's an Open Line Thursday with the Junks. We'll be right back.
Tonight, the NBA spotlight is on the nation's capital as Trae Young suits up for the first time for the Wizards. Is this the start of an electrifying new era of DC hoops? Wizards, Bulls, tip off at 7 on your flagship home of the Wizards. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at Quo. A lot of you guys may be running businesses, right? You wear multiple hats, you're busy, you got to be resourceful. But when you're stretched thin, calls get missed and revenue gets lost. Danny, a lot of our listeners are probably coaching their kids or out at their kids' games, If you're running a business, you can't miss a call. That means missed money.
Businesses don't turn off. That means it's time to try Quo. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communication. So Quo works wherever you are, right from an app on your phone or computer, so you can run your growing business without juggling devices or systems.
Quo lets you keep your existing number. That is a big, big deal. You can add new numbers or teammates in minutes, making it easy to scale without disrupting your business. Never lose a customer, a lead, or an opportunity. Everyone matters.
Quo, no missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/fan. That's QUO.com/fan to try Quo for free. Quo.com/fan.
If you're running for an elected position this year or represent a political PAC, understand winning isn't about being everywhere. It's about reaching the right voters with your message, often enough to matter. Odyssey DC delivers that advantage with the Triad's top-rated radio brands, reaching almost 700,000 voter-aged, engaged listeners, according to Nielsen Research. Odyssey reaches voters where trust is built, during commutes, at work, home, and all points in between. And when you pair radio with Odyssey's digital app and podcast network, your message extends even further with precision targeting and measurable frequency. Eager voters are listening to Odyssey DC right now, and so are you. What would you like to say to them? Get started by calling Odyssey DC 202-971-8007. That's 202-971-8007. 202-971-8007 for Odyssey DC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9049. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Took her out. It was a this clip just made me laugh before we get to the calls, and I have to bring it up. Have you guys seen the viral video of the wrestler? He's a semi-pro wrestler, and his bit is...
Oh, the pizza one?
He's an Italian guy who enters the ring dressed like a pizza chef.
Oh, really?
And he knocks his opponents out by throwing a pizza pie right in their face.
He's like spinning the pizza.
He spins the dough, and then he throws it 8 feet across the ring.
What a
and
dummy.
knocks the guy down.
I mean, that's the lowest budget wrestling I've ever seen.
Yeah, but it's funny.
Yeah.
It's a funny bit. If you haven't seen it, please go check it out. It's very entertaining.
By the way, what you guys, I don't know if you saw, you probably didn't, but Logan Paul, in what I think is a serious moment, and I don't watch Logan Paul, but I saw the clip, is challenging any NFL player.
Yeah.
He'll box them for $1 million.
Saw that, yeah. A lot of
He's
guys
like,
taking him
Myles
up on
Garrett,
it, too.
I'll whip his ass. He's
Right.
like talking all this smack.
I mean, look, he
And it
fought Floyd
stems from-
Mayweather.
it stems from Tom Brady kind of calling him a wuss and a bitch.
Right.
You know,
but
from
it's
the
not
fight
a straight
football.
up fight. Like at first he says fight, then he says box.
Boxing.
Yeah, I mean,
But I don't
that's
think he's a
skill.
very good boxer. What I saw, he's trash.
Yeah, but right.
Hey,
What has he
somebody-
got to lose? What's he got to lose?
Okay,
$1 million?
Sure, I understood. But like, is he being serious? Does he seriously think he could beat Max Crosby in a boxing match?
I don't think necessarily. I don't think that Jake Paul thought he could beat Anthony Joshua, but he
Okay, that
fought
was
him and got
different.
knocked out.
Okay, that was different. He made like $80 million.
Right. Well, Logan Paul would probably flip it into making money.
Yeah.
He'd probably bet $1 million. Everybody would watch
so
it.
it's just
and he'd
so
make
you
money.
don't think he believes it?
I don't think he believes it deep down.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think he might think he could
Because
beat.
I bought it.
I think he.
I bought it. I actually
no.
believe- I think he believes it.
I think.
I don't.
I think he thinks he might be able to beat those guys in a boxing fight. Sure,
Yeah.
because some of those guys
Yeah, I
aren't
think
boxers.
he
they have a
thinks he
box.
could beat Myles Garrett in a boxing match, and I do not believe that.
I believe
Myles
he could.
Garrett could have never boxed ever in his life, and I
He is
put my
a
money
big-
on Myles
he's a
Garrett.
big freaking
Nah,
dude.
it's not.
but
I mean,
but
there's
it's-
skill involved. I mean, look,
Myles
people were
Garrett
very
could watch
intrigued.
One fight on YouTube for a minute and
Nah,
beat
people
Jake
were
Paul.
very intrigued by Greg
Logan
Hardy
Paul.
when he was MMA. Right?
Yeah, that's different.
And he was
That's
training.
different.
And he got his ass knocked
That's
out
different.
a bunch.
That's different. MMA, different league. Boxing, just punching people. I put all my money on Myles Garrett.
Can I give you, just to change the conversation real quick, can I give you the life leak that I would want?
Sure.
All right, and we can each give like a life leak I'd want. And it's not a super luxury, but I actually said this. I got a haircut this week, and I go once a month. If I could go once a week, I would do it. That would be a life leak that I would want. I actually told the guy this week because it's just so relaxing. I just close my eyes and he gets the clippers out zzz, and he does the back of the neck. Silly. You know, I know you go to your guy. I just go to Family Barbershop in the Kellens, and I would do that once a week.
Right.
That would be a life leak that I would want. But I just can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have one that you would want?
That I would want?
I would take a massage. Yeah, I would do a daily massage or and a
Daily. I mean, I guess so.
Who doesn't love to have their body
Well, go to the
rubbed
guy
on?
who- go
I'm
to the
going to
guy-
go to him.
yeah.
And by the way, also chiropractor. That's another addiction of mine is watching reels of chiropractors, pop people's necks and all that.
That creeps me out.
Oh,
I don't think I'd be into
Yeah, if
that.
I could have
been
a
to a
life,
chiropractor many
if I could
times,
have a
it feels
life leak where I
amazing.
didn't have pain in my shoulder, I would do it.
Right.
That's what I would want.
Yeah.
I just don't want pain in my
Yeah.
shoulder.
Oh, the guy with he hung up. All right, let's go to Tom in Annapolis. Ben hung up. Tom, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Tom.
What's up, fellas? I live in Annapolis, but I'm from North Brentwood, Maryland. So I ran with you guys when I was younger. I'm 57.
Oh, nice.
I have 4 boys and 4 girls, and let me tell you,
Jeez.
I can take 4 boys in the sports clips and walk away with 4 boys' haircuts for $100.
Right.
Yep.
I take one of my daughters to what they have some freaky African hair braid place and walk away $300 down on one daughter.
Oh,
Right.
man.
Yes.
Brutal.
Yeah, that's just the way it is. And
I've always had a system for how I bought their clothes. I realized if you have 4 boys, there are 7 days in a week. You get them each 7 different Jordan outfits and 7 different pairs of Michael Jordans. It might cost you $1,500 in order to walk away from that with my boys. If I go and buy one pair of freaky shoes for my daughters, it might cost me $1,600.
What?
Oh my! What
Well, he's
you-
buying
you're
he's buying
multi-millionaire?
designer shoes.
Yeah, what kind of shoes?
I think he said Gucci.
Oh man, they're designer. They're watching the baddies. They're watching the DC Housewives. and
Yeah, it's a
they're
problem.
watching-
That's
I
the
mean, well,
problem.
Pops is also living in Annapolis in probably a really nice house. What did you do for a living?
No, friend. I'm not stupid rich. I mean, I'm smart. I make a little money. I went to Maryland University. I took communications. So, a little podcast here and there. I'm a comedian now.
I know Cakes is upset that she had Maryland University.
Yeah, nobody says that.
I'm a comedian now, so I make money to take care of my family, but it's not stupid money.
You're not making Cakes
But,
laugh.
I mean, it changed at about 6 years old for each kid.
You made me
6
laugh.
years old for a daughter meant Dora the Explorer outfits and Heelys and stuff like that.
All right, we
For
got
a
it. We
boy-
got it. I'm intrigued by the
Thank you.
8 kids.
Thanks, Tom.
8 kids, all one mom?
Oh, dude,
I
I
don't
already
know.
hung up on him.
Man,
That's a whole nother
his
can of
wife was
worms.
busy.
Is that
Eight
what-
kids?
Did he say that?
Well, did he,
He said
say
He said 4 sons and 4 daughters.
Yeah, but did he say one mom?
No, I was
Could have been Catholic.
his life
You don't know.
leads is Johnson?
Yeah.
First and
That's a lie,
foremost.
yes.
And secondly, why is he buying each of his sons 7 pairs of Jordans?
I think he
Like,
was.
come on.
I think he was just
I
doing.
think he was trying to make a point.
Yeah, I think he was making a
right.
I think he was trying to make a point. Let's go to Elijah in DC. Elijah, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
I
sir.
wanted to make 2 points. One on the clothing. Having a wife and a daughter. Like, I have this new hack where Poshmark, you said something about once they wear a dress and then it's like they're done with it. It's like if you want to get them some more stuff, at least to a certain degree.
No, both of my daughters do that. They sell their
that
gear.
Poshmark thing kind of helps out, dude.
Yep.
They do. They sell their gear. They're constantly.
Yeah, my daughters do it as well.
And they buy. Like my daughter bought some girls.
Oh, man.
Little tiny what do they call it? What do we used to call the jean shorts? The
Jorts?
Daisy Dukes.
Daisy Dukes.
Yeah.
They literally were this big.
Yeah.
It ripped up, but she bought them from some slut on Poshmark. Yeah.
Hey, there's an aftermarket for tiny Daisy Dukes.
And they sell their stuff all the time too, which I'm jealous of. I'm gonna sell some of my crap.
Sell your old vests. You probably have 30 vests you barely
I got
wear.
a lot of it. I rotate my vests.
It's like a clothing swap shop.
Yeah, they do good with that. We're not as good with that. Valdez is good with it. You're a purchaser.
I look for dead people stuff.
Yeah, right. But do you sell your stuff?
Not really, because
I see dead people's clothes.
Because a lot of the stuff I buy, I'm buying for $40 or less.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what's the point of relisting it to sell it for $20 and take a?
I mean, I don't
So
know.
I'll wear it again.
I'll tell you what's not a life leak of mine. Shoes.
Yeah.
These are so nubby.
Yeah, your shoe game's
and
terrible.
old. These used to be white.
Give me that shoe. I gotta
You
show
have
this
the
thing.
worst shoe game.
Look at,
First of all,
I think, but
look at this scuff on this shoe. With any self-respect,
Let me see.
I mean, look at that.
I don't know. Yeah.
what brand is it? I don't even know what brand it
Nubby
is.
brand too.
No, but you know what? Jeremy
Nubby.
Piven was wearing the exact same
It's
shoe.
Fine, but like, you can't walk around with that on your shoe.
He
This
doesn't
shoe is
care.
broke.
He doesn't care.
This shoe is officially broke.
I just don't know where I'd wear that shoe.
It's-
It's an ugly
Goes
shoe.
with jeans.
I wouldn't wear that.
I believe Jeremy Piven was wearing the exact same shoe.
I probably
Couple
would wear
losers.
anything Jeremy Piven wears.
Just because of Piven.
I'm not wearing anything that guy wears.
Looks like Big Pen wears those shoes.
It's used to be white. It's off white.
All right, let's go
I'll
to.
probably ride this out another 3 to 6 months.
How many trails did you walk in those shoes?
I definitely took the dog on a trail yesterday in the shoes.
Let's go to Sam in Gainesville. Sam, what's up?
Sammy.
Hey boys, thanks for pulling me in. I had to jump in on this topic. Bish, you were so right. So here's my scenario or situation.
What's he right about?
I've got he's right about the purses for the women.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a daughter who is a fashion merchandising major. Okay,
Yeah.
She
You're in
worked for-
trouble.
She worked.
Isn't
I'm in
that your
trouble. She
daughter's
worked-
major?
That's what my daughter's major was. Yep.
She worked for Chanel for 5 years. She worked for Nordstrom for 5 years. She works for a high-end boutique that sells sweaters for women for $400 to $500.
Boutique.
Did she live in New York?
You know what? Jason? She wanted to go to New York.
Uh-huh.
She went to Seattle. She went to Seattle for a couple of years to work for Nordstrom Corporate,
It's like
and then
Rashid
COVID hit,
Shaheed.
so
Yeah.
she came back home. But so
Good.
a couple of things real quick on the makeup. $1,600 a year, forget it. I spend $800 every Christmas on 2 things of Chanel makeup for my wife. Now, I will say it lasts all year long, but that's on 2 things of night cream for my wife from Chanel. Here's what she did for Valentine's. You guys are going to die. She came home and she said, "Thank you for my Valentine's gift." I said, "What are you talking about?" I have something in mind. She goes, "I bought myself a purse." I said, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, I bought myself I think it was either a YSL or something. And then she said, and then I bought myself a backup if I didn't like the first one. So thank you very much. I'm like, are you kidding me? And then we just got back from London. There's this woman online that she follows, Love Luxury. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. I'm in trouble now. But Love Luxury, she has this online stuff. We go to London for a week. We just got back. We walk in there, and she's like, I really want the Chanel bag. I mean, what am I going to do? Am I going to say no? So I dropped $5,500.
Oh, you should say no. You should get divorced.
What do you do for a living?
$5,500?
Sugar daddy.
Yeah, what do you do for a living, sir?
I am in IT sales. I do well. I'm married 35 years.
So he
My
just
wife-
doesn't mind throwing money on her. Yeah.
I love spending money on my wife. Like I said, I'm married 35 years. I'm not going anywhere, and I love to bless her.
Congrats.
So, yeah, that's it.
All right,
buddy.
$5,500 for a bag is excessive. That is a crazy amount of money.
We'd have to see a therapist.
And believe me, that would never happen in my house.
Yeah. Crisis counselor.
That would never happen.
Yeah, we're having a crisis. Marriage crisis.
Coming up next, what are you expecting from Trey's debut tonight for the Wizards? He will take the court as the Wiz hosts the Jazz here in D.C. What are you expecting from Trae Young tonight as the Wizards take on the Utah Jazz? 800-636-1067. We'll take more of your calls on an Open Line Thursday. Next.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Lou Holtz, the legendary college football coach, passed away yesterday at the age of 89. In the sports world mourns his loss. Holtz led Notre Dame to a national title in 1988 and left an indelible mark on Arkansas and South Carolina. Sidelines to the broadcast booth. Holtz is a legend. I'm Drake Toll.
Legends are not made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for success, and when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. Don't leave your future to chance. Trajan Wealth's culture is built on values you can trust, discipline, integrity, service. So call Trajan Wealth today at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600, or visit online at TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Once again, Myles Garrett has been cited for speeding in Ohio. This is at least the 9th time Garrett has been cited for speeding in the Cleveland area since he was drafted by the Browns back in 2017. It's the second citation Garrett has received since he flipped his Porsche in 2023. That time he said he was going to be more careful. And Trae Young is expected to make his Wizards debut in tonight's home game against the Utah Jazz. Wizards coach Brian Keefe told reporters that he would be restricted to 17 to 20 minutes, mostly in the first half. You can listen to his debut live right here on 106.7 The Fan. That'll be tonight at 7 p.m. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7, The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Later this hour at 9:45, Mark Roberge, our pal, lead singer of OAR, he's going to be on the show at 9:45 to talk about Ocean's Calling, which is coming back to Ocean City, Maryland.
Late September.
This fall. So he'll join us to talk about that at 9:45. But we wanted to get into Trae Young. It's Trae Day today here on an Open Line Thursday.
What's your fever cakes?
I think you are pointing me in the direction of playing Bullets Fever.
Yes,
EB?
sir.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm pointing at that.
Very good. I can do that.
You're at
He's at 103-ish.
I think I was in that same realm. I think I was like 102.5, something like that. Like, it's a fever, but you don't have to go to the hospital for it or anything yet.
Now, if he pours in like 20 in 17 minutes tonight, it's going to spike. Mm-hmm. It's going to be like, might be calling an ambulance, and then we'll be out on a gurney.
It's a weird bit, though, because you want them to lose.
Yeah, I could root for them to lose, but still have a nice Trae Young performance in his debut.
Yeah, you want him to put up 18 and 7.
But I feel like it's almost impossible that they're going to lose with Trae Young's debut at home against another fellow tanker coming into town in the Utah Jazz.
I believe Keontae George could go off for Utah to lead Utah to win.
EB kind of kind of dressed in
They
Utah
have a
Jazz
George. I think
colors.
it's Keontae.
No, I didn't mean to.
You're wearing Jazz approximate colors.
Purple and blue. Well, I mean, I guess in theory, I'd be rooting for the Jazz tonight.
I guess we kind of are rooting for the Jazz.
I
true.
want Trey to show out.
Right.
A big Ace Bailey performance.
Yes, so all those.
So you
liked
predicted
him.
15 points. My prediction on Trey is if he gets 17 to 20 minutes, 11 points, 4 assists.
I say 8 and 4. I have modest. Whatever. Modest. I don't think he's
It'll
going to do anything
be solid.
extraordinary. Yeah.
I mean, he'll be Trey Young. I expect him to be Trey Young.
I just want him to win because
I'm
I'm going
expecting to be rusty.
I'm taking Benj's advice. I'm going to bet on the Wiz.
You
tonight.
are.
When Utah played,
It's a rarity to bet
Utah
on
played
the
a tough
Wiz.
game last night, a close game in Philly.
Okay.
I don't know if they leave after the game or spend the night in Philly, then come down in the morning. But they might be a little tired, a little winded.
Could be.
I'm going to guess
And-
they fly after the game.
Maybe.
Get
And
to the
then-
hotel here, then have like a morning shoot around.
Yeah, you're probably right. And then, but back to backers not easy. Although Charlotte played freaking well, they beat Boston by 30 in a back to backer.
Pwned them.
Con Knipple,
But
Rookie of the Year.
Well, and Brad Miller too. I just think Brandon Miller. Sorry, I just think that the Wiz win tonight. There's gonna be a lot of energy in this in Cap One.
Con Knipple definitely got joned on for his name as a kid. Now, I'm sure he was bigger than most kids because he's a giant. He's in the NBA.
Yeah.
But if your
His
last
middle name can't be a K,
if your
right?
last name has nipple in it, I'm sorry, you're going to get goofed on by everybody at your school, even if you're a baller athlete, even if you're a stud.
It would be irresponsible for his middle name to be Kevin or something with a K.
There's no way his parents
Kyle.
gave him KKK as his initials.
Right.
There's
his
just
middle
no
name?
way.
I would hope not. But
I would-
aren't they
I would
all
hope
with
not.
Ks?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I'm
that's
saying
okay.
you
Can't be the
can't.
middle name.
Yes.
Don't know what his middle name is.
I mean, we can look it up.
Wiki doesn't have it, but maybe you can find it somewhere else.
Ask Grok if they have K as the middle
You love
name.
asking Grok.
Well,
things.
Grok's the most available one.
It's the same thing as Google.
What if he doesn't have
This is
one?
better.
What?
What if he doesn't have one?
Might not. I don't have one.
Why, do you
Might
not
not.
have one?
No, I have one.
Yeah, right. Most people
What
have
is,
middle
what
names.
is your middle name, Benji?
Leo.
Benjamin Leo Strober.
Correct.
Yep.
Oh, this is a weird bit. Now, this is according to, I don't know, I'm on some sort of Microsoft.
Gemini or
Gemini.
Con Knipple's middle name is Knipple. His full name is Con the Second Knipple. Is that right?
Con Knipple?
So he
I don't
does.
know. That's weird.
Nah,
This is bizarre.
I guess in theory that would be his middle name. If it's Con Knipple the Second,
No.
Knipple's the middle
I'm
name.
Knipple
very
the second's the
confused.
last.
I'm very confused by
Yeah,
this whole
yeah.
thing.
I think so is Gemini. I think Gemini's confused too.
He's the oldest of 5 boys. Cager, Kinston, Cash, Kidman.
Oh, so they're doing the all K's bet.
Yes,
they're
they are.
okay, but didn't
Was
Roger
it Pops a
Clemens do that?
baller?
I find
His
that
father. Sorry.
Roger
Yeah,
Clemens
his father
definitely
played.
did that. I
Yeah.
find that to be a little bit of a weird bit.
Well, it's better than naming all your kids
George.
Yeah, you're saying, well, I'll think the same
Well,
thing.
that's weird too. That's weirder.
That's no. What's weirder, naming all your kids George or naming one of your kids Blanket and another kid whatever?
Blanket's actually
Yeah,
weird.
well,
Yeah,
that's bizarre, like Hollywood
That's
behavior.
weirder.
It's all
yeah.
stupid.
But how could you name all your kids George?
That's dumb too.
Like if I had a bunch of boys and I named them all Eric.
Yeah.
But that's just
That's stupid.
Well, it's very narcissistic, first and foremost.
well, I could. I
and
guess
confusing.
It's just confusing.
Yeah.
Hey George, did you do your
Right,
homework? I mean
right, yeah.
George,
And
not
there's
you,
7 of
George,
them
the
running
other
around,
George.
right.
Not you, the other George, the other George, the other
Hey,
George.
you know what? The Wizards are kind of, they've got 2 guys named Trey.
Yeah.
So you could get
Spelled differently.
They're spelled differently, but yeah.
How are they, Ben? How do they refer to each tray? Did you say Trey J or?
That's actually happened like one time in the presser with Keith. He was like, "Wait, which one?"
Right.
But he
It's
doesn't have a
confusing.
particular way of talking about him.
Yeah, Ice Tray.
Not yet.
That's Trey Young.
But they haven't shared the floor together till tonight.
That's right.
So we'll find out.
Right.
Chris Miller will tell
Something
us.
tells me that Coach Keefe is never going to call Trey
I
Young
know.
Ice Trey.
No, I
I
doubt
don't
that.
think he's ever going to call him, reference him by his nickname, Ice
Right.
Trey.
Does he? I don't listen. I like Coach Keefe. He comes on here. He does his bit. You know, he doesn't really say much, but he, he's cordial and he invites us out. He's very, very pleasant. But does he look a little disheveled whenever you see him? You get like a
Yes.
disheveled look.
Yes.
Well, you'd be disheveled too if your team is routinely
Yeah, but I don't
taking
think
Because he probably does
I
a lot of
think he's
this
a
in the
little-
office.
I think he's a little unbothered by it. I think he's I think he thinks he's doing his job, which is developing players.
But it still wears. It still
you think
takes
it
a
wears
toll.
on you the fact they
If
only
you
won
just
2
lose
games
all
in
the time,
February.
like you lose all the time.
Think about
it takes a
how
physical
long
toll
the
on
season
you.
is, how long the days are, the travel at night. I mean,
I agree, but they don't all look that disheveled. He
Not all
just
of
has a. I don't mean it in a disparaging way. From one disheveled guy to another.
I'll let you tell him that next week.
He just looks a little.
You can offer that up.
He
to
just
him.
looks a little disheveled when I see him. The hair. It's the hair.
You know what? I know what he wouldn't do. He wouldn't wear scuffed up shoes like JP's wearing.
No, nobody. No self-respecting guy.
No, especially NBAers. He probably has
No.
50 pair of brand new kicks to pick from.
I mean, it's Dr. Dre. Who cares? These rappers do stupid things, but Dr. Dre wears a brand new pair of Air Force Ones every day. White Air Force Ones every single day. Brand new pair.
That is dumb. Even if you have that sort of money, that's just dumb, in my opinion.
I remember when Jermaine Dupri, I believe, is now broke, but when he was at his peak, he would wear, now it was to a lesser extent, but brand new socks every day.
Okay. Well,
he did sing a song, believe, with Jay-Z, Money Ain't a Thing.
Yeah,
Is that
I
Jermaine
mean,
Dupri?
no, he
clearly
made,
doesn't care about
he
money
made
'cause he's
tens of
busto.
millions of dollars. I mean, but I think he went through it. But
Speaking of guys going busto, I know JP laughed at me a few years ago when I said I can't wait for Floyd Mayweather to go broke. He's probably going to go broke at some point, even though JP doesn't feel
I
like
just saw him in the backseat of a car with 2 suitcases with $200 million.
Okay, that's
There are
fine.
rumors.
$200 million.
There are
in
rumors
cash.
that he's gone through his money. I don't believe it. He
Well,
had such ridiculous
is it
amount of
Well,
money.
I can't believe I'm bringing this person up again. Is it Logan Paul?
Yes.
He's got a video that basically says Floyd Mayweather owes me like $1.5 million from our fight 5 years ago. He still hasn't paid me. He's doing alcohol commercials now, and he doesn't drink. There are so many stories about him defaulting on loans. Like, he's gonna go busto in probably within a decade.
Well, he's not, because
And
he's fighting Mike Tyson and he's fighting.
It doesn't matter.
Manny
He's-
Pacquiao.
He's a financial black hole.
He's also doing
I'm telling
another
you.
fight against some Greek dude in Athens.
Well, there's a reason he's doing it.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
He can generate money.
And he can also spend it pretty quick.
Yeah, he
I'm
could
sure
also
he's blown through millions and millions and millions
Dude,
of
I
dollars.
saw he went. I don't know if you guys mentioned it because I was just reading. He went to a, I think it was a Louis Vuitton store, and he spent $5 million.
Yeah,
he
that
walked out with these big bags.
Right. See, there you go.
Right.
He spent $5 million.
That's the point.
Right.
Who does that?
I'll tell you who does it. People who are going to run through all of their money. That's exactly who does that.
I'll manage it.
He went from never fighting to doing 3 matches in a year.
Right. Why do you think he's doing that?
Estimated
At this
net
age.
worth is $450 million.
I don't care.
I'm
what the
guessing he
estimate-
has some left.
I'm guessing he doesn't have as much as you might think.
He doesn't have 450.
Oh, there's no chance. There's no chance he has $450 million liquid.
Cakes has always had venom for Floyd for
Well, I
some
just think
reason.
he's a bad person.
I think he's a bad person too,
Yeah,
but
and he just his whole persona is about having all this money, and eventually he's going to have $0, and I'm going to laugh about it. It's
I
going to
think
be
when he
funny to
dies,
me.
he'll have $0. But I think he's going to be okay.
Okay, we just,
Mike Tyson blew through a lot of money. He's been okay.
I mean, he
I
wishes
think
he
Mike
had
Ty-
all the money from his.
I think Tyson's doing very well right now.
Because he got into the weed business.
Yeah, that and some others. Yeah,
And he makes money when he does an old man fight against against Logan Paul on Netflix.
so bad. I'll never get.
He was
duped into
probably
that
really
again.
bad with his money when he was younger, but
Right.
it sounds like he's probably
Like
okay
he's
with
matured
it.
a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tyson got in a car accident. He gave away the Bentley. Or whatever.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
just gave it to the cop. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Can't relate.
Not sure how we got here from talking about Trey Young's debut with the Wizards, but here we are.
So
Sometimes
I
it
think
happens.
It'll be interesting. Do we know? We don't know yet, but do we think he's going to start or come off the bench?
I have not heard the
Keith
plan.
alluded
guess
to
he
it.
starts.
He said he was going to handle it the way he handled all the other guys, like on minutes restrictions or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Benj, what's your guess?
He'll start.
Okay.
I think he's going to start.
He's going to get a nice pop at Cap
That
One.
was I remember seeing the
that
comments.
would make
and
sense.
the sense was that he would start and then just shut him down.
Yeah.
You know, which is what you want. You don't want him playing in the fourth quarter.
Will Capital One be sold out for Trey Young's debut?
No.
No? You're not seeing nobody's seeing that? Maybe.
I don't think.
Possibly?
Are you going?
No.
Heck
I'm
no, he's
going.
not going.
Could?
No, I mean, I could. Sure.
What else you got?
What am I doing? I'm just hanging out with my mom tonight at home. We're going to have a nice, chill evening
You
at
can
home.
take your
with
mom to Wizards game. I know she's more of a Caps fan.
Yeah, I could do that, but I'm not.
I know. My point is, I think most people aren't rushing to go see Trae Young's debut. Maybe.
Well, I
I'm
think
wrong.
it's hard now.
I don't think it's
because
going to be a sellout.
It's not. They're not at full strength. I mean, they're throwing you a Trae Young bone, but we're not seeing the full complement. Obviously, you're not seeing AD. I don't think you're not seeing Sarr. You're not seeing Keyshawn, right? I mean, all these guys are banged up. I think when they present the guys, there should be some enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but it may not be this season.
When
Probably
they
won't
run next year, Trae Young, Alex Sarr pick and rolls, and Trae Young, Anthony Davis pick and rolls, assuming that they're playing, that will be highly successful. I was not a fan of the move. I don't think he's going to lead to them all of a sudden becoming a championship team, but he will put up numbers.
I think it's hard to go from being one of the bottom 4 teams to championship. There's stages, right? So that maybe you get them to a level and then you go on a couple years. They're not going to go from having the third most lottery balls or whatever to championship.
But I'm with Jason. I think the biggest thing is who they land in the draft next year.
Of course.
If it's
I think
Darren Peterson or Debanza.
I think you're dreaming. Unless the fix is in, which I think is possible. But if it's a legitimate lottery, they're likely to get like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, whatever it is.
I know, but I think there are 5 or 6 studs because I always forget his name. I think the kid from Arkansas is he's like a John Morant type.
Darius Acuff. He's a stud. He was unbelievable last night.
So I think
Kingston Fleming's at Houston, stud.
I think it's like 5 or 6 deep.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. That's fine.
Caleb Wilson, good player.
By the way, the tankers are really going at it late. Just listen to the streaks for all the tanking
I brought this up
teams.
the other day.
Sacramento lost 2. Indiana lost 7. Brooklyn's lost 9. Wizards have lost 6. Utah's lost 7.
Well,
New Orleans has lost 2. Dallas has lost 4. Memphis has lost 2.
Yeah.
And Sacramento,
Milwaukee's
if you play it
lost
out,
4.
if you were to look at Sacramento's last 20,
Oh, it's brutal.
Oh, what am I doing tonight? Hold on.
You're busy night. Busy night for the tankers.
All right, well, there's tanker versus tanker, but I'm going to take the home tanker there with the Wiz.
As you should.
The Nets are playing at Miami. I mean, it's a 13-point line.
This is got you written all over it.
The Mavs are playing at Orlando.
Orlando should punish them.
I mean, they're a 10-point favorite.
Right.
The Pellies are playing the Kings. I got to stay away from that.
Pellies just got Zion back.
So I'm still going to stay away from that. But I'm definitely going to bet the Wiz tonight, even though they're a tanking team, and I'm going to bet against the Nets.
All right, coming up at 9:45, Mark Roberge from OAR. He will join the show. But next, we'll do EB's entertainment page here on The Fan.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Save on hearty main dishes at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through March 10th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Selecting the right real estate agent is crucial. In fact, choosing the wrong agent could cost you thousands. Just ask Grant, who said Debbie and Sarah Reynolds are the best I've ever worked with. They came in with a clear strategy, professional staging advice, and top-notch marketing that made my home stand out immediately. Within days, we had multiple offers, all over asking price. Selling a home can be stressful, but Debbie and Sarah made it feel effortless. This is common when you call the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They sell a home every 5 hours, and they net their sellers $30,000 more on average. That's because of their exclusive database of over 16,300 pre-screened buyers that are ready to buy a home today. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Take it from me. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Be there at Capital One Arena on March 7th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
NFL franchise tag deadline day has come and gone. So what teams are best positioned as we get closer and closer to NFL free agency? Plus, we're talking Wiz with Chase Hughes, a little bit of Caps talk, and Peter Rosenberg will join the program.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
On 106.7 The Fan and always live on the free Odyssey app.
I hope the audience is ready to be entertained by one Eric Bickle. His entertainment page is coming up right now.
Does Lou Holtz make the entertainment page? We haven't mentioned it.
Yeah, we got a shout out.
And that was Junkies lingo for a while, where we would say Lou Holtz. And somebody tweeted not that long ago, maybe in the last month, said, why did you guys say you're Lou Holtz? And I couldn't remember. And I was like, I don't know, Golden Domer? And it was because he was coach of the Gamecocks.
Oh,
right? Yeah, after Notre Dame, yeah.
But it's like when you forget your dumb references.
Yeah.
And so I don't even remember. Did we
forgot
used
the
to
origin
refer
story.
to our Johnson as our Lou Holtz?
Yes.
Did we?
Yeah.
I don't even remember. Did we do that for a decade or something?
Quite a legacy he's leaving behind.
When did he coach South Carolina?
Well,
it had to have been, right? That had to have been the origin.
I would guess.
I mean,
Well,
I
it was
actually
early
tweeted
90s?
back Golden Domer. I was like, I don't know,
No, I
Dome.
think that wasn't a
It
big
was,
thing.
it was the Gamecocks.
Yes.
I slept on the fact that he was the head coach at William and Mary way back in the day.
That was his first job, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad, but great life.
He had a bunch of jobs. NC State, Arkansas.
Pretty sure we had him on at least once.
Maybe.
On the phone.
Did have him on one time.
Post coaching though. I think
Correct.
it was like an ESPN
Yeah.
thing or something. But yeah, pour some out for a life well lived, Cakes.
I didn't know he was a coach for the Jets back in the day. Wow, I didn't know that.
Was he a head coach?
He was one. I guess maybe he was an interim.
Oh yeah, that might be.
Or maybe he got fired. He was only there 1 year, 3-10 with the Jets in 1976.
It makes sense. So he was at South Carolina 99 through 2004.
Yeah.
So nighttime and then early HFS.
Yeah.
That's when we used to say you're Lou Holtz.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense. I remember Craig used to always walk around. He wore his South Carolina hat.
Yeah.
With the moniker.
Yeah, sure. The shortened version.
The
of
shortened
name.
version of Gamecock.
Got it.
Great hat. I would say one of the all-time greatest college hats.
Yeah, but you age out of wearing that hat
I know.
mid 20s.
I wish I had
you can't
the balls.
really wear that. You can't roll around wearing that hat when you're 50.
No, you don't think if my daughter went to South Carolina, I couldn't wear a big C hat? I think I could.
With that word on it,
Yeah,
the
I think I
5-letter
could.
word.
I think I could. I could. I could go to the grocery, pick up some broccoli.
I don't know, man.
I think I could.
You would get some weird looks. You would definitely get weird looks.
I don't know. I think I could.
Outside of Columbia, South Carolina, you'd get some weird sideways glances.
But I think I could justify it in my brain. I think I could. All right, the entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. People are telling me, by the way, they definitely have the adaptive cruise control.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have to do something to make that work or if it works automatically, because I don't know. I probably should read the manual.
Something tells me you're not going to use it.
Yeah,
For the
you're not a
ultimate
cruise
buying
control guy.
experience, not because I don't like to brake all the time and reset. For the ultimate buying experience on the ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com.
His cruise control is called Dina Bickle. Or now,
That's the best
or
one.
now Kate Bickle.
Yeah.
Kate Bickle.
Turns out she drives to the volleyball practice.
Well, because I want her to get reps.
and does she drive home? She's all tired.
Sometimes I'll drive and she's tired.
Sometimes you drive.
But I think it's important for her to get the reps. So I would prefer her to drive for that. Valdez, this is exciting for you and me. Maybe Jason also.
What's that?
Amazon Prime has announced a new Rory McIlroy Masters documentary.
I'll watch it.
Rory McIlroy will have the chance to tell his Masters story once and for all, and he'll have a national audience to share with it on Wednesday.
Who
Amazon
didn't he talk
Prime
to?
announced Rory McIlroy, The Masters Wait, a brand new documentary.
That was it DeChambeau he refused to talk to during the round?
Yeah, Bryson got a little bit bitter that he wouldn't chat with him. Or
He
whatever.
iced him out.
Bryson's so talkative.
He saw
so
like a
chatty.
psychologist. The psychologist said something like, focus on your game.
Right.
Well, if you
and
look
just
at it,
zone out.
I think in the last decade, I mean, Rory had like maybe 6 top 10s or top 5. Like he had a bunch at Augusta.
Yeah.
Like, just couldn't
Just
close
couldn't win
the
it.
deal.
Well, then he almost tried to give it away
Yeah.
when he hit in the trap.
Augusta, definitely on my cut 9, keep 3. They didn't make the cut for my list.
You can vote at Junks Radio or poll of the day.
If I could have just 1 week to play it over and over and over again, it would be that. It would just, if we could just have 1 week, 52 weeks a year, it would be just reset the Masters every
Not for this guy.
every
It wouldn't
Monday.
be.
Yeah, well, of course.
Oh, my three would be the Masters, the British Open, the U.S. Open.
Yeah, right.
Sadly, two of those were not options, Valdez. when
You're
I
leaving
looked at
out the
list.
PGA. Some argue the PGA is the better.
The
field.
players. We put players.
Players. Yeah.
Fifth major.
Fifth
John
major.
Feinstein loved
Horse
that.
about for
John is rolling over his
All
grave
respect
right now.
to John Feinstein.
Thinking about that. Do you have this Harry Styles audio?
Yeah.
It's not going to be interesting, but Harry Styles, who Jason's daughters are sure are in love with,
They were.
drops his first new single in nearly 3 years. It's called Aperture.
Aperture, like
Aperture.
the photography term?
Yes. Maybe he's a photographer.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I don't like this yet.
Yeah, the start of it
So far,
sucks.
it kind of sucks.
Actually,
Are we ever going to get to the...
yeah, here,
Is this the world's worst intro?
it might be the worst intro in the world.
All right, hold on. Let me see. Come on.
I think I need to fast forward like a minute.
Have you previewed it?
Yeah.
But you weren't really thinking. You didn't have your radio brain on?
I've heard it on the radio.
You have?
This is my
think so.
first year. And probably my last.
It's terrible. I'm sorry.
It doesn't
sorry,
even sound
Harry.
like the production's that good.
Evie, I'm going to do your favorite thing. Boo! Boo!
Yeah, I can't blame you.
Snooze fest.
Kix, you know how your
It's not
Poocher,
watermelon. It's not
At
watermelon
Poocher.
sugar.
Kix, you know how your phone, it took us a while to kind of realize that your phone
That's a
is...
terrible song, by the way.
It's
I can't believe how bad that is.
Terrible sound.
Horrible sound.
many
What's the
bad
name of the
sounds.
song? Aperture?
Aperture.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Aperture.
Dude, I was
Oh.
at a convention center. You know, I'm in convention centers a lot for these volleyball tournaments, and we're in like a lot. You're usually there for like 4 or 5 hours, right? Good period of time. And especially if you have a morning wave and you get your coffee, you go in a convention center bathroom, there'll be 16 guys. And you hear those like it's like a symphony.
Yeah, right.
It's like a symphony of those sounds.
Terrible.
That's better than porta potties.
The smell
out
of
you better bring some Febreze in there.
otherworldly. I try to avoid it, but sometimes it's hard to avoid. You know, you get a coffee,
do you do?
and a Coke Zero. Next thing you know,
Things are moving.
you're sprinting.
It's a lot of caffeine.
It's a lot of caffeine. All right, so you know how your phone, it took us a while to realize, oh, wow, these phones really are, they're basically spying on us. They're listening to everything and targeted ads and all that. Well, I guess these Meta AI glasses are also, people don't realize, if you have these Meta AI glasses, which we all got, our agent, I think, right? Did our agent send us these Meta
100%.
AI glasses? I guess people don't realize it, but they're recording you at all times. You may not even, you don't have to put it on. It's
not recording me.
documenting.
It's not recording
But
me.
it's in the box, right? Or you sold it.
I sold them.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And they say it's recording people getting dressed, sitting on the toilet, everything you're doing.
Well, if I were wearing them last night, it would have recorded my bust hand where I looked at my cards and I said, oh, I have ace 10 and I have a small stack getting it in. Guy said, oh, that ace 10's nice. How about I have
Ace
an
king.
ace? I have one ace
And then another
on the
ace.
other card. There's another ace.
Right.
So you're freaking dead.
Yeah.
You're drawing dead.
Did anything come up?
No.
Of
course not.
He needed some tens.
They need some tens.
So here's the deal.
So many tens.
So this
Or
it
Jack
sounds
King Queen.
Yeah.
somewhat controversial. So the Ray-Ban glasses, they have built-in camera and microphones. They say that it's a product created with privacy in mind and gives you the control over what gets shared and when. But they also have an AI assistant which can be activated by voice. But the same assistant also automatically processes data from the glasses, including speech, text, images, and at times video, and sends it to Sama, a third-party data company contracted by Meta in Nairobi, Kenya. That function cannot be turned off.
I hope everybody's happy when AI takes over and they're rounding up all the humans and putting us into forced labor camps, okay? Because we were dumb enough to let AI get so smart
there
and
are
take
bunch-
over society.
there
I
are-
hope you're happy.
There are a bunch of horny dudes or weirdos, perverts in Kenya watching you poo. Like if you're having the glasses on, they're watching everything you're doing. Whistling, pooping, anything.
Does
you
anybody
think of.
wear the Meta glasses in here?
I gave them to my son.
You know
That's
what?
a no.
Best thing that ever happened to me.
What'd you do with
I
it?
don't think I haven't done anything to them.
Oh, you still have them?
They
Okay.
don't. I opened them. I was going to try them on and like play golf or something. They don't connect
How
with
have you-
Android.
You've sold yours already. Right? You have to have sold them.
Yeah, he just said that.
He said that at the beginning.
I missed
Yeah.
it.
Yes, I
My
sold
brain's in
them.
a fog. I have a foggy brain right now.
Yes.
Hey, some dude in Nairobi's watching your kid on the honeymoon.
Yeah. That would be great.
Yeah.
When's the wedding?
Sunday.
Oh, it's this Sunday. Wow.
This Sunday, yeah.
Sunday.
That definitely seems like a violation.
What?
Like, people need to know this. You can't turn that function off. If you're wearing the Meta glasses, in theory, everything that you are seeing is being sent to Nairobi, Kenya,
Yeah.
to that
The
firm.
guys in Nairobi were laughing when the guy next to me at the poker table last week got busted for wearing his Meta glasses.
It's all poker related with cakes.
It's all I do.
I read
I do this dumb show, and then I go play poker. And I
read-
hang out with my family.
I
That's
don't know
all I do.
I don't know if it was the same article, but I read an article that postulated that that's why Google Glass went down. Right? Google Glass was before this
Yes,
version.
the precursor to the Meta glasses.
And some people thought it's because the glasses didn't look cool, but also they had a lot of issues with trying to figure out how to avoid the privacy issues.
How?
I don't know.
Glasses.
Google Glass.
JP has
A
the answer.
failure. And they're
has
saying
the
that
answer.
now
Glasses.
this may cause major problems for Meta.
It should.
That they may be following Google Glass
You know
and
what?
just
I don't care what they do. Just keep pumping your stock price. Because last time I checked, Meta stock is like in the 600s.
So you own it
I do.
somewhere down the line? You own it? One of your funds or
No,
individual?
I own individual shares.
Good.
And I'm sure like funds that I'm in own it too.
Sure.
So keep making your spy glasses look like they're spying on everybody and then beaming it directly to Nairobi.
if you'd asked me how much is the stock for Meta, I don't know if I would have been within 300.
I'm sure you
I
would.
have no idea.
I might have got, actually.
You said
I probably, if you
$1.50.
said, I would probably said
But
125.
who knows? I mean, they probably
I just don't
split.
follow.
Do they ever split?
I have no idea.
Like pick another
What
stock.
is- what is it?
I don't think
Pick
so.
another stock, Cakes.
All right. This
Amazon.
I love this. Yeah. What's let me give you Nvidia.
I know
Look it up.
Nvidia is killing it, but
Yeah.
I have no idea what stock price. I would say 250.
I think it's definitely less than that. It is currently
Again.
181 per
How
share.
do you know? It's probably split.
I don't know.
Times.
What about Nike?
Nike.
I think Nike's.
I'm gonna guess
I have been a
$40.
shareholder. It's kind of been a dud. I think Nike's around $70 a share, but that's a guess.
Mar might know this. I think he's not here. He's running around. Knowing what he's doing.
$58 a share for Nike.
58.66.
Hasn't the like sneaker resale market gone into the toilet lately?
I don't
think-
know.
I think it has.
I've never resold a sneaker, so I don't know what the market would
Yeah,
be.
but you know there are all these places where you can buy.
Of course.
not even necessarily used, but
Yeah.
you buy whatever old models of sneakers, or whatever, and they have value. And people invest in sneakers. People have these. I think that
clearly
market's
don't.
bottoming out. And Nike, by the way, Nike. I said this about their golf outfits. I think it's pretty much true about everything Nike. Their clothing is their design.
I haven't worn a, well, that's not true, but I haven't bought a Nike shirt, pants.
You go through a store.
I don't ever buy it.
Nike gear is.
I buy shoes, but
The
not gear.
shoes are okay.
Yeah.
That's like that where they seem to put most of their creativity.
Yeah, where
but
the
like
Jordan-
a Nike sweatshirt or a Nike it's just boring, terrible.
I'm gonna go buy a
boring.
golf them today.
Give me
See
another
what they
stock,
got.
Cakes.
Valdez is going to be pumped.
Give me another stock, Cakes.
All right.
Google.
Let's do Microsoft.
Microsoft is $100.
Oh, you keep thinking it's
$250.
$100.
I mean, who knows?
Microsoft is $408, and that's down about $100 a share in the last few months.
I just don't follow. McDonald's.
McDonald's.
I used to own McDonald's stock when I was a teenager.
McDonald's. I don't know what that is, but I can. What's your guess?
80.
McDonald's share price is currently
$330.
Is that what it is? $328.60.
I should have held on to it.
Should have held on.
All right, couple other stories, and we'll move on. Remember, we talked about that Todd Meadows, the guy from Deadliest Catch. I guess he died, but he got ejected. He got
thrown overboard.
He got thrown overboard.
That's terrible.
He was in there for 10 minutes.
So
and
that's what killed him.
got thrown overboard. They say they
Hypothermia?
rescued him 10 minutes later, and
was
they dead.
Mm.
Couldn't.
Where was it?
The
Bering Sea.
I don't know.
Jeez, the
I would
Bering Sea.
assume
off the coast of Alaska.
But the mom is begging them to not air the footage of her son dying.
Oh, you can understand
of
that.
course.
Hopefully they respect her
Hope they're not
wishes.
going to.
Might be good ratings, though, Cakes. If you
I
die
mean, we'll do
on
a lot
the show,
for ratings. That's a great
if you
point.
die on the show, you would want us to air the death. In other words, if you stroke
Like if
out,
I just had a
I don't
heart
think he'll
attack
care.
right
He'll be
here,
dead.
Yeah, you'll
Yeah,
be
I
dead. But I would think in heaven, if in theory you were watching over, you would say,
Yeah,
"Yeah,
I want
go
to be.
ahead."
I want my exit to be a ratings grab.
What is it,
if
Discovery?
possible.
Was it is Discovery?
Yeah.
Did they already respond to that? Or are they going
I
to
don't
air
know.
it?
I don't know. But she's made that request. So, according to TMZ. So take that for whatever it's worth. Jack Hughes, apparently, the American hero from the Olympics, Cakes, has a new girlfriend.
I know who it is.
Go ahead, tell people.
Tate McRae.
Yeah, I guess she's a Canadian pop star. Is that
She
right?
is, yes.
She's not a country artist.
Valdez
she's
has
a pop
told me
star?
she's attractive.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's
Well,
like-
she's in
he's told me
the
that.
Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift type of genre of music.
All right. And then last but not least, Netflix has a new reality dating show where singles meet and they have no idea of what each other's age is.
Matt Myers is all in.
Now, why is that so great?
Because sometimes guys can age gracefully, women can age gracefully, and you have no idea what the age is.
So does it say Love
you're
is
not-
Blind spinoff? So now, what is it called?
What's my age again?
Silly title. So buy it from Blink-182.
No, but it should be.
Because they already do Love is Blind, where you don't know what somebody looks like.
No, you're meeting these people, and
Here's the
you're
title.
under the assumption that
Here's
they're
the title. Another dating show Cakes will never watch. That's the title.
I consume some dating shows. I need to come up with my list. I've been cranking out the TV shows. I finished Love is Blind.
All right, when we come back, Jerry DePizzo
Can't find the name.
from OAR is going to join us. He will join us next to
Nice.
talk about Ocean's Calling and the band's tour plans and more. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Michigan's magical season will be tested Thursday at Iowa City. The Hawkeyes are deliberate but efficient in their offensive ways. However, a 300+ standing and effective field goal percentage D over last month is a problem. Yes, Iowa plays slow, but Michigan is a wagon. Give this better the over 145.5 at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
B-Mitch here. Just like on the ice, you got to protect yourself out there. And that's why I ride with Law Tigers in my corner. They've been fighting for injured riders for over 20 years, and knowing they've got my back makes every ride even better. Now, here's a power play that you don't want to miss. Law Tigers teamed up with Harley-Davidson of DC to give away a custom Washington Capitals Harley. This one's a beauty. Trust me. Go to capsfansbike.com to enter today. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Kaffers and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
Every day can be game day when you're a Washington Capitals season ticket member. With one membership, you get year-round perks, exclusive access, and unforgettable experiences on and off the ice. Don't just watch the action, be a part of it. Visit washcaps.com/season tickets and join Capitals Club Red 365 today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis. Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct, there is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy one diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
Hi, it's Scotty from Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Urban legend says, if you make 3 cocktails with my vodka, I will magically appear and drink them. Try it out. Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Maryland made, super smooth, and loved throughout the DMV.
JP Finley here. This month, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Book your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Let's welcome in Jerry DePizzo from OAR. He's the saxophonist, sometimes guitarist as well, for our good friends in OAR. Jerry, thanks for calling, man. Appreciate the time, man.
How are
Good
you
morning.
doing, buddy?
Doing great. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on, man. It's been a minute.
Of course, man.
Big day for you guys.
Yeah, huge day because Ocean's Calling is coming back to Ocean City, Maryland. You guys are always a huge part of it.
Oh, yeah.
And we know the pre-sale is coming up in just about 15 minutes. People can get their tickets for this huge event starting at 10 a.m. Tell us the latest about Ocean's Calling. We know that you guys are featured on both Friday and Sunday, and we went over the lineup a couple days ago. Just some huge names coming to Ocean City in late September.
Yeah, we're thrilled for it this year. We'll be back. We're going to play on Friday to welcome everybody to Ocean City, and then on Sunday we bring in some special surprise guests and friends for a big OAR and Friends set, and it's just making dreams come true for us. Friday we have Dave and Hootie. Saturday is 21 Pilots and Gwen Stefani. Sunday, Mumford & Sons and Matchbox 20, and dozens of other bands out with us that we're just so excited. And this is such a special part of OAR, and it means a great deal to us to have you guys involved and to do it in the great state of Maryland and in the wonderful city of Ocean City, Maryland, with our buddy Tim Sweetwood at the helm. So grateful for it and grateful for you guys, too.
So you guys are, thank you, appreciate that. So you guys are doing the OAR and Friends set on Sunday, and you touched on that. I know that I've seen Dee Snider, from Twisted Sister, get up with you guys. Give us some of the other names that people might not expect that are going to join OAR and Friends that have joined you guys over the years leading up to this latest iteration of Ocean's Calling.
Yeah, well, we always keep the year a secret. You know who we're going to have out. But we've had we've had Dee Snider. Oh God, we've had so many. We had Johnny Resnick from Goo Goo Dolls last year. God, I'm blanking on so many incredible people.
So in other words, it's not necessary. I just assumed it was like guys that are there for the weekend also performing with their
there's
their
a lot
group.
of that, but then we bring in a bunch of folks. We had Richie Sambora first year.
Nice.
We had DMC from Run DMC. We just it's basically our heroes and the people that we grew up loving and appreciating. We get to pick up the phone, call them, and a lot of those times they show up, and it's just an incredible experience. And we're so excited to bring it to everybody.
Sunday, by the way, Matchbox 20 is going to be a grand slam. Matchbox 20, awesome. Also, you know who else I'm into, Jerry? 21 Pilots. Love 21 Pilots. And Liz Phair. Love Liz Phair.
Yeah, they're all amazing. Yeah. How did you guys originally get involved? Because I feel like it's kind of like your event.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great story. So Tim Sweetwood is and his team operates and promotes the festival, and they're amazing at what they do. And they have a huge portfolio of festivals all over the country that they crush. But we knew Tim decades ago when we were at school at Ohio State. He was at Miami of Ohio, and he would promote shows there. And he had us at some of the things that he did. And then fast forward 20-some years, Tim had us at his Innings Festival in Tempe, Arizona. He and Mark got to talking. We had been working on this town takeover concept where we would go in install these bands and artists in these venues in your town and stuff. And we pitched that to Tim, and Tim's like, that's not a great idea, but you got something, so let's work on it. Let's do something where you guys built who you are. Let's do it somewhere where your home area. And that was a great idea. And then, Tim started to go through and look at all the beach towns and things. Mark provided him great knowledge of maybe some of the smaller ones or more intimate ones and things. And we had a whole list that we went to go visit, and we went to Ocean City and just saw it. And it was perfect for it. And so we're just so thrilled that we get to work with all of the folks in Ocean City. And it is a great partnership that we love and appreciate
what
very much.
What year is it now for you guys?
This is 5th year. The first year we put it up, it went up, and then it had to be canceled because
hurricane.
of weather.
Right,
the hurricane came through.
Yeah.
Remember.
Weather.
Yeah.
And then...
but the weather's been great for all the other ones.
Yeah, but since then, it's been fantastic, and it's, a beautiful weekend at the beach at Ocean City. So
you can't beat it.
What was your growing up? What was your Ocean City spot?
It was great question. It was Ocean City. So Ocean City, for me growing up in Ohio, it was a place where a family could drive in a day and still hit the beach. And there's not a lot of that. So I went to Ocean City probably 2 or 3 times as a kid. And so when that was a market that came up, I knew not only was it going to work for where the band was born in Maryland, but when we spent our 4 years in college and where we really raised the band in Ohio, it was going to resonate with folks there too, because so many people had my similar experience, which was, our summer break was going to Ocean City.
All right, so
a great time at the fam.
Jerry, give me the update on the latest music. I know you guys are always working on new music.
Yeah, we were just actually in New York. I'm actually driving back now, and we were working on filming videos and things for our new album. It's going to be coming out this summer before we hit the road, and we're thrilled for it. It's called 3 Tinted Windows, and we're going to be celebrating 30 years, just like you guys, on the 3 Decades tour this summer.
Cool. Very cool. And have you announced all those dates already?
Everything's up and out, and we'll be playing Merriweather. I think it's the
24th of July, it looks like. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Friday night at Merriweather, OAR. It's
Awesome.
perfect.
I got to do that.
Well, Jerry, we appreciate the time, man. People can go to oceanscallingfestival.com.
Like right now, right? Like at 10 a.m.?
The pre-sale
Right now.
starts today at 10 a.m.
Perfect.
So people can go to oceanscallingfestival.com. Again, OAR will be playing Friday night, and then they're doing an OAR and Friends set on Sunday. They're heavily involved with the festival. It's always great to get to Ocean City. Late September, 25th through the 27th. are the dates. Jerry, thanks for the time, man. We'll have to catch up
Say
soon.
hi to the boys for us.
Oh, well, hey, congrats on 30, guys.
Yeah, same to you guys.
too, pal.
Absolutely.
All right, buddy.
Take care.
Yep, you too, man. It's Jerry DePizzo, saxophonist.
Didn't sound like he was driving.
And guitarist from OAR.
No, they're awesome. There probably isn't a band I've seen more than I've seen.
Seen them a lot.
The last time I went, I actually went to see Mark solo.
Yeah, done that.
It was
too.
kind of a Christmas deal at 930 Club.
Yeah, he's great at that.
Mm-hmm.
Seen him do that a couple times.
I've seen him do the solo thing once here in D.C. somewhere.
I saw OAR at the Anthem because Steampunk hired them for their Christmas show.
I saw them too.
That's right, you were there.
We went the same night.
I forgot you were there.
We ditched the Odyssey Company party and went to the Steampunk
How'd you
party.
do that? How'd you end up? Did Jason give you the invite?
Yes.
Invite?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, we went backstage and
I
talked to the
remember.
boys.
It was a great time.
I went to this stinky company
It
party.
was a fun evening.
I know who had more fun.
We won at life that night. That's all.
I can't believe it was 10 years ago when we did the 20th, the co-branded party with them
Yes.
at 930 Club.
Life is.
I just remember shivering trying to get a ride home
Oh
outside,
my God!
outside
getting
the club.
home. It was the world's coldest day.
Well, it was December, I believe.
Yeah, but
was pretty chilly.
You're 100% right. It was butt cold. I think.
So cold.
Were we waiting for Ubers?
I think we were waiting for like a party bus. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the party bus eventually saved us, but we almost had hypothermia before we got in. All right, we have to get out of here. We will see you tomorrow. Hey, everybody, it's Trae Day. Enjoy Trae Young's debut with the Wizards tonight as they take on the Jazz. We're the Junks. We'll see you again tomorrow.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Lou Holtz, the legendary college football coach, passed away yesterday at the age of 89. In the sports world mourns his loss. Holtz led Notre Dame to a national title in 1988 and left an indelible mark on Arkansas and South Carolina. Sidelines to the broadcast booth. Holtz is a legend. I'm Drake Toll.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Khalid Jones, Executive Director of the Virginia Lottery. When it comes to gambling, take it easy and don't overdo it. Set limits on your budget and, importantly, your time. And never chase your losses. Remember, it's just a game, so play it smart.
If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-888-532-3500.
It's free and confidential. Brought to you by the Virginia Lottery and the Virginia Council on Problem Gambling.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at Window Nation. We absolutely love Window Nation. They have taken care of me in multiple homes over the years, beautifying my home, lowering my energy bills, and they have an A+ rating in the Better Business Bureau because they are great to work with.
These installers are experts. It'll take just about a day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. Simply no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you're going to save, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Michigan's magical season will be tested Thursday in Iowa City. The Hawkeyes are deliberate but efficient in their offensive ways. However, a 300+ standing and effective field goal percentage D over last month is a problem. Yes, Iowa plays slow, but Michigan is a wagon. Give this better the over 145.5 at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
According to reports, the Vegas Golden Knights are acquiring center Nick Dowd from the Capitals. That's being reported from David Pagnotta of the Fourth Period. TSN, who covers hockey in Canada, they also are confirming this report. They've added, though, that this is not a done deal yet. The deal is expected to be completed later this morning. David Pagnotta is following up on his report, saying the details of the trade are to be determined, but this is agreed upon, and Nick Dowd has been made aware that he's being traded from the Capitals to the Vegas Golden Knights. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's B. Mitch and Finley.
What do you think he'll say?
Let's find out. Hello, operator.
You can watch the show live or on demand on YouTube.
B. Mitch and Finley off for the day. You've got what they call the other guys. Zabe here with Ben Standig, 10-2 today. Benny boy, good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Zabe, and this is a pleasure. I feel like I got called up from AAA sitting here across from you. I'm excited.
Hey, it's a AAA start for me as well. So look, the innings were available, and we said we will pitch them today. It's yet another crummy day in the DMV. This is now the third straight day in a row where you're like, okay, like Tuesday, I'm like, this day sucks. This might be the worst weather day of the year. It was 35, right? It kind of snowed quite a bit out in the western exurbs where I am. And then it was just fogged in after that. I'm like, okay, you can't do a damn thing with this day on March 2nd. And then Wednesday came, and Wednesday said, hey, Tuesday, hold my beer. Wednesday was even worse. Now, today, I think it's going to eventually clear up, but the morning has been foggy, and so it's just one of them days. This is March in the DMV. Good thing we got college basketball to talk about. Good thing we've got NFL free agency now, and good thing we've got Trae Young, Benny, as making his debut tonight for the Wizards.
I'm going to remember where I was when I watched him go out on the court for the first time. I honestly wasn't sure he would play, so I'm at least curious to see what he looks like in uniform, if nothing else.
I am, too. I was like, I thought we were shelving him and AD for the rest of the year, and we were going to make up a bunch of excuses like the dog ate my injury report, and that's why they can't play. I'm kind of wondering, and we could talk about this at length a bit later in the show, I'm wondering if the All-Star break narrative about tanking and Adam Silver feeling the need to address it, because he finally said, okay, we're stepping in. Like, this is really bad for the league.
Yeah.
To which other people were like, yeah, we've been telling you that for a while. You're now just realizing this. And I'm wondering if because of that, the Wizards said, all right, we kind of got to play Trae Young. Like Anthony Davis, we can shelve him for the rest of the year, but we got to play Trae Young, and they're probably picking a spot that is low impact. Now, tonight's a tank off because Utah's in town, and they're part of the tanking 10. You're aware of the tanking 10 and the streak going on right now?
Yeah, I saw it was at least 40, right? Did it go up from last night?
It was 40-0, or 0-40, I should say. The bottom 10 teams in the NBA that are all basically trying to tank, some more egregiously than others, had been 0-40, but I was informed by young Ben Strober this morning, Locked On Wizards, who tracks this stuff, Mr. Tankathon. He's like, it's now 0-44 because 4 more lost last night. But as they say in the movies, Ben, it ends tonight. Because you got the Wizards and the Jazz, somebody's got to win.
You know, in terms of the Trae Young part, like, you're right. I mean, look, when he arrived, could he have played sooner if they were a real team this year?
Yes.
I'm going to guess he probably could have.
So,
I'm guessing he could have snuck in. But his injury wasn't so bad he could sit out all year. But you can't re-aggravate an injury if you don't play.
Right.
So he goes out there, he gives it a go, doffs his cap to the fans, so to speak. Gets out there, gets at least a few minutes with some of these guys, maybe plays a couple games. And then, hey, he's going to sit the next game, get some rest. He's got to acclimate himself, and that's how you sort of navigate the rest of the way. Davis, I'm kind of guessing we won't see him.
Right.
Fine. It doesn't matter.
We were not counting on this.
No.
We were not planning on this, and it actually makes no sense. I have said that hopefully the Wizards' tank this year is good and works, and they don't do anything to slip out of that bottom 8. Because I do think the NBA is going to really close the barn door on a lot of this starting next year. I feel like this is our last great chance to tank with a generational draft class that is coming.
Yeah.
So it has to work this year.
Right before we came on and the Junkies were leaving, and you were talking to them, there was some poker discussion going on, and that somebody was saying that there's nothing worse than playing hours and hours and hours, but then losing right before the cash hits.
That was JP.
That's what this would be like if these guys don't cash out this time. Because I do think this is the last time. I do think they kind of have no choice. I mean, especially after making the Trae Young and Davis deals. We'll see if they're here. But they're going forward after this. They've acquired a bunch of picks. These 6 guys they have so far have all looked pretty good. They're going to get somebody here unless they fall out of the top 8, which is a whole total disaster. But yeah, this is it. This is the last time they are going to play. You don't want to have wasted all this time to not get a premium guy. Alex Sarr looks good. These guys look like they're potentially some generational guys in here. So you can't miss out on this one.
All right, let's punch some guys into the game here. Producer Jeff Walker, Mr. Under the Weather Walker, feeling foggy this morning. Went up to him and I said, "What's the matter, bro?" He's like, man, I'm just not quite right today. You playing hurt today?
I mean, I'm good. I'm just not myself right now. I don't know why.
See, that's what threw me off right away. Normally, you are a dynamic and smiling, energetic fella, and I could tell the vibes were down today. And I'm like, damn, I think Walker is playing hurt today. But I'm glad you're here. Thank you for taking good care of Ben and I. Metal Chris, how you doing today, buddy? I normally see you on the weekends.
Doing pretty good, man. Doing good.
Good. I love it.
And I work here during the week, too. Amazing.
I just don't see you during the week. When don't you work here, by the way?
Yeah, pretty much all the time.
Pretty much all the time.
Yeah, as much as I can.
Okay. All right. So 800-636-1067 is the number. I got a story from the commute in this morning, which was going to be an easy, short commute, at least in my mind. It was coming from MGM National Harbor, where I was lucky enough, and I thank Cakes for including me to be part of his poker tournament last night. More on that in a second. I also had a room there, which he hooked me up with, which was on the restore level of MGM National Harbor, the 12th floor, which I guess is a cut above, Ben. Have you ever stayed over there?
You're shocked to know I have not.
Okay. So this is like an extra level of nice rooms, apparently.
Okay.
With aromatherapy, like you're hit with this aroma getting off the elevator on the 12th floor.
How does it compare to like a room in Vegas? I've stayed there 1,000 times.
It's a premium room.
Okay.
It really is. Had nice everything. But I could tell early on, I'm like, oh, these pillows are going to be a problem. And I hate to be one of these pillow dandies that has become an old man where it's like, if I don't have my pillow, I can't get a good night's sleep, But I knew the pillows would be a problem. I woke up going, yeah, this is why guys end up on the injured report because of the wrong pillow, basically. So I woke up with a little bit of a crick in the neck. That was the first sign of trouble. The next sign of the trouble was trying to navigate through the spaghetti tangle of overpasses that are right there at the mouth of MGM National Harbor, as well as the Beltway, to get up here to good old Odyssey Incorporated HQ on Half Street. I punched it in to my normally reliable Tesla Model 3 navigation with auto drive. And it was taking me around and around and around. I did tweet out the picture, the screenshot of my navigation just because it was so comical. And there it is for you right there. I mean, it's got me here, there, and back, and around, and this, and that. And I'm saying to myself, this can't be the way to scoot up on the D.C. side of the Potomac from MGM National Harbor. So after literally 2 laps, Benny, around the serpentine roads at MGM National Harbor, I punted and I said, I don't think I'll ever find the right exit. I'm going back to Virginia, where I'm from. I feel comfortable. I'm going to go across the bridge, and I will scooch my way up Route 1 through Old Town Alexandria.
You know, the when you go to a restaurant, there's a menu for kids, and it says, like, trace the, how do you get out of the maze?
Yes.
I'm looking at this and going, on first blush, without my glasses on, I'm like, I don't know where I'm going here.
How would I know how to get onto the right road to go there? So, my question is this, and this goes for you guys back there as well. Is it me? It's okay to say it's me. You're an idiot and you just aren't patient enough, or you can't read signs, or you're trusting your Tesla too much.
I think it's a little bit of both.
A little bit of both? Have you found that?
I've done that. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Once you know it,
you got to go up
easy.
By the McDonald's. That's what they were trying to tell you to do. Go up by the McDonald's, come around. It looks odd because it looks like it's taking you to another part of a shopping center.
Mm-hmm.
You basically loop around it. Yeah.
Right. Okay, but here's what you get hit with, okay? You come into a intersection on those fly-arounds where there's 3 chutes.
Yep.
Right, left, and straight. And there's signs for 495, 295, north, south, Richmond, Baltimore, blah, 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 right?
Yep.
And you have to make a split second. Peyton Manning, read the defense. Read it out from the corners up to the linebackers and everything else and make a call. Because if you get on the wrong chute, you're in buoy before you get back on track.
Getting on the wrong one is rough.
Am I right?
We are of a certain age where obviously navigation systems did not exist. And I was actually pretty good at knowing my way around town. I had divorced parents, Maryland, Virginia. I was in D.C. a lot. So I had those instincts. I could make those calls. Now that I've gotten lazy and I let the navigation tell me, if they don't tell me quickly and specifically, completely, I have no idea. I'm like, oh, wait, where am I going? I make mistakes way more now than I did when I had no navigation.
I am the same way, Ben, and that is on me. I trust too much in the technology. I trust too much in the systems. And if navigation is lazy, then Tesla's auto drive is super lazy. Because you're not only not even paying attention to where you're supposed to go, once it's taken you, you're looking at your phone until it nags you to, jiggle the steering wheel just a little bit. So even when I bared down and I was like, all right, I'm focusing, where am I supposed to go? I just couldn't handle it. So I just want to know, you can text the show. Can you text the show? No, you can tweet me. I'm not going to take calls on this, but I felt like such an idiot going, all right, I'm going to go across the bridge. And the whole time as I was going across the bridge, the navigation on my car kept saying, oh, yeah, you're going to turn around and you're going to go back to Maryland and you're going to do it right because I'm a computer.
Did you feel scolded?
I felt like the navigation on my car was sort of like a stern high school teacher, like Colonel Paula, my geometry teacher, 10th grade, Langley High School, Super Sky Point. I'm sure he's in heaven now. He'd be the kind of guy be like, nope, Steven, you're going to get this right. I know you can do this. I know you can do this problem. And I'm like, I can't do math. Stop making me do math. My navigation was going to send me back across the river and make me do it correctly. And I just said, no, you're not. Not today, Satan. We're going straight up Route 1 and straight through Old Town.
Satan.
Yeah. So there you go. So I'm here today, which is good. And then, of course, I missed the second floor coming up on the elevator. They're the super quick elevators. I, of course, had to go make an emergency little potty stop. And that was like, oh, geez, I'm going to miss this. And I get in here, very little time to prepare for the show. But that's okay. You and I have prepared via text leading up to the show. I want to pick your brain, Benny, about the Commanders and their overall free agent strategy. Because there's a lot of parts to it.
A lot of parts.
They got some of their own guys that they got to pay. And they've been pretty vague about their feelings on some of those guys, and there's some purchasable guys that may be of interest, including a guy in Alec Pierce who everyone thought was going to be franchised. He wasn't.
Honestly, when you look at the Commander big picture, you need a navigation system. There's so many ways you could go.
Okay.
Somebody has to point you in the right direction.
Okay, you are going to be my navigation system
Deal.
on that, as well as everybody else. 800-636-1067 is the number. I had a great time at Cake's poker tournament last night. Cakes loves playing poker so much. I had not played poker. I didn't think I'd ever played Texas Hold'em. And then once I watched 2 YouTube videos driving there yesterday, I'm like, oh, I've played this game. But it was when I was 24 years old, out of college with some buddies in Craig Saunders' garage. And so I'm like, okay, I now remember it. So I had the basic understanding of it. But when I sat down at the live table, it was going so fast. It just was like, oh, my God. Like, I'm sitting there going, all right, hold on a second. I'm not good at math. What do we have here that looks like a sweet? What did he have? Like, who won that hand? What's going on? And, of course, I was a folding bitch for most of the early sessions. Like, if I didn't have pocket kings or better, I'm out, right? Because I just needed to see what the hell was going on. And thankfully, Josh, whose last name I forgot, but I believe he's from Annapolis, he was next to me. He couldn't have been nicer, Ben. He answered all of my dumb little questions. I was like the wife or the girlfriend at a movie where she's like, who's the bad guy? Why is he doing that? Does that car, does it have superpower? What's going on here? How come he said that to that guy? I kept asking questions, and he was very patient and answered them all, and that helped me get a sense of what's going on. Well, lo and behold, I end up winning a hand.
Nice.
And I'm like, thank God I won a hand. And then...
What'd you have?
It wasn't even that great. It was like ace king.
Oh, so you like bluffed him.
I kind of bluffed.
Nice. That's even better.
I know, exactly. And then, I was counting on another ace or a king somewhere along the line, which didn't happen. but I was already pot committed. So there was that, and then I changed tables and I won another hand. I ended up winning 3 hands. And that was a huge win for me, and I lasted almost 2 hours. And that was also a huge win for me. What I really liked about the whole experience, and I didn't know this was the case, I didn't think this would be the case, is just how congenial the guys are at the poker table. I didn't think they would be this way. I thought it would be way more uptight.
That's what I would assume.
Yeah. And I said, Cakes, there's a real fraternity amongst thieves here, amongst, ne'er-do-wells playing poker for money that I was blown away at. And he goes, well, yeah, this is not big money. This is not a huge tournament. So why would you be that guy? Plus, he said a lot of these guys see each other here at MGM National Harbor all the time.
Right.
Because they come here to get live hands. So I was kind of blown away by that. And I was like, this is cool, because what it did was it put together at a table people from every walk of life. White guys, black guys, young guys, old guys, natives, foreign-born, from all walks of life, bonded by the whole thing of, okay, we're playing this card game for money, but we're not going to get crazy about it. It was like, okay, good hand, good bet. Nobody took it personally. It was cool like that.
That's great. That's great. It's so funny. You said you hadn't played it in all these years. The boom of poker, the Chris Moneymaker moment was the line of demarcation. Prior to that, I was like somebody's basement. We're making up rules, whatever is going on. But when that happened, people either got on the poker train and really got all in, or stayed in the basement and were like, I don't really go in. And now when I do venture into that space, I feel like an absolute moron. I'm about to get destroyed here, and I get nervous, and also just the amount of time you have to put in.
Sure,
it is a lot. So it's fun to do. I'm proud of you for getting a win off a bluff. That's awesome. But yeah, it is a patience game, and I do not have patience.
Yeah. And then in terms of the people you meet, I sat down next to a guy, and he looked to me kind of like an Ed Reed clone. He had a Falcons hat on, very athletic, little splash of gray in his goatee. And we started talking, and he said, yeah, I just retired. I just came back from the Netherlands. And I'm like, A, you're too young to be, quote, retired. B, the Netherlands. Well, it turns out that he had just retired from the United States Air Force. And his name is Jay Brown. There's a picture of him right there. And we were just talking it up about the Air Force, and he said he loved all 25 years in the service, and that he has a foundation now that he wanted me to let people know about. It is the Leanna Brown Gibson Johnson Scholarship Foundation, dedicated to helping students pursue college, university, and technical careers through scholarships and mentorships. So, Jay, it was a pleasure playing poker with you, and I hope your foundation gets the support from people who can help get other young men an education and have a life like he does. I have no idea what he's going to do now that he's retired from the Air Force at such a relatively young age. Probably play a lot of poker.
If I could go back in time and somebody said, hey, by the way, here's how this life works. At some point you get to retire in theory, but how you manage your money and get it will dictate when. I might have managed my life a little bit differently.
Exactly. So good time last night. Thank you, Cakes, for including me. Quick break. When we come back, we'll get into the Commanders and their free agency picture. It's complicated. Luckily, Benny is our navigation. We'll talk about it next. B. Mitch and Finley. We are the other guys. Steve Zabin sitting in for JP. Ben Standing from the Last Man Standing podcast, as well as Substack, covering the Commanders, is in with me this morning. And also, I forgot to give a shout out to White Brian, who was the third man in the booth there. White Brian, good to see you, my friend. Running the YouTube and the socials and everything else. You know, the people here are great at the station. The naming allotment is crazy. It's all over the place. You got a Matt Valdez and a Matt Cahill, but one of them is drab T-shirt. That's Cahill. You got two JPs, Finley and Flame, but JP Flame never uses Flame. Three, you're a JP too, Metal Chris?
And we got three Chris's, I was saying.
Three Chris's as well, right?
CK and Rooster and me.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, we need to sort of spread that out a bit, but I'm getting... hopefully everyone pinned down here. So there you go.
You ever wonder what your nickname would be? If you were just,
That traitor would be my nickname.
That traitor?
People. The man who shunned DC Sports, who went to seek money somewhere else and turned his back.
How dare you? All right. Yeah. Traitor, got it.
I know. I actually...
Benedict Zabin.
Yes. I actually... on my timeline, saw somebody posted a little, I want to say it was like a 4-minute piece of content from NFL Films, Ben, on Alfred Morris.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Sure.
Alf was freaking great for a couple hot seasons in 2012 and 2013. Remind me where you were in 2012, 2013 on the beat?
In the media world, but not like full-time on the beat. I was in my freelance covering everything phase.
Okay, but you obviously remember.
Yeah, I was at the game, the playoff game against Seattle when everything went south.
This clip, it's actually, I'm looking at it now, it's about 3 minutes long, has so much in it. It's got the adrenaline vibes of 2012, which we all know from the RG3 sensation, and the way they came out and they punched the Saints right in the face to start with a offense that had been kept completely under wraps in the preseason by Shanny and Shanny Jr. It had the glorious ketchup on mustard uniforms. Oh my God, do I love those so much. The brick tops and the yellow pants, yummy. It had the zone read running wild because at that point, Kaepernick had done it the year before. Now it was being implemented with Robert, and the NFL couldn't stop it. They hadn't figured out all the schemes to go, okay, all right, hold on a second. It had Doc Walker clips in this with his typical manhood riffs where he's like, that's what I'm talking about. Go into a man's kitchen, eat his food, and sit right there and stare at him. And it's like, that's classic Doc for you right there. It had some vintage Sonny and Sam audio from the radio broadcast. It had a play in which Alf lost his helmet and ran an additional 6 yards sans helmet because he's like, I'm a low-drafted rookie. I ain't scared. Unbelievable. And then, of course, it had a young Sean McVay as a tight ends coach at the time, going up to Alfred Morris, giving him a pat on the shoulder, saying, all right, way to go, man. And I was just like, damn, there's so much in this clip here. I was kind of sad for it, obviously, for a lot of reasons. But here we are with a chance to turn around an awful season. And by we, I mean they. It's up to Peters and Quinn and the Brain Trust. How much money do they have to spend relative to other teams, Ben? And where do you think their focus will be?
So as it stands right now, if you look at the salary cap site, like over the cap, they have not adjusted yet for, say, the Marshawn Lattimore release, which will tack on another $18 million. But so as it stands, they have like the fifth most, around 72. But again, it doesn't include Lattimore's roughly 18. It doesn't include Biotish. Also doesn't include some of the moves that they've now made where they've added a couple guys on some short deals. But relative to the rest of the league, they've got a bunch of money to play with. And I think they're going to do something with it. The question is it, a couple guys at the top and then figure out the rest, or is it spread the wealth and build it up from that direction? But they can go kind of almost any way they want. And other than quarterback and offensive tackle, they need everything.
How is this year's free agent class, according to those who cover the league? Is it strong? Is it weak? Is it somewhere in between?
Well, at the top, it's not as exciting, but I think that's kind of being the case most years now.
Right.
I think teams are they largely get a deal done with their star players. Certainly, quarterbacks rarely hit the market, but even, top guys.
Well, Malik Willis is about to get overpaid by somebody, $30 million a year. That's the rumor of that.
You think that's too much for six starts?
Yes, I think that's insane.
Yeah.
I think the league has learned nothing from the likes of Scott Mitchell or who was the Brock Osweiler. Remember when he went to the Texans?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tiny sample size.
What's so interesting is, like, in terms of that aspect of it, like, I've been saying this for a while, and maybe the league is starting to go here. You only have to have a quarterback to throw the ball 40 times a game if your plan is to have a quarterback throw the ball 40 times a game. You can run. You can lean in that direction. We've seen that now more in the last few years. I don't get sometimes why you don't just take sort of the mid quarterback and just say we're going to build up with everything else and use that money on all other stuff. Sure, big moment, you need that guy. I totally get it, but you can't get to the big moment if you're not there and you're having guys who are not very good throw the ball a ton, or you're overpaying for mediocre talent anyway. So I don't get why some teams are doing this.
You ever watch Fixer Upper with Chip and Joanna Gaines?
No.
You know the show, though.
I've heard of it, yeah.
They take a very inexpensive house. It's in Waco, though. So you have to live in Waco, Texas. No offense. And they turn it into something fabulous. And that's the whole genius of the show. And they say, we'll only invest $150,000 in renovations. And it's a ton of stuff. And you're like, I want to see those contractor bills. How are you getting all that work done for that little money? But that's the key to the show. People go, oh my God, imagine getting a house that nice for that cheap. And I think there's a dynamic like that in play with what happened with Seattle and with Sam Darnold. Now, Sam Darnold was not cheap, but he is a rehab project because everyone thought he had reverted to what he was at the end of 2 years ago with Minnesota, which was a guy not built for the big game or the big pressure. And they won it all with Sam Darnold. So now there's 4, by my count, rehab projects that are going to be very tantalizing to somebody at quarterback. And they are, I would put them in, I don't know if I can put them in order. I would say Tua is probably the most rehabable. I'd say Kyler Murray has the highest ceiling of talent, but there's real questions about how much does he love football. And then there is Kirk, who's just going to give you what he's going to give you, which is a good, solid, professional quarterback job, but nothing spectacular. And then there is Geno Smith, whose own sort of resurgence, I think, has probably run its course from when he was a washout with the Jets. Of those 4 rehab projects, is there going to be another Sam Darnold-like story, do you think?
I'm with you on the Tua part. Now, look, the concussions, obviously, we can't ignore that. I always think the lefty thing is kind of weird. I mean, it's just a little bit off,
Okay. Steve Young, though, great lefty.
Of course. And Tua's had his moments, but, with him, it feels like the mental part of it. Like, where is he at there? Because it feels like that is where his game has been hampered, but with all the hits and the criticism and the losses. So I'm intrigued by him. I think the issue with Kyler Murray, the talent is obvious. I think he's a lot to deal with. I mean, the fact that the Cardinals put in the contract that he had to do homework.
Yes.
I mean, that was pretty rough indictment of him. So I think that's the issue there. But look, guys mature, guys get older, maybe you get humbled. Like Baker Mayfield was another reclamation project.
That's another one right there. So could Kyler, I think a lot of teams might squint real hard and look at Kyler Murray and see Baker Mayfield.
If you made me pick right now, where does Kyler Murray land? I wouldn't have thought this originally, but a lot of people seem to think Minnesota because Minnesota wants, air quotes, competition for J.J. McCarthy. I don't know that Kyler Murray feels like it's more than that.
How's that going to make McCarthy better?
Right. I totally agree. But I guess the theory is like for Minnesota, you're coming off a terrible year for them, underachieving year. Right. They, like kind of maybe the vibe here. If you don't have a turnaround year, things could be over. And you're really going to trust McCarthy. And with Murray, Kevin O'Connell has been known as a bit of a QB whisperer. He helped Sam Darnold reclaim his status and do what he did. So I think that's why Kyler Murray maybe makes some sense there. Yeah. But he's definitely a bit of a project in the sense that he's a lot to deal with.
I think Minnesota's vibe is like, okay, let's do it again on the rehab thing, but let's keep our rehab.
Right.
Let's not flip the house like we did last time. Good luck to them on that. Thankfully, the Commanders do not have to worry about that. They've got their quarterback, but they probably need, well, not probably, they need another weapon, right? Another receiver.
At a minimum.
And they need defense in buckets, in bushels. The so-called PFF, or not so-called, but the PFF.com free agent pecking order, I guess, or their top free agents, according to them, I'm looking at them right now. Trey Hendrickson, who the Bengals bungled that whole situation, is the number one free agent out there. Coming off an injury-plagued year, he only played 7 games. Number 2 is Pickens down in Dallas. Now let's pause on the Pickens thing, and you tell me, what do you think Jerry's going to do with old George Pickens?
I think he's going to back up the Brinks truck and say, let's go. I mean, look, obviously the talent is undeniable.
Mm-hmm.
So are the headaches, but I think they're willing to take that hit. I mean, they already obviously made the move on Micah Parsons, and I do think that was part of also was like a bit of a headache situation beyond what they thought the value was.
He was too expensive for them. They had too much money tied up in other guys.
Yeah. So, I mean, me personally, I don't like spending crazy money on 2 receivers. I just don't think that's how you build a team to win.
Mm-hmm.
But he's already there. He already had a good year with them last year, so it's sort of like just keeping it. So I think they ultimately get a long-term deal done. That would be my guess.
All right, let's go yes, no, maybe on the other side of this. Got to take a quick break. I'll run through the top 10 or 15 guys here, and then Ben can say yes, no, maybe, and you can also chime in as well. 800-636-1067. The Commanders are about to launch into free agency like the rest of the NFL. These are not the bad old days of Dan Snyder buying used bubblegum card players that are well past their prime. Deion Sanders, Jeff George, Bruce Smith. But free agency, if done smartly, can really fill some holes quick. And we know the Commanders need to fill a lot of holes on defense. We'll take some calls after this. Next, you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, filling in for them, Steve Zabin and Ben Standig.
B. Mitch.
Tomorrow, I'm in as well tomorrow for JP. But it's me and Ben standing today, and we appreciate you listening. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's take a couple calls here. Free agency about to begin in the NFL. What is the actual flag drop for this endeavor, Benny? When does it start?
Monday is the legal tampering period. I think 4 o'clock. Wednesday, 4 o'clock is when you can start putting pen to paper.
Monday is basically the start of it.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Dan in Virginia, you are first up. Hello, Dan. What do you got?
Yeah. What are the main holes you think Washington needs to fill?
Oh, boy.
I mean, everybody talks defensive end and stuff. The first two names you get out of there are Crosby and Henderson, and they got Cincinnati. And those guys are going to cost a lot of money. And who would be the next best choices for the defensive end?
I would say edge, corner, wide receiver, amongst other holes. What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, if Reuben Bain's arms are as long as Washington's needs list, he would be the number one pick of the draft.
Yes, he would.
It is... Sure. I mean, on a basic principle, like how you build a team, edge, they got to get that. They need another corner, wide receiver, some type of playmaker on offense. They got to get more speed. But honestly, you could tell me that their top 3 signings are a linebacker, a tight end, and a safety. Or you could tell me it's a defensive end, receiver, guard. Like They need, other than offensive tackle and quarterback, everything is on the table as far as I'm concerned. And when you only have 2 picks in the top 100, you can't. You cannot miss on these things. You're not going to have the backup of the draft most likely to save you. So they have a ton of holes, and also like, how do you get off of this 1-year contract bit? But you also have to bring in like 30 guys. You can't sign them all to multi-year deals. So this is where the draft picks. That's a whole other story. But yeah, everything is on the table almost except for 2 positions for me.
All right, Papa Mike in Manassas next up, talking Commanders and free agency. What's up, Papa Mike?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I called like about a month ago, and I was talking to the guys, and I said the key to the Commanders draft is to get Hendrickson.
Okay.
And I've kind of revived that to like one of the top 3 edge rushers, because once they do that, it opens up the rest of it. If they don't get a good edge rusher, then they are punt committed to getting an edge rusher in the draft. Now, knowing the Commanders' luck, I'm betting Bailey, Bain, Styles, and Reese will all be off the table.
Ooh.
Then where are we?
Ooh. Do you think, Ben, all 3 of those guys will be off the table at 7?
All 4.
All 4, right.
So based on the momentum coming out of the combine, I feel like the answer is no. I think at the top of this draft, people are looking at it like, look, somebody has to go 2 after Mendoza. That doesn't mean it's somebody who's like in other years would be the number 2 pick. And the best players are being viewed as the non-traditional top positions like running back with Love,
right?
Styles at linebacker, etc. So I don't know that all those guys are going to be off the board. And if they're not, I think especially with Bain, I don't know that he's what an Adam Peters type pass rusher. Obviously, you may have to get over it.
Type? We're going for type? I like blondes, not brunettes. Well, I learned to like blondes, for God's sakes. Real quick, Papa Mike, I'm going to read you the Carfax report on Hendrickson. You're ready to buy, right? He's 31, you know that, right?
Right.
Okay, here's the Carfax from last year. Season-ending core muscle surgery in December. This after an aggravated hip and pelvis injury sustained in week 6. Played 7 games. 31 years old, going to cost a lot of money. That's the Carfax, sir. Are you still willing to drive off the lot with Trey Hendrickson?
Yep.
Okay, the car is yours. Send it to the car wash. Wax it up. I got to talk to my boy Nick Ashu because he is so still hard on for getting Max Crosby. He wants to trade another number 1 pick. And I go, my man, no, can't afford it. Can't do it. Sorry.
No, it's like when you're a gambler and you're betting on the games and you're losing. At some point, you can't just go, okay, I'm doubling it on the next game.
Right.
At some point, you have to call mercy and say we have to do it with something else, and they can't justify trading more picks. At least that first and the third. You want to trade a 6 for something, okay, but not the top 2.
Yeah.
And this is the position they put themselves in. I mean, and like I find with the Tunsil trade, I get the Samuel trade, the Lattimore trade completely blew up in their face. But to do all 3 of those, they're in this position. I mean, honestly, their real draft picks are the 2024 guys who have not delivered. They've got, whatever's happened the last 2 years is not because of Ben Sinnott or Johnny Newton or to some degree Brandon Coleman. Like, they need those guys to step up. If they do, it's, in some way kind of like getting extra draft picks.
Right. For the record, if Bain is there at 7, I snatch him up. I don't care about his T-Rex arms. 2 inches. They say 2 inches short, right? 2 inches short of what Aaron Donald's arms are, which is, I guess, the gold standard,
Right.
basically.
Yeah.
That's 2 inches, Benny, right there. Okay? And don't make any sick jokes, okay, people? I know what you're saying. 2 inches. You want to tell me that this means the guy that tore up college teams left and right suddenly can't play in the NFL because of this? Okay. BS. I'm not buying it.
I'm with you on that. I think if a player can play, I mean, like, Caleb Downs also came in with less than enthusiastic measurables. And when I sent a couple people at the combine, like some scouts and stuff, hey, here's what people are saying about Caleb Downs. One person sent me back just an LOL emoji. Like, yeah, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Pass on him. We'll take him.
Right.
So, yeah, some of that is not as big of a deal as people make it out to be. At the same time, where does he kind of fit in this new defense? If they're going this more of this 3-4 look,
right?
Is he really going to be a guy who's on the edge standing up, or is he going to be that base? And if he's that base, he's only like 263. He's super powerful, of course.
Right.
But I don't know where he quite fits in. That's for the football people to figure out. If it was a 4-3, I think it would be a little bit easier. And they will, of course, rotate. So it's not like it's one thing per se. But yes, they need a pass rusher. Here's the thing. They need many pass rushers. If week 1 was tomorrow, I could not tell you who would start at either defensive end spot.
Yeah.
Because Armstrong, we don't know when he's going to be back.
This mock draft, of course, has Mendoza going 1. Then it's Arvell Reese to the Jets at 2. David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech, to Arizona. Then Bain goes to the Titans out of Miami at 4. Sonny Styles, who just blew people away with all his numbers. Incredible athlete. Incredible football player, too, for the Giants. He goes at 5. And then Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle from Georgia, at 6. Commanders would then get Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State. Damn, how did Ohio State not win the national championship? Looking at this.
Yes, I like to remind John Keim of that whenever he talks about the Buckeyes.
Yeah. Kurt Signetti happened. Google him. All right, coming up, more talk on the Commanders and free agency. Also tonight is Trae Young's debut with the Wiz, and Lou Holtz has passed. When you say icon and legend in coaching and in sports, Lou Holtz fits the bill. We'll talk about it next. Hour number 2 of B. Mitch and Finley with Zabe and Ben Standig here on The Fan. with Ben Standig from the Ben Standig podcast, Last Man Standing podcast, as well as the Substack. And we're going to get deeper into the Wizards situation. Not Wizards, the Commander situation. Wizards tonight against the Jazz in a tank-off between two teams hoping not to win. The bottom 10 teams in the NBA are currently on an unbelievable 0-44 collective skid. A rocket sled, Ben, straight to ping pong ball heaven.
And you know what? God bless them all. God bless them all for doing it, because this is, people can complain all you want about tanking. Obviously, it's terrible basketball and it stinks if you're a season ticket holder. In that sport, if you don't get that guy,
right,
then you know what the real way to help with tanking is? Cut back like 4 teams. And make the talent so more teams have talent is tighter.
Shrink the league?
Of course, it will never happen. But this is
what blasphemy are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm saying, but like if they actually wanted to do it, but when you don't, and the talent is spread so thin, one guy can change everything.
Yeah,
so, I mean, one guy could change everything back then too. But at least you could offset it with 3 or 4 guys.
Shrinking the league, shrinking the schedule or number of games are two things that have been bandied around for my entire life professionally about sports. I've never seen it. It's never happened. Nobody has ever shrunk their league or anything, because at the end of the day, more money is always the best money for all these owners in every sport.
It's amazing that the shrinking of the league, it's been the same 82 games in the NBA forever. Back in the day, they weren't charter flights. They didn't have the same physical therapy, and those guys played. Somehow now, with all the luxuries, somehow it's too much. I get it. It is probably too much, but it's just bizarre that, like, wait.
And some guys like LeBron argue it's a lot harder to play in the league now, 82 games now, than it was before. And I can assure you he got besieged with a bunch of old heads going, what are you talking about?
Right.
Because it's definitely not. Now, I will say that today's athlete, especially NBA players, they are a far more athletically finicky Ferrari of a vehicle, where more things go wrong. They're in the shop more often because they're built to be faster and stronger. There's just no two ways around it. I do think that load management is a scourge on not just the NBA, but on sports in general. However, it is true that these guys are getting injured more often because they're more athletically tuned. You go look at the NBA of 30 years ago, these mastodons would be lumbering up and down the court. So they weren't getting hurt because they weren't as explosive. They weren't as athletic. So I don't know how you fix that element of it. As far as the tanking situation in the NBA, I have a simple proposal, which is do away with the lottery for 3 years. See what happens, and then reevaluate. Now, I know that may sound crazy. Like, you can't do that. Teams have been planning to get these ping pong balls. I'm like, listen, if you just want to try to change the dynamic of what's happening, then you need to change. You need to actually say, we're going to get rid of the lottery and see what happens. It may not work, but then you can reconfigure it again in a couple of years.
So then in that case, like 4 or 5 teams would still be at the bottom, but you wouldn't have teams 6 through 10 as you're discussing here.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one of the unforeseen consequences of them flattening the lottery odds, where they kind of tiered it, where I guess the bottom 3 get a 14% chance and then it goes to 8 or whatever the number is that it encouraged those teams you just mentioned, teams 6, 7, 8, 9, right outside the top 10.
Right.
To go ahead and give it the old college tank, as it were. And then there's teams that are fighting to get into the play-in tournament for reasons that nobody quite understands. Last night, Atlanta drilled Milwaukee with Giannis on the court. And a lot of people in Milwaukee are like, what are we doing? Like, the team is garbage other than Giannis. And getting into the play-in game or play-in tournament is not anything that anyone's excited about. Why don't we just shut Giannis down for the rest of the year? And that's a valid argument right there. But my solution to tanking would be, well, first thing is get rid of the lottery, see what happens, reassess after a couple years. And it won't happen. I know it won't happen.
They need to do something. I mean, it has gotten incredibly ridiculous to the degree. I mean, Utah having, benching, what is it, Lauri Markkanen and somebody else?
Yeah.
To start the fourth quarter after when they're like winning or whatever. Come on, like that. It's one thing to say he's got the flu, not playing, but to have a guy healthy, playing, productive. Nah, we're just not going to play our best players.
Down.
Yeah.
Shut him down for the whole fourth quarter. Funny thing is, the Jazz almost won that game. I think they went to overtime in that game. So it'd be funny if they had won the game that they tried to tank anyway, but that's just the current NBA. Tonight, Trae Young makes his debut on the court. He was ejected before he ever played a minute for the Wizards. I would argue, Ben, that'll never happen again. I would argue that now Trae Young has a little sliver of Trivial Pursuit lore with this franchise. The only player to be ejected before having played a single minute in uniform for the team.
He seems like he's really, really, really trying to integrate himself in here and be like he's like Mr. Wizard, and I'm like, cool, glad you're like that way, but like, man, have you not paid attention to what's going on here for the last umpteen years? Like, nobody really. Everything needs to start over.
Right.
Hopefully next year will, but he's like acting like this is the place to be. And hey, good for him, good for them. He is going way out of his way. I'm surprised he doesn't have a Wizards tattoo already.
Yeah, it's interesting. I find the dynamic such that athletes in today's day and age can handle just about anything. They're most of the time incapable of embarrassment, even if they do things that are dumb all the time. Like Myles Garrett just got his 9th speeding ticket. You saw that in Cleveland.
No.
Yeah, 9th one.
In what amount of time?
Since he's been there.
Okay.
Like a handful of years. But basically, I don't think he really cares about that. The one time and the only time athletes feel it right in here, is when they get traded. Because it hurts them two ways, Ben. The first and most important way is the team they were on, where they thought they were a big deal, said, we're kind of sick of you. That hurts them. I mean, it hurts anybody, right?
Sure.
The other end of it is the fact that there's other guys coming back that the team that just said we're tired of you would rather have instead. And that is a double dose of humility.
Right.
And so I think with Trae Young, when he found out that the Wizards really wanted him, and they're like, you're part of our plans, that kind of like made him feel, all right, that's good. And he figured he'd run his course in Atlanta as a player. This was a chance to be one of the stars on a team with young players who aren't stars yet but could become them, and they wanted him. So that's all that it took was to be wanted. Now, he's got to stay healthy, and let's get him and Alex Sarr and all the young pups, and let's hope a top 3 stud from college this coming spring or summer when the lottery is. May is the lottery, right?
Yeah.
Draft is June, May is the lottery.
All that sounds fantastic. I mean, I think in Trae Young's case also, I think there's the looming possibility that this team will extend him. And,
there's also that.
There was nothing funnier than when all the rumors about him possibly getting traded, and then he comes out and says he wants to go to Washington. I'm like, okay, nobody says that even when they had Wall and Beal, let alone now, but yeah, like you said, they wanted him. And
they wanted him, yeah. And also, I think he looked at it. It's a very good point, Ben. He's like, okay, they are under the salary floor, and they're going to have to spend up to it.
Right.
So how many other teams are there? And let's also be honest, we got a great city here, despite the crappy weather the last 3 days. The traffic is actually slightly better than Atlanta, which is hard to believe if you've never been to Atlanta. You've been to Atlanta.
Yes. Not ideal.
Not ideal. I am convinced Atlanta traffic is beyond everything. I think even LA traffic, which is of course legendary, there's a certain expectation baked into LA traffic. It's the Atlanta traffic that you go, what on earth?
All right, where am I here?
Where am I, and where are all these people going? Who designed these roads? What the hell? And why is it so hot here? That's the other thing. Okay, let's talk Lou Holtz for a second. The great Lou Holtz passed away yesterday at 89 years old. He had been hospitalized and then in hospice care for at least a couple of months. When you talk about a life well lived, certainly Lou Holtz fits the bill. To me, Lou Holtz is so iconic for just the personality he had, his dual career of both great coach at multiple stops, by the way. Not a great coach with the Jets. He was in the pros briefly. Did okay at South Carolina, kind of lifted the program back into respectability. Didn't win big at South Carolina, but still. But at Notre Dame, he became legend because he won a national championship in 1988. He then went on to have a long career in media and was mostly beloved. Some people kind of got tired of his shtick, whatever. The segments with Mark May and Reese Davis, with Reese Davis playing the judge on college football game day final, I think they called it. That was the late show once all the games were over.
Right.
I mean, I don't know about you, but that was a huge favorite spot of the week for me. As contrived as that bit was, with Lou Holtz saying, I really think, I can't do a Lou Holtz impression, but, he would say, give his opinion on a certain team, whether they should be ranked, where they're at, blah, blah, blah. And then Mark May would go against him, and it was Reese Davis deciding who had the better argument.
Sure.
It was almost the precursor to Around the Horn, in a way.
Yeah.
He became such a cartoon figure because this spindly kid from West Virginia had grown into a iconic college football coach with a lisp, which he apparently attributed to his loss of hearing at a young age. And he said it never bothered him because he was just too focused on doing what he loves and enjoying life. So he never really was humbled or slowed down by the fact that he had that lisp. It's just funny to me that a guy who looks like that could inspire and lead young, strong men to play a brutal game like football. And it goes to show that connecting with football players does not need a guy who looks like one themselves.
When we watch like Hard Knocks and you see these coaches like Brian Schottenheimer this time when they did it with the NFC East, and they're up there and they're speaking and they're rah-rahing, and you're just like, dude, did you just get this out of a book? Like, I can tell this is just, you're just spewing words that, but Lou Holtz had a way about him. I got a book as a kid. It was like the best quotes from like the history of sports, and it broken down into different categories. And I didn't know who Lou Holtz was at that time. He was all over the book. And he, you see clips of him. He just had a way with words, and it felt authentic. I'm sure he'd said the same things 50 times. I'm sure he practiced, whatever, but it felt like he was saying it in this moment, like he just thought of it. And I think that authenticity, like you said, offsets some of the other parts. Like, wait, this guy? But you believe kind of what he was saying, and what he was saying obviously would work.
Yeah, Van Pelt had a great interview with Reese Davis last night. Reese, of course, knowing Lou Holtz very well. And he said that one of the great anecdotes of Lou Holtz was I think he was either a member at Augusta. I think he might have been a member at Augusta, but he obviously has played there before. And he was able to get Reese Davis on. And the word was that Lou Holtz, in his advanced age, couldn't get it over Rays Creek on the short par 3 12th, the iconic 12th hole, Golden Bell, as you know, because you're a big golf nerd like me. He couldn't hit it over the creek, which is only 155 yards, give or take. So Lou Holtz would lay up on 12, which is kind of unheard of for any golfer, right? And it would be also viewed as a bit of a cowardly play, but he would lay up and then he would chip over and oftentimes make the putt for a par anyway. And so Van Pelt asked him about that. Like, did that really happen? And he goes, oh, yeah, that was his move, and he made no apologies for it. Reese Davis said the one time Holtz got Mark May down there at Augusta to play golf with him, and they had a friendly match, and Lou Holtz beat him. And as Mark May was going to pay him, Holtz was like, hold on, I want to get a picture of you giving me the money, because that's the way Lou Holtz was. And not only did he say, okay, I want to get a picture of this, he then said, hold on, and he goes to his locker, comes back with a fake neck brace so he could wear it while taking money from Mark May to add insult to the photo op of I beat you in golf because it pretended like I did it with a bad neck. Still
amazing. Yeah, an all-time character. I feel like that's something we just don't have in sports nearly as much anymore.
They're not making any more Lou Holtzes. Right. That's the thing.
Everybody's just too polished. I get it. We're on TV right now. Everybody's polished for the moment. That was not polished.
The last character guy that was so fun to watch, sadly, was taken from us way too soon, and Mike Leach.
Yeah.
Mike Leach was that type of guy where you're like, damn, this guy's funny as hell, and he doesn't care. He'll just say what he thinks. So it's sad that, obviously the whole coaching world has become very, marching and corporate and whatnot. But Lou Holtz was a one of a kind. And, he also gave tons and tons of speeches. He was sincere when he needed to be. I know that Mike Greenberg said that when he first met Lou Holtz, they were in the hallways at Bristol, and Holtz was asking about him when he first met him, who are you, what do you do, da-da-da-da. And Greenberg was excited because this was an idol of his growing up, and he said, well, my wife and I are expecting our first child. It's a daughter, and Lou Holtz stopped while they were walking, got right in his face, put his finger up to Greenberg and said, the most important thing you do in life is to make sure that your daughter sees that you love her mom every single day. And was stone serious. So Holtz was able to give those kind of bits of life advice, and he did it in a sincere way. His record on the field, Ben, was incredible. His record at Notre Dame was, let me get it right here, 130-4, because they still had ties back in the day. And he had some great teams. No, I'm sorry, 130-2, winning percentage at Notre Dame of .765. The Irish won 5 New Year's Six bowl games, including back-to-back Cotton Bowls in 92 and 93. And, of course, he knocked off top-ranked Miami 31-30 in the infamous Catholics versus Convicts game. That was in October of 88. There's plenty of documentaries out on it now. It's an incredible piece of history. And then won the school's first national title in 11 years on their way to a 12-0 record. The 34-21 win over West Virginia in the Fiesta Bowl completed the quest. 5 years later, in the highly anticipated game of the century, Notre Dame stunned number 1 Florida State, 31-24 at the time, and then lost to Boston College, a heavy underdog the next week.
Obviously, I'm not old enough to have remembered, peak Notre Dame back in the day when the lore truly began. And when I started watching college football, it was like the Jerry Faust era.
Oh, God.
So, low point. I'm like, really? This is the program? So I never was a Notre Dame guy. I rooted for the teams that you just said that they beat, Florida State or Colorado, at least, or Miami, at least in those games. I wasn't a fan otherwise. But Lou Holtz got that program back to the point where I could loathe them, or people could be like, oh, yeah, now I get it. Screw Notre Dame, and it's kind of been that way for me since that got my blood going, and I could feel like, okay, I get why people don't like them.
Yeah, I understand it. Rest in peace, Lou Holtz, a genuine American original, a great football coach, and a guy who lived a life beyond well-lived, but a legendary one, and he will definitely be missed. Coming up, we're going to go off topic, off sports for a couple things that have cropped up in the news, including an ATM surcharge that I couldn't believe it when I saw it on social media, but it's real, and an even more dangerous idea that apparently has been greenlit at casinos in several states. I'll tell you what that is next. JP and B. Mitch out today. Zabe and Ben Standig in for them here on The Fan. Standing in for B. Mitch and Finley. Hope you're having a good Thursday. I cannot see out the window. Has the fog lifted, boys? Is it starting to try to lift today? Mostly cloudy. Mostly cloudy and 62 is the forecast for today. This is the tweet that wins the day, in my opinion, Ben. And it goes simply like this. The difference between 55, there are no two temperatures further apart than 55 in March and 55 in September.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. You can tell it's like you're still drafting off the cold.
Which 55 do you prefer, though? That's the question.
Well, that's interesting. So I think it's straight up September, but the 55 in March is coming off of 10, and so that is
right. So the 55 in March feels glorious for those who are excited for spring, even though they know the ground is still cold. Could be piles of snow still around. You really can't do it. 55, if it hits in September, can be a shock to the system. That could be damn, I thought we were having summer here. It's over?
I have a pair of sandals. My rule has been historically I don't take them off until the snow hits the ground.
Oh.
And that the temperature sometimes is like, really? All right, well, we'll show you.
What did you do, Sandal Boy, during the Ice-mageddon of January?
Yeah, well, I had
to abandon that.
I had to abandon that. That was not going to that was not going to work. I actually it's funny. I talked about this with JP on the air here, but I shoveled the snow at beginning of that, but then I didn't deal with the ice. And when I finally went back out to deal with it later, it was like a rock. So I just left my car sit there for like 10 days. I couldn't deal with it.
How did you get around?
It was fortunate. It was the off season for the Commanders, so I didn't have to go to Ashburn.
Got it.
So I just did the Uber a couple times. Eventually,
Uber and Uber Eats.
Well, the DoorDash Uber Eats is that's standard.
That's standard operating.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So you survived that spell there. Yeah. It was. I mean, I've lived here mostly my whole life, and I was like, this I've never seen. Never seen 2 inches of sleet. Number one. Number two, it plunging below freezing for 11 straight days.
That's the part. The below freezing for 11 straight days. Like, I did not sign up for this.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know what's as crazy as this? There was a receipt that went viral on social media from somebody at the Aria in Vegas who picked up a ATM receipt from somebody that just dropped on the floor. And it said ATM fee, $48. 48. Yes, Metal Chris. You're looking at me like, what?
$48?
Walker, what's the most you've ever paid for an ATM fee? $3?
Probably about $5, but 40?
$5.
Oh,
40?
yeah. That ATM would have been broke.
It would have been broke. Dragged out by a chain. Back. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Was it like a conversion to a different currency, maybe? Like,
apparently, I've been told from somebody who knows it's the charge on a cash advance.
Oh,
that makes sense.
There is a 6% charge on a cash advance. It's not necessarily an access fee, although I wouldn't be shocked if the access fee for the ATM at any casino is close to $10 or more, because that's kind of what they can get away with.
At the strip club, it's 20.
At the strip, you mean Starfire Entertainment, LLC, untrackable by those who might have prying eyes?
Right.
You're like, yeah, right.
I was literally going to say that, like, if you go to Vegas and you go to a gentleman's establishment like that, you're going to have to face a tough decision there. If you're staring at the ATM and then you look around, like, what do I do?
Because when they ask for your fingerprint, you're in trouble.
It'll be listed as Mondavi Entertainment Incorporated, and then if your wife sees the bill, you're like, what is this?
Just the tip to the listeners.
You're like Mondavi Entertainment. I don't know, importers, exporters, something like that. I mean, I don't know their business.
If you going out to the gentleman's club, have cash with you.
Oh,
100%.
Do not get it there.
Absolutely.
1,000,000%.
Absolutely. But I give you boys an even more bonkers idea. As bad as all that sounds, there's something worse, and it's now coming. Nevada is one of a handful of states, I think there's 3 of them, that has legalized the following: slot machines that allow you to connect your bank account directly to the slot machine. I kid you not.
What could go wrong?
I kid you not. This is an actual thing.
A phone number for them: 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-800 hell to the nah. Bishop Bullwinkle is what I say. Right to your bank account? Are you kidding me? I don't even like the fact that I had to link my Venmo to a bank account. I'm like, hey, Venmo, that's none of your business. You tell me, why do I need to do this? Well, we secure this. It's encrypted, blah, blah, blah. I don't want any boxes.
Everything asking for my ID now. That's asking me to scan my ID to sign up for stuff. I'm like, no. Because they're selling all that stuff to all these facial recognition companies now.
Exactly right. And anytime they say scan this QR code, I say politely go get, because I'm not scanning no QR codes, okay? It's like, I don't need a QR code for a menu. You need to print a menu. But they want to get in there. They want to get in your phone. They want to start rooting around, getting all the data and everything else.
Remember when you could go to a website and you didn't get an email 10 minutes later going, hey, you left this in your cart, or we saw you were interested in this item.
Yeah, hey, there's 6 other people looking at this item in your cart. I'm like, cool, let them look. I changed my mind. I was drunk. I was surfing the web, and I thought I might need this thing, and then I realized, no, I don't need this thing. But this is now the next frontier.
When Jeff correctly said, if you're going to go to a gentleman's club, bring cash. The downside of that is you're probably going to spend what you bring. If you're telling me it's hooked up to my bank account, it's all over. I mean, you're going to complete. I mean, if you're in that high of gambling and you're chasing the money, you're done.
Yeah. Last night after I crapped out with Cakes in his tournament and I got knocked out, I was like, all right, let me go see the rest of the casino. And of course, I only wanted to play $5 blackjack. Live blackjack was minimum, I think, $25. There was a couple $15 tables. I was like, But they have these sort of hybrid setups at MGM National Harbor in which they're machines, right? And you can pick what you want to play, craps, roulette, or blackjack. And in the middle of this circle of machines, digital machines, there's actually live humans doing the games with cameras showing them doing the games. I'd never seen this before. So in other words, it was not just a pure video game of you're playing video game roulette or craps or whatever. There was somebody throwing the dice. There was a dealer actually flipping cards over with cameras that showed up on your screen, I guess to make people feel like, hey, this is real life. I can see the guy right there. He's just 5 feet away from me dealing the cards. Surely this cannot be rigged. And I was like, that's interesting. It's not as fun as being close viscerally to either a dealer in blackjack and whooping it up when they bust and having fun and high-fiving. It's not as exciting as a hot dice table when you're shoulder to shoulder and elbow to elbow with a shooter who cannot miss. And nothing quite like that in life, Ben. I'm telling you.
You know, I've been to the MGM. Like, it's very nice. If you took it, put it in Vegas, I wouldn't have to change that much. The thing though is when I go to Vegas, which I like to do, it's not just I'm at the casino. It is the atmosphere. It's the complete Star Wars bar scene of people of all shapes and sizes there, and you've no idea what's going to happen. Everybody comes with their own agenda and thought. Oh yeah, and it is, and it's some nicer things to look at. We'll just say so you put all that together, and that is part of the experience. Whereas here, I mean, we're all just the regular schlubs who are coming off of work and going to spend money. Same game, same ball, all that, that's fine. But you don't get the same atmosphere. And the atmosphere to me is kind of what makes that whole scene so fun.
But anyway, I didn't hate it, and I ended up rallying late to turn a $40 buy-in into a $58 cash out. And that was great, except for the fact that, of course, they're really quick to take your money. You just feed it right into the slot. Zzz. But I had to wait in a line at the cashier that was probably 10 minutes long and 9 people deep. But then I realized there's machines like ATMs that'll reverse it for you. I could have just put my ticket in at the machine. Yeah. So I'm the dummy that didn't go to the machines where it's like, here, take my ticket for the winnings and give me my cash back. So good night at MGM National Harbor. In a million years, I would never connect my bank account to a slot machine.
I got a question for you, fellas.
Yes, sir.
What is your limit to lose before you call it quits at the casino?
What is the knee buckle point, I think you're asking? Yes. What amount of money would buckle your knees?
I quit if I lose 100 straight.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm out.
Okay, this is a good discussion because this gets into what's the most money you've ever wagered on a single sporting event. Okay, so for me, my knees will buckle once I'm $400 down. I'll be like, God. And I will oftentimes be in casinos, Ben, and I will look around and I will say, I know I make more money than that guy, and I have more money than that guy, and holy cow, is he gambling a lot of money? What is he doing? And the answer is he's probably not living as responsibly as he should. But hey, that's his business.
It happens at casinos.
So for me, 400 is a knee buckler. And the most I've ever wagered on a single game is $1,000 3 times. That's my.
Did you hit?
Well, there's a quick story to it. The first 1,000 was on Kansas against Purdue in the tournament, and it came home with flying colors. They annihilated Purdue that year. I've got video of me and my boys saying we're throwing all in on Kansas, and my one friend, he only bet 500. And as Kansas is just doing a layup line of dunks against Purdue in the game, my friend is getting madder and madder. You know why? Because he only bet 500. He was not happy that he was winning, Walker. He had gambler's envy because the rest of us in for 1K.
100%.
So now I'm in my mind, Ben, I'm 1,000 up. So the next year, Zabe Vegas, we go out there, and I've got Gonzaga. I've got Michigan against Tennessee. And Michigan is up huge. And they start playing the worst basketball ever. Every turnover. Like, I'm starting to freak out with 7-8 minutes left in the game because I know how this works. I've seen Van Pelt's bad beats, right? I've gambled a few times. When things start unraveling, you're like, dude, would you just get your together, right? Well, it comes down to the end, and Jeff Stauskas for Michigan. Look up Stauskas. He played there.
The guy who played in Sacramento.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Is it Matt or Jeff? I got brain fog this morning. Stauskas ends up getting fouled going to the line with a chance to hit 2 free throws with 2.1 seconds left to push the spread back in my favor. And a 91% shooter in Stauskas missed 1 of 2. And it cost me $1,000. And I was so pissed that the next year for Zabe Vegas, I made a special commemorative coin with an FU Stauskas on the back side of it. That was the tail side of it, a picture of Jeff Stauskas, who is just a complete zilch in my mind. And then I think the following year, I bet one more time 1,000 on Gonzaga against UCLA.
Oh, no. Is this Adam Morrison?
No. This was not that one. But Gonzaga was up big. And for some reason, former Indiana star Alford, who was coaching UCLA, pulled his guys off the court with about 48 seconds left. And it was only a 9-point game or something nuts like that. He just kind of threw in the towel, and we covered easily. And so at that point, I retired from the $1,000 bets. I had gone up 1, down 1, up 1, and I think I'm done. What number would buckle your knees, Ben, gambling on a single sporting event?
2026 Ben, it's a pretty low number. 1999 Ben was a real moron.
More than 1,000?
Maybe not in one game, but I could sit at blackjack in Vegas for like 8 hours in a row.
All right.
And it was a lot.
Walker, single game knee buckle total when it comes to a wager on a single sporting event.
Y'all gonna laugh at me because I'm not a bettor.
That's fine.
Yeah. $20 is the max I've ever bet.
Look at how wide his eyes are.
And
he's like, you're getting a little nervous right now.
The most I've ever won, we've won what? It was $2,000. It was like a 20-leg parlay, and we only put 5.
Well, of course,
and
they want you to play this.
It hit, and we was happy that week.
Yeah.
But other than that, $20.
Metal Chris, do you bet?
Not a ton.
Okay.
Usually, I'm more of like buy a March Madness chart, bet on the Super Bowl or something, but not like every week kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But the most I bet I think about 150 on the Super Bowl once.
Okay, 150. That's
when like I know who's gonna win and like everyone's hyping and I'm like,
who's gonna win.
No.
Don't worry, I know this is a lock.
Exactly.
Who's going to
win.
Yeah.
I'll say this: I used to stay. I went to stay at the Hard Rock in Vegas one time, and I was having a good run.
Yeah,
and betting enough that I could see the pit boss going, "What's going over here?" And I did so well that they comped me. I swear, like the next 3 or 4 times I went.
Really,
but that was the rare time that the winning worked. The other times,
right.
they made their money back, but that's how.
Well, they probably were like, this guy can't be that good. Let's bring him back so we can recollect our money.
Oh, no,
like he's not a good card player. He just got lucky. Let's make sure to comp him.
You got to have good vibes at the table. Bad vibes, it's all over.
Yeah, that Vegas does not exist anymore, sadly. Comps have dried up like a rain puddle in the parking lot of the Sahara in June. It's pretty bad out there.
Very bad.
I'm going in 3 weeks. I'll give a full report next time I'm back. Coming up, Dippin' Dots were supposed to be the ice cream of the future. This basketball court is also supposed to be the court of the future. Color me skeptical. We'll talk some March Madness as well. Maryland got drilled last night in their miserable season by Wisconsin. The good news is the year is almost over. The bad news is they're still going to be forced to play in the Big Ten tournament. That's next. You're listening to The Fan. Mitch and Finley have the day off. Steve Zabin sitting in along with Ben Standing from the Last Man Standing podcast. Coming up at the top of the hour, Greg Allman, Fox Sports NFL, with his thoughts on free agency about to start. There are trades happening. You just saw one cross the wire, Ben. Do tell, involving the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, the Bears who've had supplied Caleb Williams last few years with receivers. They are trading one of them, DJ Moore, to a team that famously needs a receiver, the Buffalo Bills. We don't have the terms yet. Doesn't sound like it's a big return for the for the Bears, but a notable trade for sure. This is exactly what the Bills needed, is somebody to help Josh Allen make plays down the field. And the Bears have drafted a couple other young guys recently, so they decided they could move on.
Yeah, that is interesting. They were, I would argue, overstocked in terms of pass catchers, especially after drafting Odunze, who they like a lot. And, Zacchaeus, our boy, he's on that roster. He could get a little bit more out of this. Also, they run 2 tight ends now with Kmet and Loveland. So that kind of makes sense that they would get out of the DJ Moore business. I liken it in a way to the Texans and getting David Montgomery. Did you like that move for the Texans, or are they buying a high-mileage vehicle prone to breaking down?
I totally get why they made the move. They needed to get some type of running back behind C.J. Stroud to take the pressure off of him. And I always like Montgomery, but I fear I like Montgomery more in that split backfield mode more than him being the lead guy. And the way he plays, you do wonder about the tread on the tires. But hell of a player, and they have, when they're healthy, real weapons at receiver. CJ Stroud's obviously a bit up and down, but he can be really good. So he should Montgomery should not get like stacked boxes or anything. But yeah, I'm a little concerned that Houston may have gotten on the wrong end of a running back's career.
All right, more on the NFL coming up top of next hour. So when I was a kid, like you, probably, I think we're similar age, maybe. How old are you?
Double nickel.
Okay, I'm 57. So, yeah, we are the same age. When we were kids, elementary school, we were taught, you need to learn the metric system. The metric system is coming, right? And it is true that it doesn't hurt to learn the metric system. It's easy. It's easier to learn than the stupid old English system that we use for measurements and weights and whatever. But the theory was, eventually, it'll take over, and we'll get rid of feet and yards and inches. Well, that never happened. Just like Dippin' Dots were marketed as the ice cream of the future. Super frozen little pellets of ice cream that when you put them in your mouth with a spoon.
It's still marketed that way, by the way.
I know it is. I know the future is still out there for Dippin' Dots.
Sure.
They still believe their future, their glorious future, even though I bet they represent the tiniest pie slice of the ice cream market. It's not as good as real ice cream for a variety of reasons. I don't hate it. It's ice cream, but whatever. This basketball court proclaims itself as the court of the future. It'll be on display at the Big 12 Championship in Kansas City. It is called the ASB Glass Floor, a $2.1 million glass floor with light-up LEDs that can allow the court's markings, logos, and pattern change with the swipe of an iPad. Have you seen the glass floor they will play the Big 12 championships on in Kansas City?
I've seen pictures of it in a quick video clip. What I don't understand, I guess, is what is the actual surface?
It's glass.
So basketball's typically not played on glass.
No, it's not. It's usually played on hardwood, which is, of course, laminated hardwood that is treated and, when kept dry and clean, has a consistent and sticky enough surface without dust on it. I would imagine they've tested this glass surface that it is not dangerous in terms of how it performs, and it's similar enough to wood, although without the imperfections of wood. Of course, the famous stories, the apocryphal stories, were always about Boston Garden and the dead spots. The dead spots in the gym floor that only Larry Bird and Kevin McHale knew about, and there was an advantage when they would play other opponents.
I don't know if you ever, when I used to cover the Wizards, sometimes like to get from one side of the arena to the other, you'd cross the court, and it'd be stunning how many like gaps are there, or like there. It's not
a seam, a gap, a board that's a little bit raised.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So the glass floor, in addition to being able to swipe an iPad and change the logos or the team colors or names on it, is also able to, what they say, include fan engagement and revenue generating opportunities. In other words, commercials. We're going to see if this becomes the court of the future. And right now, thankfully, the gap in cost is enough that I'm not sure it is going to be the court of the future. It's just going to be used as an ad bombardment, that as soon as play has stopped, a full video of an ad is going to play on the court itself. 94 by 68 feet, whatever the dimensions of a basketball court is. I should know that as a certified sports professional guy. It's just going to be ads. And then somebody said as soon as somebody hacks the system, they're going to play a porno. You know that somebody's putting a porno on the glass floor at some point, and they'll be like, oh, my God, get that off the floor, for God's sake.
Okay, now you've convinced me this is a good idea.
Okay. And then what is also interesting to note, apparently they are not allowing beverages in the first row because it's a glass floor and it could affect the electronics. Somebody said, if I pay that much money for a front row seat and I can't have a cold beer in my hand, I'm going to riot. We'll see if the glass floor becomes indeed the floor of the future or the Dippin' Dots of basketball courts. Coming up, Greg Allman talks NFL free agency and more with us. B. Mitch and Finley off today. It is Zabe and Ben standing in for them on The Fan. They were the other guys, Steve Zabin along with Ben Standig. Good to have you aboard today. Funny, Benny, that the NFL, even when they lose, they still win. That's how dominant they are as a league, as a global money printing entity. Here's how, even when they lose, they win. Recently, NBC and ESPN to a lesser extent, but NBC for sure, way overpaid for the NBA. Their analyst firms are now looking at it. They're looking at it in terms of cost per viewer, and they're like 2 or 3x the NFL. And so you would think that that would be a bit of a loss for the NFL. Like, wow, they overpaid for you guys. No, the NFL, according to now those who understand television rights, are saying, oh, trust me, the Shield is going to get their pound of flesh this next time around.
Sure.
Because what these networks have done, NBC in particular, is that they've reset the price in a way where they're like, well, if your house is worth this, ours is worth even more. They are going to break the backs of some of these media companies if they can in terms of rights fees. And I can't blame them.
Yeah.
They have the superior product.
There are things in this country that we know people are addicted to, and we have help for these people. We as a country are addicted to the NFL. It is impossible to deny, and they know it and are not afraid to take advantage of it.
And it's a 12-month-a-year thing, and we're entering a fun month, which is free agency. And for more on that, we welcome on Greg Allman. Fox Sports covers the NFL. Greg, nice to talk to you, my friend. How you doing?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on. Hope you're doing well.
Doing good. So, who are the bells of the ball when it comes to free agency now that we're on the cusp of it?
We keep taking names off the top. It's like you keep having guys get franchised, get re-signed, and that'll really continue to be the case here in the next 5 days, I guess it is. But no, I mean, I think the usual names, you think about Trey Hendrickson among the pass rushers and, Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne among the running backs. Some pretty good offensive linemen, some pretty good defensive linemen in there. It's not an amazing class, but it's the best that's out there right now.
Is there any name that's surprising to you where you say, man, I had no idea or didn't think this team would be willing to let this guy walk?
Not glaringly. I mean, and again, they haven't let him walk yet. I think there's probably more activity in the last 72 hours maybe than there is up to this point even. So no, I mean, there's definitely some right now where, Seattle. I mean, I think Seattle's going to get deals done with some of they've probably about 5 free agents that are, we did like a top 100 list that were easy picks for that. In terms of multiple defensive backs and Mafe and Walker and I think Rashid Shaheed. I think they'll get things done, maybe not with all of them, but I bet you they have deals with 3 of them by Wednesday at 4:00 when it really is the deadline and when guys can start signing elsewhere.
Greg, good to hear from you here. You not only, of course, cover the NFL now, you've long time covered the Tampa Bay Bucks, and Mike Evans is one of the more notable names in free agency. There's been at least some sense, like, hey, maybe Washington's a team he gets involved with. What's your read on Mike Evans, and do you think he even actually leaves Tampa after all these years?
Yeah, I think with Mike, we've kind of done this a couple times with Mike down here, and I think there's a lot of talk from agents about strongly considering all 32 teams and the checklist of things he wants. I still think the most likely outcome is Mike coming back to Tampa. And I start with just Mike's been in Tampa his entire career. His wife, his kids, this is all they know. So maybe with the exception of Houston, where they also have a home, which is kind of close to home where he is in Galveston. Short of that, I would be surprised if he wants to uproot family and get up and go to a different city and a different team and a different quarterback and a whole different locker room. He could. It could happen, but I think the most likely thing is him working out something that lets him feel valued here with the Bucs and close out his career here in Tampa.
I think Evans is Hall of Fame caliber. We'll see how that ends up when his career is over. But he's 32, and he's had persistent hamstring issues. And last year his season was cut short by the collarbone injury, which is not as bad as a knee, so there's that. And, like I said, he's 32, so it's an interesting way to price the guy. And if he's willing to, I guess, give the Bucs a bit of a break and stay, that's probably good for them.
Absolutely. I don't think they'll be the high dollar guy. I mean, they kind of went through this with Chris Godwin a year ago, where Chris was an unrestricted free agent. I think the Patriots supposedly were offering him $30 million a year and came back to the Bucs for $22 a year. I mean, I think the Bucs were willing to guarantee a second year, which other teams weren't doing for a guy coming off a major injury. But no, it feels a lot like that. He and Chris are real tight. They both spent their entire careers here. Both have had chances to leave and just haven't. So you never know. It could be one of those where somebody really drops a haymaker of an offer at him. I mean, Mike's the highest paid player in Bucs history by $40 million. You know, I mean, Baker could catch him with a couple good seasons, I guess. But I think he's done right by Tampa, and I think he's beloved here. He and Levante David are kind of in that same boat where they play their entire careers here. There's a really short list of people that have done as well as they have and been able to have their whole careers here in Tampa in terms of guys like Derek Brooks and Rondé Barber. And you worry that he'll be in the group with Warren Sapp and John Lynch that just finished their careers somewhere else.
All right, let me get to the guy. I think he's number 4 on your list. He's often number 1 on other people's lists, and that's Trey Hendrickson, defensive end from the Bengals. Like, this is for a team like Washington that desperately needs pass rush. You look at a guy that led the league in sacks in 23-24, but he's also 31, coming off a season where he only played 7 games because of injury, and he's also not Myles Garrett. He gets sacks, but he's not necessarily like that everything. So how do you kind of read that marketplace and what he might offer to a team?
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what the market is. I was really happy to see Cincy not tag him. I think that would have been awkward and another holdout and a contemptuous summer between those two. So I was happy they just kind of broke up and said, okay, you know what, you can leave. I don't know. It's like you'll see his valuations as high as somebody had, I think, $3.99, like $33 million a year. And maybe a year ago that would have made sense. But he's coming off a core injury, didn't necessarily produce at the same level on a really bad Bengals defense. So I'll be intrigued. I mean, I think at like 25-ish, I think it makes a lot more sense. I don't know that you'd want to guarantee more than 1 year, and he's probably going to ask for that. So no, I'll be curious. I mean, he's definitely, I don't think he's nearly the player that Max Crosby is, but Max Crosby is going to cost you a lot more in terms of not only acquisition cost with draft picks, but then when they actually sign him, he'll be more of a $35 to $40 million guy. So, I think it's hard to find the value right now in these second-tier edge rushers. There's a couple of them that are younger than Trey that probably had better seasons than Trey last year, but haven't had, like you said, he's got 2 17-sack seasons. That I think that somebody was saying on the radio, career 13-sack seasons. I think there's only 4 people that have more than he does. So really consistent over a long period of time. Probably shouldn't have been let go in the first place when you think about the Saints having him and choosing to keep like Marcus Davenport instead of him. But again, there's a lot of talk here in Florida because he went to FAU. He's got a place in Ponte Vedra where this is home for him. I don't know if the Bucs will be willing to write as big a check as he'll command in next week.
Greg Allman, Fox Sports Radio, or Fox Sports covering the NFL, also does the Buccaneers in Tampa, joining us here on B. Mitch and Finley. So DJ Moore dealt today from Chicago to the Bills. Do you like it? Do you love it? Maybe not so much.
It makes sense. We don't know the return yet, and I don't even know that it will be substantial just because DJ Moore is a pretty well-paid receiver for what he did last year. I like it for Buffalo. It definitely gives, to watch Buffalo in the playoffs last year, you wondered how good they'd be if they had a real number 1 receiver because they just didn't. So they're overpaying a little bit in that I don't think DJ Moore is playing like a $27 million receiver right now, but he fills that role for them, and probably as well as the best of the available receivers in free agency, which will probably be Alec Pierce and Calvin Ridley, maybe Michael Pittman, those kind of players. Here in Tampa, it takes one suitor off of the Mike Evans dance card, so people in Tampa are excited to see this trade. For Chicago, I think it frees them up a little bit. He wasn't going to perform at the same level that he was at when he got that contract. I think they've drafted some talented players in ahead of him now. But no, made sense and a good move that kind of impacts a couple different things as it relates to free agency in coming days.
Greg, if you look at Washington's needs list, it is lengthy. They could go in almost any direction. But I think the one position they absolutely have to address in some way is defensive end or edge rusher. Mentioned Trey Hendrickson, that's sort of the top of the market. I'm curious who else you kind of like in there. Jalen Phillips, a lot of production, but a lot of injuries. There's some other guys who are in the 26-year-old, 27-year-old range who maybe there's some upside there? Who for you kind of stands out? If you don't get Trey Hendrickson, where would you go?
Yeah, there's definitely some younger options that'll probably be more reasonably affordable. Again, we talked about Boye Mafe with Seattle being a guy that, again, I think is productive. There's definitely older guys. If you're willing to take a risk on a mid-30s guy, you've got Khalil Mack, you've got Joey Bosa, you've got, you see Bradley Chubb's available now. So he would make sense for them as a not necessarily top-of-market edge rusher, but someone who's produced well. I don't know that Jalen Phillips is going to leave Philadelphia. He would fall into that. Odafe Owe with the Chargers. I don't know that he's leaving Los Angeles. He would be in that next tier where you're not having to spend $30 million on him, but you can maybe expect double-digit sacks. And I agree. It's a position they have to address, whether it's high in the draft or early in free agency. I think last year so many people got caught up in Jaden Daniels being hurt, but I really thought that the biggest drop-off was on defense and how hard they fell on that side of the ball.
Oh, it's a believe me, 10-alarm disaster, and we're well aware of it. We're trying to scheme up plans to surge triage that side of the ball so it's not nearly as bad as last year. A.J. Brown is fascinating to me because the Eagles seem to, Greg, be making sort of pump fakes like he could be had, but I don't know what the market is for him, and I'm not sure what the Eagles would take.
Yeah, it's like the early word so far has kind of been that their asking price is too high, and I think people are aware of the dysfunction there, and I think the Eagles would do well to move on, even if they didn't get a dollar on a dollar getting back for him. I think there's other guys they could go get, and I felt like their receiving depth was a problem last year, in that after the 1-2, you really didn't have anybody else stepping up in their absence. Jahan Dotson and Johnny Wilson and guys like that just really weren't up to it. So I don't think they should trade A.J. Brown unless they have a 1,000-yard type that they're ready to bring in. If they can get a Romeo Dobbs or somebody else in this free agent market, probably will cost less than A.J. Brown, and I think should be able to produce more. A.J. Brown is better than his numbers have been in Philadelphia, at least last year. But I do think a change would really help him and the team. So again, whether is that for a 2? What does he command in a trade return? I don't know right now, but I think I can see this coming week being a week where the asking price drops and they find a match. We're seeing a lot of trades going on right now where, again, you're inheriting the contract as much as the player sometimes. But if you find a team who has a need and the room to handle a less than ideal contract, it's not hard to find a partner that way.
Greg, I'm going to dip into your Tampa knowledge again here with a player that's been mentioned a lot here for several months now, and that's Rachaad White, running back. Now, is it because he averages like 52 receptions a year? I mean, that helps, but that's not the main reason. The main reason is because he played college football with Jaden Daniels, and anybody who's been around that guy immediately gets lumped into Washington. But he actually does seem on the surface kind of what they need. Where is he in his career? What do you kind of back do you think he could be here in Washington?
Yeah, I can remember Rachaad White wearing a Jaden Daniels T-shirt in the locker room in postgame when Jaden was still in college. Super tight. Yeah, really tight. And there's very few people I would say like, oh, he'd love to go play with this guy. But I think it's a fairly strong connection there. I have no idea how Washington favors him. They had a couple different backs that all performed well at times, but nobody really consistently. And that's kind of been Rachaad. If you look at his 4-year numbers, not a great average in terms of yards per carry, not a consistent producer of yards, but great as a pass-catching complement. The Bucs always trusted him in 2 minutes as somebody that just gets the ball and again, consistently catches the ball, moves the chains. Probably not an every down back, but really nice as a third down back, as a change of pace back. I don't know where that prices him at. It's probably about $5 million a year, $4 or $5 million a year. I don't know that I would give him more than that. But like I said, in a running back by committee, I think he could be really good carving out a role. Good in pass protection, good pass catching. And I'll be intrigued to see where he goes. It's one of those where he is not coming back to Tampa. He's been very plain about that a couple of different times, so there's no worry about the Bucs competing for his services. But I think he'll have a couple different teams that could use that kind of back and like using their backs out of the backfield. And I'll be curious to see where he lands.
I think the most fascinating sort of conundrum now in the NFL and this free agency period is how do you price Brandon Aubrey? Aubrey and his agents want $10 million, which is $3 million above what the top of the market for kickers is. On the one hand, no kicker's worth that. On the other hand, he's got a 70-yard leg, legit. Other kickers are approaching 60-yard legs in today's modern NFL, but a 70-yard leg changes so many dynamics in terms of how you play defense and everything else. But he kicks indoors. How do you price Brandon Aubrey as a kicker?
Yeah, I mean, I think he definitely deserves to be the highest paid kicker in the game. I think that's unquestioned. But he's not even necessarily the longest leg in the NFL. I mean, Cam Little was hitting, 68, 69.
Cam Little also has that kind of length. He doesn't make it look as effortless, Greg.
Yeah, so, I mean, but
like
Aubrey it's tough. Like,
yeah.
yeah, when you get to these postseason honors, you can look and there's like, wow, it's like Chase McLaughlin here in Tampa. It was like 11 of 12 at one point, plus 50. But it's like, all right, well, if Aubrey's got 3 60-yard plus field goals, that's really hard. I mean, that's basically once you cross midfield as an offense,
right,
you're now in points territory. And that's a value. I mean, that definitely makes life easier for both sides of the ball. And hits consistently enough where, like, a lot of teams, if you're at the plus 45, like, oh, I don't know if I want to try a 63-yarder, because if you miss it, they're getting the ball on your half of the field, but he's good enough where you don't even really have that risk. So it's hard to quantify that. Kicker's one of those positions where even if we talk about the highest paid kicker in the NFL, we're talking about $7 million a year. There will be bad number 3 receivers that get that guaranteed next week that don't necessarily change a game. So I think there's a value for the coaches that can look at the analytics side of things and say, wow, what this guy does for us in terms of how far do we have to get to generate points. He changes that math for every NFL team. So I don't know that Dallas is going to let him go. I think he knows he's in a good situation in terms of where he gets to kick there, good stadium to kick in, good offense to kick with. I just think it's working out the math of, all right, I mean, I think 7 was supposedly the initial offer, and somebody had reported 7.5 and had to issue like a public rebuke that it wasn't 7.5.
We're not paying him that much.
Right. So there's some silly nastiness going on with the specific dollar values being floated right now. But I think if you went to, not to be the mediator here, but if you said, 3 years at $8 million, you guaranteed 2, I think both people would be happy with that. And I don't think anybody would reset that as the highest paid kicker in the league for 2 years. So I think that's probably what happens. Jerry has to mangle every public contract he has.
Oh, but, absolutely. That's what he does.
But I think they'll have him, they'll tender him so high that no one will touch the tender because you have to give up a first-round kick to get a kicker. And then B, I think they'll work out something that has him paid well where he's their guy for whatever, the next 3 years.
Greg Auman, A-U-M-A-N. Follow him on Twitter at Greg Auman, A-U-M-A-N, covering the NFL, Fox Sports, down in Tampa. Nice to talk to you, Greg. We appreciate it.
Oh, of course, anytime. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Greg. There you go. Cam Little is a smaller guy. He's 6 foot 172. Aubrey is 6'3", 218. The Aubrey story is crazy, though, that he was a soccer player who was sitting on the couch, and his girlfriend said, you could do that. He's like, yeah, maybe I'll try.
Yeah.
And he comes out, and he's got a monster leg. The question is, does he have clutch in him? Because the Cowboys have not been in a lot of positions, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what his clutch gene is. So, I don't know. Getting expensive out there for kickers. And one change to the K-ball could render it all. Like, a lot of people are convinced that the new way they allow the team's equipment staff to prep their K-balls is what's accounting for this increase in distance. If the NFL rolls that back, you could be sitting on a $10 million lemon.
Well, then you better, if you're Aubrey, you better sign that quick.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the cavalry's coming, they say. My question is, how long is the cavalry staying? Zabe and Ben Standig in for B. Mitch and Finley. You're listening to The Fan. from being aired exclusively on streaming. Interesting. So I guess the bar owners, Ben, are sick of subscribing to all these services. Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and on and on.
I mean, I feel their pain.
Could Ohio be the one state that can pull it off? Maybe one of a handful of states that could have enough muscle from the Ohio State fanatics to actually get this through the legislature? And how would that actually work, obviously?
Right. The only two, I can see that the only two states that have this are Ohio and Alabama.
Right. I'm wondering if this were to be the case, would the networks that have bought the rights to the Ohio State games that are going to be streamed exclusively, like on Peacock, would they be forced to then port them to a local station for free? I doubt they'd want to do that willingly.
As I recall, you're always like a visionary when it comes to the media. Or you could like see ahead, like what is going to happen here with the streamers. Like it's not just for sports; it's also our regular content. But with regards to sports, like I'm an avid NBA fan. I don't even know what station any of these games are on anymore. And like with the NFL, you have to have umpteen different streamers to watch 1 week's worth of games. That is. I'm one of the silly people who has a lot of these streamers, but at some point it's not sustainable. I don't want to do this.
I have most, if not all of them, and I don't generally bitch at or recoil at the costs as they even increase about streaming. But I do agree that the fact that it's so scattered across the landscape is bad for the sports. It's bad for the otherwise enjoyable existing shows and properties. Nobody's been hurt worse than inside the NBA with Kenny and Shaq and Ernie and Charles, because you can't find them anymore. You don't know where they're going to be on. They're going to be on late at night on a Saturday night on the tail end of an ABC primetime game. That's part of ESPN's overall ecosystem. What made that show great was you knew Thursdays, boom, it's NBA night. Let's see who's on TNT. And if I don't care about the game, I'm going to definitely watch those guys.
I had Inside the NBA DVR'd. It was like one of my...
So you had a big stack of them.
Yeah.
That you could then go consume at your leisure.
Right. And
just the show.
Right. Yeah. I never did that for the game, just for them. I barely watched them this year because I don't know when they're on. I think Charles Barkley
He's complained and pointed this out. Now, Barkley should probably pipe down because they're paying him way too much money.
Right.
And he was the guy that said, I don't want to do all the stuff on ESPN. I want to be put through the car wash. Now he's like, nobody can find us. I'm like, well, then go through the car wash, and then they'll know where you are.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Like, you can't. Like, I would just say, why not just ESPN2? Just put them on. Okay, but they also have games, college basketball games or whatever. So I don't know how you do that. What the biggest hang up I have with the streamers in general is that if I'm on HBO and I'm watching something, to then, or if I'm watching a game on whatever it might be, to then get to the other station, if I'm going to flip the way we do, it's very hard. You can't just hit the last button. You have to completely get out of the streamer you're going to go to the other one. How does that going to get resolved? Because if you can't resolve that, then this thing is going to blow up eventually.
Yeah. All right, to college basketball. Last night in Madison, Wisconsin, the Badgers drilled Maryland 78-45 final score, and I watched some of it, and it wasn't even that close. Adding insult to injury at the end, Greg Gard's son, who is a little-used reserve on the team, was put in the game for some garbage time minutes, and he promptly pulled an Earl Badu. If you know, you know, on old Earl Badu, the former human victory cigar for the Terrapins themselves. Hit a three, did Gard's son. Place went nuts, and it was just one of those nights. Maryland falls now to 11-19, 4-15 in conference. And for the first time ever, according to people who know stats, this has never happened before, that Maryland has lost 15 league games for the first time in their 103-year history. Now, look, they joined a conference that is bloated and expanded to the point where they play a lot of conference games. That said, what a woof of a season. Now, the cavalry is coming. According to various recruiting services, Buzz Williams has signed the number 3 class in the country. Number 3, featuring Austin Brown, forward out of Lufkin, Texas, Caden House, a guard out of Phoenix, Adama Tambedu, a forward by way of Senegal from Springfield, Mass., and then the crown jewel of the class, local kid done good, Baba Oludeton, forward from Silver Spring. Now, you were saying during the break, the amazing thing about Baba is...
Yeah, so he's been playing basketball in Montgomery County at Blake High School, but only because he was, I think, going to DeMatha, and his father was like, nah, I can't deal with this traffic. It's too much of a hassle.
So he just let him go back to the public league.
Yeah, I mean...
Which is not the highest competition.
No, I'm a Montgomery County high school kid. Nobody's coming out of Montgomery County. I went to BCC. Our highlight is that the guy who led us to the state title one year played like reserve minutes at GW. So the idea that...
I was going to say, has the Montgomery County Public League, public high school, have they ever produced an NBA player?
Oh, boy.
And who would that be? Because the best NBA guys in our area play in the Catholic League.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, back in the day, like Grant Hill played at South Lakes. If Grant Hill's growing up today, he's going to pick your Mount Verde or wherever. He's going to one of those schools. The idea of a guy playing public school anywhere almost is insane.
Right.
But he is apparently all that. And, I get nervous, back in the day when you would sign these big recruiting classes, you were locked in. Now
you're not locked in.
Right.
Yes.
Until we see the kid walk into campus next in whatever, August, September, I won't be convinced anybody's showing up.
Yeah. Oludeton is the number 10 overall recruit in the nation. So even though he's been playing in a lesser league, it's not like his skill set is not appreciated, and many other schools would have loved to have had him, but Buzz Williams was able to land him. So I've asked a number of people. I've said, okay, so the cavalry's coming. Are we sure they're not going to evaporate before they get here and then get, swept away by somebody else? And the feeling is, no. These are all kids that want to be part of this program. And I'm like, all right, great job by Buzz to sell them on that. But they are jumping into an absolute dumpster fire right now. And I just wonder two things. Okay, cavalry's coming. That's good. How long is the cavalry staying? Because everyone thinks that Baba, if he has a good rookie freshman season, whatever, that he's going to be shipping off to the NBA right away.
Sure.
If he's going to be a lottery pick, right?
Yeah.
So what good is 1 year of this guy, or maybe if two, and then you could lose guys to the portal. They may not go pro, but Brown or House or Timbedu may go to the portal. So isn't the question how long is the cavalry sticking around? Because this season has been unrepeatable. It cannot happen again. It's so awful.
A buddy of mine who was like driving the get Mark Turgeon out of here bandwagon, he was like all in on getting Turgeon out. He now says
he regrets it.
Oh, totally. Like this is beyond the most miserable season he can recall, which is he's not wrong. This is the problem with college basketball. Like, at least in college football, there's all these transfers, but half the team at least stays. Basketball, they all change at all times. You have no idea who's what. My favorite thing about college basketball used to be watching some like Drew Nicholas type guy come in as a freshman. You're like, this guy, well, he's never going to play. And then by the time he's a senior, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe how are we going to survive without him? Because he became such a good player. Now that does not happen. There's no evolution of a guy. And that's how we as fans connect. I don't want to, it's too much like that Seinfeld joke that you're rooting for laundry. Yes, that is exactly what it is happening now. It is only rooting for the laundry because the players keep leaving.
Yeah, I'm not so much against the players making some money in NIL.
Sure.
Even though schools are saying they're sounding the alarm. Louisville put out a big report that opened up their finances. And they said, look, we're going to go broke doing this. Like, we had a reserve of $34 million in cash. We're already hitting every student at Louisville with a $200 fee for, quote, athletics. And we've gone from a $34 million reserve to $3 million in the matter of 3 years. Plain be going down. This is not sustainable. We can't cut enough women's rowing teams to make up the difference. And they showed every one of their programs that makes money, those two of them, football and basketball, and everyone that loses money, everything else. So I don't mind the players getting paid per se. I just wish they would get paid to stay where they are so we know we can follow the schools and the players to go, oh, I remember Johnson from last year. He was a good guard. He's back again. Oh, he might be better this year. And he had some sense of place and time. But I can wish for that all I want. the answer is that it's going to happen the way that it's going to happen, and there's no way you can change it. But yeah, that is something else right there. Let's hope that the Cavalry is as good as Buzz and the recruiting people think they are, and let's hope they stick around for at least, well, I know a year, but is it too much to ask for 3 of the 4 to stay for a second year? I'm going to ask for 3 of the 4 to stay.
It's not too much to ask. It's just don't hold your breath.
All right, coming up, Jaden's mom has got it going on in more ways than one. Is it a good thing? Well, we'll see. Ben has written about it in his Substack, Last Man Standing. I'll pick his brain about Jaden Daniels using his mother as his agent. You're listening to The Fan. Chris would have an Easter egg rejoin off of this story. This is Mother by
Glenn Danzig, of course.
Okay. I kind of thought you were going to go right off of my cue, which is Fountains of Wayne with Stacy's mom.
I was actually excited to have a chance to play this song for once. There's never a good chance to play Mother.
All right, very good. Turn it up. Let's go. Come on now. Mother! I feel like Will Ferrell in Wedding Crashers. Ma! Meatloaf! One of the all-time scenes. All right, there we go. A little bit of rock in our lives today. Zabe sitting in for JP Finley. We got Ben Standig sitting in for Brian Mitchell. B. Mitch is back tomorrow. I'm back tomorrow as well as JP is off. So thank you for joining us today here on The Fan. Jaden Daniels' mother is apparently now certified to be his agent. You wrote about this. I want to hear all about it. What's the story? How unusual is it? I know that up in Baltimore, Lamar Jackson kind of represents himself and may also have his mom involved as well.
Yeah. Lamar and some guys do not have primary representation. Jaden did when he entered the league. Ron Butler, who's been a veteran agent who's had clients with Washington in the past, he was his agent going into the 2024 draft. Now, Jaden's mother, Regina Jackson, became a certified agent that year as well. And she was with, if you go into the NFLPA website, the Players Association website, that's where you find agents go there, that all their agency information is there, and you can find listings that show what agents represent which players. And she was listed along with Ron Butler and a couple other people associated with Butler there. But if you go look at it now,
it's just her?
It's just her.
Now, you have to be certified by the PA, right?
Correct. Right.
What does that include, the certification?
Take tests. You got to pass a test.
Really? So it's not just filing paperwork. It's an actual certification test.
Correct. And
to understand things like voidable years and bonus allocation, blah, blah, blah.
Correct. Yeah, no. There's just like we took SAT prep courses, I've seen prep courses to take this.
Okay. And then do the test.
We need to give it to somebody who's going to not be embarrassed by it, because I'd be embarrassed if I got a ridiculously bad.
I'm bad at math and I'm not really much into finance, so I'm sure I'd flunk a lot of it.
100%. So when you go look at it now, only she is listed. Now that could mean a couple of things. When a player changes representation, the player will disappear from the site for a little bit. I guess there's some sort of they got to go through the rules and regulations, make sure everything is up to code before they officially say that somebody else is going to be the agent. But in this case, because she is still, I guess, with her son, she's still showing. So the question is this the plan? Is she going to be the person, or are they shopping for somebody else? Now, I don't know for fact, but my sense is, in talking to some people and just reading the tea leaves, that she is, in fact, going to be the agent. And look, parents, have the best interest of their kids. They're also emotionally involved to the nth degree.
They have their best interest in mind for their kids always, but they also have the most rose-colored glasses about their children of anyone.
Right.
And they often lack perspective or perhaps realism about certain situations. So, yeah, I don't know if everyone knows about his dad, right? Former cornerback for the University of Washington. I guess it split up early on. They co-parented him in California growing up. And his mom is close to Jaden. Does Jaden live with his mom still here in D.C.?
I think so.
Okay.
I haven't checked in lately, but I believe that's
so. That was the arrangement.
Yeah. And look, and to go through what he went through, to be this, superstar off the bat, I get it, having, a parent around. And obviously, if you've paid attention, you see her at a lot of social events with him. She's a fixture at training camp. All that, okay, you're the parent. But, for example, when the Cliff Kingsbury buzz started happening that he wasn't going to be around, she tweeted that she thinks Cliff Kingsbury should stay. Now, it's one thing if it's the mom,
right?
But it's another thing if you're actually
the agent,
right? The actual representation for this player, and it's probably not a huge deal right now, but next year, after this 2026 season, Jaden Daniels becomes eligible for a new contract, and at that point, then this becomes a lot more interesting. So they've got time to sort it out. Maybe things will change. Who knows? But right now, she is the one, according to the site that tells us who's in charge of who's repping these people. She is the one, and that is a very odd situation.
Yeah, I personally think that it is counterproductive for star players in the NFL, especially quarterbacks, to not have proper representation, meaning not your family. And I think that a large part of what got Lamar Jackson so sideways in Baltimore was the fact he did not have a proper agent. And so therefore, I think the Ravens were wondering, well, what is this guy's deal? What's he all about? Who are we dealing with? Like, it just created more friction than was needed. Whereas an agent would be saying, look, here's we're going to get you guaranteed money this, voidable year that. Here's how I see it playing out. This is what it comps to other clients. And here's who I've talked to around the league. I think it really helps because these NFL contracts, as you know, Ben, are very unique. They're all kind of different. They have a lot of weird exit ramps and clauses and bonuses and whatnot, and there's a lot of fake money involved. For the NBA, a number of NBA players figured out a long time ago, I don't need an agent. I'm already bumping my head on the ceiling of the max salary, so why am I cutting a 6%, 3%, 4% check to an agent? The NFL is a different beast. They're complicated deals.
I mean, there is something to be said for when you're a quarterback, like at Jaden Daniels' next deal, barring terrible 2026 season, he will be the highest paid player in the league whenever he signs a new deal.
You think he will?
That's just how it happens. Right now, the top 11 highest paid players in the league are all quarterbacks. Dak Prescott's number one. Among the people tied for second at $55 million annually are like Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love, two guys who are. I mean, Trevor Lawrence had a better year this year, but two guys who are not.
So you think every quarterback, when they finally sign, that's to a big deal, is going to leapfrog? I mean, that's just a matter of timing. That's how it's been.
That's how it's been. And look, again, Jaden's only played 2 years, and this last year was not ideal. But based on what he did in year one, he's going to be that guy. So it's somewhat formulaic, but at the same time, like you said, there's a lot of ins and outs. It's also day to day. It's not just the one time of a contract. It's the communication. He's good, but we'll see.
Okay, we will see. Coming up, our final hour, but we've saved the best for the final hour. David Aldridge will join us from The Athletic, talking about the debut tonight of Trae Young for the Wizards. It's Zabe and Ben Standing sitting in for B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by
Lunch is over. Get back to work, you drones. 104 in the nation's capital. Today here, as we sit in the studio, B. Mitch and Finley are off today. It's Zabe and Ben standing. We've covered a lot of ground today, and we're going to focus on the debut of one Trae Young here in the district for tonight's Tankathon game against the Utah Jazz. It is great for me to talk once again with a long-lost colleague and professional, David Aldridge of The Athletic, of which I'm a proud subscriber, joining us now on the guest hotline. Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, man?
I am doing good. Ben, say hello to David.
David, I saw David earlier this week.
Oh, you did? You already saw him
I saw him earlier this week, yeah. So I've said hello.
At the Combine?
No, somewhere more locally.
Oh, okay.
But,
I was supposed to go to the Combine, didn't go. So, long story.
You were fine. You didn't miss much.
So, can you give me the short story? Why didn't you go, David?
Again, it's a long story.
Okay, fair enough. But you weren't totally sad that you missed it. I grilled Ben. I go, how was the Combine?
I actually wanted to go this year. I haven't gone to the Combine in a long time, 20 years, but because the Commanders have a high pick and Adam Peters doesn't talk a whole lot.
Right. Yeah.
I was like, I should go. And then I had some Pacer stuff I was going to do, but it's my fault. I double scheduled, and then I realized I double scheduled, and I had to cancel the Indiana trip. So,
well, the NFL might, David, have to start getting creative and enticing more players to participate in their silly underwear Olympics because the numbers have gone down quite a bit.
Yeah, yes, it has, and I know the interviews still are very important, and I get that, so maybe there's still value, but a lot of guys they're not throwing, they're not running, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. You come to my pro day, and I get that the pro day now is more important. Mm-hmm. But yeah, part of the charm of the Combine was it was one-stop shopping for everybody, right? Like you could talk to players and you could talk to teams and you could, and everybody was there and you could get intel based on the measurables. And there's fewer measurables now. So, it's their, but the NBA has the same problem with their Combine because guys are like, I'm not coming or I'm not going to play. I'm just going to get weighed and measured. And now it's like, I'm not going to get weighed and measured either. So it's the whole thing.
Right. And then the next level of it is guys will run maybe a 40 time they don't like. And then the agent will start working on some in the media. They say, well, it actually was a better 40 time than 40. Yeah. So in other words, the whole point, David, of the Combine was let's have one thing where we get everyone together and we'll get some solid data on everyone. Well, that's falling apart now. So,
Right.
Gotta
exactly. Yeah, it's something. And I never understood this, and I've said this with the NBA players, like, all of this is, every player that comes in is subject to the terms of the collective bargaining agreement in every sport, right? Like, you have to follow the rules of the CBA. Well, why can't you just put in, as a rule of the CBA, any incoming player must take part in the Combine, must fully take part in the pre-draft Combine? Like, it's a simple fix. Like, this is easy.
Yeah, you're right. I guess the answer is that would then have to be collectively bargained, and then the Players Association, if they know what they're doing, which lately you kind of wonder, but as I know they're getting a new president here shortly, they would probably ask for something in return. So that would be the reason. Maybe not.
That's what negotiating is all about.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying if it's important to the teams and they seem to think it's important, then make it important. Yeah. Make it important enough to put in the collective bargaining agreement. It's a two-line sentence. Any incoming player must take part in his draft class's pre-draft Combine. Must fully participate in his class's pre-draft Combine. Done.
Yeah. Be nice. All right, let's shift to basketball tonight, the debut of Trae Young for the Wizards. Can you, David, give me the elevator pitch on what the big plan is with the Wizards, their young core, along with Trae Young, and at some point, Anthony Davis? 1 minute elevator pitch. What's the plan?
Well, I think it's simple, Steve. Like, they realize that this is the last year that they can tank, that they can tank egregiously, right?
Are you sure that Silver's going to close that barn door?
Yes, because it's not silver. It's just that the next two drafts aren't very good. Like they're not worth tanking for. This year's draft's worth tanking for.
Okay, that's a good point.
You got 5 guys that you could make a case for 5 guys being the top pick. That does not usually happen. But you could make an affirmative case for 5 different guys being the top pick in this draft. And so that's why you have half of the league tanking this year. And so the next 2 drafts aren't going to be that good. It doesn't mean there won't be good players in those drafts. It just means the top is not as potent as this year. And so they cannot, and I do think, and they will never admit to this, but I do think the NBA, the pressure of the NBA in terms of these fines and making a public case of making tanking harder, that's put a lot of pressure on these teams. And I think a lot of teams are like, okay, well, we can't do this next year. And then you have owners like I know Ted Leonsis has signed off on this with bringing in Winger and Dawkins and saying we're going to do this from the bottom up and we're going to take our time. We're not going to skip any steps. He was also the guy that said we'll never, ever, ever, ever tank. And you did.
Owners,
you have for 3 years now.
Owners say,
and I think there's a shelf life with him too, saying, okay, that's enough tanking now. Let's start being more competitive starting next year. And that's all that Trae Young and Anthony Davis are here to do, is to make this team more competitive next year, to put them in position to have a chance to be in more games and obviously win more games. I don't know that they're saying we have to be a playoff team next year. I don't think that's what they're saying. I think they're saying you can't just lose 9 games in a row and be okay with that anymore. Like that just can't be the standard anymore. It has to be, you're trying to be more competitive. You're trying to, when Charlotte comes to town, they can't beat you by 30. You know what I mean? Like, like Charlotte is an improved team, a vastly improved team, but they're not Oklahoma City. Right. You know what I mean? Like, so you can't just write off 75% of your games anymore. Like, you have to start trying to win some of these games and maybe compete for, if not a top 8, at least a play-in, right? Like, okay.
Top 6,
I should say.
Right. So on the Trae Young thing, do you think that he's playing now in part because Silver has kind of rattled the saber about tanking? Is that in any way a factor?
Could be. I don't know. I can't say it for sure. I don't know I don't have access to.
Told you, Benny. I told you. I smelled a little bit of, hey, we better play him at least a little bit.
Sure. I mean, that could be. I'm not, none of us are naive about this. That could definitely be. And maybe that's why, maybe we'll see Anthony Davis before the end of the season for the same reason. But again, they're kind of making it very difficult, even for Trae Young, who's very talented, with no Alex Sarr, no Keyshawn George now is going to be out for a few weeks. There's a lot of the guys that could help them win games with Trae Young aren't going to be playing with Trae Young, at least not right away. So, but yeah, sure, that could be part of it. That definitely could be part of it. I don't think that's going to impact their ability to manipulate the rest of this season. And part of it is just because they're not good enough. You know what I mean? Like they got to go out west again. They're not going to win unless I think they've already played Sacramento out there. Other than that, they're not going to win any of those games. They go out west again. And so you're down to the point now where it's going to be hard for them not to be bottom 4, because I can't see them winning 3 or 4 games in a row at any point the rest of this season.
David, so let's go back to just Trae Young here. Do you have a sense of what the expectation is? Is he going to play 10 minutes? Is he going to play 30 minutes? Is he going to play and then he's going to pull like the Rodney Dangerfield and Caddyshack, my arm, and we won't see him again? Like, what's your expectation for Trae Young both today and then just going forward?
I always love when somebody can just give me some Al Cervic on demand. I like that. That's good. My arm. I think Brian Q said 20, 25 minutes. I think he said that the other day. That seems about reasonable. So that's 10 minutes a half. That also seems reasonable. 10, 12 minutes a half. He's not ready to play 35 minutes a game. He hadn't played in 2 months. Like, you got to build your wind back up. So, yeah, I mean, again, I think it will be, the easy thing is play with the starters in the first quarter, play with the starters in the third quarter, call it a day when you sub out, right? That's the easy way to do it. We will see, to Steve's point, do you bring Trae Young back in a game where you're down 5 with 5 minutes to go to try to win the game? He's your best player right now.
Hell no.
You know what I mean? Like, right now, he's your best player. And so that's the tell, right? Like, if you're if you're down, well, it's not Utah's tanking worse than they are, so they should win the game today. But if you're playing a team that you're competitive with, what do? Do you bring Trae Young back in to try and win the game? And that will tell us a lot about what their real intentions are.
What's your sense? Okay, let's just say Trae Young, we play this out. I think of the two of the guys they just brought in, he's the one that seems more likely to stick around longer term than Anthony Davis. When you look at the young guys, right? Because all this is about helping these guys develop and understand kind of what it takes to win. From a basketball perspective, which of the young guys do you think is going to be most impacted by Trae Young? Impacted, I would say, positively, by Trae Young.
I would say Sarr. To me, Sarr is the one guy that can really kind of get unlocked. Because Trae Young is, look, whatever you think of him, he does pass the ball. He's not, he pounds it a lot, but he does pass it, right? Like he led the league in assists last year. It's not like, it's different. It's a little different from Luka. Luka passes the ball too, but not to the extent that Trae passes it. So when you think about the possibilities, you think about what Trae Young did with Clint Capella, who Alex Sarr is a lot alike in terms of his offensive acumen and potential. As a rim runner, just run down the middle of the court. I'll get it to you as a 1-5 pick and roll. You'll get a pocket pass, and then you're going downhill toward the basket. I just think you can get Alex a lot of easy baskets, and Alex is not, and I don't think ever will be, a guy that you just give him the ball down the block and he just posts the guy up and turns around or does something physical to kind of create space. He's not that kind of guy. Alex can score, but it's got to be on the move. I think he's just more, at least inside the paint. He can square up and shoot threes, and maybe and that will also get unlocked if you do pick and pops with Trae Young. But if you're looking for him to score in the paint, I think it's got to be on the move. It's got to be on lobs. It's got to be, again, pocket passes where he's at the rim, where he doesn't have to take two dribbles, because he's just not. He's better at it. He's better at the read now than he was last year, but still not his strength to get him the ball where he has to now come downhill and make a decision. What unlocked Golden State and made them a championship team is Draymond Green's ability when they're playing downhill, whether it's 4-on-3 or 3-on-2, to find the open guy and make the right pass every time. And that's why Golden State's unguardable. Even though Draymond Green's not a great offensive player, but he can make the read that needs to be made when you're coming downhill. And Alex is still not there yet. Now, could he get better? Yes, but he's not there yet. Right now, what you want is Alex going to the rim with the basketball. And I think Trae can help him do that at a much more efficient level and with a lot more volume than he has had previously with the point guards he's had to play with before.
All right, exit question, big picture NBA. Are we headed towards a head-on crash between Oklahoma City and San Antonio in the West, followed by a 4 or 5 game sweep in the finals, or is there other plot twists that could come up?
Oh no, I don't think that's inevitable. Like, I think Denver's health, right? Like that's their question. Can they be healthy? If they're healthy, Denver's pretty good. Denver's still pretty good now. If they're healthy, and they're much deeper now than they were last year. Minnesota's. Look, when you got Anthony Edwards, you got a shot. Like that guy is a big time player, and they made a couple of good moves. I'm not quite sure I buy what they did in terms of point guard, but okay, they fixed it. They shorted up a little bit. But no, I wouldn't say it's inevitable. I would.
And
say
are the Pistons the one team in the East that can throw with the heavy hands of the West? Whoever comes out.
No, look. I'm going to Boston tomorrow morning because Jason Tatum is about to come back.
Yes.
So no is the answer to that. If Jason Tatum is back for this team, with this Celtics team, no, they got a shot. They got a real shot to be in the finals, for real. And I think I'm not writing New York off yet. I don't like what I've seen from them the last 15 or 20 games, but I'm not writing them off yet because they do have a lot of talent. I do like the moves they made. With getting Alvarado at the deadline and a couple other things they did. So I wouldn't write them off yet. Detroit's really good. I don't know that anybody at the top of the East should be afraid to play Detroit in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like they're good. They're really good, but I if I'm Boston, am I afraid to play the Pistons 7 times? No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
All right. Very good. David, we appreciate your time. Subscribe to The Athletic. I was glad to see that the company absorbed a good number of the very talented writers and reporters that were at the Post. And we appreciate it. And keep on keeping on, my friend.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
There you go. David Aldridge of The Athletic. The Thunder have the best record in the NBA at 49-15. And it's by a couple of games over the Pistons, who are at 45-15. Spurs are at 44-17. Here's the question, though. Are the Thunder even trying? Like, they could be 49-15 right now, the Thunder, with really out putting much screws to the wood or shoulder to the plow, so to speak. And then once the playoffs begin, it could just be another run right back to the title. And as far as the East goes, I would agree this Pistons and Celtics is probably the two best ones. I would not put a red nickel on the Knicks, and I would never bet on James Harden.
Oh, no.
In a million years with the Cavaliers. Would never bet on James Harden.
It baffles me so much when people with a guy like Harden, and you look at what happens in the regular season, you say, oh, look how he's improving this or that. Look, it's going to work out. I'm like, no,
it won't.
It's all I care about is game 6, game 7. How badly is he going to turtle up and be completely unproductive when you need him the most? One day maybe he'll change. That day has not come as far as I've seen.
Yeah, but he is, I guess, getting acclimated to Cleveland. I couldn't believe this. I saw on Twitter. James Harden is doing a bottle signing of his signature wine.
Sure.
At a 7-Eleven and a Speedway in Berea, Ohio. Somebody tweeted, I had to check this because I thought surely this is not real and it must be a Photoshop. But sure enough, James Harden has agreed to a wine signing at a Speedway and a 7-Eleven. Now, I don't want to dissuade his wine aspirations as an entrepreneur and a man of spirits, but he's already making how much money per year to play in the NBA? Do you really need to go to a 7-Eleven to do a bottle signing?
That's the best part. I mean, him being a wine guy and having a company to promote, I get that. But doing it there, like, that doesn't seem like the crowd for that. I don't know. Maybe he's going for the sports crowd to go buy his wine.
No, it is not a wine that comes in a bag, or as you called it, a bum wine, which is very politically incorrect. We call that an unhoused wine, okay? Be more sensitive. Be better, you jerk. But, yeah, well, okay. I think the NBA playoffs could be quite fluid and interesting, but we'll see. I still have my suspicions that OKC has been pacing themselves this year. And then when it comes time, they're going to put the screws to them. I know this. Whatever outfit, whatever fur coat that SGA wore last night for the post-game presser, oh boy, it had this giant fur sort of neck thing around it that went way up to his chin.
I want, you know how like John Thompson copied Louis Carnesecca's sweater?
Yes.
I want to see Wemby copy that outfit, the 7'5" version of that animal he was wearing. That would be epic.
Oh my God, yeah. There it is right there. You guys can see that? I think, Chris, did you see that? I mean,
yeah, that's.
I mean,
looks like a costume almost.
It's like when Kyle Kuzma,
the pink sweater on Kuzma,
right there.
Yeah, right. And they made a bobblehead of it.
Yeah, I mean, like the level of delusion that you have to not even recognize just how crazy it is. I mean, I'm not Mr. Fashion, but come on, that is insane.
Yeah. Coming up, know how Jordan once said, F them kids? Well, he never said that, but that's a popular meme these days. There's one NFL team that has said, unlike anyone else, F them first-round picks, we don't care, and they've actually had a lot of success. We'll talk about this seeming conundrum next as we carry on to the 2 o'clock hour. Zabe and Ben Standig in for B. Mitch and Finley right here on The Fan.
era wrestling.
That's a if not fluent, you are at least conversation.
I used to go to the matches with my dad back in the day.
Okay. Who was your favorite wrestler?
Oh, Macho Man Savage for always.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. You don't have a current. Snapping with Slim Jim. You don't have a current favorite?
Not really. I haven't watched it consistently in forever. So I guess the sad answer is no. How about you?
I got into it circa 99 at the peak of the Attitude Era with Stone Cold and The Rock.
Sure.
Butting heads on a regular basis with good old Joni Lauer, who was China, and Mankind, formerly Dude Love, and I was really into it for 5 or 6 years, and then it kind of tailed off. You may have to make room for a new favorite wrestler. His name is Luigi Primo.
Sure.
He is part of the promotion in Santa Ana, California called Dream Slam. This is one of the minor league circuits of pro wrestling. Care to guess what Luigi Primo's hook is? Because every wrestler needs a good hook. What do you think Luigi Primo's hook is?
His finishing move is called the Pasta Maker.
That's not too far from the case. His finishing move, and I how great is that? Like Luigi, he brings a soft piece of pizza dough in, starts spinning it on his finger, and then throws it at his opponent, knocks him over. Luigi.
I mean, there are people who insist that wrestling is fake, and how dare they? But
that was the tweet. They're like, if wrestling's fake, explain this.
Right. That's a little tougher.
That's so great.
That's hilarious.
Okay. F them picks, as the kids like to say. The Los Angeles Rams have recently gone very much against what is conventional wisdom in the NFL, which is a good way to go broke is to trade away your number one picks. And I know this is what I've said to Nick Ashew about his desire to flip a 1 to go get Max Crosby. However, this timeline for the Los Angeles Rams blows my mind. You ready? I'm going to start with their first round pick. Okay, Ben, starting this year. They don't have it. It's gone. Traded to Kansas City.
Right.
I don't know what trade that was part of. Do you?
It was Trent McDuffie.
It was, okay. So their first rounder is gone this year. Last year's first round pick, that was traded to Atlanta. They took a guy in 2024 with their first round pick, and he turned out to be really good, Jared Verse. But then, starting in 2023, walking back to 2017, here we go. Traded to Detroit, traded to Detroit, traded to Jacksonville, traded to Jacksonville, traded to Atlanta, traded to New England, traded to Tennessee. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years in a row. How are they doing it? What's going on here?
So I think we all get obsessed with the number of first round picks, and there's an obvious reason why. You get your first chance to draft whoever you want. In the NBA, you could literally not do this strategy because the talent pool in the second round is like non-existent. These guys are going to play in Europe, and if you're lucky, somebody's a rotation guy.
Correct.
But in the NFL, if you never had a first round pick and you just had 2 through 7, you'd get starters, you'd get role players. Like the draft, like if for Washington, right, the third round pick, let's say they go edge in the first, they could take a cornerback, and that guy might be able to start right off the bat. In the 5th round, you got a guy help on special teams. So you can realistically never have a first round pick. I believe quarterback would, of course, be the lone exception,
right?
And still field a really credible roster. So what they're doing is they're taking out the risk of the pick. if you go to the NBA with the process, the whole point of the process was not to just get the one pick that was at the bottom. It was to get as many as you could because you admitted we don't know what we're doing. We are going to make mistakes in evaluation. Everybody does. So let's lower the odds by having as many picks as possible.
Yeah.
The Rams are saying, okay, well, we're not going to do that. So we'll just trade the pick for something sustainable like Trent McDuffie, who's like arguably the best corner in the league. They obviously made the trade for Stafford, and they're saying, we've seen this. We believe this is real. So we're going to go with that. And then again, they still have rounds 2 through 7 to play with.
That's it's a wild trend that I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, damn, they've really traded that away. Now, the list doesn't include, did they get somebody else's one back? I mean, they must.
So the Atlanta trade last year, Atlanta moved into the first round to get moved up to get James Pierce.
So it was a move up,
and the Rams then have the 13th pick right now.
Okay,
because of that. So that was a great deal.
Oh, okay, got it.
So they could play around a little bit this year and trade their own pick because they still have 13.
Yeah.
So that is a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, they're willing to move around the board. They're not stuck. We have to take this pick.
Yeah.
My argument for the Ashu would be, sure, I get it if you could trade a 1 for Crosby, but man, at some point you can't just keep doing it. But hey, maybe the Rams are saying you can.
I generally don't believe in trading up for a guy because it costs too much. I mean, you're giving up assets, especially in the first round. But it's the only place where if you really, really think there's a guy in a specific need and you are sold on that guy in the first round, I will be okay with it if you're not giving up too much to scooch up a little bit. For every other round that goes by, Ben, I say, oh, you really want this guy in the third round? Want somebody else. Like somebody else. We really like this guy. That's why we moved up to get him. I'm like, there's a million guys out there. You need everybody. It's the NFL. Everyone needs depth at every position. Like somebody else.
It's the arrogance of saying we've evaluated
and we know.
When we know. It's like in the scene
the
scene in Moneyball where he's like Brad Pitt's explaining to the longtime scout who doesn't understand what this Moneyball is. He's like, you go to these kids, you say, I know. No, you don't. You make mistakes all the time. Nobody knows.
Right.
That's the point.
Yeah. All right, coming up, final segment. It's been a fun show today with Ben. You can get his stuff at Last Man Standing on your favorite podcast platform. You can get my podcast at the Zabecast on your favorite platforms, and he also does a Substack called Last Man Standing. We'll talk about some of the all-time Redskins / Commanders roster debacle, roster bungles. How about that? They weren't debacles, but they didn't play it quite right. I think the Bengals have not played it right with Trey Hendrickson. We'll talk about some of the mistakes we've seen here in town over the years. You're listening to The Fan. sitting in for JP, and Ben Stanek has been my running mate today. It's been a fun show, Ben, as you've sat in for Brian Mitchell. The two gentlemen are today helping remember the life of Trey Johnson, former Redskin great. Big banger, as Doc called him when he stepped into the office here, or into the studio here just a little bit ago. Passed away a couple weeks ago, but this is his memorial service today, and both men are there today to help remember him. It's man, what a gut punch of a story, that a guy who played the most violent sport on earth, tackle football in the NFL, could just about muscle anybody in the world, off of their spot, was the gentlest, kindest, and most thoughtful, intellectual family man. And he passed away suddenly on a family trip, just kind of out of nowhere. Like, it's very sad, but it's also a reminder to all of us, right? Get to living. Let's get to living, Benny.
100%. Like, usually, when we talk about a former Redskin great that passed away, it's, somebody older stages of life that's going to be expected. When it's somebody who is, remember playing not that long ago. I don't have to go deep recesses of my mind to see him. Remember when they drafted him at Temple, I believe.
Temple, yeah.
So obviously, very, very sad news. Best wishes to the family, and that's like you said, you gotta get living.
He was ejected from that Lions game, the playoff game, which was the last home playoff win the Commanders / Redskins have had. Can you believe that?
Right,
going back to 1999.
Sadly, I can, but
I mean, good grief. Yeah, let's hope they get back.
What happened in 1999? Oh, that's right. Somebody bought the team.
Yeah, funny how that was his first year of owning it.
Yep.
Oh, man. Okay, over the years, we've seen a number of roster mismanagements and just things that didn't make sense. And I'm not talking about just paying a guy who didn't deserve it too much money, like, say, Albert Hainsworth. I'm talking about, no, wait a minute, you're not doing it right. One would be the McNabb situation. They trade for McNabb, which as soon as the Eagles were willing to trade a starting quarterback in the division, that's when, to me, Ben, the Redskins and Snyder should have pushed away from the table going, wait a minute. Really? You're willing to do this? And it turns out that McNabb was kind of wheezing on the last legs of his career. He was not particularly dedicated to his craft.
Right.
He had let himself get increasingly out of shape, and he did not last long here. But they made sure to give him a new contract in the middle of the season, right before the Monday night game, in which I think it was the Eagles that came in and lit him up. And then they're sitting on this contract for McNabb that they're like, oh boy, what do we do now? What a mess that was.
I thought even at his peak, he was the best, worst quarterback I can remember. There were games where he would just throw the ball into the dirt constantly.
Right.
And you're just like, what is going on? But he had this knack for being able to be run and pick up yards when he had to. And somehow he made the passes. Obviously, he was a very good quarterback. But so to be the best, worst, and then you're declining, it was not ideal. And like you said, they then blew the money on the new contract.
Yeah, it was the Eagles. So November 15th of 2010, they just announced a 5-year, $78 million extension. That was Bruce Allen, heavily criticized at the time because it was announced hours before the Eagles game on Monday Night Football, in which they lost 59-28. And I want to say it was either 28-0 or 35-0 at one point in the game itself.
Good times.
That was the peak of the Michael Vick resurrection and the Chip Kelly up-tempo Eagles. And they lit the Redskins' hair on fire. They also, the Redskins and Snyder, famously bungled the whole Kirk thing. You can say what you want about Kirk, as he is not a game changer per se. He's more of a game manager. But the way they kept betting on him to fail, like, all right, we're going to tag you. We're going to tag you again. And then, well, we're going to threaten to tag you a third time. And then they got cold feet and they had to flip him. They just said, okay, we're out. And then they went and got Alex Smith. That was not the way you should have played it. Had they just come correct, Ben, with a fair and honorable, respectful contract, they could have had a really competent QB for a long stretch of time at what would soon be under market value.
Or if you don't love him, trade him. And it was this thought that the 49ers that Kyle Shanahan wanted Kirk because they were in the desert at that point for a quarterback. Right. So fine, okay, if he's not for you, cool, then trade him. That's the logical thing to do. No. Let's just do this. Screw around for a few years and have this uncomfortable situation. Call him Kurt or whatever, and then he walks for a compensatory third. And you then trade for Alex Smith, who was, fine quarterback, but like you had to do that because you were screwing around with this other thing.
Yeah, the curse of FedEx got poor Alex Smith.
Oh,
broke his leg on almost the same yard line as what RG3 went down.
I think Theismann.
And Theismann as well. Yeah. So there was that, and then there was other little things like this past summer. I think the McLaurin thing was bungled. I know that you covered it extensively and you were there front lines. I watched it a bit from afar. My feeling was always, look, either you want them or you don't want them. You're trying to really drive a hard bargain on exactly how much you're going to pay them. And it kind of cost him the summer, and it put a bit of a cast on the season, right?
100%. I think so. We were hearing in real time that the McLaurin side was asking for unreasonable money. Okay. When it was all said and done, the contract to me landed on the Commander side of the 50. It looked like it was a deal that for them was good, which leads to the question I think going into this offseason is Adam Peters trying to get the best deal to, sometimes you have to give to help get the guy in, or is he trying to win the negotiation? He came from San Francisco that is known for having a lot of their star players having to deal with contracts all the way up to the start of the season. He came from New England, where Bill Belichick very clearly has a price tag on everybody. So that, to me, that McLaurin thing is very interesting going forward now. But you're right. It wasn't just on them, but at the same point, did they do enough to get a deal done? I don't know that they did, and now we'll see what happens here in this offseason.
And then, of course, there were the smaller sort of kerfuffles along the way. Like, I'll never forget the Albert Hainsworth conditioning test saga.
Yeah.
Every day, what's the latest? Has he run? Has he passed it? What's going on? I mean, this thing broke contain and became national news and national laughingstock that you had this expensive player who was a lazy bum who couldn't even pass some conditioning test, which maybe was Shanahan setting him up to fail. I don't know. But what an episode that was.
The one scenario that comes to mind when you mentioned this topic was, when Brad Johnson showed up here, I'd forgotten what a good quarterback had looked like a real one. And he showed up, you're like, wow, okay, there's a guy. And then Dan Snyder was like, hey, you know what? I like Jeff George better. Bring him in as the backup, and we'll pay him more.
Yes.
And that led to Brad Johnson leaving. And then you're like, what the hell? Jeff George wasn't a better quarterback or a better teammate by any measure, but somehow that wasn't good enough to have a guy who was really good. Jeff George just tantalized people. Ugh.
Yeah.
Total
Snyder
disaster.
always went for the shiny object, and that has just been the way it was. Thank God he is no longer here. You mentioned casually that at some point somebody's going to get the first post-ownership interview with Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
I assume you and others are out there hunting for that fish in the open water.
I'm kind of letting others deal with it because that's just like I don't have the boat to go all the way into those waters. But hey, they're playing in London next year.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll go to the game.
I'm sure when it comes out, Snyder's going to have one fantastically imaginative view on what really happened. All right, we're done for today. Thank you, Ben. It was fun. Metal Chris, good job, as always. White Brian, thank you, and thank you to Jeff Walker as well. Grant and Danny are next from Florida.
What's up? Welcome in Grant and Danny on the road at West Palm Beach, beautiful Florida. Day 2 of 3 with the Nats at spring training. And today, we've got quite an office. We are broadcasting live from the Media Center here at West Palm Beach. And we are in the broadcast booth overlooking spring training baseball, palm trees out behind the outfield fence. Danny, put this day on a postcard.
Not too shabby, my friend. And a lot of people have gotten in touch with us, and we appreciate that, where they've said, stop rubbing in about the weather. And my response, respectfully, is no, I will not rub it in. I will not stop rubbing it in, rather. Rub it in harder, in fact. It's been great today. I know it was 40 and rainy last night. That's not the case here. It was twice that, not rainy. You deal with it. I don't have to.
Danny speaking for himself. I will do my best not to brag about how beautiful it is.
You should have heard Grant off air. Oh, the things he was saying about you guys.
Wish all of you were here with us. Would have been a big plane. But we're looking forward to having James Wood on the show today at 4:45. And coming up at 4 o'clock when we give away Harlem Globetrotters tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we will get you squared away for everything going on in D.C. sports. Commanders making moves ahead of free agency. And Trae Young makes his debut for the Washington Wizards tonight. Much anticipated. We've got all of those stories covered. But we are very pleased right now on site here in West Palm Beach to bring onto our show the president of baseball operations for the Nationals, who's now in his first spring training running the show, Paul Taboni. Paul, it's Grant and Danny. It is great to catch up again. How are you?
Doing great. Appreciate you guys having me on. This is fun.
I was enjoying watching you sit here for a couple minutes as you were getting ready to join us because you're extremely locked in, I would say. Like, there's going to be 162 of these and then dozens more in March, and this is just one inning. But you're kind of watching very intently. Is this your normal in-game energy?
Yeah, this is it. Partly it's because I love it, but the other part of it is I want to be locked in. You know, I want to be able to, if Perales is on the bump right now, I want to be able to go up to him after this outing and be able to talk to what I thought he was doing well and what he might not be doing well. And I think players and staff members appreciate that.
So how much of this is still, I mean, you guys obviously are using so much information, it's so much data, it's so much written out stuff, spreadsheets, and how much of it's still for you as a scout's eye, right? As someone that played the game and are obviously familiar with the way it is at a high level, things that you're picking up that the mortal man wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think that'll ever leave me. Just those more traditional parts of the game. I've brought it up to you guys in the past, not just the scouting side, but we talk about the coaching side and the art of coaching and all that. Like, that's so central to who we are. It's really like getting that right and then layering on the information, the analytics that you speak of on top of that.
You mentioned Perales on the mound for our listeners. Luis Perales throwing an inning. It was acquired in a trade this offseason. One of the guys from Boston that you went over and got a piece that you liked in the Red Sox organization. And he's out here throwing 100 miles an hour in the first week of March. So he's showing off this stuff. He is a pitcher that our listeners will very much get to know this year because he's going to be a part of this Nationals pitching staff at the major league level at some point this season. So far into camp, give us some of your thoughts, if you would, Paul, just on what you feel like has gone about how you expected and some of the things you've never run a shop before in this regard. What's going on now?
Yeah, I think your first question, when you put the staff together, on the front office side, the major league coaching staff, the minor league coaching staff, so on and so forth, it all looks great on paper, right? But you don't know exactly how it's all going to look when you show up to West Palm, and they've been great, not just all individually, but how they've worked together and how we're challenging and supporting the players. It's been awesome. So, that's going great. I think the adjustment that I've had to make, that a bunch of us have had to make, is I think you're used to working with, certain material or with certain people, and when you leave an organization, that's obviously flipped on its head. So it's getting used to some new ways of doing things, and we all are challenging ourselves with adapting quickly and doing the best we can.
What are your questions that you're like still not in a negative way necessarily, but what do you go, you know what, I want to get an answer to this by the end of spring, or that I don't know as this roster forms, or for players and their ceilings and things like that? What are things that you're going, you know what, I don't have an answer yet, and that's okay?
Great question. I think so. At a really high level, right? We have a bunch of development goals for all these guys, right? And we need to see them play in a good amount of games before we find out if if they're actually making strides in these spaces, right? So that's a big one. And then just as it relates to the roster, I don't know if you were alluding to it, but as it relates to the roster, mainly in the pen, like it's a wide open race, and we've communicated that to the players. And so these next 2 weeks, I think will be fun to watch. See who steps up and who really goes out and grabs a spot and will help us starting opening day.
Paul Taboni, president of baseball operations with the Nationals, live from West Palm Beach, where we are at the Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches. Nats are playing the Mets in front of us as we bring you a live Grant and Danny on the road. Paul, these two thoughts are intertwined, but I was a little bit surprised with not going out and getting more veterans this offseason, both because over the last few years here, that has been a philosophy to trade guys at the deadline. You could kind of pay for that value and get some prospects back for your minor league system. But also, one of the things we talked about when you were hired was maybe having some veterans that could help run the clubhouse. What was the idea behind maybe not doing much of that, and in the way of not having pieces to trade maybe at the deadline, but also having young guys run things? Do you feel like you're still in a good spot in those areas?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it's a difficult one to really do perfectly. And what I mean by that is, like we obviously went out and got Miles, who's whatever he is, 37 years old. He's pitched a bunch in the big leagues and overseas, and I think he's brought a great element to our staff. I would say the same about Foster. I know it's a little bit of a unique deal where he went over to Asia and pitched well over there, but then he's coming back. But I think he has some of the same knowledge that a lot of these veterans bring. On the hitting side, the offensive side, what I think you're trying to balance, right, is like ideally you want that, right? At the same time, if you're going to dedicate a roster spot to that, right, that means that one of these guys that we want to give runway to in the big leagues and figure it out. Like one of those players might be starting in AAA, which isn't necessarily the worst thing, but that's the trade-off, right? So we thought a ton about it, and we'll obviously continue to keep our eyes open, but that's the kind of the problem that we're looking to solve in our head, and I'm not sure we did it perfectly or have done it perfectly to this point, but we are really happy about the group that we have in-house.
Back to the starting rotation, Paul. Are there guys that we've, Cade Cavalli for a while was kind of off fans' radar with injury rehab and his lengthy process coming back. Josiah Gray coming back from injury. Brad Lord's situation last year, starter, then reliever, then starter, then reliever, then kind of everything in between. Do you have kind of restrictions is the wrong word, but sort of guardrails in mind for how those guys will be deployed, maybe early versus middle versus late, or is it just everything off? Walk us through that.
Yeah, so for a bunch of the guys that you just mentioned, right? I guess with Cade, JoJo, and Brad, they're all in different spots, right? Like in Cade is like fully built up; he's ready to roll. We've been really intentional about his workload in games to make sure that he's ready to roll, and I think he's itching to log a bunch of innings because of the injuries the past couple of years. So. He's good to go. The JoJo, obviously, he's coming off the injury, right? So we just want to be a little bit more delicate with him. You probably saw it. We waited a little bit to get him into games in spring training, and so we just want to be smart with him. And then Brad, you mentioned it, like the role, right, and the role uncertainty. To me, it's a lot easier to build a guy up to start and then scale it back down, as opposed to like you build him up as a reliever, like a one-inning guy or a multi-inning guy, and then you go up to Brad a week before spring training ends, and you're like, hey, we want you to be a starter. Like that's not a fun
That's
spot
much harder,
to be in.
right?
Yeah. So we've all, how we've approached each of these guys individually has been with purpose, and we've communicated why. And like I said, I think they appreciate that.
Specific to Josiah Gray, if it goes the way you want it to, ideally, would he be in the big league rotation to start the year?
It's TBD, I know we only have a few more weeks left, but we got to see more of them. And the reason why I say that is because there are a bunch of other guys in the rotation too that are going out and have looked great. You know what I mean? So we're gonna go with the best 5 guys that we have, and if we get to the end of camp and JoJo's that guy, great. And And if not, we're going to obviously continue to support the heck out of him and get him to that spot eventually.
And Brad Lord, who you mentioned, is one of those guys, Paul, who last year pitched in the rotation, in the bullpen. And you would imagine if JoJo is rehabbing or in AAA or what have you, maybe it opens a spot. How do you make a decision on a guy like that? Is it where does his stuff play best long term? What do the metrics tell us? I mean, last year he had a ERA up around 5 as a starter, but down around 2.7 as a reliever. Smaller sample, but does it get to a point down the road where if you've just had more success doing one than the other, you lean that direction? How does that go?
So there are certain profiles that I think play better out of the pen, certain profiles that play better as starters. Brad's a unique one where like it's not abundantly clear one way or the other, kind of where his best spot is. That said, we made the decision early, like we want to build him out as a starter. And to us, like, man, it's really tough to get up to the big leagues and have a ton of success right off the bat as a starter. But at the same time, like if the more starters that we can grow here and develop long term, I think that's really going to suit us well. But even in the short term, like we have guys burst on the scene this year and able to, help us in ways that that maybe they haven't like in past years. That's going to really help us as a team. So that's what we want to stay focused on.
Paul Taboni with us here on Grant and Denny live from West Palm Beach as we watch the Nationals take on the Mets here in spring training. I know player development is such an instrumental thing for you guys and getting players to get as close to their maximum and then maybe even exceed that. Who is somebody that you think will benefit the most from you guys' approach to maybe, again, not to run anything that happened in the past under the bus, but, you guys have a new way of doing things. Just Grant and I have been coming down here for so many years. There's a lot of equipment that we never saw before, a lot of different techniques and things and just philosophies. Who's someone that you kind of call your shot here to go, fans, wait till you see what we do with blank?
Oh man, it's a great question because it's tough to pick one, but
you can pick more than one. You're allowed. You're the boss.
Right. I'll start with really our whole catching group. I think it's a sneaky part of the game. I think if you're the casual fan, but over 162 games, it really matters, and that's how you receive the ball, right? And so whether it's Millie or K-Bird or Harry Ford or Riley or whoever, right? Trace, like. Man, if you have whatever it is, 250 receiving chances a night, and you steal 10 strikes, whatever, you extrapolate that over 162 games, like that's making the team a lot better. And my hope is that we make great strides there. So I know that's a little bit of a nuanced area, but that's an area. Infield D, not just like securing the ball, but and I would say this about the outfielders too, like really making sure we're doing a good job. Getting off the ball, and if you look at their pre-pitch, like what we want to see is when the pitch is coming through the zone, you'll see like a little hop for most guys, and the reason being is because the best athletes in Major League Baseball aren't necessarily the guys that have the most range, but everyone can control their pre-pitch and how fast they get off the ball, and so if CJ can get to 10 or 12 more balls this year, right, effectively that's 10 or 12 more errors that he can make, right, to be what he was last year. So. But if he's making 8 or 10 of those plays, right, or even 12 of those plays, like we got a chance to unlock a really good defender. So, and I would say that about really all our infielders and outfielders for that matter.
Paul Taboni on G&D. Just using the game in front of us to talk for a moment. So Robert Hassel just drops a base hit into the outfield. And now Christian Franklin's batting, who came over last year when Mike DiBartolo was the interim GM in a deal with the Cubs at the deadline. And he's one of these guys who, there are organizations where he might be the last outfielder on the big league mix. He's one of those guys who's kind of done it at the high levels of the minors. And the outfield is where you're deepest, and so he's down the depth chart. Guys like Hassel still waiting on opportunities. How do you see that position group going into the year?
Yeah, you're on it, Grant. Like the Christian's been really exciting, and actually hit a ball hard earlier today. But I think the cool thing for Christian and really for all the players is, for the most part, we have a new group in here. You know what I mean? So we're viewing all these guys with open eyes, and I don't think we're ready to commit like any of these spots to anyone at this point in time. But Christian's in the mix, and I'd say the same about Robert and the rest of the guys. So, and I'll say too, that deal that Mike D and the group made, like not just with Christian, but we got a kid in the minor leagues named Ronnie Cruz back in that deal, and there's another hit for Christian. He's been great in the early going, and I'm really excited about Ronnie as well. So, it's shaping up to hopefully look like a pretty good deal.
That's putting a little rally together in front of us here as Franklin drops an RBI knock into left center, so the boss likes what he sees. Paul Taboni is on the show. We've talked so much on the air about James Woods' potential. Dylan Cruz was a second overall pick. Dalen Lyle was the National League Player of the Month in September last year, so those are the marquee names. Jacob Young's fascinating, though. An elite gold glove, platinum glove type defender. He's 98th percentile and outs above average. Savant's number 3 center fielder last year. But if you look at the offense, he ranked 241 of 242 center fielders, or players, rather, with 350 plate appearances. Does he need to hit more, do more to be an everyday guy, or is his defense good enough organizationally where you guys could say, defense is so important to us that even at this level, if this is what it is, Jacob Young's still an everyday player?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what I told JY and the rest of the group, which is like the standard here isn't to hang around in the major leagues. You know what I mean? Like the standard should be to be a really good freaking player in the major leagues, right? And so if JY is a great defender, but not a great offensive player, like he'll probably hang around in the big leagues for some period of time, right? But
he could have a long career doing that.
He could have a long career doing that, right? But at the same time, when you talk to JY, he's like, I don't want to just be known as the guy that hangs around in the big leagues, right? And so, he made some awesome adjustments in the offseason that have carried over to camp. He's moving the bat faster, and he's an issue with him was he's got contact skills, but a lot of what he hit was on the ground, right? And so, just making sure that he's hitting the ball more on a line and in the air, I think is a focus for him because. Although he's maybe smaller in stature, he's a strong dude, and so that's been a focus for him this offseason. He's carried it into camp, and outside of the injury, he's been great. So
how do you balance sort of some of the philosophies? Just say the way that you guys approach hitting. Just you mentioned that you obviously want more barrels. Who doesn't, right? That's the name of the game. But the sort of best practice versus hey, maybe this isn't the way a guy naturally moves. Does that make sense? Like if you want guys loading their hands at X, but they actually do it in a slightly different way. What's the balance there for someone's comfort versus how they naturally move? Walk me through that when you're identifying a player and trying to get them to reach that developmental ceiling.
Yeah, it's a great question. Like very rarely will we go to a hitter and say like, hey, we want your hands here, right? Really what we try and do is this will get a little bit into the weeds, but we put them in what we call training environments, right, that will hopefully adapt the changes that the player wants and we want, right? So if we want, JY to hit more line drives, right, we'll basically set up a training environment that promotes that. And if he starts hitting more line drives in that training environment and it shifts his hands to some different place, like for the most part, we're good with that, right?
Gotcha.
And then we'll just track if it falls into gameplay, which we can always kind of revert back to what JY or whoever has been in the past, but that's just generally how we think through it.
Paul Taboni, the president of baseball operations with the Nationals, watching spring training baseball in front of us here. A 3-3 game as they play on into the fifth inning now in West Palm Beach. Grant and Danny with you live on the Fan. As far as the bullpen goes, you've talked about basically an open competition. Do you guys want to open the season with someone that you've told you're the closer in the ninth inning, or closer's a little antiquated, but like you're the high leverage guy? Or is it okay with you if day to day it's a matchup based thing?
Yeah, I don't know if we'll anoint a guy the closer, but I am a huge fan of giving guys clarity on just generally what their role is going to be, right? So if a guy is going to be pitching in like high leverage spots and we're going into the year knowing that, like we're going to communicate that to him, right? And if we're using a different guy and as like a matchup guy in the sixth or an opener or whatever it might be, like we want to communicate that so they have clarity and they can best prepare.
Who's someone, maybe it's not a reliever, but the entire group is almost new except for Mike D that's sitting in your suite watching these games. You guys are super plugged in. You scouted players from high school up. You know everyone in the big leagues. Who's someone just out here at camp that you guys have kind of, as a consensus, talked a lot about as maybe that guy was better than you thought coming from the orgs, Boston, Philly, wherever you guys were?
On the major league front or the minor league front? Or?
Either way, just a player that you go, damn, we didn't really know he was that good.
Oh, man. Gosh, that's a good one. I'll give you two names, both on the minor league front. This is probably the player development background coming out of me, but
I can say I like that.
So the kid I just mentioned, actually, Ronnie Cruz. I think he's one to be really excited about. He moves around great at shortstop. He's going to hit the ball really hard. He's just he like the offensive traits that he has are intriguing. So he's one that I'm really excited about. And then the second kid is a kid named Marconi German. I don't even know if you guys know that name, but he just came over from the Dominican. He was one of the best players in the Dominican Summer League last year. So he'll be a 17-year-old in the Complex League this year. But he's got a chance to be a really, really good player, which is exciting. The more of those guys, the better. So.
Fully admit the 17-year-old that just came over as a hole in my game. I didn't have that one yet.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you're in your chair, though. So points of emphasis. We've talked so much about this. This is kind of the dark side of it. If someone's not meeting the expectation, for the sake of argument, they're big leaguing every ball out of the box, can't be bothered to take the hard turn, or it's base running mistakes, or they can't get the bunt down or whatever. Not that you guys are bunting the ton, but you know what I mean. Is there that red line, kind of, so to speak? Not that you're going to send someone packing, but okay, now we need to step in and correct some things. Walk me through what that might look like with you and Blake and the staff and office.
Yeah, I think if we're doing a really good job, like Blake's not having to get involved, I'm not having to get involved, like MJ or any other coaches aren't having to get involved.
Right.
It's, hey, if a guy doesn't run a ball down the line, it's whoever. Drew Millis, right? I'm looking at him like he pulls someone aside and he says like, hey, like need a little bit more from you there, and it's not received like Drew's being a jerk to me. It's just like it's received
this is
with
what we do
humility
here,
and like this is who we are, right? And so, but really what I'm getting at there is like the best teams that I've observed and that I've been on, like they a lot of that's policed by the player group, not those above them.
Paul, you have 4 boys, right?
I do, yeah.
So have they been down here at West Palm the entire time, and you're multitasking with the family and the team, or are they making quick trips?
No, they're coming down. They haven't been down yet. They're our older 2 are itching to get down here, and they'll be running around. You guys might see them. So they'll be looking for some high fives from you guys, I'm sure.
I was well, probably not from us. Might be the guys in the red jerseys.
Maybe the real grown-ups. Yeah.
I don't think the radio guys get them overly excited. They don't have our baseball cards. But I can only imagine what that's like. I mean, it's just been such a whirlwind for you with all the family stuff at home. And then this. What about when you've gotten away from the ballpark? It's only been a couple of off days, but what have you done down here in Florida?
You know what? I actually I'm embarrassed to say I haven't got out a ton, but I'm hoping to at some point in the next couple of weeks. I will say I went over to Palm Beach Island one day after we got out here and saw the beaches there or whatever. I thought it was like Fantasy World. I'd really never seen a place like that. But yeah, I would love to get down to Miami for a WBC game or two, and maybe catch a Heat game or do whatever. But I need the spots. Like in year 1, I don't have the spots, which I'm embarrassed to say.
You'll get them. This has been great to catch up with you, man. Good luck, continued success. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you
Thank
guys.
you,
Thanks for having me on.
President Baseball Operations Paul Taboni with us on Grant and Danny. We're just getting started from West Palm Beach today. A lot to come on the show, including our dive into Trae Young's debut with the Wizards, also the Commanders moving and shaking ahead of free agency. You're listening to The Fan.
be tricking. They tell them girls.
Yeah, you can have whatever you like. I said you can have whatever you like.
Back live in West Palm Beach, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are joined by Nats right-hander Jake Irvin, friend of the program. It has been nice chatting with him in the clubhouse the last couple of days, and to get you back on the show here means it's baseball season. We're excited about it. How you doing?
Well, I just want to say, I think I told you this before, but friend of the program's all I've ever asked for. So but we're back, man.
Some people dream big, not Jake.
No, just friend of the program. But
Big League All-Star, maybe one day. Friend of the program.
Friend of the top priority, brother.
I texted you during the Olympic run for the United States of America because it just bothered me how little you cared. That's what I was frustrated.
I wish you would have been into it. You would have thought you would have given a.
Dude, I think everybody here was a little bit pissed off that I wasn't into it, you know?
Yeah.
Didn't
that's
show
why
up.
guys kept telling me. I'm like, hey, are you guys watching these as a team? What's going on? And every single person was like, Jake Irvin's leading like pep rallies for this thing. You know?
Dude, I was coming in every day. My buddy during the Four Nations last year bought me like a Freebird t-shirt with all the boys' faces on it. So I was repping that every time we had a game, had my USA hat. I mean, it's what you dream about, man. They were going into it talking about hopes of gold, hopes of doing what the Miracle team did, and it lived up to it, man. It was so cool.
And then some.
The whole Johnny Gaudreau thing where they were showing his family. It was his son's birthday. Like, you can't draw it up, man. And it brings tears to your eyes a little bit because it felt storybook, you know? It was
sports,
great.
that's
sports, man.
Undefeated.
It's at its best, right?
Peak.
Like, it doesn't get any better than that. But you guys as a team got to watch the finals in the clubhouse, right?
Yep.
The whole group?
Yep. It was quick in and out. The team was on the road in Tampa, so the guys that were back, got our work in, and then when we came back in, it was like the start of the third. And, dude, we had talked about it a little bit already, but you couldn't see the puck go in initially. So 3 or 4 of us stood up and like, yeah, oh! And then it just everybody gets up, man. We had just a group of us all circled together, jumping up and down, and like we won the World Series. But it was so cool.
Yeah,
man.
you and 30 other million Americans are going, did it? Yes! So awesome. Jake Irvin with us here on G&D. Did you add a new toy in the offseason?
I did. I added a sweeper.
First of all, tell us about it. It's like it's a pet or something. It's like, tell us about your friend the sweeper.
Yeah.
Why'd you do it?
Yep.
Just to give you a chance to give that for him. And what does it do, and what can we expect?
So I've always been decent at making the ball turn left, and for me, it wasn't anything that I had thought about until I got to camp. And day one, Simon Matthews is like, look, this is the thought. We really want to put this in your hand. It'll be something that you can throw off of your curveball, off of your fast, like off of every pitch in my arsenal, and it's going to move really hard into a lefty away from a righty. And we think it'll open up a lot of different windows for you. It'll help you with plan of attack. And the biggest thing that we've seen from it so far is that, like, it's just performed incredibly well to both sides, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, neutralize both sides of the plate. But it's something that I'm comfortable throwing already, throwing for strikes, throwing in any count. And I think that's kind of the biggest thing. Once you get confidence with it and you can rip it when you're behind, rip it when you're ahead, 2 strikes, put a guy away. Like, we've just worked so much on it this camp, but I think that it is going to be something that helps the rest of the arsenal just kind of tick up a little bit.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to is what do you need for it to go, okay, it's one thing in a bullpen, one thing when you're playing long toss, one thing when you're playing catch with a buddy. When is it game ready? I mean, obviously it sounds like it is, but what does it take for you to go, you know what, that's now part of my repertoire?
Yeah, I mean, we've been throwing it in game. I was throwing it week 1 and throwing in live BPs. We've been using it in game. Had a higher usage with that than my fastball last time I was out, and like it's spectacular. The feel for it's kind of been there because it's a lot like the curveball.
Sure.
The thought's at least a lot like the curveball. And just having the confidence to rip it to a spot, use it to sequence really well, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can on the fly of like, okay, this is what it tunnels really well with. This is what you can pair off of it, and that's where Simon, those guys come in. They're so fantastic, man, and it's been just a really cool camp.
Jake Irvin of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. You've always been, I would say, into the data, behind pitching. How different is this? You talk about Simon, driveline background. It feels night and day when you look at the backgrounds of the people in the organization. mean, maybe we overstate it in the past because you did have Dew, who was a little bit of a liaison to the 2020, so to speak. But what would you say is the juxtaposition there?
Yeah, it's weird. So I've never really been a huge data guy. I like the data. I haven't been big into it so much, very old school, like play long toss, throw pitches, get ahead of guys, get deep into games, win the battle to 2 strikes, and things like that. But the data has been very useful and very helpful in development. But now bringing guys on that have been married to it for so long and have studied it in depth on their own with other organizations in the off seasons, like they've just brought this wide, deep knowledge of the analytical side of things and how to develop pitches, develop sequences, just kind of cater to us in our game planning and our at-bats. And I think that they clearly have a really good grasp on things. And in the few short weeks that we've been with them, they've been able to kind of impart that knowledge onto the entire staff. It's been really cool.
But what feels, we've only been here a couple of days, Jake, but there is a different energy based on that. It's like, the number of times it's like a kid having a breakthrough in math class where you go, oh, that's how you solve that, right? It feels like those kind of breakthroughs and unlocking things are happening across the roster.
Yeah. And you guys just sat down with Paul. I didn't get to hear any of that, but I'm sure one of the things that you guys gathered is how passionate they are about development and how passionate they are about winning. And the two things combined can create something special. And I think a lot of guys here, although they have played in the big leagues, may have been deemed to be big league ready, like just might not have reached their potential as much because they didn't have these resources around. And I think that these guys have just come in and they're like, we can give you what you need to be as successful as we want you and can see you being in a Nationals jersey. And the resources that they've brought, the people they've brought in, and most of all, just the buy-in from the players. Like, there's not a guy in the clubhouse that I would have a bad thing to say, and I'm very confident in that because these guys came in day one, they set the tone. It wasn't, this is what we need from you guys. It was, this is what you guys can expect from us. This is what we're going to give you guys. And if you guys buy in, we can do something really, really special.
What was the highlight of your off season?
I got engaged.
Attaboy.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Yep.
How did we do it?
We went back to the place that we had our first date.
So she knew. Did she know?
She definitely figured it out on the way there.
Okay.
I was cooking down 494 in Minneapolis, and I told her we were going to like happy hour with friends, and she's probably like, why is this dude driving 90 miles an hour to get us to a happy hour? Really wants to go have a few drinks with the boys.
That's
huh?
right.
Like,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the heck?
Super important.
Yeah. So, no, we went to our first date spot. I tried to do everything to like recreate it on our first date. Instead of like bringing flowers, she had told me she was really into music. So I brought her a vinyl record, and she had a record player in her house. And it was a Chris Stapleton record, so I had them playing that on loop in the place.
Look at
Yeah,
Jake
couple
Irvin, the
burgers,
romantic. Let's
couple
go.
burgers, couple old fashions. Nothing special, man. But very special to us. So it was sweet. It was really cool. The rest of the family got to join in like an hour later, but we got some alone time to just like soak it in, take it all in, just really enjoy a night that was all about us and all about her, which was sweet.
Right. Did you had words planned?
Yep.
Right. I don't know if your
Dude.
now fiance did this,
Bro.
but as soon as my now wife figured out what was happening, she kept like exclaiming,
Uh-huh.
"Oh my God!" or "What's happening?" or
Yeah.
"Whoa!" And I'm like, "Can you let me get the?
Yeah.
Can I do this?"
I'll tell you what. Pitching on a major league mound has absolutely nothing on the moment you open your mouth and try to start your proposal.
Yeah.
Because I had a little bit planned, and I knew I wanted to go in more authentic, but I had a little bit planned.
Right.
And I grabbed her hands, and the moment I did, she started tearing up. Like, she knew it was coming.
Oh.
And she starts crying, and then I start getting choked up. I start tearing up, and I'm like, oh, no. If I don't keep talking, I'm going to freaking break down right here, and we're not going to get anywhere. So I just kept mumbling, and I'm not sure that I actually said anything important, but, like, I'm out loud, I probably might have said, I just want to keep talking so I don't cry, and it was outrageous.
That's great.
You black
so
out.
technically,
It's like,
you may or may not be actually
Right.
engaged.
I might not be engaged. We both, at the end of it, we were both like, did it happen? Like, did you say anything? I know you got down on a knee.
There was no
but
question and answer.
Was there a question? Did I say yes?
See,
yeah.
Jake's, for people that don't know, a Minneapolis guy. And as we started the conversation, you may know, a hockey guy. So I've got to tell you before I let you go. So, greatest dad achievement unlocked so far. I come down in the mornings now. My kids will wake up, and there's a certain time. So, like, they wake up a lot of times before 6.
Mhm.
Me and my wife are like, breakfast is at 6. If you want to get out of your bed, that's fine. So we have like 6, 5, 3, and a baby.
Yep.
So, like, the two oldest ones, sometimes we'll go put something on TV from like 5:50 to 6. So now I come down every morning and they're watching Mighty Ducks.
Nice.
They are
nice.
locked in.
Heck
When we
yeah.
play Mighty Ducks in the basement, my kids, we're doing shootouts. He's being Averman or Charlie Conway
I
or
love it.
whatever. So he is all in on the Mighty Ducks.
That's unbelievable. You're Gordon Bombay then, or what?
Generally, I can't be the Ducks.
You can't.
I'm the Capitals against
Okay.
the Ducks.
Okay.
But if I win, then
But
it's a
if I-
meltdown and crying and tears, and so the Ducks beat the Capitals a lot.
Dude,
this point.
that's unbelievable. That won't stop either. I always get up every morning and just watch NHL highlights. So it's they got a life of that
So
ahead
like
of them.
6 a.m. is when like
Yeah.
someone will get out of bed and tend to you.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, you either stay in your room or you can go put something on for like 10 minutes.
Perfect.
That is great. It beats mine, who just want to grapple. Mine are 12 and 7. And it's like, yeah, can we throw hands?
Well, you were at my house.
ready to
We
go.
had a President's Day party like a couple of weeks back, and we had an 8-year-old at the house, one of my buddy's kids, and my son's 5, and he's like, "You want to go play hockey?" And he's like, "Yeah, let's go play hockey." So they're in my basement shooting,
Just hip
on
checking.
the net,
Yeah.
and then like this kid scored on him, and he's like whooping him because he's 8,
Yep.
and I don't do that because he's gonna cry.
Yep.
And he's like, "Let's fight," and he just throws the stick down, and he tries to do Mighty Ducks like stick glove shirt.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "This kid's gonna. What are you doing,
It's
man?"
part of the game, baby. It's part of the game.
There's one way to learn.
Yeah.
I guess.
That's
Exactly
right.
Well, Jake, go get him. We're excited to get you guys back to D.C. for a brand new campaign here. Good vibes around the ball club.
Great vibes, guys. We're excited for what's going to come this year and just to see Nats fans out at the park again, man. That's what this is all about. It's about the city. And I know the guys here are really excited, so I hope Nats fans are too.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Jake Irvin of the Nats, Grant and Danny in West Palm Beach. You are listening to The Fan. We're with you until 6:30 on G&D. what? It is gorgeous. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan, our spring training show coming your way. James Wood stops by at 4:45 today. We'll also have Robert Hassel on the show at some point. He just scored a run as the Nats took a 6-3 lead as they play in the 6th inning here against the Mets at Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches. Danny, news and notes around sport. We're going to get heavy into these storylines at the top of the hour as we get into our more regularly scheduled normal show. But there's a lot going on today. Notably, DJ Moore traded from the Chicago Bears to the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo gets Moore in a 5th-round pick. They give the Bears a 2nd-round pick. That pick, by the way, is going to be the 28th pick of round 2. So very barely a 2nd-round pick, almost like a top of the 3rd. But it's pick 60 in the draft. So they're going to have, Chicago is going to pick in the 20s and 57 and 60 in this draft for the Buffalo Bills as they get DJ Moore and the 5th-round pick back. Moore was 6th in the NFL in average cushion last year. He could still get open, but you look at his usage. I mean, in the Ben Johnson offense, just wasn't a great fit. 50 catches, career low, 682 yards, career low. So they move on from him, and the Bills get the receiver they've been looking for 2 years.
Nugget from ESPN Insights. DJ Moore is one of 5 players with 50-plus catches on throws of 20-plus air yards over the last 5 seasons. What does that mean? Deep. That means down the field. That means kind of those medium to deep strikes. He joins, listen to these names, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, George Pickens. Pretty good group to be a part of right there, right? So he's the 5th name. And here's why this is important to the Bills. A, DJ Moore's a good player. That's obvious. The Bills had the lowest average target depth in the NFL last season, a.k.a. anything they did was gimmicked up short next to the line of scrimmage or Josh Allen take off and run. They've needed this badly, and I would argue also Washington needs this in a major way, but they don't have the trade ammo for it. But this is a smart move for Buffalo to me. Again, I'm always stunned at trade value.
So much Khalil Shakur at the line of scrimmage for the Bills.
I mean, all of it.
This can help you get something going down the field. This is a 4.4, 240 guy in DJ Moore. He does turn 29 in April, and he probably is scheduled to slow down here. I mean, you look at his final 5 games last year, it was sub 2 catches 3 times. So they just did not use him enough in Chicago in this new offense, new coaching staff, to keep paying him and employ him the way that they had planned on earlier. Some Commanders news. Yesterday after we got off the air, Dietrich Wise re-signed. We were talking about their defensive ends and how many they needed to go get, the guys that were pending free agents. Well, it was not Von Miller, who yesterday we discussed bringing back. It was Wise, the 31-year-old. He is a run-stuffing big body. That size that they lacked 2 seasons ago, they sought out last offseason, 6'5", 280. Best laid plans, right? I mean, 2 games into the year, sadly, he tore his quad on Thursday Night Football against the Packers. So he played less than 8 quarters for Washington. But 8 years in New England, a leader. And I got to say, Danny, being at training camp last year, he was my favorite guy to talk to. I was blown away by him as a person, as seemingly a leader, just the way he talked about ball in the locker room. I love that he's still in the building. Push him down the depth chart. You know, this should not be a player that's going to play 70% of snaps or something, but it's the kind of guy, especially coming off an injury on the cheap, that you want around.
Yeah, I got no issue here. This can't be, I'll say this for every move they make pretty much until they get me that blue chipper at the top of the market. This can't be all you do, but I got no problem doing it, right? And that's a guy that they really were counting on last year that they were really bummed about not being able to go.
Trae Young makes his debut for the Wizards tonight. We're going to talk about that next. The Capitals traded their very popular fourth-line center, Nick Dowd, one of the most beloved players in the organization. We got to get into that to start the hour as well. And what are the Commanders going to do for their free agency splash? There's some rumblings out there today we've got to react to. That's all coming up as we kick off the second of 4+ hours today on The Fan. Grant and Danny in West Palm Beach. Grant. This is The Fan from West Palm Beach today. G&D comes your way live on The Fan. We're your flagship home for the Nationals and the Capitals. And the Capitals, as Toby just told you in the update, did trade center Nick Dowd. Dowder, one of the most decent, awesome, easy to root for players in DC sports. This one stings a little bit, Danny.
Yeah.
Friend of the program.
Friend of the program.
Many, many time guest, including 2 years, I think, where he was our regular weekly guest.
We had a weekly spot with Dowder, yeah.
On Grant and Danny, but an 11-year NHL veteran and a guy who's been with the Capitals for now 8 seasons. He came over the year after the Stanley Cup, and frankly, he might be my favorite Capital ever who was not on that 18 Stanley Cup team. I mean, there's a couple guys from back in the day like Peter Bondra that are in the running, but just a terrific human being and a really good player. 4 double-digit goal seasons as a fourth-line center. Really strong defensive player. Played both ends of the ice for them. Great on the penalty kill. Their number one face-off guy over the years. The Caps did what they probably should be doing today. They get a second and a third-round pick back for him with a 23-year-old goalie prospect. And Dowd gets to go to Vegas and try to compete for a Stanley Cup, so it'll work out for him in the long run too. But if you're a Caps fan, this was the beginning of 36 or so hours ahead where they might sell off a few pieces.
Is that how you read that? That's what I wanted to ask, is what this one means. This is to call him a fourth-line grinder is not enough, frankly. I mean, all the different things that he can do for you. You mentioned face-offs, penalty kill, kind of everything in between. Such a great teammate, such a great dude. Do you see that as kind of the beginning of hey, maybe not this year, and let's retool a bit?
Possibly. I saw a tweet from Pierre LeBrun, who's one of the lead insiders when it comes to the National Hockey League. And Pierre said he would not label the Capitals as a pure seller, despite the Dowd trade to Vegas. He said his understanding, based on people he's talking to, is that Washington's going to try to do a bit of both, buying and selling over the next 27 hours. Easier said than done. He says, let's see where they end up tomorrow. Here's my read. The Dowd trade is a guy that is in his mid-30s.
Yep.
Team wanted him. You can get a couple of picks. It was good value. If they're able to add something longer-term helpful, someone they could take on, pay them for several years for the post-Ovi era, I think that's what they'll be looking to do. A mid-20s, somewhere between 24 to 27-year-old player that they could extend or something with the money that they're going to have freed up. I'll bet you they're willing to do something like that. Think about it like baseball. Sometimes a team isn't buying or selling. They might be selling for the rest of this season, but they're buying longer term. I think that's what the Caps are going to try to do.
It certainly makes sense. Yeah, as you said, it's a tough tightrope to walk, right? I mean, it is not the easiest thing to do to kind of retool on the fly with this veteran group right here, but they have to have an eye on now and later.
We'll get to some of the Commanders news that's trickled out, including what lies ahead for them next week in free agency. There's a report today that they could go big and be aggressive at a couple different positions. But before we do that, we're joined on site by Robert Hassel, who just got out of the game. Only in spring training do we watch a guy have an at-bat, and then literally 4 minutes later,
like he just scored.
However long it takes him to get up the steps, he's sitting here with us chatting on Grant and Danny. So thank you for being willing to do that.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
So things today were productive. You guys have 7 runs and 11 hits, but for you, you're not just trying to get out there, get a hit, get a run like a normal game. You're putting in work. What were you able to check off the to-do list to get closer to being ready for end of March?
Yeah, I think, this is the longest off-season I've had. I've been to Fall League the past 3 years, so I was definitely a little bit rusty coming back facing live pitching, but yeah, that's pretty much what it is. You got to check the boxes, do what this is year 5-6 for me now, so I mean, I'm used to doing the same sort of things to get ready every spring, and that's kind of what I did. But I feel pretty good right now, getting back into swing of things.
You mentioned kind of the long off season. Is that the biggest difference for you, just in general at this stage of your career?
Yeah, it was different because my coming back and doing live ABs and stuff like that, I could feel that I had time off. It wasn't necessarily with my eyes. I felt like I was seeing it really, really good. Just the bat was a little slow, timing was a little bit off, But yeah, like I said, I'm glad they were able to put us in front of a lot of live ABs, and then obviously we're playing these games, so I'm getting back into it. Yeah.
Robert Hassel of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. So last year you were able to get to the big leagues and play in 70 games and really get a feel for the major league level and the competition. Would you come away having learned? And about yourself, what did you come away with in terms of confidence that you can be an everyday guy going forward?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me is to be able to prove that I'm an everyday guy.
I gained a lot of respect for people coming off the bench and being able to succeed, because it was a real challenge for me last year. I accepted that, that was sort of the role I might be playing with the outfielders we had out there. But it was tough. It was tough, and but I learned a lot. A year ago, coming into spring training, I hadn't felt what it felt like to be in the big leagues, and now I know I can do it. Played in front of those big crowds. It's the same game. Felt like I pressed a little bit too much on myself. That's not the place where you want to do it in the bigs. You kind of want to be a lot more under control and calm. But yeah. I mean, it helps me gain confidence knowing I've already played at that stage. I've gotten a lot of reps up there, and looking to put it together this year.
Paul Taboni was in that seat about a half hour ago during one of your at bats, and I'd mentioned the outfield spot here is convoluted. I mean, this is one of the few areas on this team, this rebuilding club, where there's too many guys and not enough positions, basically. Yeah. Because you've got James and Dylan, and Dalen had the incredible season last year, and the Jacob Young's elite defensively. There's 5 of you. You get 3 spots every single day. What is it like for you in this competition, knowing if they just let me play every day, I might be fine, but I got to win that job. I got to have that role. And you don't know if it's going to happen or not.
That's you nailed it. I think nothing's given, everything's earned. But I do. I think I'll have no problem whatsoever having if I get in there every single day. I remember a couple of our coaches last year saying, "Man, when you're in there every day, your stuff is elite." Because you're going to have down days, but if you have days off in between, it's really tough. But I know I can do it. That's who I've been. Being out there every day, I take a lot of pride in that. But yeah, I mean, we got a lot of guys, but we all got each other's backs. We're all trying to do the same thing. We want to make the big league team. We want to play every day. But I just go out there and be the best I can be. If that puts me on the field for them, great. If not, I can't lose confidence or anything because of it. I got to know I'm still an elite level player that can be out there every day and help a team.
Yeah. What did you want to add to your game as you progress here? I mean, obviously, you mentioned you've got a track record of success. I'm a huge fan of yours, not just because you're sitting here, but in reality, I think you're going to be a star.
That's actually not what he said 30 minutes ago, and I'm not trying to throw him under the bus.
No, if I could buy stock, I would. I'm a Robert Hassel guy.
Thank you.
What was something that you said I want to keep adding every year as a worker, as a guy with the kind of talent that you have? What did you want to add?
Well, I think it wasn't. So obviously, I want every part of my game to get a lot better. I've talked about some swing things, some timing things. I think most of it's mental. I had great success in AAA because I felt the confidence every day. Like I was the man on the field. And being up in the bigs, it was a little bit less of that. And it made me realize how big of this game is mental, because just me feeling that, a little less confidence, or like, I'm not playing every day, am I good enough to play up here? That sort of thing that you kind of wrestle with. It can put you in a rut, and then you got to go hit 100 miles an hour. It's like, no, you got to be at the top. You got to be the most confident person you can be. So I think most of it, to answer your question, most of it was mental with me. The hitting coaches have been awesome this year with helping me with little cues, trying to keep the bat in the zone longer, swing a little bit harder. But yeah, it's mostly mental with me.
I'm going to ask a question that seems like it might be dumb before I ask it. You can tell me if it is.
No, it's fine.
Is there any part of you at some point last year, or like if you're just sitting watching, that would rather be playing every day in AAA? I'm assuming the money's a lot different too. Right. I'm not dumb, but just because whether it's not here, it's for another team, but you are getting the best out of yourself.
Yeah.
Or is it just whatever it takes, big leagues, because I'm in the 5-star hotel and I'm flying with the boys and whatever?
Right. That's a great question. I mean, the answer is, for me, you want to be in the bigs. I want to be able to help them. I know, if I'm coming off the bench, I'm not going to be on the bench every single game. I'm going to get my opportunities, but to a certain extent, you're right. I mean, for a guy like me who has always been an everyday player, you're itching to get out there every day. You really are. And not necessarily wanting to go back down to AAA and do that, but just wanting to earn my spot on the big league team to prove I'm an everyday guy, because you can't prove you're an everyday guy until you play every day. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I look at it. And like I said, nothing's given, everything's earned. I get that, but I feel like given the opportunity, I'll be able to show that.
The vibe we've gotten from talking to folks, we've only been here a couple days, but it's been this front office, this coaching staff, very much here's what we think we can help you with. Here's how we can develop you, et cetera. A, have you felt that? And B, it sounds like there's some enthusiasm with that. Guys going, it's not what I can do for you, it's what you guys can do for me. That's refreshing, it feels like.
Yeah. That has been a huge thing this year so far. I've gotten more instruction from these guys here in this spring training than I have in 5 years being in Pro Bowl.
What do you mean by that? Instruction from them, like specifically?
Instruction I mean, we're all in big league camp here. I mean, our stuff is good, right? But it's fine-tuning the little things, whether that's cues. That's a big thing for me is certain cues in the box, not necessarily like swing changes, just stuff to think about. I was talking with a couple of the hitting coaches before today about, how I kind of tilt my shoulders, and I'll do it a lot on the lefties too, watching back on film. I'll tilt my shoulders for whatever reason, trying to get unlocked power or whatever, and I'm clipping balls, or I'll roll it over and top it to second base. And that was the thing I worked on today. So I took it into the game. I kind of overcorrected it, tilted my shoulders kind of down like I was going to chop it right into the ground, and I think it leveled my swing out, and I had 2 kind of line drive hits. And that's the sort of thing I'm talking about.
And you think this spring, just to drill down on that, there have been more of those subtle, nuanced tips, that kind of thing has just happened more often with this group?
More often with this group than I've personally gotten with a couple years with the Padres and a couple years with this team as well. So I think, I love all these guys are. I mean, really, I really mean it. Every single coach we have is really excited. You can tell they're hungry. We got a younger group. Not that matters as much, but I feel like a lot of the coaches have a lot to prove, and same with us players.
Your manager is 9 years older than you. A lot of Simon Matthews, the pitching coach, might not be 30 yet.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting you have to be in your 20s, but there is something to be said when you're 24, like you are sitting here. These guys are speaking the same language. They're doing the same things at night. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That can't be a bad thing.
Yeah, speaking the same language. I mean, we're all, I think that was. It seems to me like that was part of the plan coming in. Like I said, we got it's young all around. So, I mean, they relate to us a lot better. Some of these guys just got done playing not too long ago. They have some of the newer analytical ways of looking at stuff that can help guys. So, like I said, it's been really helpful, and I'm really blessed to be with these guys.
Robert Hassel with us here on Grant and Denny Live, West Palm Beach spring training, as we watch the Nats and Mets playing right before us. Robert Hassel finishes the game, walks upstairs, hangs out with us. It is pretty cool. One of the perks of being down here. Just in terms of, you mentioned the mental side and feeling comfortable and things like that. You touched on something I want to drill down on. The hardest thing to do, I think baseball provides this, is trying easy. In basketball, if your shot's not going, you can make it up with effort. You can rebound, play defense, etc. There's a little of that in baseball. You can go track a fly ball or back up a base, but it's so damn hard. All you want to do is help, and it's like, crap, I'm over 4. I didn't help today. It's how do you find that balance of you're competing but also trying easy? It is so hard to keep it in the green there.
Yeah, I mean it is, and it really is. It is for me too. It's not like I go home and sit in a dark room all day if I'm over 4, but. Yeah. I mean, it bothers me. Yeah. It really does. And, I'm still trying to adapt to that. You're going to have bad games. I feel like that's the competitor in me, too. Sure. I want to make sure I keep that, obviously. But, yeah, I mean, it's crazy because I fell into it a little bit last year in the bigs, but sometimes you press and you press and you press and you press. Sometimes what works better is the complete opposite. It's hard to say care less because this is our job. I mean, we show up every day and do it. But sometimes that's honestly kind of the approach you have to take is back off just a little bit, Like don't – it sounds bad, but don't care as much. You still go do your same work, but don't press and press and press because you're like I said, you're putting yourself in a rut if you're mentally down on yourself or whatever the case may be. And there's a lot of times last year where I saved myself in the last at bat, and made it a good day. So that's kind of what I think of it. Sometimes you got to do the opposite of what you think might work because this game it's crazy, man. So, yeah.
Robert, you went to high school in Tennessee. Mm-hmm. You still live there now?
Still live
off
there.
Season?
Yep.
Who are your pro teams? Like outside of baseball, obviously, as a fan.
And pro teams outside of baseball?
Yeah, like who do you like to watch and root for?
Well, Titans.
Sorry, buddy.
I like the hesitation. He's like,
there was
well,
some hesitation
you don't have
in
to.
there.
It almost is like you're admitting something
Yeah.
that you feel bad about.
You got to like scratch your
can
forehead.
just-
You're like, the Titans.
Yeah.
You can say it with your chest a little bit.
Yeah,
You know?
Titans, Predators. I'm kind of really casual football fan and hockey fan. I'm not too deep into it. All the moves and roster moves and all that, but not crazy into it. But
So you wouldn't say you're a huge sports fan as a viewer?
It's hard for me to get into it. It's hard for me to get into football, basketball. I like hockey. I respect hockey a lot because their hand-eye and stuff is similar to what what is demanded in our sport. But yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I like to rep the Tennessee teams. I do, but nothing crazy.
I saw, in fact, fellow Tennessean now, Bryce Harper has moved to Nashville, I think.
Yeah.
Former Nat superstar here, now in the Philly, and he was on a pod, and he was talking to a couple of former NFL players, and they were talking about like the hardest sport to play. And I don't think there's any debate among even athletes that the hardest thing to do would be to hit a baseball.
Yep.
That goes without saying, but otherwise, would you say Major League Baseball still the hardest of all the sports to play?
I think so. I think obviously people could make a good argument for something else. But I mean, man, and people watch on TV and 100 looks like 90, and it's different when you're playing the game, and it's extremely hard. I would challenge anybody that doesn't think it's the hardest sport to go out there and try to face. You know what I mean?
I think the sneaky thing is monotony sounds like a pejorative, so that's probably I need a better word here. But the everyday nature of
The
it
grind,
is insane.
man. The grind.
Like just going to the ballpark to sit and be fat and watch you guys. Every day I'm like, I've done this 9 days in a row on this homestand. I don't feel it today.
Yeah.
You're out there for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
And like last night, it's raining and it's windy, and I'm like, it's spring training. We can just go home, right, guys? And you guys are like, nope, we're locked in with Venezuela. And Clayton Beater's getting out of a jam. And like, this is day 7 of 29 here, you know?
Yep.
It just, no one else does that.
It's tough. It's a grind, and I'd be lying if there wasn't some days where we wake up and feel exactly that. Like, it's going to be a tough day today. But I think that's what makes me respect the guys that are able to produce, one, play 162 in a season, and two, to have really good numbers by the end of the season. I think that's respectable because you're just not going to feel even perfect 10% of the time. Right. Like, you're going to have to battle a lot of days and then still go out there and face the best pitchers in the world. So.
Is every at-bat over this – I know this is the goal, right? But is this how it works? Is every at-bat grinded like it's Game 7 of the World Series in the bottom ninth? Or are there games where it's like the 8th inning, it's 9-2, it's a getaway day? I'm not saying you're not trying, but you're like, this isn't the 9th inning of the World Series. Or is every at-bat the exact same for you?
I think maybe the only situation would be if there's a position player on the mound, because if you think about it, there's a lot of getaway days. You're going to get a lot of getaway at bats. So you got to be locked in. I think a lot of hitters just kind of have that switch. They can even be joking on the on deck circle, but when they get in the box, there's kind of that natural switch because we've been playing the game our whole life, and a lot of people take pride in defense and stuff too, but hitting is the thing, and hitting is the thing for position players, and so that's what I kind of see, kind of get locked in.
We caught up with you a couple years ago. I think it was in Bowie, right? Where you were kind enough to join us then. I feel like you're a lot stronger now than you were a couple years ago. Would that be fair to say?
Up 25 pounds from last year.
Even from last year?
Yeah, so it was...
So am I, but for different reasons.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. It's been a struggle, and I figured out this off season. I was training the same. I've always, put a lot of work in the weight room and stuff. But I was
because you've never been a bulky guy. And
no,
that's not who you are.
No,
right.
I've had a hard time gaining weight. There's not a whole lot of guys up in the bigs that are playing at 180 pounds, and that's what I finished the year at. And now I'm like 205.
Mm-hmm. How much did you lose over the season? That's a thing, right?
6-7 pounds. Yeah. Oh.
Was that on purpose?
No, it wasn't on purpose. Golly.
You don't even realize how much you're saying.
You didn't know you were with 5-year-olds either.
Yeah, but I don't lose that much. But the main thing with me is been eating more. Simple as that.
Same.
I wasn't eating as much. Yeah, I wasn't eating as much. It directly translated to me gaining weight, which pretty self-explanatory. But I really nailed that down this off season. The guys told me bulk up a little bit. So I did that, and I feel really good doing it. My body feels good. I'm not as sore every day.
And that's what I wanted to ask was how does that materialize? And that's the answer.
I've been really surprised. I feel like I would be moving slower and all that, but that hasn't been the case, and my body thanks me for doing that too. Like I said, because I haven't had the little muscle, whatever it may be, soreness, all that. I haven't felt that yet, so I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
Robert Hassel of the Nats stopping by our setup here. We're at West Palm Beach, hanging out right above home plate. The Nationals playing and leading a spring training game against the Mets. Thank you for the time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Absolutely. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get into that report on the Commanders and what they could be trying to do next week in free agency next.
I let you drive around my mind. I can't count the times you made me feel like I'm nothing. Play me like a fool.
Beautiful West Palm Beach sunny day. Grant and Danny on the Fan watching spring training baseball. Wind whipping around, flags blowing out to left field. Palm trees in the outfield, clouds overhead, blue skies. You just can't do a whole lot better than our trip to Florida. We'll be here through Sunday. We've got Nats content coming your way on the show tomorrow as well, and into the weekend as we represent the Fan down here at Nats Camp. James Wood will be on the show a little over an hour from now, right around 4:45, the big slugger who had an all-star season and took part in the Home Run Derby representing the Nats last year. You just heard in Toby's update, Trae Young is making his debut for the Wizards tonight. Wanted to get into that really quickly, Danny, because we haven't had a chance to talk about it.
Yeah, it's big news.
Jazz are in town. Young, who was acquired in a trade back in January from the Hawks, has been waiting for this, finally deemed healthy. But they're putting him on this restriction of 17 to 20 minutes a night. So when you look at expectations this evening in Game 1 for this four-time All-Star, he played in 10 games for the Hawks this year and averaged 19 points and 9 assists. And actually, if you extrapolate that out over like a 40-minute average, he was playing at a 28-point, 13-assist pace this season. So it's not like he wasn't producing. The over-under for tonight for Trae Young, based on the minutes projected, 13.5 points and 5.5 assists. So Wizards fans, you'll be able to listen to the game, by the way, on the Fan at 7 o'clock tonight in 3.5 hours. They'll get their first taste of Trae Young at point guard. And I do think there's going to be some highlights. It's not going to be a lot of him, but you're going to see some of those splash moments.
Yeah, you'll see the reason for it. Now, it remains to be seen what the long-term plan is. And I don't know that has to be resolved right now this minute, right? At some point, you'd like to know. And I think the team and the front office, there is obviously some enthusiasm for him as a player. But what their plan is, I think, will become clear. Right now, here's what I know. This is the number 2 all-time assist percentage point guard player in the history of the NBA behind a guy named John Stockton. So that's why he's here right now, for the enhanced development of the Alex Sars of the world, for some pick and rolls, to get catch and shoot opportunities for Trae Johnson, to make sure that guys are in the right spots, etc. This is not the player from a couple of years ago who was good enough to take the Atlanta Hawks and a Island of Misfit Toys to the Eastern Conference Finals, where he was one of the most lethal, penetrating guards in the league, could get his own shot. That floater was so good, combined with his ability to stretch the floor with a three-point shot. He's not quite that anymore. What he is still a wildly effective pick-and-roll player when he's healthy and when he's right. I think
you could dream on that with Sar's length.
That's what they want, because Sar, frankly, hasn't had anybody to do that with.
Yeah.
Now, I think eventually you can run a couple different sets and have someone play kind of a point forward role, etc. But they want the ball in a true, honest-to-goodness point guard's hands for a while to try that look on. And I'm here for it.
So I was fine with the trade. I don't want an extension. There's this rumor floating around from Mark Stein that they're giving him a 3-year deal, upwards of close to $40 million, that an extension could be coming. And that's not the way I want to go here. There's talk that they could extend Anthony Davis as well. I was cool with both trades because they both end soon. And it's not that I don't want either of them to turn into this guy being here, but I don't know that you have to make that decision right now or even this offseason. In Anthony Davis's case, if it doesn't work out, you can get out of it in a year. In Trae Young's case, if it doesn't work out, you can get out of it within the next couple of years. Both of these guys could be out of the organization. I got to see it with Trae Young.
Yep.
I want to see what kind of effort he plays with defensively. This hasn't been a guy that plays necessarily a winning brand of basketball. It's an electric, fun, statistically excellent brand of basketball, and it's not like he's one-dimensional as a scorer. He's led the league in assists. I mean, he's a great passer.
Yes.
He's a creator. He can do things to set up his teammates. And I think that's the big part of this that I can get behind.
And that's what they want.
You want the kids to benefit from him and elevate their play. And they're going to get the same thing with their front court out of Anthony Davis.
You're 100% right with, and we'll get to Davis in a second. You're 100% right with, he is a limited, low-ceiling defender. As an undersized guard, he's just never going to be good, and he'll be exploited as he was when you get to high levels of basketball, like in the conference finals a couple years ago, or nights against good teams. There are trade-offs, right? And that's one of the trade-offs. Is again, you have to hide him a little bit, and that's part of the versatility they have of, having basically a half dozen wings that are in between 6'5" and 6'10". They could switch a lot and help in certain ways, and you cover for some things at times. But again, that is his weakness. The assist percentage, the thing I keep harping on. He's led the league in assists. He's been a double-digit assist guy basically throughout his entire career. That's what they want. They want these young guys to start getting shots in better spots more often. I think that's the key to it, right? So for too many times, it's, hey, there's 8 seconds on the shot clock, and Keyshawn George has it on the wing. Good luck, buddy. And there's some development there, and I'm fine with it.
Think of it this way, right? It's almost like wanting to evaluate young wide receivers and needing to bring in Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Literally my exact comp is that.
You didn't have the right quarterback to kind of get there, and you don't want to play these young guys with a undrafted free agent QB in the preseason, so you put them in with your starter or with the veteran backup. And I think that's kind of the idea with playing Trae Young. By the way, we got an update on Anthony Davis today as well. It's a busy day for the Wizards front office. They said that Davis, who's been out with ligament damage in his left hand, this is a press release that the team put out, reevaluated Wednesday, and that happened in Los Angeles. He continues to progress as expected. He's been cleared to begin limited individual on-court basketball activities. He'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Further updates will be provided at that time. I think we're going to see him probably very, very limitedly.
I do too.
But for a few games, for the same reason we're going to see Trae Young. They're being as smart as they can. Young's only going to play 17 to 20 minutes. You don't want him to be great. You don't want to start accidentally winning. Like, look at tonight's game as an example. They're playing the Utah Jazz, and that's a home game at Cap One Arena. Again, you'll hear it right here on the Fan for the Trae Young debut at 7. The Jazz are 18-44, the 5th worst record in the NBA. The Wizards are 16-45. The 4th worst record in the NBA. They're vying for the same draft pick lottery spots. The winner tonight, it's not guaranteed, but the road gets very difficult to assume you're going to be one of the 3 worst teams in the league. That's the damage you're doing to yourself. Why does that matter? The 3 worst teams have the best, right around a 14% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick. So if you win, and they probably will tonight because Utah got 30 points from Keontae George last night against Philly, second game within 24 hours. The league does not come down as hard. The tanking police are going to let you drive home after you score 30 last night, and it's the second night of a back-to-back, and you start to sit a couple of guys. There's not as many questions asked. So I would assume the Jazz just kind of punt on this road game, second of a back-to-back cross-country. This feels like a Wizards win with Trae Young playing, and that would just about do it, I think, for having the best chance at the number 1 pick being in the bottom.
And there are a couple other bad teams who are actively tanking on their schedule remaining. And at that point, by the way, you're a game behind or a game ahead, however you want to turn the phrase, of New Orleans, who only has 19 wins on the season.
But it's not like they're going to go play Trae Young 36 minutes and try to finish the season with a winning record.
But again, to their credit, they're establishing a culture of hard work. Some of these 10-day guys, some of these G League guys have come in and played well and been competitive. They're given late or mid-late first round pick Will Riley extended minutes, and he helped beat the Pistons, the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference. I don't know what else you can do in that regard. He's been really, really good, and frankly, a lot better than I thought. But yeah, I mean for Davis and the 2 of them together, it's something that I think a lot of fans can dream on. I mean, the eye rolls and the inevitable snarkiness I think will follow because Davis stays injured, and it's been a bummer. We've been robbed of so many different games of a guy that's truly a transcendent talent. He's a solar system type player, both on offense and defense, where everything around him, he commands so much attention. He could do so much on a basketball court, and he's so gifted that when he's right, again, he is a force of nature. A guy that can score the ball at will, that you can run stuff through, whether as the primary, the decoy, and even if you're wrong on something, he can make you right with follow-ups and rebounds and block shots, and he could just do so much, and he could be such a force. If it works out for them, what an unbelievable steal. If it doesn't, and he's hurt again, and he misses 55, 60 games, and it's just sort of a contract they had to eat, again, so be it. They didn't have to give up a ton to do it. But you could squint and see kind of the idea of what they're doing here, and I could think along with them, and it makes sense. That's all with the caveat of I just don't know if there's this urgency. And again, we haven't heard any other reports other than some of the rumors that are out there. I just don't quite get the urgency to extend Trae Young. I wonder if that was one of the conditions of the trade and the stuff we don't know about conversations that have happened behind the scenes, but he's already got a player option for next year. To me, I wouldn't be in a rush to do that, and it sounds like maybe they are.
If the Wizards win tonight, that'd be fun for the fan base. Trae Young's debut, he contributes 14.7 assists, something like that in a W. They will be a half game better than the Jazz in the hunt for the best chances at the top pick. But the three teams right now that are close to locking themselves in for a 14% chance to win the lottery are the Kings, the Pacers, and the Brooklyn Nets. And Washington, with that win, would likely not close the gap. They would not get closer to the number one overall pick. Lottery chances that we've all kind of hunted for. But look, they've had the best odds before, and it didn't mean anything. You could come up from fourth or fifth, possibly. So there's a lot on the line this evening from a lottery standpoint. Getting Trae Young back on the floor, more importantly, for the Wizards fans that are out there a lot at the arena, and go to Capital One to see something fun and exciting. This is the first night of this season, really, where it's going to look like the page is starting to be turned into the competitive portion of this build. So congrats to the Wizards fans who have spent so much time out there watching nights not like tonight. And we'll talk more about Trae Young a little bit later on, including in our Beltway Blitz. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. James Wood of the Nationals in about 1 hour right here on G&D.
Attention home builders. Are you searching?
Grant and Danny from West Palm Beach in Florida. If you hear the crack of the bat and some cheering crowd behind us, we're at spring training. You'll have to forgive us for enjoying a little baseball with the windows open from press level at Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches. I just saw that Matthew Berry, who is one of the lead fantasy football guys in the country, is on Football Night in America on NBC, big part of NBC Sports. He apparently said sometime today on one of his many outlets that he has a team source with Washington that has told him that 2026 could be Terry McLaurin's last season. Now, there's a hedge to this because could be, this is Kyle Shanahan style. This could be anybody's last season.
I was going to say, we might get hit by a meteor tomorrow.
But this is not notable to me, it's interesting, but it is not important or new from the standpoint of, obviously. We have talked about this since the second he got his, and I'm using air quotes here, extension. It was a 1-year deal basically tacked on to last season to get him to show up, to give him some cash right away, and it basically guaranteed that he would be on the team for his age 31 year in 2026. But beyond this season, he does have 2 years left on that deal. That's the part of the NFL contracts that is monopoly money and is not guaranteed. There's a dead cap hit of $18 million, so it's not going to be super cheap to get out of the deal after this year, but it's cheaper than waiting another year. And his cap number completely skyrockets. His cap hit in 2027 is $34 million.
Yep.
His cap hit in 2028 is $39.5 million. And that's for a guy who's going to be 32 and 33 when we already know they were skeptical, a little dubious of what he was going to become at 30-31. So I think this was a 1-year extension. You keep him around. It's another reason why wide receiver is a very big need this offseason, because I fully expect that this is Terry McLaurin's last year in Washington, D.C.
I do too. Now, again, I suppose something could change, right? Let's say career year. Let's say, he's 3 levels and getting first downs and it does as well as he did a couple seasons ago and then some with more volume in terms of receptions. The only thing that happened a couple years ago is the touchdown spike, right? That was out of the ordinary. That was an aberration. He's still in that upper 70s, maybe right around 80 receptions, just over 1,000-yard receiver. Nothing wrong with that, but it's also not, franchise cornerstone superstar type stuff, right? It's quality player that helps you, good dude all around, et cetera. But to me, this is just I can't imagine. Now, maybe they go back and restructure again. I don't know how excited he would be to do that, et cetera, when he's got $34 million in terms of cap money coming to him or whatever, however the cash outlays. As you start to enter into, now it's almost time to extend Jaden Daniels and have kind of a different set of shopping going on here. So to me, this offseason was the opportunity to start layering wide out to prepare for the moment, which I think is the not-too-distant future. When Terry McLaurin's gone, you've got a dead cap hit you could spread out over a couple of seasons, and you need to start adding to that position to make sure that Jaden Daniels has plenty of weapons to throw to. But it would stand to reason that you would not want to pay an entering age 33 season $34 million against the cap for Terry McLaurin if you weren't comfortable doing that up front right now.
Yeah, and I think if they do spend big at wide receiver, and that's very possible, people will look at it and say, well, wait a second, you're already giving Terry $18 million in cap space. You've already committed to wide receiver 1. How are you going to pay a bunch of money for now wide receiver 2? But they might look at it as he's not going to be wide receiver 2 next year. It's why if the board falls a certain way, it's not the craziest thing in the world if they love Carnell Tate or one of the other receivers to take a guy there, because they're completely unsettled at that position beyond this year. They only have McLaurin, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane under contract for this season as it is. You got to assume health for McLaurin because other than last year, he's always been healthy. And if he has a normal offseason and has a real training camp, he would probably be expected to be healthy this year. So if you have him, the floor for receiver is still pretty high. You could make a couple small moves and be okay. But if you were to tell me right now, Danny, that they actually overspend at one position, that they do the Javon Kinlaw thing where they spend a lot more than people think maybe a guy's worth, or they get really aggressive, wide receiver would be high on the list of the spots that you would guess that they might do that. Who could that be in terms of top of the market spending, overspending? Alec Pierce, who you've talked a lot about from the Colts, at $20 million a year plus, could be that guy. We just found out within the last 2 days Rashid Shaheed is probably going to hit the market. 27-year-old speedster would be a great kick returner as well. He's going to make close to $20 million a year maybe. I mean, could they just go get one of those guys to take the lid off offensively? That would not be surprising.
No, and it's the thing that I've been calling for that they need. The name Alec Pierce is the one I've picked because he's such a good deep threat, and I think that's what they have been in the most dire need of, right? I think you watch some of those games where defenses had no threat. They were not scared of anything that Washington offered. It was all horizontal. The run game couldn't get going. The pass game couldn't get going. Nothing could because, again, defenses weren't on their heels. They were never backtracking. It was always just play downhill and you could play fast against Washington despite some of the different fakes and the lateral motions and different eye candy from Cliff Kingsbury. So I think they recognize that they're in dire need of that. And I think you dial up some play action. You just dial up the ability or the thought that they might go deep, which I think scares enough teams into letting you kind of get to what you want to major in, which is that short to intermediate, quick timing passing game and the like. Now, we haven't seen David Blatt's system in place, but that would be my guess as to what they would want to do. So I could see that. Again, there are a couple premium positions that they don't have, not a couple, several premium positions that they don't have internal answers for that are blue chippers. And I really do believe to compete at the highest levels of this league, you have to have a few of those guys. Quarterback's the biggest one. That ingredient has been missing here for a while, so whether you had some of those other guys, it was a waste of time. Because it was Carson Wentz and, all the way back to Tony Banks and a bunch of names that are now punchlines. The quarterback one is solved. That's solved. Now you've got to add a couple of those other guys that are true, honest-to-God difference makers. And if you don't have one that's drafted you're paying internally, you've got to go win a bidding war against, everybody else that's recognizing the same thing you are.
To go back to the suggestion from Matthew Berry that he's heard from somebody around the team that this could be Terry McLaurin's last year in Washington. To me, it just always felt like if the plan was that he was going to be the wide receiver for a longer term and they're going to give him more runway there, the negotiation would have gone differently, first and foremost. They would have been more willing and open to getting something done faster. But also, the structure of the deal would have been very, very different. And if you go back to the audio the day that he got the deal finally, and the way that we broke that down, and that was with insight from agents around the league and a couple front office people around the league, I kind of take the math to them. I hand them the report card. I say, what does this tell you? They look at it and they go, oh, he got a 1-year extension. Like that's all this is? Like, yeah, this is the deal you'd give a guy to keep around for one more season beyond the one under contract.
Yeah, you let the announcement happen. Let everybody pat themselves on the back.
Exactly.
The agent and the player get to crow. Look at all this cash. That's this record, that. Yeah.
On a betting board, the shortest odds would be on this being his final season. Now, if you kept him around at 32 into 2027, his cap number would be massive at $34 million, but it is less than money after that. I just don't think, again, you've kept the cap number small, 17, 18 million this year, last year. I can't see a world where they're willing to pay him $35 million against the cap, especially if they go out and they sink their teeth into wide receiver and free agency, which I am anticipating in some way. The Beltway Blitz comes your way in about 6 minutes right here on The Fan. As soon as we come back, though, ahead of the Blitz, we're going to be giving away tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters this weekend at Capital One Arena on Grant and Danny.
Grant and Danny. Presented by Window Nation. Looking to replace your windows? Shop windownation.com. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Spring training coverage on Grant and Danny is sponsored by Main Street Bank. Your local bank, Main Street Bank, a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Go visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You'll have won a 4-pack of tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Saturday, March 7th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contests.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz, covering the teams in town you care the most about. Let's get to it.
The Washington Wizards.
We'll start you off on the hardwood with Dave Johnson of Wizards Radio. And Dave, this is an exciting night for you on the call and for Wizards fans all over the DMV. Happy Trae Young is on the court day.
That's what today is. And by the way, every day is great when you have me on and you play Unchained by Van Halen. Coming back from break, it takes me back to my misspent youth and the Harlem Globetrotters. You mentioned that. I still laugh at that bucket with confetti that's supposed to have water, even though I know it's coming. But to your point, this is exciting for the franchise, and I think people need to know Trae Young is in the prime of his career. He's 27 years old. For his career, he's averaging 9.8 assists per game. Only 2 are above him on that list, John Stockton and Magic Johnson. He is an elite special player. And tonight, it would be great if Alex Sarr was playing. He's not, or Keyshawn George, he's not. But he's going to get some of the rust off and get on the court. And look, it's been well documented how involved he has been in this team. He was ejected, for goodness sakes, on Monday night, sticking up for his teammates. But as I've had some limited contact with him, I think he's enjoying being with this team, because you have to think this is a lot different than when he was drafted. And he comes in, he's very young, and is given the keys to run everything. Now he comes to a Wizards team, and he joins as the old man at 27, so to speak. And there's this fraternity of young players, and there's a couple superstars, I think, building among those young players that are loving every day in the NBA. And it's hard not to get caught up in that energy.
Where is his game at now? Dave, a couple years ago, was the best player on a team that made the Eastern Conference Finals. There's been some injury, a couple things here and there. Where do you see it right now, and what's he going to bring tonight?
Well, it'll be interesting tonight. I mean, he's not played since late December. He's only played 10 games. I just think it's going to be exciting to see him get on the court. I don't think you judge tonight one way or the other. If he ends up having 30 points and 10 assists, or if it's not a good night. I mean, it's a long time to be off. So I just think it's a positive. He gets back on the court on the same day that we find out Anthony Davis has been cleared to continue his workout. I also think it's going to be interesting to see how it develops with Trae Young of the Wizards. I mean, think about it, guys. He was with Atlanta. The ball was always in his hands. What have we been developing with the Wizards here? They want everybody to bring the ball up, even Alex Sarr can and lead the break. So my point is, and we talked about this in the postgame the other night on 106.7 The Fan, that imagine Trae Young playing off the ball. Then he becomes like a Steph Curry. And I know you might say, what is he talking about? Has he been drinking something? He can make a shot from anywhere. We know that. I'm playing a highlight tonight from one of his games against us, where he shoots from midcourt, basically. So how Trae Young will be used with the Wizards, given their dynamic young talent, I think that's going to be a fascinating story to watch. And again, this is where we are with the Wizards. One day, when we have this conversation on March 5th, I want to be talking about the push for the playoffs, and I do believe that's coming. But right now, it's a discovery period, and we're still discovering about all these young guys, what they can
do, and quite frankly, guys like Jameer Watkins, I can go down a list, have surprised us in some areas. But this night is about Trae Young, and you know what? It's just fun that there's a buzz about that. As I walked in the building today, I mean, there's genuine excitement, and there should be, because Trae Young, I gave that stat, 9.8 assists per game his career. Only guy named Magic Johnson and John Stockton are ahead of him. That puts you in pretty good company.
Massive day in DC sports. We'll get to the Caps in a moment, who have traded Nick Dowd. But one more on the Wizards with Dave Johnson before we move along. Wizards Radio, you can hear the game. Trae Young makes his debut tonight, 7 o'clock, a little over 3 hours from tip-off right here on the Fan. Dave, quickly on Anthony Davis, we got the update today that sounded good. Do you think we're going to see him this season as well?
I do. I do think that they want to, get both on the court, and obviously Young is tonight for a brief period of time. So I think the fact that we're at March 5th and we get this announcement, I think it said cleared for limited work or something like that. So I think we're going to see him before the end of the season. I don't think in either case you're gonna see. I'm just guessing here. I don't know anything has been told that you're going to see them for the final. We only have 20 games left anyway, so no matter what happens from here on out, nobody's playing a lot of games because there's only 20 in the season period. But I do think, to answer your question, yes, we will before we reach April 12th.
Dave, thank you a ton. Have an awesome call tonight, man. Appreciate you joining us as always.
And I'm laughing at the Globetrotters and that confetti. I can see that vision. That's what radio is. It's Grant and Danny's Theater of the Mind. You guys paint the picture.
We are the proverbial bucket of glitter. Thank you, Dave. There he goes. Let's talk Capitals, please.
The Washington Capitals.
Our pal Sammy Silver, Hockey News, covers the Capitals. Sammy, the Capitals have traded Nick Dowd. What does it mean, and what can you tell us?
Yeah, I think that's a tough trade for the organization and the locker room to swallow. It's obviously not an easy decision. Dowder's been a big part of the team's identity since 2018 and one of their most important leaders and a guy who really does it all and is just also just such a great human being off the ice. So a tough trade, one that the Caps are unfortunately in a position right now where, I think they need to kind of balance between, buying and selling a little bit going into this deadline and weighing their options. And unfortunately, the Dowd is a piece that can get a good return of future assets, and that's exactly what Washington got. And it gives him an opportunity to go on a run with a contender and go from there. So tough trade for the organization. Definitely, not a happy team in there right now, considering the move. But, they're focused on Saturday and going forward.
Which is expected, right? This is not only a teammate, but a guy who's been here 8 years and a beloved teammate, as good a teammate as there is, obviously, and one of the glue guys in the locker room. So you'd expect them to be bummed out. But there is this element of they're 4 points out of the playoffs. And you see this in baseball sometimes where the GM at the suite level just kind of decides, yeah, not this year, guys, sorry. With, 15-plus games to go for this team. And sometimes that can backfire from a chemistry standpoint. So is it fair to say, even if they're between buying and selling, you're kind of selling on this season when you trade a guy like Nick Dowd?
Yeah, I think it's an indication that, obviously if you're getting rid of a top guy like that and somebody who does so much and plays such a big role with you, you have to wait and see, what the team looks like tomorrow afternoon. But, obviously it shows, hey, we're in a tough position right now and it's really going to be a battle here down the stretch and we got to keep some things in mind. And at the end of the day, it's a business and it's a hard business. So, yeah, bummed out. For sure. Just when you talk to them, obviously the way the room reacted and the room, takes that news in is a testament to the kind of person and player Nick Dowd is. He's so integral to that team. So yeah, it's a pretty clear message and it makes you think, what if things, Hendrix Lapierre said it, what if things went differently against Utah? Would it be different? And you don't know, and you can play that what if game, but certainly just things just haven't gone according to plan to the point where you're going to be adding and keeping everybody.
So what else are you expecting, if anything, from the front office? Other trades, other items, or is it just kind of, hey, this one made sense, we pulled the trigger?
No, I think you still see some things, develop over the next 24 hours. I think, when you look at Washington, you look at the line they're trying to toe and the moves they're trying to take, I think there's a couple other pieces that, maybe they're interested in parting ways with for future assets at the same time. They're still looking for, a skill winger and maybe a guy who's not a rental, but, could stick around for some time and then add some secondary scoring there. So, DC has options. I think it depends a lot on what's available out there and what the market looks like. And, obviously Chris Patrick's going to listen to everything he can and go from there. But, obviously some tough decisions coming down the pipeline. It started today for sure.
Sammy, can we turn the page, essentially? I mean, I know we got to watch the season play out, but games in hand, still over teams they're chasing and even with, 4 points back. You've traded, your penalty killer, your center, who is so good defensively. It feels like it's getting dark early, doesn't it?
Yeah, but also it's always darkest before the dawn, right? Like you're not. It's not like you're looking at things right now. It doesn't look great right now. You've played the most games in the NHL and you're 4 points out of playoff position. It's going to be a fight to the finish, and every single team is playing their best hockey right now, and it's not going to be easy down the stretch. And losing a piece like that is a major blow to that room and a major big message to the team. But you turn the page and you keep competing and you lock in from here and you focus. You take it day by day. First Boston, okay, then Calgary, and then so on and so forth. So. There's a team that, they know it's going to be a marathon and not a sprint to the finish line here, and they really got to all pull on the rope together and play for each other at this point. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on down the stretch here for sure.
Sammy, appreciate you as always. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate you guys. See you soon.
Sounds good. Hit that NFL sounder, please.
The NFL.
Eric at home, NFL Media, joins us to talk about, fittingly, the NFL. Eric, where is Kyler Murray going to land, and where's a good spot for him?
Good question. Yeah, I think the Jets are a team to watch. Obviously, in bad need of a quarterback and kind of future unsettled a little bit. Obviously, I would think you would have to think Miami if they have future plans on Tua being moved out. But again, cap space is probably the biggest issue there as I kind of think about it. New York's an interesting one. Minnesota would be fascinating. See if they paired him up with JJ or possibly even traded McCarthy. I'll just say this, if there was a surprising name that came up in a negative way at the Combine, it was the Vikings being a little bit down on McCarthy. It felt like just kind of the rumor mill around town, almost to the point where you could see them moving on from him. So maybe the Vikings are on that short list too.
My spidey senses are going off a little bit as it pertains to the Commanders in free agency. And we know that they're looking for weapons and some speed. What if they just went big at wide receiver and threw money at one of these guys at the top of the market? What do you think someone like Alec Pierce or Rashid Shaheed is going to get? And is there anybody else in that top end? Is Juwan Jennings, Wan'Dale Robinson, anybody like that going to get paid a ton of money in free agency?
Yeah, I like Wan'Dale Robinson a lot. I think he's going to be a good player, but I don't know that you quite put him up to that level. I think right now you'd probably say, that wide receiver market is fascinating. Obviously, the top guys are getting, Jamar Chase is at $40 million, and there's a handful of guys in that 30 range. If Brandon Ayuk can get $30 million per year, it wouldn't completely stun me to see Alec Pierce, who's a deep threat. He's gotten better each season. I know people don't think of him as a true number one, but, Ayuk wasn't even a factor last year. I think you could make a case that that's what he's shooting for. Obviously, where's Terry? Just south of that, I think, 29 or something. So, it would not stun me to see him north of $30 million if he ends up being the top guy on the market.
Eric, I love this DJ Moore deal for the Bills. I'm sitting there screaming, you got to do something. And then they did it. I went, yep, there's something. I think that's just a perfect fit. Am I overstating it?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a big help for Josh Allen, too. And what I know last year, statistics dropped a little bit. The production wasn't quite as good. Obviously, we remember the big catches from Moore this year. He and Caleb had some absolutely crucial connections in in the playoffs and before that as well. But I think a lot of that had to do with Ben Johnson's offense. They were going to spread it around. I wouldn't look at this as like, DJ Moore's on the downside of his career. I think he's still got several very good years left. And you're right. I mean, he's a big upgrade over what I think they thought Curtis Samuel could do 80% of, and it just didn't work out in that way. So this is a different kind of guy, but, remember how good Stephon Diggs was for them. I mean, I think he's going to end up doing a lot of the same stuff, and Joe Brady will find a way to use him. So, yeah, high-volume guy, put him in the backfield, put him in the slot, motion, out wide, just does a lot for you, and I think you'll see his production tick back up again.
You mentioned the J.J. McCarthy combine smoke. What about the Falcons and Michael Penix? Do we have a feel for, A, whether or not he's going to be healthy at the start of the season, but B, how they feel about what they've seen from him? I mean, their best production at the quarterback position last year came from, a much older Kirk Cousins in the second half of the season.
No doubt. Great question. Yeah, I think he's another one. I didn't quite hear as much buzz, but you heard people suggesting that Atlanta was going to be possibly in the veteran QB market. So, how deeply they want to go remains to be seen. They're kind of waiting to see what happens with Pitts. I mean, that situation is going to obviously have an impact on their cap and everything and how much money is allocated to the offense in general. They got a lot of resources. They got to pay Bijan down the road. So, I suspect a short-term type of thing. Maybe they're a Murray team if he wants to kind of bet on himself with a one-year deal type of thing, or, take the Daniel Jones route last year, and obviously barring the injury, it was going to pay off for him, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think the Atlanta Falcons are not content with their quarterback room, given that Penix is coming off the injury and a poor not a poor season, but a less productive season than you'd hope for.
Eric, we always do this, and I'm as guilty of it, if not more so than anybody. I kind of take a year that just happened in the NFL and just decide, okay, that's who a team is. And it's like I never learned my lesson from Perry, that team's going worst to first, and, the undulations therein. I was thinking about it this morning when I was looking at Kansas City, and I'm going, yeah, okay, the window's closed. Like, is that stupid? Is that naive? It just feels like they don't have great avenues for improvement. They're trading away great players just to try to get under the cap at this point. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Is the headstone written out here, or are they going to be back with a vengeance in that really tough division all of a sudden?
I'd be surprised if they weren't back in some respect. Again, I don't know if we're talking 14 wins again, right? I mean, that was sort of the heyday, but I think they'll be more competitive. Just taking a step back at the end of the year and looking at their metrics and all the, the point differential and how they fared against tougher opponents and things like that. A lot of what they did last year suggested the record should have been about 2 or 3 wins better. And so that does happen from time to time. I think they were a better football team than what their final record indicated. But, Mahomes is still coming off the injury. You mentioned, obviously, the McDuffie trade. A couple of years ago, they did trade, first of all, Tyreek Hill, but second of all, L'Jarius Sneed. So they've offloaded some big names and come back and won Super Bowls pretty short after that, if not the season after. So it's possible. I think they still need another pass rusher. They do have a top 10 pick. The cap space is a limitation, but I think Mahomes is going to be as driven to get back as ever, and I think it'll help him because he had flatlined a little bit the last couple of years, and I think he's going to take this on as a different level of challenge, maybe.
So, and Eric Edholm was with us talking NFL football. Last one for me. I've always talked about this as a possibility for teams. It's very NBA, right? But I saw this report today from Jonathan Jones of CBS saying that he talked to some high-ranking team executive, and this guy had apparently considered trying to trade for Tua Tagovailoa if the Dolphins would send a first-round pick clothespin to him, basically. So we'll take on your horrible contract, but you give us a first-round pick to do it. It's just hard to find a dance partner because, like, the draft pick means you probably are looking for a quarterback. But then if you're looking for a quarterback, do you want to bring in a veteran who might keep you from being bad enough to pick really high? Do you see a landing spot there? Is there a way that you could even kind of make that work? We see that kind of thing in other sports.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you would consider the Jets a possibility. Now, trading in the division creates some other complications, but they're a team that has both the cap space, the quarterback need, and, almost the nothing to lose attitude, right? I mean, they've got to win. I think that's the biggest thing is that I think Aaron Glenn Jets legend or not, after last year, especially the way the year ended. I mean, they were competitive at points. They really were. And then the last month and a half of the season, things just went off the rails. So there's a real sense of kind of doom if things don't go well this year. So would they be willing to do it? Maybe, but I wish teams considered these types of trades. Obviously, the Stafford-Goff trade included picks coming back, and you could argue that Stafford was better, but still, salary was a factor in that. And we've seen other, the Osweiler trade years ago. I'd like to see more of that in the NFL, but we're just sort of warm up to these trades and stuff, so it's baby steps, I think. But yeah, the list of teams that'd be willing to take on that salary, I think are probably zero, but maybe there's one out there.
Eric, great with us as always, man. Have an awesome weekend.
You guys too. Thank you.
Everybody, Eric Edholm of NFL Media. You'll notice a theme of sorts on the Commanders when we've been able to get into them today ahead of free agency, and that is wide receiver.
Yeah.
That it feels like maybe that's where they spend bigger. If it's not at tight end, if they aren't seeking out an upgrade at running back and you want weapons. There's a guy that was linked to them by CBS yesterday we didn't get into, who's a future Hall of Famer. How would we feel about a marriage with Mike Evans, the longtime Tampa Bay Buck, coming to D.C.? We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Spring training coverage continues and is sponsored by Main Street Bank. We're in West Palm Beach.
Sure, local. Bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
It's like we've never done this before.
Yeah. Wow.
We'll get our chemistry down by year
At
12.
some point. Just jumping all over you there. Steamroller. Steamroller coming, everybody. Someone needs to do the read. I'll do it. Just trying to take a little bit off your plate there. Thought I was being helpful. Made it worse. Here we go.
You were. That was very
Good
helpful.
gravy. Yeah. Grant looked at me like, you absolute buffoon.
I just didn't know where.
What are
It was
you
more
doing?
the energy with which we were just so excited to talk about Main Street.
Gotta tell you about Main Street Black, everybody. Golly. Sorry, man. All right, 2 hours left. Here we go.
The
Have a
fact
show,
is,
buddy.
You were so salty we didn't go to bed earlier last night. I got to tell people about this.
Yeah.
So last night we get into the Airbnb. No early check-in, so we went straight from airport to ballpark.
Yep.
We woke up. I don't know what time your alarm was set. Mine was 4:45. Is that about right for you?
4:30. Yeah.
Okay. So we get up in the 4 o'clock hour. We get to the airport, 6:50 flight. We check in, do all that stuff, and then we fly. We're at the ballpark all day long. There's a night game last night. Biggest upset in the history of the world. Danny sits through. I mean, did we stay the whole game? We left in the 9th, right? So we leave in the 9th. You only sent one text about when do you guys want to go home. My over-under on that was 2.5, by the way. And yours was out of for fun, because the Nationals outfielders were helping to Venezuela play.
I kind of looked up and was like, okay, we're not quite on the serious compete at the highest level deal now in terms of it. My eyes are kind of self-shutting up here from the press box. 3 Nationals minor leaguers are patrolling the outfield for Venezuela. They're not taking it as serious. Maybe we shouldn't either.
Well, first of all, I was just pumped you wanted to go to the game. That was surprising to me. And then the fact that you were willing to stay was more surprising.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you'd take the rental and we're Ubering home. I didn't know how that was going to go. So this is a appreciation tweet.
Sure.
You stay the 8+ innings with us. So then we get home. We're sitting there for about 15 minutes. Danny's, would you shower or something?
It was so pleasant.
Yeah.
I mean, I was disgusting. All the travel all day, being out at the ballpark, swampy. That was one of the more delightful showers I've had.
So we're sitting here watching the World Baseball Classic and bouncing around watching some NBA. It's me, Darius, and Tobes on the couch. And Danny comes out. And I'd say within about 15 minutes I look over, and Danny's starting to nod just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Starting to nod off. And I said, Danny, you're a tired pug, bud. You could just call it a night. And you're like, yeah. And I didn't really get why you were still out there. And then a couple minutes later you go, all right, guys, are we ready for bed? And I'm like, what do you mean? You're like, we could just, turn the He said, we could just turn the TV off and all go to bed.
Do people want to do that?
And you get mad. And I'm like, no, we're good. So we keep talking. We're whatever. And a couple minutes later, Danny's like, all right, so, and you're like so subtle, but I think very serious, like, by the way. You're like, what about now, guys? Are we... And I finally said to you, I'm like, why are you trying to get us to go to bed? And it turns out your fear was you would hear the TV and us. And so not only did you want to go to bed, but you were trying to convince everyone to go to bed.
Yeah, because there's no way I was going to go to sleep until you went to sleep, because you do not do a quieter voice. Your voice is
Me
your voice.
specifically or everyone?
Yeah, no, you specifically. So it's like I'm sitting at the couch right next to you.
Right.
At the couch, I'm sure that's a turn of phrase. On a couch right next to you. Because you look at your phone for extended periods of time, and then you forget that it's quiet time, that maybe somebody trying to sleep or whatever, and you go, thought that just came across my mind. What do you guys think of this thought? Just normal conversation.
Right.
But you can't do the someone else might be trying to sleep thing. So knowing full well there's no one's going to bed until
well, if
you're
I was
ready to go
sharing
to
a
bed.
room with you, I could do that thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're in a bedroom with a closed door.
Right, but it's not.
I'm in a living room.
We're not. I'm not retiring to the West Wing. You know what I mean? It's a cotton thin wall right there, and Toby experienced it as well. Where he's like, oh yeah, couldn't be the least soundproof thing of all time. So I was able to go to sleep once you guys wound down.
But about 5 minutes.
By the way, I actually couldn't believe that.
It's been a long day, guys. Shouldn't you guys get sleep? And he's like looking over. He's like, Toby, I think you should get some sleep to do some social tomorrow. And it was just like after a few of those, I go, oh, I see what's happening here. I started to connect the
About
dots.
as subtle as a train wreck, and I get it.
Danny is over asking us about. There's those bags under your eyes, bro. Like, what kind of sleep do you normally get? What's your sleep core?
When do you normally go to bed? Oh, really? So it's so different than yesterday when you woke up after 2 hours of sleep. Aren't you tired after these long days?
Did you think it was never? Were you trying to be as subtle as you were, which was not at all?
No. I was basically really just wanted everyone to go to bed so that you would like stop talking.
But why didn't you say that?
Well, because it comes across rude if I'm like, hey, shut it all down, guys. Like I'm not in charge.
But the way you did it is the transparency of an overhead projector.
Yeah, it's a little bit more subtle to try to move you in line, right? Try to get everybody to where they need to be. You're shepherding the folks.
It was also it was not even 11 p.m. when this was like
10:56.
It's one thing if it's 1:30 in the morning. No, guy, it was like 10:04.
That's exaggeration.
It was so early.
That's not true.
And Danny's like, guys, I think you should go to bed. Like Dad on the trip, like, all right, guys, bedtime. We got to be up at 7 a.m.
Got a curfew here.
I thought overall, good execution by you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm again. I actually was pretty amazed. I was exhausted. I think I got more sleep than you guys did, and I was just on fumes at that point. But everybody was doing what you guys are doing now, just kind of looking at your phones and peeking up at a bunch of missed calls in the Australia Taiwan game. And, sort of
Worst
watching
umpire
Travis
I've ever
Bazan.
seen.
I mean, that guy's zone needed a strike zone. He stunk. If you were watching the game last night, I wonder if you were as mad as we were. That was the only thing that was catching everyone's attention was how terrible that guy was. He had no idea what a strike was. Anyway, and then we were doing play-by-play bits with like an Australian accent and having a good time with that. And then it was clearly time to go to bed, and I couldn't believe you guys weren't tired.
So when you get into your room tonight, what about a white noise machine right by your head or something like that?
The problem is
tonight could be a late
yeah,
night.
you guys
Could
are
be
gonna
a video games
You're going
night.
to do that really annoying thing.
Have fun.
The charge cord for my cellular is probably not going to be conducive to that, which is a bummer.
But
So
we're
that's the
charging you
issue.
up right now. We're giving you a bunch of juice right now.
Well, you're talking about I'm going to leave it overnight with no charge?
Just gets
That's
you
not
to
going to
sleep.
work.
As long as you get to sleep. From when you lay your little head down around 10 till you
Well, that's fair.
fall asleep.
Well, we'll have a drained phone situation there, but yeah, I mean, I'll take every precaution. I'll do my best. I probably have to come out in my underpants once or twice to scold you guys when
I
you're
think
making
of
too much
myself
noise.
as a night owl. These two pummel me.
They do.
Darius's average bedtime generally in life is 3:03 a.m.
Yeah.
He works on Pacific time.
Mm-hmm.
Toby's, I'm going to say is like 2:42 in the morning. I'm not really sure.
About
Something
that,
like
yeah.
that. But so I feel like I never go to sleep. And these two are always, I'm like, all right, I can't do
I quit.
this.
Yeah, I can't
I remember
handle
at on the Minnesota trip, it was like the 17th inning of that Dodgers Blue Jays World Series game that never ended. And I'd been asleep for an inning and a half. Like, just no one noticing, but I would just wake up like 6 pitches later, like, oh, good at bat. Like,
He's really grinding that AB.
First pitch of the at bat. Like, what is he talking about? And you're just saying weird things because you've been asleep. You look like you're the coach of the Jets at the combine, just trying to let no one know. Aaron Glenn, that you just came back to life.
I was reading. Yes.
Darius was still there. He's like locked in. Like, okay, throw a slider, and I'm like, is this guy serious? It's 2 a.m.
Pretty amazing.
He just stayed up the whole game. What are you doing?
And remember what I was doing during that time?
Well, you went to sleep in, I
Yeah.
believe, the 6th inning.
I think I was.
That house worked for you, though.
That was great.
You were a little further away.
That was perfect. I could seclude myself. There was no issue. Floor was a little creaky, but I was able to sleep.
If I had to guess tonight, though, over/under for bedtime's like 1:30.
My God,
that's gonna. I mean, you're gonna.
We
That's
got-
gonna stink.
we have clubhouse in the morning.
Not till
Don't
8.
we?
Not till 8.
I mean, not till 8. At 8?
We'll leave the house at 7:30.
Yeah. People need. You got to wake up. It's bedtime. Let's get to bed, boys. Get to bed.
James Wood will wake you up with that bat all season long. Big time power. He joins the show next on Grant and Danny.
The next phase of the Wizards rebuild is here.
Live in West Palm Beach in Florida. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Spring training coverage sponsored by Main Street Bank, your local bank. Local, Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 04. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. A year ago, James Wood, in just his first full Major League Baseball season, was an all-star. He is the face of this franchise for the Nationals moving forward. We caught up with him today and talked to him about his offseason.
Yeah, I mean, definitely when the season's over, I mean, you want to take a little step back. It's a long year and kind of just evaluate and then take some time off. But, I mean, I felt like I was able to do that, and then I felt like I got back to work and, you know, just felt like I got a good base in my lower half, feeling like I'm in a good spot and ready to go for the year.
How different do you feel kind of at this point this year compared to maybe the same milestone last year heading into another season?
Yeah, I mean, I think body-wise, it's night and day. I mean, I feel great going in. I mean, I've been working with the training staff all season, and they've been doing a great job, so I feel like I'm ready to go.
James Wood of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. Last year, second half obviously didn't go the way you wanted. It seemed like maybe, just looking at you moving around now, like you just weren't moving quite the same. How were you physically? Were you completely healthy, and how different do you feel now?
I mean, at that point in the year, you're never really 100%, but I mean, I feel like that goes for everybody. But I mean, I think a big emphasis by this group and myself kind of going into the off season and spring training was like just feeling as good as I can by game 162. So that's definitely a big goal.
With the new coaching staff, new front office, what are some of the points of emphasis when it comes to you and how to have to maximize your incredible talent this year?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big emphasis on controlling the zone just throughout the whole lineup, and I mean they're really just trying to get the best out of everybody. So I mean they've been a great group to work with. So I feel like it's just been a productive spring so far.
How different do things feel around here, like mindset, philosophy-wise? There's so much made about the analytics push now with this new group. How noticeable and tangible is that for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely pretty different, but I mean, I don't think it's like the whole, like a huge, like night and day difference. I mean, you're still going out here and you're getting your work in. I mean, I think the process of it is different, and obviously it's a pretty much completely different staff, but, I mean, yeah, they're just great to work with, and it's a bunch of different ideas, so.
Is it nice just for you to have, whether it's all the way up at the front office level and how they view baseball, or even just on the coaching staff, to have a fresh set of eyes and just someone who says, hey, what if we tried this, or here's something I saw?
Yeah, it's definitely a different way of looking at things with this group, and yeah, I mean, I think everyone's kind of just excited to get a full year and just kind of just see where we can go from there.
How much right field do you think you're going to play?
I'm not sure. I mean, they said just be ready and just be comfortable in both, so I mean, whatever the manager and the staff feels like gives us the best chance to win, I mean, I'm okay with wherever.
Where do you feel more comfortable, left or right?
I mean, before last year, I would say right, but I mean, I feel like I started to get the hang of left a little bit, so I mean, I feel pretty comfortable in both.
James Wood is with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Outside of baseball this offseason, what were some of the things you got to do that kind of helped you recharge the batteries a little bit?
Yeah, I definitely spent a lot of time with family. I know we were talking about basketball earlier. I was out down in Austin with my sister. And she's assistant coach with the G League team there, so I was helping her out in practice and all that. So
I asked him, I said, how good a basketball player were you? So I will pose this question to you. Let's say James Wood chose not to play baseball. Your path was in basketball. Are you in the NBA right now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but if you watch me play in high school, you might not say that. But like, I think if I put everything towards basketball, like when I started really focusing on baseball, I think by then I would have been a different player. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like I put a bunch of time into baseball. So if you put all that time into basketball, I feel pretty confident I'll be in the NBA.
What's your game? Are you like a shooter, a slasher? I mean, I would imagine if you played basketball and that's what you trained, your whole body would be different.
I don't know, honestly. I mean, I always say I'll be like a 3-and-D. I mean, my jumper's got a long way to go, but I mean, it's like I was saying, like if every swing I took in the cage was a jumper, I feel a lot more confident.
That makes sense.
If you guys had, you probably can't with contracts and whatnot, but if you guys had like a competitive pickup tournament or something, playing 3-on-3, who would you anticipate being the best basketball players in the clubhouse?
I mean, I've seen Nas and CJ play, and they're pretty good. So, I mean, they would definitely be on the team. I would have said Derek Law last year, but he's not with us anymore.
That's actually the most surprising thing I've ever heard. He looked like a goofy old dad, just a white goofy guy.
I've seen his highlights. He could play. I'm trying to think.
Did he wear like a headband and do a bunch of hook shots?
A bunch of knee pads?
He's wearing LeBrons and like just he looked like a hooper. I mean, we'd be playing 2K with him all the time. Like he's from Pittsburgh, so it's not like he's not what you kind of expect with how he kind of looks.
I'm totally judging a book by its cover, but he would have been the last pick in any draft.
Yeah, I mean his age might be getting to him now, so he might not make the cut, but he's definitely in for consideration. But I haven't seen many of these guys play.
But back in terms of baseball, how long do you feel like it takes you to get locked in at the plate, hitting wise? How many ABs, how many live pitches do you feel like you need before you're James Wood?
I don't know. I mean, I feel pretty good right now. I mean, I know the numbers don't say that, but I mean, I feel like my timing is good. So I mean, it's just really a matter of time. I feel like everything kind of changes when the season starts. So I mean, I think once the season comes around, I'll be more than ready.
How much do you expect to run? It seemed like last year just stealing bases and being aggressive on the base paths maybe wasn't at the same level as year one. Like moving forward, what do you think you'll be there?
I can't really tell you. I mean, I'm gonna just, when I see opportunity, I'm gonna just try my best to take it. And I mean, hopefully I just do a good job of putting myself in the best spots to take advantage of those. So, I mean, it kind of just depends on how many of those opportunities we get.
In terms of, you mentioned at the plate commanding the strike zone, right? And sort of, is there anything mechanically or approach-wise that you feel like you're going to tweak and do differently to help with that?
I mean, I feel like I did a pretty good job of limiting chase. I mean, I just think now it's just more maximizing just on pitches in the heart of the zone. So, you want to do that without adding more to the chase, you know? So, I mean, it's not really like you want to tiptoe around that, but you definitely just, I would like to be a little more aggressive in the middle of the zone.
James Wood, Washington Nationals and fan of the New York Giants, who a year ago, right here at this table, said if the Giants had another awful season, you would abandon them and be a Commanders fan. So I'm happy to hear that you're now a Commanders fan because
nice, buddy.
They stunk
Congrats.
again last year.
Yeah, that's not true. I was saying the Commanders were pretenders last year, and everyone was ripping me for it. And, I mean, I guess I was right. So the Giants got hardball, and now, I mean, we'll see how those two games are this year. But, I mean, I think the Giants are back, so.
Jackson Dart, franchise quarterback?
Yeah, he's the truth.
Does it annoy you that he wears those glasses that don't have prescriptions in them to look cooler, though?
I don't care. You run for 2 touchdowns and throw for 240 yards and win. I mean, and obviously we didn't win, but like it wasn't his fault. He was doing his thing. So I mean, he's the truth.
You know who was sneaky better than I thought? Actually, if I could compliment you instead of just zinging the Giants, Cam Scatterbo. Now I think he's going to be like a 3.5 yard per carry plotter for most of his career. But I thought last
pretty
year
impressed.
He did some things.
Yeah, I was impressed too. I mean, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but yeah, he was legit. But I mean, now I'm hearing they might sign another running back or draft one, or that might be smoke. So you guys trade up. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Are you excited about John Harbaugh?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely some stability. I mean, I feel like he's been 10 wins every year pretty much in Baltimore, and that's pretty much the opposite of what we had. So, I mean, we'll see what he does. I mean, I feel pretty good about it, though.
So you don't watch movies, I know. Do you binge TV shows? Like, what do you do? Do you just sit at home and, like, look around? Video games.
Yeah.
Which games are you playing?
Right now, I've been playing Call of Duty a lot, but I'll mix it up. I'll play a little Madden. If there's like a good single-player game, I'll get on that for a little bit.
Are you like an online chirper where you get the headset on and some poor 12-year-old's getting pwned by a big leaguer and they don't know?
No, I'm on mute. I listen to it. I mean, maybe sometimes, but I feel like those my days of that are long gone.
Do you ever break character, like high or low energy, or like have you screamed before, or like what is the most extreme you go?
I don't know.
Like when's the last time you yelled?
It's probably been like 2 or 3 years.
Like try to yell right now, just like say.
I can't. I can't.
You ever been in traffic?
Yeah.
Did it ever make you mad?
Just like cut off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then will you be like, dude, why'd you do that?
Nah, I mean I don't honk my horn. Like I don't know.
What would make you honk your horn? Is there anything someone could do?
If someone like just genuinely doesn't see me, I'll honk my horn. So like
notification, safety.
Yeah.
More for safety.
Yeah, but like if you honk at me, then I'll just get petty.
Okay.
All right. The light turns green. No movement. 1/1000. 2/1000.
I'll flash my lights. I won't honk.
Well, what a move! What a
That's so
gentleman!
kind.
You
That's
are
so
such
kind.
a gentleman. Last one I got for James Wood of the Washington Nationals. Last year, first half, incredible,
unbelievable.
End up finishing the season still. People look back at your season and it's like, it's a really good year, right? What about this season? The success is.
I mean, I think first and foremost, I know it's a boring answer. It's probably not what you want to hear, but I mean, I just want to be healthy the whole year. I mean, just being able to do that last year, like, I learned a lot about the good half, and then I learned a lot about the half that really wasn't very good. So, I mean, I'm young. This team's still really young, so I just think being out there with all these guys and just learning together and growing together is probably the most important thing for all of us.
Nationals outfielder James Wood getting ready for what could be a monster second full season in the major leagues. The hope, Danny, is this new staff gets their hands on him, iron out a couple of the things that maybe got off the rails in the second half last season. I also just think you watch him run right now at spring training like we are versus how he was moving around both in the outfield and on base. To me, it's pretty clear. Remember that knee last year that he was dealing with in the spring?
Something was up.
I think he's healthier. I really look forward to this year starting for him.
Yeah, to me, it's about, he's always going to be number one on the scouting report, right? Where every opposing manager, pitching staff, coach, et cetera, is going, not that guy. He can't beat us. You're going to get the tough lefty. You're going to get the specialization matchup, et cetera. They do need more protection in the lineup for him, but I expect a more mature season where he does some of those things that he was talking about with us, commanding the strike zone, pitch recognition, good decisions, being more aggressive in the zone, maybe even early in counts.
We have not gotten into the Mike Evans rumors as far as the Commanders go, so we'll do that next. Plus, the Bills made their trade for a starting wide receiver in DJ Moore. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. beautiful Florida, where it is still sunny and comfortable in the mid-70s. We're Grant and Danny coming your way on the Fan. We're spending 3 days with the Nats. Day 2 of our stop today. Spring training coverage is sponsored by Main Street Bank.
Our spring training coverage is sponsored by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Darius Dameron, our producer, I've asked you to sit in this seat for a moment.
Hi, Darius.
I've got a question for you. So the Nick Dowd liner just happened.
Oh, Dowd.
Yeah.
Dowder's one of the Caps who tells people that we talk more Caps than anybody.
Yeah, that's the second time today, I think.
It's him, Pierre-Luc Dubois,
and Carly.
and John Carlson, who tell people about our Caps fandom and proclivities on the program. Do we think we keep that and we just cut out the Washington Capitals part? Because I love Dowder and he's just a hockey guy saying we talk about hockey. I think that is possible. Or do we have to get it taken out of the rotation altogether?
I think, unfortunately, and we love Dowder, but I think we have to put it out to pasture. I think that's the end of the Nick Dowd rejoiner for the Grant and Danny radio program.
Why does it have to be that way? Bruce Boudreau commercials still air in this market.
It does.
There's a Cliff Kingsbury commercial I hear all the time.
Like more now than lately. Yeah, than before, I mean.
Where he's just talking about how handsome he is. It's
Honestly, I vote, because if it just says, this is Nick Dowd, he's a fan favorite, people love the guy.
They do.
And Grant and Danny talk more Caps than anybody else. It's not him saying he plays for the Capitals.
He's also not lying. Yeah,
he could be a former Capital. He could be it could be like, if Ole Kolzig wanted to do a read, we would take that.
That's true.
As long as it doesn't say this is Cap Center, it just says this is Nick Dowd and Grant and Danny talk hockey, then why can't we just do that? He's my guy, Nick Dowd.
It's a good Nick Dowd impression.
It's not a bad Nick Dowd.
He's an American from Alabama, so I gave him a very Canadian accent.
Yeah, but when guys talk hockey, they just sort of morph into that. You know what I mean? It just turns into...
And they're around it all the time.
We've got to get the puck in deep on,
Like obviously, just come playoff time, fund our game, and, forecheck, get your third forward high in the zone, and, put pucks to the net.
Where did carbs come from?
Get out there with the boys.
Danny's carbs has gotten so good, by the way.
Just doing so many carbs bits on this trip, by the way.
Yeah.
Obviously, right now, we're on a trip here, and having these 4 guys in the same car with a lot of baggage can get a little sweaty and smelly at times. But yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to getting home to our Airbnb tonight and grabbing a shower. Just sort of talking about the most basic things, like you're explaining life to a kindergartner.
So show vote, though. You're saying put it out to pasture.
Yes.
I'm saying keep it.
Can we insert, I don't want to say like an AI voice, but something going, former. Like if he's like, this is former Cap Center Nick Dowd.
See, I think that sounds low.
That's worse.
Yeah.
When what's the statute of limitations there?
I'm not doing shtick, by the way. But the statute of limitations is it doesn't air the second he gets traded. Like we're already 2 over. Because him saying, when someone turns on the radio and goes, this is Cap Center Nick Dowd, you're going, this is so awkward. These guys didn't get the memo. So today's the last day probably for this thing, as it's currently constructed.
Correct.
But I'm not even doing a bit. I do think we should keep it. He is a beloved member of Caps lore. He's been here for 8 years. We just cut out the part where he says he plays for the Capitals.
Yeah. It'll require some production from our guy Peck. We love Peck. We'll have to get some production done to get that done. I'll have a conversation with Peck. I'll have a conversation with Vic, who also runs that program.
So there's way more work involved than I thought.
Yeah.
I would have thought you pull something up in Adobe, you highlight the first second and a half, you hit delete, and then you drop it back into a cart.
No, because there's all kinds of background music to it and noises and hockey rink noises and things happening. So
so this is going to die.
More, yeah.
This was going to happen.
I think it's going to be the end. Unfortunately,
I'm not prepared to say goodbye to Nick Dowd. That's really what this is, and this is now very symbolic.
So do you remember years ago when was Matt Hendricks traded?
Of course I did.
Is that what it was? So you called in to somebody's show. I don't remember whose show it was or what was going on, but there was a show that had Matt Hendricks on. It was like a fairly well Matt Hendricks, thanks to the memories and stuff. And Grant was like, I'm just going to go ahead and call. If you guys don't mind, I'll take this. And you spoke to Matt Hendricks from a very deep and emotional place. Do you remember you remember that?
I do. I was that not our show at that time? I don't know. Are you not referencing the show you and I do together currently?
Maybe.
Or was that different?
It's all running together. I thought you were on the phone about Matt Hendricks, Hendricks. Maybe it was somebody else that you're on the phone about.
That's real interesting. I'm looking to see when he would have been traded so I could get a timeline.
Because I could be conflating memories, but there was a player
yes, I did.
that fits this bill,
No,
right?
it was Matt Hendricks. I did have this great goodbye.
Yeah.
I think you might be right. Someone had me call in on the phone and just say goodbye and talk to him. And this is very similar.
That's why I brought it up. It reminds me of that. Yeah.
But I get what they're doing. The Capitals fans out there are not dumb, and they know this is not a Stanley Cup caliber team. But if you view the playoffs like I do, which is get in, get the right matchup, get the right bounce, you can make a little noise. They're 4 points off the pace. So the locker room, supposedly, did not respond that well to one of their beloved glue guys getting dealt, which I understand. But you got to make decisions for the future. This is where you put your big boy pants on as the general manager if you're Chris Patrick.
Yep.
So I understand the trade totally. You get a second and a third back. They're going to try to have their cake and eat it too with a short-term, maybe this season punt. But beyond that, next season and beyond, if you can make a trade tomorrow to bring someone in that you pay over a few years, they'll try to do that. Just don't try to tell me now you're not punting on this season. You don't trade your penalty killer, top face-off guy, fourth-line center who you match up against top lines, who does all of this stuff for you and might be the single most important player in your dressing room because you're trying to make the playoffs when you're 4 points out. So just don't tell me, actually, we're still going for it. Like everybody knows. When you trade out, that is the waving of the white flag.
Yeah, you're not going for it anymore. And by the way, I'm fine with it. The way I view trades is if I'm a front office guy, and I'm not qualified to do barely anything, to be honest with you. But if I was a front office exec, the way I would say is you guys earn trades. And you also earn deals. You earn me trading away players. What your play tells me that if I got you reinforcements, we could do something with it. And your play also tells me you're not getting any reinforcements. In fact, this is a punishment. This year is bad enough.
You'd be a really good GM. The players would love playing
Well,
for
I
you.
wouldn't frame it that way, but that's my thought process. is that. So I remember years ago, one of the years that the Nats kind of had one of those bizarre years that they didn't make the postseason. They decided to kind of do nothing at the trade deadline and then sold guys later at a fraction of the cost. Not a fraction, a smaller percentage of the cost, kind of post waiver deadline. That didn't make any sense to me. It's either you're in or you're out. And that's kind of how I always feel about sports. It's why I hate ties. It's why I would go to the ends of the earth to make sure there's an odd number of games played so we always have winners or losers. I want in or out. I don't do kind of the halfway measure. This is the beginning of, to me, a rightful assessment of this team. You couldn't necessarily do this in the past, and I understand why. Alex Ovechkin chasing an unbreakable record that, of course, he breaks, and every time he scores again, that's the new record.
They've done this plenty. There haven't been many of these years, but in the years where they're not going to make the playoffs, they have done this kind of thing, the mini short-term
Yeah, the mini ones. And it's
that's
to
all
their
they're
credit.
about to do.
They've built a competitive roster for the most part.
I had somebody hit me up on Instagram in my messages the other night at Grant H. Paulson, and they said, hey, with the year going the way it's going to, this offseason, will you finally advocate for the Capitals basically blowing it up or something? That is not necessary to me. No, I won't. What do you mean? I think they said, will you advocate for change? What change? I think their head coach, Carberry's terrific. He's in line to be on a short list of guys that might coach Team Canada, down the road. He's beloved around the National Hockey League. I think they've got a star on the bench. From a team standpoint, the best thing that could happen for the Capitals right now would be Alex Ovechkin's retirement. And I am hopeful that this offseason he chooses to do that. Now, he has earned, you talk about earning things.
Yep.
Alex Ovechkin has earned the right to retire whenever he wants to. If he wants to play again next season, he calls up Ted Leontis and says, I'll be back, like he's Schwarzenegger, and he's going to get another one-year deal, hopefully, or 2-year deal or whatever, and then you say, okay, no problem. You tell us when you're showing up, and we'll have the car ready. But what's best for business at this point is that Alex Ovechkin rides off into the sunset as the all-time leading goal scorer, and you free up the $9+ million you're paying him per year to go spend on a 27-year-old in their prime to score you 40+ goals and play both ends of the ice and help you out maybe on the power play or the penalty kill or both. You never know what you're able to get with that kind of money. And if you were able to plug and play one player, two players with that cash, with this young core of players, they've got some really good, young, exciting players on this team. So I don't view them as there were a few years ago as an example, Danny, where people looked at the Capitals and they said, oh my God, when Ovechkin and Backstrom and Karlsson are gone, they're going to be screwed. And now I go, if Alex Ovechkin says goodbye at the end of the offseason, they might be better off. If John Carlson, who I love and is an all-time great Capital, if he skates off into the sunset or plays somewhere else next year, and they can take that money and reinvest it on a younger, puck-moving defenseman, that's not the worst thing. But with the core that they've established for the next era, Dylan Strome, Alexi Protas, Pierre-Luc Dubois, Tom Wilson, Connor McMichael, Justin Sordiff, Ryan Leonard. If Brandon Duhaime doesn't get dealt as kind of a core piece on the fourth line, Hendrix Lapierre, who they just locked in. They've got Cole Hudson coming to play defense later this year. He's going to be the Ryan Leonard of this season and a stud moving forward. If Hendrix Lapierre becomes someone moving forward that is who they thought he was, or if not, he's just an extra piece. They're about to call up Ivan Rushnashenko as a chance to be a really good NHL player. That's a core, man. How many names did we just go through that are legitimate NHL players? Now you need to go get a couple stars with all that money that could be getting freed up, and you're a playoff team year in and year out in the next iteration again.
You know better than I do. So I certainly defer to you on the quality of some of those guys. I think a lot of it, though, just to me, being maybe a bit more cynical, they're names we recognize, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's good enough to compete at the top of the Eastern Conference. And if the point is, yeah, they're good enough to get to the postseason, and that's kind of all you can control, and we'll see what happens. You get in the dance. Hockey's a sport that rewards that, I think, maybe more than some of the others. So that
comes back to my hockey philosophy, which is I don't care about winning a President's Trophy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now, I'm not saying you can be the last team in every year. That's not my goal. I think if you reinvest correctly and you go get the right goal scorer and the right defenseman, they've got one of the most talented offensive defensemen in the sport, and Jacob Chychrun, who might score 25 goals this year, right? Like if Hudson is exactly what's advertised on the back end, there's a core to build around on that end of the ice as well. Nice balance between guys like Faravari and Sandin. Are they lacking some of the top-level guys maybe you're talking about, like the star power of yesteryear where Ovechkin, Carlson, Backstrom are fringe all-star types? Yeah, probably, but I think that's what you need to supplement with. They would have the money potentially to do that. They've always made really good trades for guys that ascend, like Strome, like Pierre-Luc Dubois, like guys in the past like TJ Oshie. So you need to make one or two of those moves this offseason. But I've long been a proponent of, in this sport, get to the dance. Like the year they won the Cup, if you're ranking all the Capitals teams, I don't know, how many of the 15 that made the playoffs?
14.
Well, maybe. I mean,
honestly,
I would have said maybe in the middle, honestly. But still, like that's the year they made the run.
Well, that was the year, by the way, after the GM said, yeah, our window's probably closed. And a lot of people, idiots like me, were going, yeah, the window closed. They got as far as they could. It was a great try. Let's try again based on your own evaluation. Of course, that's the year they go win the Cup.
The other variable, Logan Thompson. Mm-hmm. He's one of the best goalies in the National Hockey League.
Yep.
Probably should have been the starter for Canada in the Olympics, in my opinion. Even post-Olympic break, if you look at the numbers, his play is sustained. Like, he is not falling off from being, really since the start of last season, one of the better goalies in the conference. In a playoff series, that guy can't get hot and become a brick
wall.
So
Certainly could.
I just think there's going to be multiple ways to view it. Someone could just say they have not gotten out of the first round but once since they won the Stanley Cup, and that's true. They have not been back to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's true. That's the same person that was yelling they would never win the Cup when they hadn't gotten out of the second round during the 2018 postseason when they're down 2-0 to Columbus. And I'm more of a bites at the apple guy, philosophically, in that sport. It's different than baseball. It's different than basketball and football to me, but that's how I view hockey, and maybe I'll end up being wrong, but I actually don't think they're that far away. I think they have better young and prime talent than people think, and we just spend a lot of time yelling about Alex Ovechkin, and maybe people don't notice it.
I hear you. The thing I'm worried about, though, is, again, it reminds me of for so many years being the fan of the then Redskins, where we would just say someone's name that was a starter as if it was an asset. Whether it's, are we sure that this is a frontline player? Are we sure this is a stud? Like, I like Connor McMichael a lot, not to pick on him. He has 8 goals this year. He's on 10-goal pace.
Right.
For a team that's going to miss the playoffs and is selling off a little bit. Again, I like him. He's entering his prime. He'll be 26 next year. But, like, when I start counting up players that are definitely – that's going to really help this team, and they're awesome. We got Connor McMichael. Like, okay, well, is that something other teams are probably happy about too? Because if he's my second line, the player that's got 8 goals this year on pace for 10, there have been a couple of guys this year that have taken steps back that are not necessarily Ovechkin related to me, right? I mean, obviously he's hit a wall to a degree. 0 power play goals for an entire season is unfathomable.
Well, at home
for him, at home rather. they're still stars that are doing their thing. Tom Wilson's been incredible. Dylan Strome has been Dylan Strome. Chychrun, whom you mentioned, is outstanding. But there were a bunch of other guys that didn't ascend this year, kind of took steps back, and I don't know whose fault that is specifically.
So that's going to be the big question with McMichael, just to drill down on that, because I think it's a large picture point to use him to talk about. 25 goals as a 24-year-old the season before this one.
Just a year ago, yeah.
That looks like a guy that is ascending as a former top pick. It's not like it's like, where did this come from, right? This was a number one.
That's some UDFA.
This is a first-round draft pick who at 24 years old scored 25 goals. This year he has been down. He has not skated or played at nearly the same level. But to me, you've seen enough from Connor McMichael to say that's a good NHL player. Is he going to be – you're talking about is he a top six guy? I'm not pretending like I know the answer to that.
Right.
But that's a guy that can help you on a championship-level team. I feel like we've seen enough to know that. This is not a Hershey Bear. This is not an AHL caliber player. I think the critique you have that makes a lot of sense and is totally fair is, do they have the highest end elite talent to supplement with Alexi Protas and Connor McMichael and Dylan Strome and Tom Wilson and some of those guys? And that, to me, is not yet here probably. Who makes $8 million a year, and Ovechkin
that's how it goes. Yeah.
More than that. So that's either 3 or 4 players, or that's 2 that are paid at that elite level. And if you hit on those transactions, and this organization typically does,
really good track record.
You plug in a great top 6 guy, you plug in a top line defenseman. This is a team that's 4 points out of the playoffs right now, in a year where they've had 1 million injuries. Guys constantly not playing. It's not like they're the Rangers and they're in the bottom of the Metro, bottom of the conference. I mean, this is a legitimately competitive fringe playoff team with the minutes they're giving Ovechkin and some of the limitations they have at this point. So, yeah, I just don't think, when you're saying how big of a change, how much, to me, I don't know how necessary that is. But I'll be curious to see. It all starts with the Ovechkin decision.
Yes, it does.
And they're kind of...
Because, again, it's almost $20 million of cap space that they're talking about either coming back and not being able to play at that level, respectfully. These are, again, Hall of Famers.
By the way, that means,
greatest ever.
Say what that means out loud, right? That's $20 million of very veteran players that are mostly still, and again, good players. This is not disrespectful. Ovi could end up leading this team in goals, good player. John Carlson, huge minutes.
Still a quality player, yeah.
Super helpful. And if he was available, there's going to be 15 teams calling. But those are 2 guys that are paid essentially for their career of being all-time great capitalists.
Yeah, and you mentioned a group that hadn't gotten out of the first round barely at all. What we saw, there's a reason why. TJ Oshie, health-wise, couldn't do it. Nicholas Backstrom wasn't able to do it. This is salary cap space allocated to guys that could not perform at the level that they were being paid to. Any team in any sport pretty much can't do that when you're hamstrung in that way. And again, that doesn't change their careers. Guys are awesome, lifetime capitals. That brought us as much and more joy as any iteration of players in the team's history. But the reality at the end was this wasn't good for anybody. It wasn't working.
I got to know what's happening with Ovi. We just don't know yet.
Right.
But
I'm hoping they do.
In some way, they're kind of held hostage in the meantime. But days like today and tomorrow, you'd like to have an indication behind the scenes. We don't need to know, but I want Chris Patrick to know.
Yeah, I'm hoping they know.
So that it can inform some of what they do at this deadline. Is Mike Evans a candidate to be a Washington Commander? That's next on The Fan.
Listen to Grant and Danny for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters.
training coverage, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our spring training coverage comes your way via Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. CBS Sports, I believe it was Jonathan Jones, had a story about Mike Evans yesterday and teams to keep an eye on. He had 4 teams that he had heard would have varying levels of interest in Mike Evans. One of them was the Washington Commanders. Surprised by that, not because they don't need a receiver and he wouldn't help them. He is a deep threat still, believe it or not, because he can box you out and be physical and make catches down the field. 16 yards per catch a couple of years ago, 13.6 2 seasons ago. But I'm surprised because at his age, he's going to turn 33 years old this summer. It feels like they're out of that business. That's kind of what they told Terry McLaurin, right? Now, you wouldn't have to pay him nearly what McLaurin was asking for, obviously. This is a future Hall of Famer, number 7 overall pick at one point in time. Danny, he set a record for having 11 straight 1,000-yard seasons before not doing that last year in just 8 games because of an injury. He can still help. He can still play. I would not hate it if he was like a 3rd or 4th guy or one of 4 guys that are going to play a lot. But if he was the starter opposite McLaurin and they paid him like 2 years at $32 million, 16 per or something, I would have very little interest in that.
Yeah, it's all going to depend on what he wants. You could see kind of a Keenan Allen role where he went to Chicago to sort of be a 2.5 or something like that. That would certainly make sense. As you said, can win a jump ball, as physical as anybody. I mean, go back to that 2014 draft. That was one of the easiest ones in the world to spot. It didn't take a genius to go, every team that passes on that guy is making a tremendous mistake, has had easily the best to go deep on people. You said it. He can go deep because at his height, his strength, his size, at 6'5", 230 and change, he can still go up and get it, makes great hands catches, and is tough as all hell. What I would also have to know is that injury he suffered last year was significant and scary. It was a broken collarbone and a concussion kind of on the same moment. Again, not to be flippant about this in his career, but is that the beginning of a new injury-prone phase to Mike Evans' end career where he's never going to be right? Or was that such a freakish aberration and he'll be back to being a 14, 15, 16, 17 game per year player?
Well, you're asking basically about Terry McLaurin too, aren't you? I mean, that was the same thing that happened. It's almost like when you get to that age, injuries start to creep in just a little bit more. And Evans, if you followed his career, has missed time and has had nagging little things along the way. 3 games there, 2 games here. But he's always played in 15 or more. I think there was one season he had 13.
Yeah, 1 year of 13. Mm-hmm.
But just about every other year, he's missed 1 or 2 games at a time, mostly. And it does happen. So, yeah, I think he will be less durable. He will get hurt more often. He takes on a lot of contact because it's a big target.
That's true.
He's a massive guy. Those guys, even though you would think you're bigger, you deliver those blows. It doesn't always work out that way. I think about this with running backs. I remember someone saying years ago, the bigger the back sometimes, the more often they'll be on the injury report. Because you just take those shots and guys are going to hit you differently and, maybe in different places than they hit other guys because of your size. He's got to deal with that too. Can he still play? Yes. But this would be a end of your career. You're signing on with a contender. You want to play with Jaden Daniels, and you think Washington, who beat you in the playoffs 2 years ago, is on the verge of making a run or something. It would be that kind of a transaction.
Yeah.
He is not coming in here for me at a high price tag as a wide receiver 2 in like monetary value.
With great name recognition, as you said, future Hall of Famer. They've had a couple guys pass through here at the end of their careers who are on their ways to the Hall of Fame. And in year 1, it was the solution at middle linebacker is Bobby Wagner. In year 1, the solution at tight end is Zach Ertz. I can't this. People are going to be so tired of me saying this before free agency. This can't be all you do, right? It can't be, we've solved it. Mike Evans is here. Receiver position locked up. Championship. No. If it's a supplement, if it's in it, guys, how about this? In addition to the moves they're making, in addition to this draft pick, in addition, they also went and got Mike Evans, who's going to fulfill this sort of bonus role, right? It can't be the guy you're counting on for 17 weeks to get 110 targets. That's just simply not in the cards for me.
What about Grant and Danny, by the way, live from West Palm Beach in Florida at Nats spring training? You'll hear part of our conversation with the president of baseball operations, Paul Taboni, from earlier today in our final segment a little bit after 6 o'clock. We've still got a preview coming up of Trae Young's first appearance with the Washington Wizards. He'll make his debut tonight out at Capital One Arena. That game is going to tip off just after 7 o'clock, and you can hear it right here on the Fan. What about this, though? I've been thinking about this the last couple of days. We spent a lot of time talking about tight end as a area where Washington's going to go big in free agency. What if we're wrong? What if they don't do that? I've based my hypothesis that they sign Isaiah Likely at least partially on a buddy of mine in the industry seeing Jaden Daniels and his mom, who's now officially his agent, representing him, having lunch with Isaiah Likely, and supposedly, according to this guy, a agent of his as well. So it's like the agent sitting there having lunch with the players. And then in this case, it was Jaden and his mom with Likely, right? And I'm like, okay, well, that's obviously him doing some due diligence and just, chatting it up. You can't get in trouble. It's not any kind of tampering if a player's just having lunch with another player.
You're allowed to have lunch.
But I thought it's not a coincidence. They need a tight end. They need offensive weapons. Super Bowl week. Daniels is meeting with Likely, so to speak. So I've kind of been leaning into the tight end thing. I had Logan watch the tape on a bunch of guys for me for Take Command for an episode that just dropped, this week, and he came back and said, I'll tell you who they need to sign. It's not Likely at all. He wasn't impressed by him. Chigakonkwo is the guy that he thinks Washington should sign. So now I'm like, okay, well, I could see that. Let's pay him some money. What if they don't do the tight end thing at all? If they go cheaper with Greg Dulcich or somebody like that, and it's just kind of another slightly rich man's version of a Bates and a Sinnott. They have three guys kind of like that. They wait out Zach Ertz, and maybe they bring him in so that when he's ready, he comes back in the second half of the year and plays for them. But the money gets spent at receiver, and the money gets spent at the top of the market. Their huge splash is like overpaying for $25 million a year for Alec Pierce or something like that. It's $23 million a year for Rashid Shaheed. And they just go get speed because Daniels throws one of the best deep balls in the league, and they swing for the fences with one of the best deep threats in the league.
The key to it, it's a choose your own adventure book. If you find speed and deep threat and you add it, I can deal. Totally fine. Because, we talk about this. Now, what would make the most practical penny-pinching sense is to upgrade at tight end for a relative cost of, let's say, for the sake of argument, 120% of the top market price for a tight end is still only $10 million, right? I mean, you're not breaking the bank for that guy. It doesn't ruin your salary cap. Whereas your big free agent spending would pretty much end right there if you went and played top of the market money for one of the two excellent deep threats that are available. But these are not all-around receivers. These are not the guys that are running the entire route tree that are going to get the 130 targets and 90 catches. That's not who they are. And you wouldn't be counting on them for that. You'd be paying a premium for something that you sorely lack and do not have an internal answer for, right? Because you're more desperate. You can't produce grain, and the country next to you produces a ton of grain, and they have a lot of it. So you pay more for it because you don't have it and you need it. That's what this would be. So I'd be all in favor of it. I mean, I looked at tight end as a spot they might do that. Again, I'm trying to think along with them, right? I'm trying to make the moves too. I picked tight end because of that cost part of it, right? Where I go, you could upgrade there without, breaking your philosophy of we're never overpaying for anybody ever or whatever. We want to do this on the cheap, and it could be something that could really pay dividends for us. But if they're going big game hunting for a blue chip type situation that can change their offense, sign me right up immediately.
Weapons.
That's
what they need.
Weapons.
And we're trying to figure out how it's going to happen. We've spent a lot of time on Jeremiah Love. That's fun. I don't know how likely it is. We spent a lot of time on tight end. Maybe it's not that. This is the last door to see what's behind it, so to speak.
Yeah.
What if they went really big at the top of the wide receiver market? Maybe Juwan Jennings, although I'm not sure that that's kind of the speed and the twitch that they're looking for.
I mean, I like him, but I don't think that's the thing.
That feels McLaurin-y. Now, it's a great plan for post-McLaurin to have a Juwan Jennings, but that might be close to $20 million. I'm thinking like bank-breaking speed where they go, we know we're overpaying for this, but we can right now, as you always talk about.
Yep.
We got the quarterback under contract on a rookie deal. We'll overpay for this speed. If you guys want to hop in on that, we'll take some calls. We have not opened up the phones at any point today, but I'd be curious to touch to people and see how they feel about maybe overspending at receiver. 800-636-1067 is the number, 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. Our spring training coverage is continuing via Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank, a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You're listening to The Fan.
my brow and I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals.
Here's the NBA day on the news front. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. In town with the Wizards, Trae Young makes his much-anticipated debut. We'll get to that in a second. But also we found out today the Boston Celtics are going to be welcoming Jason Tatum back. He is expected to return on Friday.
Amazing.
Now, I know this was a long time coming, the injury he suffered last year. Am I wrong, though, or did this just kind of pop up on you? Like, he's back on Friday? That was pretty sudden, I feel like.
It reminds me, it's obviously not the same injury or anything, but years ago, like Jerry Stackhouse was a Wizard, and it was like, yeah, it's a long-term injury. And then he was doing some things behind the scenes and did some individual work, and then all of a sudden, like, I went to a game, and ladies and gentlemen, starting at guard, 6'6" from North Carolina. I went, what? Jerry Stackhouse is back. And all of a sudden, an ambush. He's been working behind the scenes, moving up to this. But the fact that it's actually happening, I mean, it is remarkable given the injury and how recently it was.
Celtics are number 2 in the Eastern Conference right now at 41-21 without Jason Tatum, by the way. Think about that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jerry Stackhouse, they're chasing the Detroit Pistons, the team that Stackhouse was traded from to Washington, in a deal that sent...
Is that Ben Wallace? Is that the Ben Wallace deal?
I don't believe so. Ben Wallace was a part of the Ike Austin deal.
Yep. That's was it Rasheed Wallace?
No. Centerpiece of that deal.
Rip Hamilton?
Yes.
There it is. Yeah.
Peanut Hamilton to the Detroit Pistons.
We're just trying to remember which former Wizard then went to Detroit and was the core of a championship team.
Now,
so many guys.
We're going out to dinner tonight.
Yep.
Generally, when we go out to dinner, you eat a nice meal.
Yes.
You might even get an appetizer or two.
Yes.
I will pay for every penny of your dinner tonight.
Okay.
If you can answer the following question without any help from Toby or Darius.
Okay.
What number did Jerry Stackhouse wear with the Washington Wizards?
2 digits.
It was?
Yep. And the number was on his back.
Okay. So far you're doing great.
That's the region of the jersey.
Now, I always do this where I start to question myself, but the number in my head is a number.
You've got a number.
Yes.
So I read somewhere once that like your first instinct is right, and this overwhelming percentage of the time you should just go with it. But when it comes to jersey numbers, I think my first instinct is right about 3 to 5% of the time. I'm terrible at this, as you know. I'm just going to say the number that came into my mind.
Okay.
24.
Okay. I remember the number being 42, which is the same number worn and retired in Major League Baseball because of Jackie Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Toby, please look that up for us. We're looking for Jerry Stackhouse's number
right here
with the Washington Wizards.
He wore 42 all throughout his career. There was one stop where he wore 24.
That's what I had in mind in 2010 with the Bucks, clearly.
Do you think that you really...
No.
Okay. That's
No.
a pretty crazy lucky accidental almost got it. You also had the 2 numbers that were on the back of his jersey. That's
Right.
got to mean something.
I'm sure it means very little.
It means that I'm not paying for your dinner, but it's got to mean something
Right,
else as well.
right. Now, he went to Oak Hill Academy. I don't know if that's part of it.
Danny, Trae Young tonight. This
Yeah.
is huge for Wizards fans. Cannot wait to get to Capital One Arena to see him when we get back to D.C. The Jazz are in town. He got brought over in January, has sat around and rehabbed. Now they're deeming him ready. He's going to play 17 to 20 minutes tonight and in the games moving forward. Young is the biggest star and the most talented player that Washington's acquired in years. I mean, maybe Stackhouse-esque, but I would even say because of the early part of his career, a bigger deal. Now, subsequently, they acquired Anthony Davis, and that's the biggest move they've made since Michael Jordan. But Trae Young, a 4-time All-Star, 10 games this season with the Hawks. Even though everyone now looks at him and goes, I'm not sure. He was averaging 20 points and 9 assists. His 40-point averages this year were 27.6 points and 12.7 assists. So this is a guy that can still play. He will still be one of the league leaders in scoring and assists. The question is, what kind of buy-in are you going to get? How much defense is he going to play? He's been Mr. Wizard. He is doing the Bryce Harper loves the Liberty Bell bit, where like he's wearing an OV jersey at Caps games and he's getting ejected because his teammate got shoved to the floor. I want to see if that continues and if that good cologne stays on him.
I'd rather have that than hey, I don't want to play here, buy me out. You know what I mean? There's so many Wizards legends have gone through the Chris Paul, Mike Bibby tier of guys that I do not want to put that uniform on. I'm not reporting. So I'll take that every time. Yeah, and you can be cynical if you want and roll your eyes. One of the things that happens with Wizards fans, and I understand this as one of you, is there's nobody you'd ever actually want to spend your money on, right? You want your powder to stay dry forever until – the only reason someone is going to come here is because there's some kind of wrinkle. He fell out of favor in Atlanta. They got Jalen Johnson and a couple other guys that they want to take the team in a new direction for. So everybody now has overreacted, swung the pendulum too far to not only is Trae Young a malcontent,